Chapter 1. Enticing the Emperor, truly reckless, Su Nanchu, you possess a heart of malice. Within the towering palace walls, a voice rose sharply, obscured in the shadows, rendering the speaker's face invisible. With her head hung low, Su Nanchu trailed at the rear of the procession, cursing under her breath, and was momentarily taken aback when she heard the voice. Before her lay a figure sprawled on the ground, like a dog gnawing at the mud. The iron basin in their hands clattered as it rolled away. Unable to bear my presence ahead of you, you resort to treachery, seeking to humiliate me in front of the Emperor, the person on the ground accused, jabbing a finger at her. Your heart is as dark as night. Su Nanchu, bewildered, lifted her gaze, thinking, what language is this? Was delivering a chamber pot truly worth such a dispute? Yet, it soon became clear to her the intent behind this ACTI in the distance. A golden palanquin, surrounded by attendants, approached slowly. The palace maids and eunuchs, lanterns in hand, lowered their heads in reverence, while the chief eunuch strode alongside, wielding a whisk. Your Majesty, I beseech you to uphold justice for this humble servant. It is solely because I walked ahead of Su Nanchu that she, consumed by jealousy, maliciously sought to trip me, hoping to disrupt your sacred presence and bring me disgrace. I implore you to see clearly. Su Nanchu could only remain silent. The maid, crawling and tumbling, threw herself before the imperial carriage, which halted in the center of the thoroughfare. The crowd held their breath, kneeling in trepidation. Seizing the moment, the matron hurriedly bowed and stepped forward to pull the maid away, urgently explaining, Your Majesty, forgive this transgression. This is a young lady from the capital's magistrate's family, newly arrived at court and unfamiliar with the rules. I shall ensure she is properly dealt with. The maid, unwilling to relent, wrested herself from the matron's grasp and lunged toward the palanquin. Your Majesty, I am innocent. It is this wretched girl who seeks to frame me. But before she could utter another word, the figure within the palanquin, without casting a glance below, coldly uttered 2 words. Remove her. Understood. The eunuch promptly obeyed, disregarding the maid's pleas, and dragged her aside, stifling her protests with force. The majestic carriage then moved on, the emperor's nostrils elevated in disdain, not once looking back. Unable to contain her amusement, Su Nanchu let out a laugh. Indeed, television dramas were deceptive. In reality, the romanticized notion of gallantly rescuing the oppressed in moments of injustice was a mere fantasy. Just as she reveled in this misfortune, a handkerchief fortuitously blew toward her. She instinctively reached out, but failed to grasp it. Observing that the night was quiet and unnoticed, she dashed a few steps to retrieve it from the ground. The lantern's light cast half her face in warmth, and the contours of her features were reflected against the towering palace walls as she touched the fabric of the handkerchief. Her actions tinged with a hint of mischief. The emperor, walking ahead, caught sight of the movement from the palace wall, casting a fleeting glance over his shoulder, his gaze retracting. It was the first time he had encountered someone bold enough to claim what he had discarded, stuffing it so brazenly into their bosom. The matron urged them onward, prompting Su Nanchu to quickly compose herself, pat her chest to conceal the handkerchief, and follow suit. Passing by the still prostrate maid, she shook her head at the sight of such disarray, silently reflecting, it seems this method of orchestrating chance encounters is futile. The young girl possesses a certain fortitude, having the foresight to set a trap for me. The system within my mind begins to nag. At the very least, she made an attempt. Su Nanchu, feeling exasperated, retorts, is it of any use? With ill fortune, I have traversed into this realm, now relegated to the status of a menial palace maid, that am why fate is unfortunate, compounded by the presence of a system that relentlessly urges me to seduce the emperor of the Ute dynasty. Do I not wish to seduce him? Yet, being in the menial quarters is akin to being imprisoned. My daily existence is confined to delivering chamber pots to the noble ladies, with no allowance for any other activities. Where am I to find the opportunity to seduce? To this end, I even painstakingly save my meager allowance to barter with a young maid for this menial task. Reflecting on it now, I can still feel the indignation from the way that maid looked at me as if I were a fool. You must be aware, 3 days hence, the esteemed Tai Fei Chun will pass, and all from the menial quarters shall follow her to the grave. Your days are numbered. Su Nanchu's countenance darkens. How can one curse another to death? Is there no tact in speech? Just as I'm about to retort, I find myself entering the Jianzhong Palace, and I must temper my emotions. After the demise of the late emperor, all concubines of lower rank were exiled to the imperial tombs, with only a handful of those of higher rank remaining. Taifei Chun is among them. According to the system, she was once the most favored consort of the previous emperor. Yet now, as Su Nanchu wanders, she observes her surroundings, contemplating the opportunity to offer her respects in a cleaner chamber reserved for the noble ladies. Upon reaching a corner, she hears a chilling voice emanating from within the palace walls. Is it true that in Jianzhong Palace, one cannot even enjoy a cup of hot tea anymore? This voice. Su Nanchu halts abruptly, holding her breath. It belongs to none other than the emperor of the Ute dynasty, Shen Jingzhi. Had I known it would come to this, I should have never spared your life. Another voice, frail and lacking strength, presumably belongs to Taifei Chun. It is merely a testament to my resilience. When you confined me to the menial quarters, subjecting me to relentless torment, did you ever show a hint of mercy? The male voice continues, devoid of emotion, as if recounting an event entirely detached from himself. Su Nanchu leans in closer, hearing the woman let out a laugh filled with scorn. Indeed, I was the most cherished of the late emperor. The throne rightfully belongs to my son. Yet, why must there be another? You, so astute, frequented the imperial study at such a young age, offering sagacious counsel to pacify the Northwest, garnering the admiration of the ministers from the previous dynasty, who clamored for your ascension as the crown prince. How could I possibly show mercy? Tell me, how could I ever show mercy? And why fault lies in my insatiable greed? I did not desire your demise to be so swift. I wish for you, the favored one, to experience the depths of despair, to be trampled underfoot. I should have replaced that mind-altering potion with a deadly poison instead. Cough, cough. Spit that. Shen Jingzhi harbors such a past? Within the room, the conversation continues. Shen Jingzhi sits before a cold table and chair, observing the woman on the bed, nearly driven to madness, with an aloof demeanor. Heaven's transgressions may be forgiven, but those of one's own making are inexcusable. What of the support from the previous dynasty? What of your youthful access to the imperial study? Do you know what the emperor uttered as his last words? Ha ha ha! The woman lay sprawled on the bed, blood at the corner of her mouth, her voice drifting away as if lost in reminiscence. Surely the late emperor was praising you? He has always favored the strong. Even knowing that she would resort to any means and meticulously scheme against him, he merely remarked that only the powerful could stand beside him. Thus, she later eliminated the empress, slaughtered his countless offspring, and dispatched all concubines who obstructed her path. He instructed me to spare your life. Shen Jingzhi interrupted the woman's reverie. The autumn chill approached, stirring her disheveled hair. Shen Jingzhi's gaze was profound as he continued. From the very beginning, what he desired was your child to ascend as the crown prince. He did not favor the strong, he simply favored you. Thus, he allowed you to manipulate his harem, to scheme against his children, to conspire with the previous dynasty, until you poisoned him. Even in his dying moments, he remembered the promise to take you to see the autumn sea of begonias. Shen Jingzhi spoke slowly, each word resonating clearly. Yet, the woman's emotions grew increasingly agitated. Impossible, this cannot be true. The woman on the ground vehemently resisted. How could an emperor possess genuine affection? He favored me because I am unlike those other women. I am ruthless and unyielding, reminiscent of how he ascended from the lowly status of a palace-made son. If he truly cherished me, if it was I he desired, why did he not allow my heir to become the crown prince, yet chose to favor you, bringing you into the court? That was because he was in the prime of his life, and the position of crown prince was merely nominal, a living target. He feared your child would be schemed against by the harem. Thus he pushed me aside. As Shen Jingzhi's words fell silent, the room was enveloped in stillness. The woman on the ground gradually realized, shaking her head frantically, "No, it's impossible. You're still trying to deceive me." The autumn wind swept through the window, carrying a faint sound of lament. Having said all he intended, Shen Jingzhi lost interest in further discourse. Gazing at the woman whom his father had cherished for a lifetime, He could not suppress a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth. An emperor, for her sake, had plotted against all the women in his harem, against all his children, yet in the end, this woman remained utterly oblivious to a fraction of his affection. Was it truly worth it? Chapter 2. Do not bother me here outside the window. Su Nanchu patted her small chest. Fortunately, in this world, there exists no keen observer with extraordinary powers. Otherwise, she would truly be in dire straits. It is no wonder that after the demise of the Empress Chen, Shen Jingzhi ordered all the servants of the palace to accompany her in death. It turns out there was still this segment in between. But what happened next? How did Shen Jingzhi manage to escape from Empress Chen's grasp? Su Nanchu listened as the system supplemented the information. The system provided a few words: enduring humiliation and bearing burdens, secretly maneuvering. What are the specifics? The system hesitated. This is not recorded in the official history. I do not know. Su Nanchu. So, this means that Shen Jingzhi spent most of his childhood in the servant quarters, and it was particularly miserable. The system responded with a sense of relief. Indeed. ISNT, that even more absurd. Su Nanchu waved her sleeve. How could an emperor like this possibly possess any affection or romantic inclinations? Prior to this, the system had narrated to her the tale of Shen Jingzhi, a prodigious youth, born of noble lineage. Yet the late emperor favored the then Empress Chen. Despite Shen Jingzhi's remarkable talents in statecraft from a young age, the emperor remained indifferent towards him. Later, at the age of 13, Shen Jingzhi fell victim to a sudden, grave illness, awakening to find himself lost in mind and unable to recognize written words, thereafter living in silence within the imperial harem. It was only this March, after the son of Empress Chen conspired against the throne, that Shen Jingzhi miraculously re-emerged, restoring order and ascending to the throne. The traitorous ministers were executed, and Empress Chen was imprisoned in the Jianzhong Palace. Such a person, how could he still be capable of deep emotional connections? The system was of little help. She could only rely on herself. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. With only 1 day remaining until Empress Chen's death, Su Nanchu lay beneath the shade of a tree, contemplating what risky moves to take to escape this place first. Su Nanchu, you're being lazy again. I shall inform the matron. The little palace maid who had scolded her that day was back again. After failing to scheme against her, she was now holding a grudge. Reporting to the matron would inevitably lead to another scolding. Su Nanchu, feeling impatient, rose. But suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she lay back down. You may go, and let us see if the matron will heed you. The little palace maid hesitated, filled with resentment. What exactly did you give to the matron that makes her so partial towards you? That day, the matron had walked ahead, not even noticing whether Su Nanchu had pushed or not. Yet she had chosen to protect her and reprimanded the maid. Su Nanchu feigned curiosity. Do you want to know? Without waiting for a response, she pulled out the handkerchief that Shen Jingzhi had discarded, clicking her tongue. The benefit is this. Take a look at what this is. The little palace maid squinted, frowning. What is this? The handkerchief, woven with golden threads and adorned with exquisite embroidery, was clearly of great value. In this palace, only those of at least consort rank could possess such items. Could it be that Su Nanchu had someone backing her? Seeing the little maid fall for her trick, Su Nanchu beckoned her closer. She'll come here, and I shall secretly tell you. The palace maid approached with suspicion. Do you know Consort Su? Su Nanchu whispered, lowering her voice. Observing the perplexed expression on the maid's face, Su Nanchu continued. Lady Su is the daughter of the Prime Minister. Her family possesses wealth rivaling that of nations. When Prime Minister Su supported our new emperor in restoring order, the emperor promised him that his daughter would be made a consort. Fearing for his daughter's well-being in the palace, and lacking the means to establish connections, he secretly buried a chest of gold and jewels in front of the Chengxian Palace during the tumultuous times of the palace. At that time, the palace was in chaos, and no one could ascertain how many factions had infiltrated it. The Chengxian Palace? The young maid's eyes widened. That is the emperor's sleeping quarters. Su Nanchu shrugged nonchalantly. The harem is off-limits to the prime minister as well. I can confide in you that this handkerchief was excavated from there, along with some jewels. Otherwise, why would I exchange such a substantial amount of silver for this task of delivering a chamber pot? Even the old matron is aware of it. Just look at her now, a mere matron of the menial quarters, adorned in gold and jewels. Where could such wealth come from? You understand. However, if this were to be discovered, it would be a capital offense. Su Nanchu remained unconcerned. What is there to fear? The Prime Minister's act of burying valuables within the palace, at first glance, may seem like a slight against imperial authority, suggesting that the emoluments of a consort could not sustain his daughter. On a grander scale, it could be viewed as treason. If this were to be exposed, you would be hailed as a hero for quelling the rebellion, rewarded with countless treasures, and perhaps even granted the title of princess along with a fief. The prospects. At this juncture, Su Nanchu hastily concluded, shaking her head in lament, alas, ever since this matter was uncovered by the matron, she has kept a vigilant watch on me, intent on hoarding the riches for herself, thus rendering me unable to take action. As she spoke, Su Nanchu found herself at a loss for words, shaking her head in frustration. The maid's eyes darted, and she began to understand. The matron had indeed been closely monitoring Su Nanchu that day and had inadvertently stumbled upon the secret. Initially skeptical about why Su Nanchu would not claim such a windfall for herself, but instead divulged it to her, the maid now realized that the benefits had been monopolized by the matron. Casting a dubious glance at the exquisite handkerchief in Su Nanchu's possession, she pondered its extraordinary quality. Such an item in the menial quarters could only have been either stolen or procured from somewhere else. Gradually, her belief in Su Nanchu's words solidified. Consequently, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation, and she smiled ingratiatingly. "Oh, dear sister, given our time spent together, I realize I have acted foolishly in the past, often opposing you. How about this? You reveal the location to me, and I shall share half of what I acquire with you." Once she obtained the treasure, the division would be her concern, as she was unaware of the actual amount Su Nanchu had. In due course, she could leverage her connections to serve in the palace of a more favored consort, thus escaping the current drudgery. Su Nanchu pretended to deliberate. "Half, you say? Perhaps I should seek others instead." Upon witnessing this exchange, the maid grew anxious. "Oh, why are you being like this? Why leave things half said?" Su Nanchu pouted. "This position is worth a fortune. Either you seek it independently, or we conduct a fair trade." The palace maid hesitated, saying, "But I do not possess that much." Su Nanchu pondered briefly. "Then tell me how much you can provide initially. Later, you may take your share and return the remainder to me, and we shall draft an IOU. One must not make the trap too obvious, for excessive simplicity breeds suspicion of ulterior motives." As anticipated, after a moment of doubt, the maid acquiesced. Once the IOU was signed, she added, "If I truly come into wealth, I shall not forget you. Such matters are best kept to a minimum of knowledge." Once fortune smiles upon her, she could easily bribe a young eunuch to eliminate the maid and dispose of her remains in a mass grave. The treasures would then belong solely to her. Su Nanchu expressed her satisfaction with a gentle pat on the maid's shoulder. After a brief interlude, she bid the maid farewell. The system then appeared. Recognizing Su Nanchu's intentions, she will perish. Su Nanchu rolled her eyes. "And what of my own fate? Your actions will bring harm to an innocent life." With unyielding patience, Su Nanchu replied, "Spare me your incessant chatter. If you disapprove, find another host and cease meddling in my affairs. You are of no use, yet persist in being intrusive." Chapter 3. The truth has emerged? At the third watch of the night, the hour to deliver the chamber pot had arrived. Su Nanchu found a tree, climbed up, and settled in a spot near the entrance of the servant quarters, leaning against the trunk to rest. After a quarter of an hour, the palace was ablaze with light. The imperial guards encircled the royal city, and the sound of soldiers marching filled the air, urgent yet orderly. Soon, a troop arrived at the servant quarters entrance, forcefully barging in without hesitation. The young maidservant did not disappoint. She was the first to divulge Su Nanchu's whereabouts upon the commotion. Su Nanchu leapt down from the tree, took a deep breath, and placed a handkerchief over her chest before stepping out. As she passed the tree where she often hid to eat her cakes, her gaze lingered for a fleeting moment. There was no turning back now. Staying here, although lacking in sustenance, afforded her a semblance of freedom. Once she stepped outside, it would be a true battlefield devoid of bloodshed. "Who is Su Nanchu?" called the voice of the commander of the Imperial Guards. The clashing of swords and daggers startled many, eliciting cries of alarm. "Come out quickly. Do not move. Who is Su Nanchu?" The commander's evident impatience grew as he prepared to search each room. "I am here," Su Nanchu replied. Steeling herself, she approached, adjusting her demeanor to one of deference, a smile gracing her face. "I am Su Nanchu. Officer, how may I assist you?" Without uttering a word, the guard replied curtly, "Take her away." The guard seized her without hesitation. Just then, the matron rushed out, hastily dressed, her eyes wide with confusion upon witnessing the scene. "What is happening? Guard Pei, what trouble has arisen at this hour?" The guard cast a cold glance at the matron. "Are you the matron in charge here?" "Yes, I am. What has transpired? Has one of our staff caused offense to a noble?" Noticing that the group sent to deliver the chamber pot had yet to return, the matron began to grasp the gravity of the situation, sensing that something had indeed gone awry. She produced a bracelet from her pocket, offering it to the guard. "Guard Pei, it is a challenging time. I beseech you to grant us a warning. Have we displeased that noble?" However, Guard Pei paid her no heed, stepping back as the matron's outstretched hand hung in the air. "Arrest her too." The matron's face paled, panic washing over her. But there was no opportunity for explanation. Both she and Su Nanchu were taken away. In the Chengxian Palace, the atmosphere was tense. Over 100 guards stood vigil, while the palace maids held their breath in silence. Ordinarily, the palace gates would have been locked by this hour, yet within, an elderly man donned in the garb of a former minister stood. The maid knelt in the grand hall, and upon seeing Su Nanchu being brought in, she appeared as if she had found a lifeline, eagerly pointing. "It is her, your majesty. She is the one who informed me, and this drawing was also given to me by her." At that moment, Su Nanchu caught her first clear glimpse of the youthful emperor. His sharp brows and bright eyes exuded vitality, his gaze intense, hinting at an air of superiority over the masses. Amidst the swirling black robe adorned with a dragon, hung a dark jade pendant that proclaims life to the living and death to the deceased. The elderly matron was well aware. She had partaken of the treasures within. The servant, a first-time offender, was informed by her that should she claim the jewels were buried by Chancellor Su, the emperor would bestow rewards upon her. The palace maid, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, was evidently frightened, disregarding any notions of princessly honor or riches, and hurriedly began to explain. The old man beside her, visibly enraged, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Nonsense! Your Majesty, I have never set foot in the Chengxian Palace." The matron, seasoned in the ways of the palace, instantly sensed the incongruity. The talk of jewels and her involvement was utterly disconnected. Trembling with fear, she knelt, drenched in cold sweat. The man upon the high platform maintained his composure, casually toying with a string of prayer beads while observing the heated debate below with unruffled amusement. For reasons unknown, Su Nanchu felt as if Shen Jingzhi was smiling. A calculating smile. As everyone began to assert their innocence, it became inappropriate for Su Nanchu to remain silent. So she raised her head in confusion and asked, "What are you talking about? What jewels?" This question rendered the air still for several seconds. Shen Jingzhi slowly lifted his gaze, recognizing Su Nanchu's familiar face, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Realizing the implications, the palace maid's expression shifted dramatically. "Su Nanchu, what are you pretending? You told me about that location." Su Nanchu feigned ignorance. "What location?" "You continue to pretend." "I have evidence. She possesses a handkerchief taken from that pile of jewels, embroidered with gold thread, a fabric reserved for those of consort rank and above." The palace maid pressed her accusation aggressively. This was the moment Su Nanchu had been anticipating. She naturally retrieved the handkerchief from her bosom. "Is this what you mean? I found it. It floated onto my head while I was walking, and I thought it looked rather nice, so I kept it for myself." "What of it?" Su Nanchu appeared innocent, and those present began to perceive the underlying deceit, hearts aligning in various directions. Even the figure upon the dragon throne lifted his gaze to observe. "You did not say it like that before." The palace maid retorted. Su Nanchu, disinterested, rolled her eyes. "Your Majesty, is this palace made not out of her senses? We cannot comprehend her ramblings. This handkerchief is one I picked up on my way to the Jianzhong Palace. She coveted it for its beauty, and after I refused to relinquish it, she has been antagonizing me ever since. To think she still hopes to turn the tide at this juncture. How foolish. You lie." The palace maid, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, felt as if struck by lightning. It was you, wasn't it?" At that moment, the figure on the high platform caused the prayer beads to clink against the table's edge, emitting a sound that silenced the crowd below. The disputing individuals hastily adjusted their postures, bowing low to the ground. The palace maid had no choice but to cease her protest and bow her head in submission. Whether truth or falsehood would soon be revealed. This marked the first occasion since their arrival that Shen Jingzhi spoke, his voice steady and unyielding, exuding an undeniable authority that instilled fear in all who heard it. The captain of the guards, Pei Yong, received his orders and prepared to depart. Regarding this matter, Su Nanchu felt no concern. The drawings were haphazardly crafted, and even if he were to dig 3 feet into the ground, he would uncover nothing of significance. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of the outcome. In contrast, Su Nanchu remained at ease, concealed behind a palace maid, discreetly withdrawing a hand to massage his knee. A quarter of an hour passed before Pei Yong burst in, accompanied by a throng of followers. 4 individuals bore a large chest into the room, the spectacle prompting all heads to turn in their direction. Su Nanchu's heart sank with an ominous foreboding. Could it be that such an improbable event, with odds of 1 in 10,000, had actually come to fruition? "Your Majesty, according to the specifications on the blueprint, we discovered it 3 feet beneath the surface." As the chest was opened, an array of jewels dazzled before their eyes. What? Su Nanchu was left in a daze. Chapter 4. The chess player changes. Su Chong panics. "This is impossible, Your Majesty. I have always been by your side, and have never entered the Chengxian Palace." Su Chong exclaimed, his voice trembling. Shen Jingzhi sighed slowly. The Prime Minister certainly hides his depths well. Upon hearing this, Su Chong instantly knelt, his face paling in terror. "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has never left my side, but how can he assure me of the loyalty of his subordinates?" At that moment, Su Chong comprehended the gravity of the situation. The late emperor had favored him greatly, bestowing upon the Prime Minister's residence a guard of 30,000 to maintain the court's stability. They say one kills the donkey after the load is off. Now that the new emperor's rule is unstable, has he already set his sights on him? Su Nanchu lowered her head, her gaze unfathomable. She had thought she was the one playing chess, only to realize she had become a pawn. It seemed Shen Jingzhi had long intended to move against Su Chong, cleverly turning the tables. Su Chong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, suddenly appearing much older. "I am frail and aged, unable to manage the guards. In this time of national stability and peace, I beseech your Majesty to allow me to disband the guards." What the emperor desired was for him to disband them. It was he who was unwilling. Yet, the one who must speak was him. Shen Jingzhi simply replied, "Granted." Thus, the matter was settled. According to custom, all those in the know should be executed without mercy. However, Shen Jingzhi deviated from this course, instead stating, "The palace maid Su Xian, for her meritorious report, shall be awarded 100 taels of gold. The matron of the miscellaneous quarters, for stealing property and failing to report, shall be dealt with according to palace regulations." Next, it was Su Nanchu's turn. She clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves, beads of cold sweat forming. The emperor who could rise from the miscellaneous quarters was indeed different, performing actions that were utterly unexpected. He had executed the innocent matron, yet spared Su Xian, the witness to Su Chang's treasure case. Transferred from the miscellaneous quarters, "You shall serve before the emperor." Su Nanchu gasped. Such swift fortune. She looked up in astonishment, only to be met by Shen Jingzhi's icy, piercing gaze, which doused her in a wave of dread. It was over. This was not a good omen. Did he suspect that she was the mastermind? "Your Majesty, spare me. I am innocent, I swear. I did not steal any property. I am wronged." The imperial guards quickly arrived to apprehend her, one rejoicing while the other despaired. Su Xian bowed gratefully, while the matron's face turned pale with fear, pleading for mercy, but her struggles were in vain against the robust guards. Her cries soon faded at the door. As Su Chong exited the palace, Su Xin left with her reward, and the matron faced punishment, her fate uncertain. Only Su Nanchu remained kneeling in the grand hall. To say she was unafraid would be a lie. The wretched system was silent once again. Su Nanchu was sweating profusely, her breaths growing shallow. Shen Jingzhi fixed his gaze upon her, casting aside the prayer beads in his hand as he rose and descended the steps. His footsteps were steady, yet each step seemed to tread upon Su Nanchu's heart, drawing closer. Seeing her lower her head in fear, Shen Jingzhi halted half a step before her, his eyes cast down upon the figure at his feet, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. To play such tricks within the palace, I had thought you unafraid of death. Sigh. Su Nanchu inhaled sharply, realizing he had indeed guessed correctly. One might wonder why the location she casually sketched would yield actual jewels. Su Nanchu held her breath, refraining from uttering a sound. It goes without saying, it was buried by none other than him. Indeed, those who rule as emperors are rarely benevolent. Fortunately, this dynasty required deep bows, allowing her to remain concealed on the ground, out of sight from Shen Jingzhi, who could not see her rolling her eyes. Where is the handkerchief? Bring it forth, Shen Jingzhi commanded once more. Su Nanchu could no longer pretend to be deaf. She straightened her back, raising the handkerchief above her head and presenting it to him. The position was directly aligned with Shen Jingzhi's waist. Su Nanchu lowered her gaze even further, mentally calculating her options. Should he dare to demand her life, she would seize the opportunity to render him a eunuch before her demise. Shen Jingzhi took the handkerchief, examined it briefly, and confirmed it was indeed his. A smirk crept across his lips. Using my belongings as bait, is it effective? Su Nanchu kudanchit hartit. Of course, it was effective. Your Majesty, this handkerchief was found by this servant on the road, and I was unaware it belonged to your Majesty. Please forgive me. Moreover, the target of this scheme was not Su Xinshin, but rather your Excellency himself. Are you pleased? Surprised? Ha! Shen Jingzhi lifted her chin with his distinctly articulated fingers, and the moment his touch grazed Su Nanchu, a warm sensation coursed through her, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Why did it feel paralyzing? Was she afraid? To be grasped by such a person, would one not feel fear? What if I do not grant forgiveness? Su Nanchu. System? System? She repeatedly called out in her mind, yet that entity was nowhere to be found. However, just as Su Nanchu was engulfed in anxiety and uncertainty, Shen Jingzhi released her. Only then did the pain in her jaw gradually set in, causing her to grimace. Do not play tricks before me. Should you attempt such folly again, the fate of that old maid will become your own. Su Nanchu's pupils constricted, recalling the most innocent figure throughout this ordeal, the old maid. She furrowed her brows and spoke. That old maid. Shen Jingzhi anticipated her question and turned his gaze away. According to palace rules, theft results in the amputation of both hands, while failing to report such acts leads to the severance of the tongue. Su Nanchu's breath hitched for a moment. The palace maid had constantly opposed her, and she deserved the consequences she faced. But that old maid, although she often scolded her, she had shown a degree of kindness. After a few moments of hesitation, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, Su Nanchu steeled herself and raised her head under the pressure. She is innocent. Shen Jingzhi was not surprised. Innocent of an undeserved calamity, naturally. Then you still. If she is spared punishment, you must bear it, Shen Jingzhi stated slowly. Su Nanchu. Then let her bear it. She instantly swallowed the remaining words. Su Nanchu was unaware of how she ultimately exited the Chengqian Palace. The events of that night deepened her understanding of the palace's terrifying nature. Host, congratulations on progressing further towards completing your task. Su Nanchu disregarded this entity. She has come to understand that whenever this system encounters Shen Jingzhi, it immediately shrinks back in fear, utterly cowardly and inept. Host, do you wish to save that old woman? Su Nanchu found herself questioning the system's sanity. Are you out of your mind? I can barely save myself, let alone rescue her. You are a terrifying woman, the most cold-blooded and heartless host I have ever encountered. Su Nanchu replied coldly. Don't push your luck with me. Why don't you go to someone else? The system fell silent. All the others have perished. Su Nanchu is its fourth host. The previous three failed, recklessly relying on its presence, only to be brutally slain by Shen Jingzhi. Upon reflecting on this, the system ceased its protests. Yet, Su Nanchu felt a twinge of guilt regarding the old woman. After all, it was partly her fault for dragging the woman into this predicament. Initially, she thought that if nothing could be uncovered, this matter would simply be a frame-up by Su Nanchu. The woman was already her adversary. If she perished, so be it. Who would have known that the final player in this game would change, necessitating not only Su Nanchu, but also an additional witness to confirm the treasure's existence? If that witness is not the old woman, it must be her. Ah well, regardless, whether she dies today or tomorrow, her fate is sealed. It makes no difference in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 5. Encountering Su Xn again early the next morning, as promised, Empress Chun passed away. Shen Jing issued an edict, ordering all those from the servant quarters to accompany her in death, mirroring history precisely. Su Nanchu, clutching her neatly packed belongings, moved into the residence for palace, maids adjacent to the Chengxian Palace. The accommodations were significantly better than those of the servant quarters, yet the number of occupants had increased. Bustling with life, wherever there are women, there exists a realm of intrigue. Ah, you must be the new arrival. Look who has just come in, one of the women remarked. Su Nanchu turned around and asked, "Is there something you need?" The other woman, her eyes nearly reaching the heavens, looked down upon Su Nanchu with an air of superiority. Su Nanchu thought to herself that a little height enhancement would certainly allow her to look down even more effectively. You don't appear to be anything special, yet the emperor has decreed your transfer from the servant quarters to serve before him. The woman continued. Su Nanchu promptly replied, "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. I happened upon the emperor's handkerchief and delivered it to him. The emperor, recognizing my sincerity, bestowed upon me a favor, allowing me to serve at his side." Upon hearing this, Su Nanchu distinctly perceived a flicker of envy in the woman's gaze, clearly jealous of her fortunate encounter with the emperor's handkerchief. It seemed that being an emperor had its perks, as even such a petty task attracted competition. Were it not for her precarious situation, she wouldn't have bothered to pick up that tattered handkerchief. Now that you are to serve at his side, remember your station, learn the proper etiquette diligently, and do not neglect the emperor. Otherwise, you shall reap the consequences, the woman warned. Su Nanchu could not help but feel that this individual seemed eager for trouble. Perhaps she could use her for amusement next time. After stowing her belongings, she naturally proceeded to fulfill her duties at Chengxian Palace. On her way, she encountered Su Xn, who appeared to have rushed over from somewhere, pleading with the guards, "Please, just allow me a moment with the emperor. He granted me 100 taels of gold yesterday for my service. How could he demand my life today? I beseech you, let me see him. I will offer you all my wealth." Ah, she had forgotten that although Shen Jing had rewarded Su Xin with gold, he had not indicated her release from the servant quarters, which meant she too was on the list for sacrifice. Upon spotting Su Nanchu, Su Xin seemed to have found a lifeline and rushed over. "Su Nanchu, Sister Su, I beg you, please ask the emperor for me. I have just accomplished something of merit. He cannot possibly demand my death. I implore you, I will kneel." With that, Su Xin fell to her knees, beating her forehead against the ground. The guards approached, attempting to pull her up, while one remarked, "Aunt Su, this young lady has just been rewarded for her service yesterday. Might you kindly inquire with the emperor if she must also accompany the others in death?" Now, Su Nanchu understood how Su Xin had come to be in this predicament. Logically, those from the servant quarters would never be permitted in Chengxian Palace. Yet Su Xin had indeed achieved merit and received a reward. The guards, uncertain of the emperor's intentions, dared not take action and opted instead to bring her before him. Su Nanchu initially had no intention of involving herself in this trivial matter. Feigning difficulty, "I have just arrived at the Chengxian Palace and am still learning the rules. Although I am to serve in the presence of the emperor, there are numerous elder sisters here, and I hardly dare to approach. It would be better if I direct you to inquire with the esteemed maidservants over there." She nearly stumbled over the name Shun, the emperor's chief maid. This was no trifling matter, uttering it could cost her dearly. The guards, grateful, led Su Xian away. Su Nanchu smirked slightly and turned to enter the Chengxian Palace. The Chengxian Palace was the sleeping quarters of Shen Jingzhi, yet he was often found in the imperial study, as she was to serve in his presence. Wherever he went, she would follow. The maid she had encountered earlier was Shen Jingzhi's chief maid, named Chunlian. After Su Nanchu's arrival, she had been inundated with rules for quite some time. Shen Jingzhi preferred his tea at a temperature of precisely 70% hot. The writing desk must not bear even a trace of water. Pastries must be arranged at a diagonal to the memorials, soft yet firm, and replaced every half hour. The inkstone should be placed in the upper right corner, and while attending to him, she must always be ready to grind ink when he reviewed official documents. He required a vermilion brush, while at other times, a block of ink was needed. The brushes in the pen holder must be washed promptly and left to dry. When Shen Jingzhi did not require her, she was to stand aside, adhering to the 4 prohibitions. Do not move, do not smile, do not speak, do not look. When he summoned her, she was to assist him promptly, executing her duties with decorum. Furthermore, Su Nanchu could no longer contain her thoughts. Was this truly the work of just one person? This was far less preferable than sweeping the floors in the servants' quarters. Elder Sister Chun, am I the only one serving before the emperor? Chunlian, with a lofty demeanor, replied, of course not. The emperor's status is exalted. There are 21 maidservants in the Chengxian Palace alone. Su Nanchu rolled her eyes. Then why should I do it all alone? What an excellent opportunity to gain recognition. Elder Sister Chun, you should accompany His Majesty more. Once I make a name for myself, you can nurture me further. This flattery pleased Chunlian, yet she maintained her composure. Deliberately adopting a stern expression, do not speak ill of the emperor. While there may be many serving beside him, you must learn all the rules. If you earn the emperor's favor, there will be ample rewards for you. But should you offend him, you will face dire consequences. It was not until the hour of the snake that Su Nanchu's mind finally quieted. It was not that the rules had concluded. Rather, Shen Jingzhi had dismissed the court. It was time for her to begin her duties. Where have you gone, little fool? Su Nanchu summoned the system. Did you call for me? Who else would I call? System. I am here. What do you wish to say, host? What are Shen Jingzhi's hobbies? For instance, what does he like to eat or drink? What kind of women does he prefer? What does he admire or detest? The system shook its head. There are no records in official history. Su Nanchu exclaimed, what use is this system? Huh? What is its purpose? Damn it, I might as well do it all myself. The first step to starting her job was to serve tea to her superior. Before Su Nanchu could steady herself, a tray was thrust into her hands. What was it again that Shen Jingzhi preferred regarding the temperature of his tea? Forgotten. Who can remember such things? Su Nanchu could no longer concern herself with the details. Once it was heated, it would soon cool. Summoning her courage, she greeted at the door and stepped inside. The imperial study was indeed grand, adorned with mahogany furniture that exuded an antiquated elegance, permeating the air with the essence of ancient scholars. The bamboo slips, silk fabrics, cabinets, scrolls, and flower pots all bore considerable value. Su Nanchu approached, adhering to protocol, standing to the left of Shen Jingzhi, presenting the tea, bowing, and then quietly withdrawing. Just as she thought this segment was concluded, the voice of the fierce star behind her broke the silence. Come here and grind the ink. Su Nanchu. On her first day at work, she found herself at a loss. How was she to grind ink? She stepped forward, cradling the tray in her arms. Hesitating as she replied, Sister Chun hasn't had the chance to teach me yet. Shen Jingzhi lifted his gaze, skepticism in his eyes. Not even a bit. Every palace maid allowed into the palace had undergone rigorous selection, with writing and ink grinding being essential skills, and it was rare for anyone to be completely inept. Su Nanchu pondered for a moment, recalling having seen something similar on television, and replied, I know a little. Shen Jingzhi acknowledged her with a nod. Come serve me. Trembling, Su Nanchu approached, took a piece of ink, and began to grind it on the inkstone, uncertain of the consistency. Shen Jingzhi remained silent. Did you encounter Suzin? He inquired suddenly as he wrote. Su Nanchu's heart skipped a beat. It was over. She had miscalculated. Susan was not secretly sent by the guards at all. Chapter 6. Truly killing Su Xian indeed. Had this individual not been so indulgent, Who would dare permit the servants to appear unbidden within the Chengxian palace? Upon encountering her, I spoke candidly. Shen Jingzhi, with his brush dipped in ink, inquired, why not allow her demise? Su Nanchu widened her eyes, startled as the ink block slipped from her grasp. Your Majesty, do not jest. I possess no such power. After expending such effort in design, would it truly bring comfort to see the opponent walk away with a fortune? The inquiry was glaringly evident. Su Nanchu, not daring to be negligent, sensed that Shen Jingzhi did not seem to despise her schemes. Rather, it appeared that it was precisely these machinations that secured her place by his side. She continued, I harbor no affection for her, yet I value my own life even more. Shen Jingzhi paused, intrigued, and turned his gaze towards her. Su Nanchu elaborated. The guards are uncertain how to proceed. I am equally at a loss. Were I to feign a decree to have her executed, and it were to come to light one day, I too would meet my end. Thankfully, Shen Jingzhi's interest deepened. No wonder his father favored clever women. Was it not how concubine Chen had ensnared his father? What grievance do you hold against Chunlian? Shen Jingzhi inquired after a moment's pause. A cold sweat broke out on Su Nanchu's forehead. Even her act of casting the individual towards Chunlian was known to him. What secrets could possibly remain hidden from his gaze within the palace? Su Nanchu lowered her head in silence. Shen Jingzhi, engrossed in a tome of imperial strategies, awaited her response for some time before placing his brush down casually. Have I established rules for you? Su Nanchu frowned. I did not harm her. Upon my arrival, I truly did not know how to handle the situation. She, having arrived earlier, sought to assert her dominance over me, and I merely afforded her that pretense. Coupled with her haughty demeanor, looking down upon the servants, when the captain of the guards addressed Su Exine as aunt and offered flattery, Chunlian likely thought that, being merely a servant, Shen Jingzhi had already forgotten her. She made her own decision to save face before the guards, while seeking to appear more favored before Shen Jingzhi. Yet, the sole error in her judgment was underestimating that this Su Exine was a means for Shen Jingzhi to test her. How rare to hear such honesty. Shen Jingzhi remarked with a light chuckle, inscribing 4 characters on the paper. The Lord's heart is unfathomable. He then commanded, proceed to issue the decree. The palace made Chunlian, for daring to discuss the Lord's heart and deceive the emperor, is granted death by her own hand. Su Nanchu stood frozen, stammering, She truly killed Su Exine? Shen Jingzhi clarified. A quarter of an hour ago, Su Exine has already taken her own life. Su Nanchu. This woman is indeed fierce. What foolishness abounds in this palace. It leaves me feeling invincibly lonely. She thought to herself that she could not be held accountable this time. She merely diverted the calamity without coercing the other to partake. I shall refrain from delivering the decree. I am rather timid and hold a grudge against her. If she were to act out of desperation and drag me along, primarily, encountering a corpse would surely bring ill fortune. Sensing that Shen Jingzhi was not overly concerned with the rules and appeared to appreciate her candor, Su Nanchu's speech grew bolder. However, this time, Shen Jingzhi did not indulge her, merely stating, if you will not convey her message, let her convey yours. It is either Chunlian's death or hers. Isn't it? Su Nanchu has come to a realization. Shen Jingzhi is a man who never exhibits anger. No matter what one does, he remains unperturbed, only presenting choices. Su Nanchu respectfully offered a bow. I shall attend to it at once, my lord. Damn it, whether the friend lives or dies is of little concern to the priest. Is there even a need for choice in this matter? The execution of a palace maid does not require an imperial decree. After all, the cost is evident. Once Su Nanchu delivered the imperial edict, Chunlian collapsed to the ground. Su Nanchu sighed softly. This girl truly trusts her, not even doubting the authenticity of the command. She retrieved the 3 instruments of death, poison wine, white silk, and a dagger. After a prolonged lament, the individual, under the escort of 2 guards, consumed the poison wine. Shen Jingzhi himself could not articulate why he has kept Su Nanchu around until now. Upon their first encounter, he felt that she possessed genuine character, her demeanor unrestrained by societal norms. Upon their next meeting, he witnessed her scheming to exact personal revenge against another palace maid. At that moment, he saw the shadow of the beloved consort shun in her, skilled in manipulation and cunning, embodying all that he loathed. Yet, when she learned of the torturous fate that awaited the old maid, a semblance of compassion and remorse emerged. As she spoke of the other's innocence, even in her own peril, Shen Jingzhi, unable to fathom Su Nanchu, decided to test her with Su Xian this morning, only to be taken aback by the results. Killing her would be a pity. Thus, she must remain under observation. Following Chunlian's demise, the Chengxian palace became significantly quieter. Of course, many whispered in secret that Su Nanchu had slandered others before Shen Jingzhi. All were silenced by a mere glance from her. On this day, it was her turn for a bathing break, and another palace maid, with whom she shared a decent rapport, invited her to bathe. The bathing area was adjacent to the yetting. Inside the yetting was akin to a prison, housing the wrongdoings of both consorts and maids alike. As Su Nanchu passed the entrance, she caught sight of the old maid from before. Through the wooden door, she observed the woman gnawing on food discarded on the ground, devoid of hands and tongue, filthy and resembling a stray teddy bear. In truth, it was a twist of fate. Su Xian received rewards but met her end, while she herself faced punishment, yet gained a semblance of life. In this manner, existence felt more like a living death. In that moment, Su Nanchu grasped the adage that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Until the very last moment, one can never know if the path taken is indeed the best. The bathing break lasted merely an afternoon. Once she finished bathing and tidied herself, it was already the hour of Chun. By then, Shen Jingzhi had returned to the Chengxian palace, where eunuchs held a tray adorned with a row of green head plates. Su Nanchu tiptoed to take a peek. Ah, green head plates. How quaint. It was a sight to behold. She had presumed that the emperor's harem was not extensive. To her surprise, today she saw 4 trays, one of which bore 10 plates overflowing. How could he not be exhausted? The system, rarely making an appearance before Shen Jingzhi, chirped, "When will you also be inscribed on one of these plates?" It then fell silent once more. Su Nanchu rolled her eyes, lamenting the plight of women in ancient times, who were forced to live in perpetual solitude. Shen Jingzhi flipped the of consort Su. Having recently relieved Su Chengxiang of his military duties, it was indeed time to offer some comfort. The little teddy and the flying stick were advancing into the harem. At this moment, Su Nanchu felt the most at ease, as her duties involved attending to the women of the harem, merely needing to serve in the imperial study the following morning. However, today, Shen Jingzhi unexpectedly spoke, "Follow and serve." Su Nanchu was taken aback. He was sleeping with women and wanted her to accompany him? The world of nobility was truly chaotic. Isn't it just perfect? If consort Su cannot withstand it, you can quickly take your chance. Perhaps Shen Jingzhi will be pleased and grant you the title of beauty. Su Nanchu sighed. The system only instructed her to entice Shen Jingzhi without any guarantee of success. If she spent 10 or 8 years in seduction, she could seize an opportunity to escape the palace. Surviving was all that mattered. Why sacrifice a lifetime? Chapter 7. Deceive. The enchanting beauty of consort Su was truly captivating, petite, adorable, and delicately fragile. She evoked a sense of affection. The emperor was indeed fortunate. The clock chimed. What? After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two entered the inner chamber, where a eunuch suddenly called out 2 words. Soon, the sounds of merriment between the couple emerged from within. Su Nanchu. Damn it. Shen Jingzhi. Damn your ancestors. At last, I comprehend why the palace is filled with eunuchs. Who could endure such a scene, devoid of soundproofing? After half an hour, the noises finally ceased. Shen Jingzhi summoned water, and after washing up, eunuch Li Da inquired, "Your Majesty, shall you stay the night?" Shen Jingzhi adjusted his robe, lifting his gaze, no. He then donned his attire and departed. He left. A man who pulls up his trousers and forgets everyone else can only be Shen Jingzhi. Su Nanchu followed behind, stealing a glance at the pitiful beauty, consort Su. Having just endured torment, she now had to obediently kneel and bid farewell to that great teddy bear. TSK, 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 such injustice. Upon exiting consort Su's palace, Shen Jingzhi seemed to be afflicted by an ailment, dismissing his attendants. He strolled through the imperial garden with Su Nanchu, surrounded by trees, as a chill breeze blew, causing her to shiver slightly. Suddenly, Shen Jingzhi halted, turning to approach Su Nanchu, his gaze shimmering with temptation and desire in the night. "Why were you blushing earlier?" Was Consort Su's voice pleasant? "Hiss! Is this how one speaks? For heaven's sake, you are the emperor. Must you always be so shocking?" Furthermore, when did she blush? Su Nanchu hastily touched her face, realizing it was indeed a bit flushed. Embarrassed, she was human, not some shameless creature. Su Nanchu stammered, "It's a bit warm." "Was it pleasant?" Shen Jingzhi repeated. "Su Nanchu, how does one articulate this? Was it pleasant or not?" Shen Jingzhi drew ever closer, prompting Su Nanchu to retreat a step, only to be pulled back by a strong arm. "What are you afraid of? You are not frightened after taking so many lives, yet now you tremble?" Su Nanchu pushed against him, arguing, I did not. It was you who killed them. It was all his decree. When had she ever wielded such power?" Shen Jingzhi narrowed his eyes, releasing her. Suddenly free, Su Nanchu instinctively retreated 2 steps, fearing Shen Jingzhi's wrath. In her panic, she knelt and bowed her head. "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I spoke out of turn." True, he was the one who committed the acts, but she was implicated as well. "Rise." Seemingly satisfied that he had instilled enough fear, Shen Jingzhi ceased his erratic behavior. The two returned to the Chongqing palace, one ahead of the other. He took to the bed, while she kept vigil. Once Shen Jingzhi fell into a deep slumber. Su Nanchu sighed in relief. She had been terrified. She had clearly seen desire in his eyes, an overwhelming urge to possess. It was not the desire for a woman. It was the desire for a mere plaything. For Shen Jingzhi, it seems that the entire imperial harem is but his plaything, granting a modicum of favor merely to maintain equilibrium within the palace. Not long after Shen Jingzhi fell asleep, Su Nanchu, leaning against the door, succumbed to slumber as well. In Yunshi Palace, within the chambers of Consort Su, is this truly the case? The palace maid whispered something unknown, and Consort Su's petite face reflected profound astonishment. "Your Highness, it is unequivocally true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The emperor embraced that palace maid with a single motion." The individual continued, "Moreover, it is said that only 3 individuals are aware of the chest buried beneath the Chongqing Palace. One is the matron in charge of the miscellaneous servants, whose hands have been severed and who now languishes in the Yetting. The second is the palace maid, Su Xin, whom the emperor has decreed to accompany the late Empress Dowager in burial. And the last is this Su Nanchu." Consort Su slammed her hand upon the table in anger. "I told you, the emperor would never act in such a manner. Last night, he refused to even stay overnight. It turns out this vixen is the source of the turmoil. Your Highness, please temper your anger," urged a nearby attendant. "She is merely a palace maid. The emperor is simply seeking novelty. Once this infatuation wanes, he will cast her aside." It was unclear whether Consort Su absorbed this counsel, for she merely replied, "Do you mean to say that she was involved in my father's affairs as well?" "Indeed," the matron affirmed. Furthermore, during the Grand Hall incident, Su Xin repeatedly claimed that it was Su Nanchu who first discovered the jewels. "Though my father harbors certain ambitions, he is by no means a reckless man. It is highly likely that this vixen has received some form of benefit and has intentionally devised a scheme to entrap my father." After deliberating, Consort Su beckoned to a nearby palace maid. After a brief exchange, tranquility returned to the room. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Su Nanchu slept soundly, rubbing her nose before opening her eyes to find the candles in Shen Jingzhi's chamber alight. "Oh dear, I have failed to attend to his awakening." Instantly alert, she dashed inside, apologizing, "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I overslept." Having grown accustomed to kneeling, her words and actions flowed seamlessly. After being dressed by others, Shen Jingzhi cast a glance at Su Nanchu, his gaze indifferent as he passed her by. The emperor's burdens are not light, having to attend court so early. Su Nanchu sighed and leaned back against the doorframe, drifting off again. A small eunuch stealthily entered, performing an unknown task before slipping out moments later. Immersed in deep slumber, Su Nanchu remained oblivious. Previously, She had been quite vigilant in her sleep, but ever since she began serving Shen Jingzhi, her days spent attending to him and nights standing guard left her fatigued, and she relaxed her vigilance, believing none would dare disturb him in his domain. When Su Nanchu next awoke, she found herself in the emperor's private quarters. Groggily, she opened her eyes, her consciousness unusually heavy, feeling as though someone was pressing down on her and tugging at her clothing. Before she could fully awaken, the sound of footsteps approached from outside. Shen Jingzhi, consort Su, and a throng of palace maids and eunuchs burst in. Ah! Su Fei let out a piercing scream, glancing at the chaotic scene within the chamber. Her expression a mixture of bewilderment and reproach as she turned to Shen Jingzhi, saying, "Your Majesty, this. How audacious you all are, daring to wreak havoc in the Chengxian Palace." Su Nanchu furrowed her brows, squinting with effort to regain clarity. With an inexplicable surge of strength, she forcefully pushed aside the man who had pinned her down. Damn, she had been ensnared. This was the first thought that crossed Su Nanchu's mind. And the one responsible for her predicament was undoubtedly the woman standing before her, Su Fei. Dizziness overwhelmed her, and as she struggled to rise, she discovered her body was utterly limp and powerless. Just as her consciousness began to fade, a cold, detached voice reverberated in her mind, each word punctuating her thoughts, disrupting the palace order. Take her out and execute her. Su Nanchu, remember, once a merit, 80 strikes, drag her away. As she was being taken away, Su Nanchu's hazy vision caught a glimpse of Shen Jingzhi's face. It was cold and unfeeling, expressionless, as if taking a life was a trivial matter, as if it did not concern him at all. Chapter 8. What does it feel like to be schemed against? Yunshi Palace. Your Highness, congratulations. With this incident, Su Nanchu will no longer be favored. The servants in the room expressed their congratulations, while Su Huanyun wore a smug expression. Dare to contend with me. Yet, surprisingly, she was not executed, but merely received 80 lashes. The thought of this made Su Huanyun's teeth itch throughout history. How many palace maids and guards who caused turmoil in the court managed to escape with their lives? Your Highness, after all, that girl has just achieved merit on the surface, and the Emperor cannot be too ruthless. However, with this incident, she can no longer pose a threat to you. It also serves as a relief for the master, the elderly matron advised. Su Huanyun's expression softened considerably. Has the guard been dealt with? He has been handled. His family received 100 taels of silver, and he did not utter a word until his last breath. That's good. Ensure that the little eunuch who administered the poison is also dealt with cleanly, leaving no traces behind. Su Huanyun's gaze deepened, her sinister eyes contrasting starkly with her innocent and fragile exterior. In the maid's quarters, a loud crash echoed as a teacup fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. Su Nanchu clenched her fists, cold sweat beading on her pale face. Damn it, this is truly infuriating. 80 lashes were no trivial matter. Su Nanchu realized that Shen Jingzhi must have shown some mercy, but even so, her backside was left a bloody mess. By the time she was carried back, she was on the brink of unconsciousness, her lower body feeling as though it were devoid of sensation, pain radiating to the point of numbness. Su Fei, Su Huanyun. What the hell? Have I wronged her in any way? At that moment, the other maids were on duty, leaving her alone in the quarters. Thirsty, she reached for a drink, inadvertently pulling at her wounds, causing her only teacup to shatter. With a parched throat and aching body, Su Nanchu's anger surged even more fiercely. Damn it, Su Huanyun, just you wait. Unable to contain herself, Su Nanchu gritted her teeth and uttered a harsh vow. However, before her words could fully escape, an abrupt voice interrupted. It seems you have not learned your lesson. That familiar voice. Su Nanchu's eyes instantly sharpened, cold sweat pouring down as she froze on the bed. Your Majesty. The memory of her previous words sent her mind into a frenzy. Heat rushing to her head. Swallowing hard, she nervously clutched the bedding. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Oh no, what about the system? This is disastrous. Why is my fate so wretched? Who would have thought Shen Jingzhi would come to the maid's quarters, and by some cruel twist of fate, overhear such treasonous words? Su Nanchu felt tears welling up in her eyes, utterly desolate, wanting to kneel and plead for mercy. She found herself unable to move due to the pain in her backside, her hands devoid of strength. Observing Su Nanchu in such a pitiful state, Shen Jingzhi remarkably refrained from pursuing the matter of her earlier slip of the tongue. His expression remained indifferent, yet his voice carried a hint of mockery. What does it feel like to be schemed against? Su Nanchu bit her lip, and did it even need to be asked? It hurt so much her eyes brimmed with tears. Wiping the corner of her eyes, she felt a twinge of sadness in her nose. You are aware that I am but a pawn in someone else's design, yet you still issue orders for my punishment without any investigation. What does it matter if you know? Shen Jingzhi scoffed disdainfully, his voice laced with contempt. A mere palace maid. Does she truly warrant my attention and a thorough inquiry? Su Nanchu tightened her grip on the bed, her fingers clenched. This palace is rife with the vengeful spirits of the deceased. Countless plots and schemes abound. Those who lack the skill must accept their fate. Su Nanchu, unwilling to concede. Does that mean if I were to plot against Su Fei, you would remain indifferent? Shen Jingzhi's gaze turned icy, a warning glimmering within. Try it, and see what happens. Su Nanchu recoiled in fear, instinctively drawing back. I shall make this clear. Should you dare to meddle in harem affairs, you will be the next to face a grim fate. Shen Jingzhi's anger was more formidable than ever, and Su Nanchu understood this as a caution, her head bowed in submission. Scheming against a palace maid might be a trivial act of cleverness, but conspiring against a favored consort would indicate a blatant disregard for Shen Jingzhi's authority. While he did not entirely disapprove of her employing a few clever tricks, it did not imply he would tolerate her audacity to challenge him and treat his harem as mere pawns. Understood, Su Nanchu replied, her head lowered as she stifled a sniffle. 3 days. After 3 days of recuperation, you shall resume your duties, Shen Jingzhi ordered coldly. Su Nanchu hastily acquiesced, her demeanor significantly more respectful. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. Once he departed, a vial of medicine appeared on the table. Su Nanchu struggled to calm her racing breath. She had indeed grown increasingly audacious, daring to retort against Shen Jingzhi just moments ago. Truly reckless. At this moment, the system chimed in. He seems to regard you somewhat differently. Su Nanchu pressed her pale lips together, choosing silence. She too sensed this subtle distinction. After all, few could escape the dire consequences of troubling the palace. However, this difference was tenuous, akin to a prey that must maintain an air of novelty lest it be treated as a mere pawn, as innocently as the old matron. Ouch! It truly hurt. Su Nanchu inadvertently tugged at her wound, wincing in pain. 3 days, merely 3 days of rest. With such a severe injury, what could 3 days accomplish? Just days earlier, she had deemed the palace's inhabitants foolish, only to find herself ensnared in a significant misfortune. Indeed, one should never be overly arrogant. The effects of Shen Jingzhi's medicine were remarkable. On the 4th day, Su Nanchu managed to limp back to her duties, relying entirely on the medicine. During her absence from the Chengqian Palace, another maid had taken over her responsibilities, and today she arrived to relay Shen Jingzhi's recent condition to her for better care. There was little of note, save for the fact that the emperor had caught a chill recently, and the imperial physician had prescribed medicine. Sister Su was reminded to ensure that the emperor took his medicine daily. Su Nanchu dismissed this as routine, believing that it was the responsibility of the imperial pharmacy to deliver the medication at the appropriate times. Nearby, another maid nudged the speaker with disdain. Why do you call her sister? Do you aspire to find a little guard in the palace and engage in scandalous acts in broad daylight? Have you no sense of shame? In this palace, one as seniority signifies status. Addressing someone of equal rank as sister is an expression of respect. Although the incident that day did not cost Su Nanchu her life, it quickly spread throughout the Chengqian Palace, becoming a source of amusement among many during their leisure hours. Now, anyone who gazes upon Su Nanchu does so with a sidelong glance. The maid who was pushed showed little reaction, maintaining a demeanor of detached professionalism. Recently, the emperor has been experiencing restless nights, often lighting calming incense in his chamber. which must be extinguished half an hour after he falls asleep. Sister Su is expected to take extra care in this matter. It must be said that Shen Jingzhi possesses an astute judgment of character. Otherwise, this individual would not be able to serve so closely, standing at a much higher rank compared to the others. What is your name? Su Nanchu inquired with interest. I am Ning Xiang, the maid replied, though they all appeared to be mere palace maids of Chengxian Palace. Su Nanchu's survival from the chaos in the harem indicated that this individual must have garnered the emperor's favor in some regard. It would serve her well to show some respect. Su Nanchu nodded, recalling that this one should not be treated as a pawn, too clever for that. The one beside her, however, was more straightforward and reckless with her words. She found such forthrightness endearing. Even if regarded as cannon fodder, she would still express gratitude. Chapter 9. The Art of Pretense. In recent days, Shen Jingzhi had caught a chill and refrained from visiting the imperial study, opting instead to read memorials in his study at the Chengxian Palace. Su Nanchu limped in, presenting tea. Your Majesty, I have infused ginger slices into the tea. Given your recent ailment, please indulge in some hot tea to warm your body. How fortunate it is to be an emperor, where meals are served and garments are offered. Shen Jingzhi drank the tea in one gulp and set the empty cup down. Are you recovered? Su Nanchu loret hergaze, rejoverit. Not quite, your highness. Did you not say, Master Shen, that I must return to duty in 3 days? I am nearly well. Thank you for your concern. Shen Jingzhi continued to immerse himself in reviewing the memorials, appearing as though he had merely posed a casual inquiry. After a moment, having finished reading a particular memorial, Shen Jingzhi let out a cold huff. Under Su Nanchu's perplexed gaze, he tossed the document towards her. The memorial from the palace's censor demands that you be dealt with according to palace regulations. Su Nanchu glanced at it and returned her gaze to the floor. I am truly honored that such a trivial matter has attracted the attention of the esteemed censor. Su Huanyun, that instigator, had failed in her scheming against her and now sought to conspire with the former dynasty to bring about her demise. How fortunate indeed! Shen Jingzhi, perceiving her thoughts from her tone, interrupted, do not overestimate your importance. For merely you, Su Huanyun would not risk colluding with the former dynasty to bring about your end. Su Nanchu, puzzled, asked, so the censor is simply acting out of pure altruism, fearing that something untoward might transpire in your court, and is considering your best interests by cleansing the royal surroundings? Shen Jingzhi detected the sarcasm in her words and replied with an impassive smile. The censor has the duty to report on matters of public concern and oversee the officials. If the monarch is unworthy, it is the censor's obligation to advise and admonish. Su Nanchu voiced Shen Jingzhi's perspective. Must the treatment of a mere palace maid concern him? Is this not your household affair? How can it be tied to the monarch's worthiness? A monarch's household is no business of the state. Shen Jingzhi's tone remained placid. The inner palace and the former dynasty may appear distinct. Yet every action of the monarch within the palace is subject to scrutiny by the former dynasty. A maid's illicit conduct is a capital offense. While one might show leniency for past merits, allowing her to remain in the palace and serve before the throne would naturally incite discontent from the former dynasty. Historically, no maid who has lost her virtue has ever remained in the palace. After a prolonged silence, Su Nanchu hesitantly spoke. Then, what will happen? Surely he would not truly heed that censor and have her executed? Ripped apart, Shen Jingzhi stated nonchalantly. Ah, Su Nanchu exclaimed in surprise. Ripped apart? Goodness, when did my status in his heart elevate to such heights? He would risk the former dynasty's ire for me. The censor's oversight is his affair. Whether to heed it is my prerogative, Shen Jingzhi continued. My throne was not bestowed by my predecessor. It was seized by me, unlike those feeble puppets who rely on divine favor. Su Nanchu remarked. Such pretentiousness. The notion of usurpation articulated so eloquently. If he will not listen, then what is the point of terrifying her? Shen Jingzhi certainly possessed a wicked sense of humor. Su Nanchu, in a fit of frustration, tore the memorial into shreds with fervor. Then, obediently like a wooden figure, she continued to stand beside Shen Jingzhi. As noon approached, a report came from outside the door, announcing the arrival of Shui Fei, who had heard about Shen Jingzhi's illness and brought him ginger juice. The titles in Shen Jingzhi's harem were rather arbitrary, lacking any semblance of cultural refinement. Upon hearing the visitor, Shen Jingzhi frowned, initially believing he would not receive anyone. However, after pondering for a moment, he ordered someone to convey his permission to enter. Su Nanchu, having served in her post until now, was witnessing a consort entering the Chengxian palace for the first time. Compared to consort Su, Taifei was vastly inferior in appearance. She walked with her chin held high, exuding an unwarranted air of superiority, reminiscent of a petty individual reveling in newfound power. "Your servant pays her respects to the emperor," the woman in a pale pink dress said, slightly bowing. Before Shen Jingzhi could respond, she beckoned a palace maid behind her to present the ginger juice, which she carried forward. "Your Majesty, I have specially prepared ginger juice for you upon hearing of your illness." Shen Jingzhi glanced at it, but remained unmoved. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Taifei gestured to Su Nanchu, urging her to take it. Su Nanchu, reluctant to comply, reminded herself that she was a palace maid attending to the emperor and not one of Taifei's attendants. She feigned ignorance, keeping her head down to avoid acknowledgement. Observing this, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Shen Jingzhi's mouth. It was the first time he had encountered a maid who dared to feign ignorance before her superior in the palace. With no one to accept the ginger juice, Taifei, though irritated, concealed her frustration and placed the porcelain bowl back on the tray, seeking other means to ingratiate herself. Glancing down, she spotted a discarded memorial in the wastebasket and interjected, "Isn't this a memorial from the emperor? Has that minister angered you? Given your recent health concerns, it is crucial to ascertain whether they harbor ill intentions." The incessant buzzing in his ears made it difficult for Shen Jingzhi to focus on the memorial any longer. He tossed the document onto the table and looked up at the pink peacock, saying, "The harem must not interfere in state affairs. Has Meng Dezhong not instructed you in this matter?" Meng Dezhong, the general of the army, was known to be a fickle supporter, initially siding with the son of consort Shen Jingzhi, before switching allegiance when he perceived consort Chen's decline in influence. At this moment, Su Nanchu understood why Shen Jingzhi's demeanor was so impatient. Anyone would be displeased with the daughter of a turncoat cluttering their harem. Yet, given that the father commanded an army of 200,000, Shen Jingzhi had no choice but to accord her some respect, even having to pay tribute to her monthly. How challenging it must be for the emperor. Meng Shuiying, terrified, knelt and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I misspoke. I was merely anxious." A flicker of disdain crossed Shen Jingzhi's eyes as he replied, "Enough. You may leave." Having just been reprimanded, Meng Shuiying dared not utter another word and left in embarrassment. How pitiable, a sycophant who ended up with nothing. Su Nanchu watched her depart, feeling a sense of sympathy. Neither she nor Shen Jingzhi was at fault. The problem lay in the misalignment of their positions, thus sealing her fate. Having exhausted his patience, Shen Jingzhi felt parched and reached for the tea beside him, intending to moisten his throat. To his dismay, the cup was empty. Su Nanchu snapped back to reality, her lips twitching as she realized she had forgotten to refill it. Moments ago, Shen Jingzhi had drained his cup of tea, and she had completely forgotten to replenish it. Such a lapse is indeed difficult to forgive. Swiftly, before Shen Jingzhi could voice his reprimand, she confessed her oversight, attempting to silence him. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. It is my negligence. I shall fetch another pot of tea at once." With that, she hurriedly grasped the tray and hastened away, despite the pain. Shen Jingzhi remained silent, the harsh words that had risen to his lips swallowed back down. What was he truly after, keeping someone like her in his service? During her brief absence, Su Nanchu encountered consort Su once more. Su Wanyan, the very one responsible for her previous punishment. Observing the interaction between the master and servant as they exchanged words with the guards, a young eunuch was dispatched inside to convey a message. Upon his return, consort Su, in a fit of anger, slapped the eunuch sharply. Ah, indeed, even the most enchanting beauties can possess a sting. This seemingly gentle and delicate consort Su, so petite and charming, had no qualms about striking a servant without a second thought. From the looks of it, she had likely witnessed Meng Shuiying exiting the Chengxian palace. and in a fit of jealousy, sought to outdo her in gaining favor. Little did she know that Shen Jingzhi was not in attendance, which only fueled her ire. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Su Nanchu, still holding the tea, devised a clever plan. Chapter 10. Dining with the emperor at that moment. The system interjected, "Do not act rashly. Shen Jingzhi has warned you. Should you dare to reach into the harem, you shall be the next to meet a grim fate." Su Nanchu rolled her eyes. Where was it when she was being struck? Now it chose to chime in. Moreover, she was not even participating this time. Returning to her study, she offered tea to Shen Jingzhi. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the pastries on the table, and her stomach stirred restlessly. The imperial kitchen had sent over 2 batches of delicacies, untouched by Shen Jingzhi. Su Nanchu's mind was clouded by thoughts of the pastries. Her rear ached too much that morning, and the dining area was too distant, so she had opted not to eat. Now, the aroma of the pastries made her stomach churn with acidity. Gurgle. The betraying stomach emitted a sound. Fortunately, Shen Jingzhi remained engrossed in his documents, seemingly oblivious. Gurgle. 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 Su Nanchu thought to herself. There was no choice. She was too famished. Finally, Shen Jingzhi looked up. "Did you not eat breakfast?" Su Nanchu nodded eagerly. "Yes, even if I had. It is nearly noon. I must be hungry by now." She had hoped Shen Jingzhi would show some mercy and allow her a taste of the pastries on the table. Instead, after his inquiry, he returned to silence. He was truly a typical capitalist, aware of her hunger yet unwilling to share, occasionally feigning concern, masquerading as a philanthropist. After berating him in her mind, Su Nanchu noticed his hand, which had not touched the pastries in ages, curiously pinched one and brought it to his mouth. Su Nanchu, how audacious! Finally, when it was time for lunch, the staff from the imperial kitchen arrived to serve, and the eunuch in charge of dining took over from Su Nanchu. At long last, she was saved, her stomach pressing against her back, to the point where she could devour several course buns in one go. She dashed out with the speed of a fire igniting. "Sister Su, are you heading to dine?" Su Nanchu nodded. "Shall we go together?" Although they were unfamiliar, sharing a meal offered a chance for conversation. "No, the emperor has summoned you." "Su Nanchu, is it not permissible to eat first?" The maid shook her head, her urgency palpable. "Sister Su, you must hurry. The emperor is indeed awaiting your presence for the meal." Su Nanchu thought, he is doing this on purpose. That little rascal, is this what you call a wise ruler? An upright gentleman, exceptionally talented, the paragon of kings? The system hesitantly chimed in. He was not like this before. Then it consoled her. "You are the most special one. Success is within reach." Su Nanchu, how infuriating. Why does he not mention that the snow consort is special as well? Among so many concubines, she alone entered the Qianxin palace. With no other option, she bore her hunger and made her way to where Shen Jingzhi was dining. To her dismay, there was a long table, at least 3 meters in length, brimming with dishes. Would she even be able to reach them? Soon, Su Nanchu comprehended the reason behind the multitude of attendants serving Shen Jingzhi during meals. Palace maids and eunuchs formed a circle around him. As soon as he had picked up a dish 3 times, the plate would be promptly removed, and another dish would be brought in to fill the vacant space. By the end of the meal, it was hardly sufficient to savor. Su Nanchu stood there like a mere ornament. No, more like a sound system. Her stomach grumbled incessantly. The collective sounds of the palace maids and eunuchs could not drown out her hunger, and they all cast glances her way, including Shen Jingzhi. "Everyone may leave," Shen Jingzhi suddenly declared, turning his gaze towards Su Nanchu. "Let her remain to serve." Su Nanchu was startled. Not only did he notice her, but he also ordered her to serve. Yes, the throng of attendants dispersed. Reluctantly, Su Nanchu approached. "Your Majesty, I have never served during meals and am unfamiliar with the customs. Perhaps I should learn for a few days before attending to you." Shen Jingzhi interrupted her. "Serve the dishes." Taking a deep breath, Su Nanchu resigned herself to her fate, grasping the chopsticks to serve the esteemed guest. 1, 2, 3. No need to count. There were 108 dishes. The murmurs of astonishment reached his ears. "Too few?" Su Nanchu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 108 dishes. She wouldn't dare purchase such a variety of flavors for herself. Shen Jingzhi's pupils narrowed as he looked over, realizing he had lost his composure, prompting Su Nanchu to quickly fall silent. Have you not studied the palace rules? The emperor's daily quota is 108 dishes, each with 18 varieties. For imperial consorts and above, the quota is 33 dishes, each with 9 varieties. For concubines of lower rank, the daily quota is 18 dishes, each with 6 varieties. Below that rank, 6 dishes, each with 6 varieties. For others, like the likes of Bao Lin, being able to enjoy 3 dishes and a soup is already fortunate. Su Nanchu tightly closed her mouth. Indeed, she had not learned such things as she had arrived in the servant quarters. In the midst of this commotion, Shen Jingzhi appeared to have lost his appetite. He placed his silver chopsticks down and delicately wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. Su Nanchu gazed longingly at the dishes. Although the cooking methods were rather ordinary, the presentation was exquisite. The radishes had been carved into flowers, the tofu was tender and white, glistening in the plate, and there was the clear stewed fatty duck, osmanthus fish maw, and silver sprouts. In simpler terms, it was just broken bean sprouts stuffed with minced meat. Do you wish to try? A voice from somewhere prompted an instinctive nod from Su Nanchu. However, upon discerning the source, she quickly shook her head. This servant dares not. Who would dare touch the emperor's meal? These I cannot finish. It would not be ungracious to share some with you. Su Nanchu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately responded, Thank you for your grace, your majesty. This servant shall remain eternally loyal to you. My goodness, although they were merely leftovers, they were still hundreds of times better than what the palace maids received. And most of them had not even been touched by Shen Jingzhi. This was truly a heavenly feast. Shen Jingzhi thought to himself, truly a sight to behold. Yet, her genuine nature, in contrast to the dullness of those in the palace, brought a refreshing vibrancy. However, upon witnessing Su Nanchu voraciously devouring a dish, Shen Jing's gaze deepened, and he coldly reminded her, one must not indulge beyond 3 servings. If the guests arrive and discover this, I cannot guarantee your safety. Instantly, Su Nanchu's mind cleared. All right, she had overlooked this detail. The rule of moderation was one that every emperor was bound to uphold. It appeared that Shen Jing wished to keep her indulgence a secret from outsiders. The implication was clear. She should eat discreetly, sampling each dish in moderation. With this understanding, Su Nanchu ceased her relentless assault on a single dish. The lengthy table bore no one to serve her, so she circled it instead, taking a few bites here and there, rearranging the plates to create the illusion that little had been consumed. Occasionally, she would tilt her head, grappling with the temptation to take another morsel. This frenetic behavior was enough to make the veins on Shen Jing's forehead throb. It was hard to fathom that such a person could have been raised in the palace. With several more like her, the palace would resemble a bustling marketplace. Once satiated, Su Nanchu let out a contented belch and patted her stomach. Life as an emperor was indeed different. Compared to this feast, her usual meals resembled mere swine feed. Are you full? Shen Jing inquired as she finally settled down. It was only then that Su Nanchu remembered his presence, hastily suppressing her earlier gluttony and responding with a humble, demure bow. I am full. Shen Jing huffed dismissively and signaled for the meal to be cleared. A swarm of attendants soon entered, transforming the room into a pristine state in mere moments. Throughout the commotion, Shen Jing remained seated, untouched by the bustling servants bearing bowls and utensils. Perhaps due to her satisfying meal, Su Nanchu worked with unusual vigor that afternoon. She ceased her cursing and laziness, even growing accustomed to Shen Jing's irksome demeanor. The tea was promptly replaced as soon as it cooled. One must not allow the esteemed Shen to go thirsty. She finally grasped the motivations of those vying for favor among the concubines. To serve this esteemed gentleman well was to ensure a life of luxury. Achieving the rank of a concubine meant enjoying 33 dishes at a meal, while ascending to the status of empress granted 66. What then was the difference between this and divine indulgence? Chapter 11. The performance resumes. As night fell, tranquility enveloped Shen Jingzhi's residence. After a long day of toil, Su Nanchu opened her eyes to the darkness. Since Su Huanyun enjoyed scheming, it was time for her to experience the taste of being outmaneuvered. The following morning, word spread that Shen Jingzhi's health had improved. The imperial physician remarked that it was thanks to the ginger soup and ginseng broth he had consumed in recent days that the chill within him had dissipated so swiftly. This news reached the inner palace, where it was noted that the credit was due to the bowl of ginger soup gifted by Consort Shui. As for who orchestrated this, that remained a mystery. Su Nanchu listened intently as a young palace maid, who had befriended her, spoke candidly. The intrigues of the inner palace were beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Look, just a bowl of ginger soup from Consort Shui had incited widespread resentment, leaving an air of bitterness throughout the palace. Su Nanchu inquired nonchalantly, "What do you mean by bitterness? Did you not hear? Today, Consort Su encountered Consort Shui in the imperial garden, leading to quite the embarrassing confrontation." Embarrassing? The young maid, named Yun, was the only one Su Nanchu found to be sincere and devoid of the scheming qualities that characterized others. Indeed, it was both sarcastic and full of veiled insults. Su Nanchu chuckled at her words. Curiosity piqued as she regarded Yun. In this palace, everyone is cautious with their words. How is it that you dare to discuss the consorts? Yun playfully stuck out her tongue. It's not my fault. I've spent too much time with you. Boldness is indeed contagious, especially since your arrival has transformed the atmosphere of Chengxian Palace. Such disregard for decorum would have been unthinkable for her in the past. Su Nanchu smiled and gently patted Yun's head. Take care of yourself. Do not be so casual in front of outsiders. In her heart, Su Nanchu could only mutter complaints, while outwardly she must maintain a respectful demeanor. Yun nodded in agreement. Do not worry. I am not foolish. It is just the two of us here. The two continued their lively conversation, and as Su Nanchu pondered Yun's earlier remarks, a smile crept onto her lips. Su Huanyan, just wait. I'm not afraid of your restlessness. Rather, I fear your compliance. In the study of Chengxian Palace, Shen Jingzhi set down his teacup and noticed a new attendant beside him. He inquired, "Where's Su Nanchu?" Ningxiang knelt slightly, replying, "Your Majesty, today Sister Su is resting and has not come to serve." Resting again? She has been quite diligent in her absences this month. Shen Jingzhi fell silent for a moment before continuing. Inform her that the 3 days of rest after her punishment are to be counted as part of her leave. Ningxiang lowered her head, understood. As the conversation concluded, Consort Shui appeared at the door once more. Shen Jingzhi frowned. What does she want now? She claims to have heard of your improved health and has come to offer her congratulations. Send her away. I am not in the mood. Shen Jingzhi returned to his documents, while those in the inner palace rushed forward, eager to gain his favor after several days of absence. In recent days, Su Huanyun has visited 3 times, Meng Shuiying twice, Sun Pin twice, and Shigerin once, alongside a multitude of others whose names escape me. They seem to treat this place like a bustling market, casually wandering about. Indeed, the eunuchs have been dispatched on their errands. As Su Nanchu observed Meng Shuiying entering the Chengxian Palace, she positioned herself outside, awaiting her return. As the door swung open, she feigned urgency and rushed inside, inadvertently colliding with Meng Shuiying. Immediately, Su Nanchu knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, forgive me, I did not intend to." Meng Shuiying, already irked by being blocked outside, was further incensed and retaliated with a swift kick. "You insolent wretch, do you not watch where you tread? You've sullied the new garments I've donned. Can you bear the consequences?" Enduring the pain, Su Nanchu bowed her head in apology. "Your Highness, I beseech your pardon. I was merely caught off guard by a familiar scent and rushed to report it to His Majesty, thus inadvertently offending you. I implore you to be magnanimous and overlook this transgression." Meng Shuiying furrowed her brow, seizing upon the crux of the matter. "A familiar scent? What scent, pray tell?" With a slight smirk, Su Nanchu feigned distress. "Just days prior, I was unjustly accused and punished with 80 strikes. However, I distinctly recall that before I slept, I caught a whiff of this scent, only to awaken later, dazed and captured by Consort Su and His Majesty. I am wronged. I beseech you to see the truth." Your Highness, having navigated the intrigues of the palace for half a year, Meng Shuiying was no stranger to such matters. With a dismissive gesture, she inquired impatiently, "So you claim to have detected this familiar scent once more?" Nodding cautiously, Su Nanchu hesitated, Yes, and at this juncture, she pretended to tremble, as if reluctant to continue. Meng Shuiying rolled her eyes and what? Speak. Timidly, Su Nanchu pointed at Meng Shuiying and confessed, and this scent, it lingers on you. Impudent. Meng Shuiying rebuked loudly, her visage transforming. The matron attending her wore a cold expression. You audacious servant, having offended her highness. You dare to concoct such an absurd excuse? I say we seek out his majesty to address this insolence appropriately. Yet, after the initial rebuke, Meng Shuiying regained her composure and raised her hand to silence the matron. She then curiously lifted her sleeve to inhale the fragrance clinging to her. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but she indeed detected an unfamiliar scent. Her gaze turned back to Su Nanchu. You mentioned that the scent you recognized was this very one on me? In a flurry of panic, Su Nanchu bowed her head. I would never deceive your highness. It is unequivocally this scent. The sagebrush along the path had just shed its pollen upon her. How could it not leave a trace? To her surprise, the sagebrush, which in modern times was regarded as an aphrodisiac, grew freely amidst the grass here. In small amounts, it incites desire. In larger quantities, it induces hallucinations. This indeed was a remarkable substance. The silence above her head lingered, and Su Nanchu feigned a sudden realization, her eyes widening in terror. Ah, she exclaimed, pointing at Meng Shuiying. Could it be that your highness is the one who has conspired against this servant? Meng Shuiying's complexion turned a ghastly green. She had heard of Su Nanchu, who had recently been rewarded for her service and appointed to attend the emperor. To have committed such an offense in the palace, yet still be spared by the emperor indicated her significance in his eyes. Silence, she retorted angrily. How dare you slander me? Matron, administer punishment. The matron, rolling up her sleeves with an imposing demeanor, approached and delivered 2 swift slaps. Smack! Smack! Su Nanchu winced in pain. Serving as a maid was indeed arduous. Not only did she have to cater to others, but she also had to endure beatings. Damn it! Yet she had to maintain an appearance of fright. It was this servant who spoke out of turn. She then added flatteringly, This servant believes your highness possesses a benevolent heart, as beautiful as an ethereal fairy, not one to stoop to the level of quarreling with someone of my lowly status. However, there is an unsettling sense surrounding your highness. Could it possibly be that someone is plotting to ensnare you next? This statement prompted Meng Shuiying to recollect something. She had indeed encountered someone earlier that day. Su Fei. Her gaze deepened as she regarded Su Nanchu. This maid had earned the emperor's favor and was now serving at the palace, all thanks to stumbling upon the hidden treasures of Su Fei's father. Thus, it was only natural for Su Fei to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards her. The chaos stirred in the harem just days prior must have been the handiwork of Su Fei. With this realization, Meng Shuiying unraveled the threads of the situation. She snorted coldly, flicking her sleeves, summoned the imperial physician. If nothing is found on me, you shall face grave consequences, and the emperor will not be able to shield you. After delivering her harsh warning to Su Nanchu, Meng Shuiying strode away, her anger palpable as she made her way toward the inner palace. Chapter 12 Muxio had exceeded her limits. She still thought it was merely sick leave. Only when Su Nanchu and the others had moved far away did she slowly straighten her back and rise to her feet. Glancing at the figure departing, she touched her flushed face with the back of her hand. Damn it, that old woman, her strength was quite formidable. She hoped that the physician was astute enough to recognize the value of her slap and not let it go to waste. In Zhaohua Palace, 3 physicians were gathered around, examining the powder that had fallen from the garments. One of them bowed and reported, Your Highness, at present, we have found nothing significant. Perhaps there is indeed an aphrodisiac effect, but it is so minimal that it is hardly to be feared. Meng Shuiying slammed her palm on the table in indignation. What a wretched maid, daring to deceive this palace. Li Mama, go fetch that wretched maid for me. If the emperor inquires, tell him she just offended this palace. Yes, Li Mama replied and began to exit. Just a few steps away, one of the physicians suddenly interjected, Wait a moment. Everyone turned to look. Your Highness, may I request to test it once more? Meng Shuiying, impatiently adjusting her hairpin, replied, after observing for so long, What were you doing just now? Though she said this, she did not stop the physician from continuing his examination. The physician, feeling anxious, stepped forward and dipped a few drops of water from a cup, mixing it with the powder. Instantly, a fragrance began to pervade the room, initially dizzying to the senses. Almost immediately, the physician closest began to breathe heavily, visibly losing focus. Meng Shuiying straightened in her seat, her expression transforming. "Mama, quickly, throw a cup of tea over it." The physician, regaining his composure, dropped to his knees in panic and exclaimed, "Your Highness, forgive me. This powder, it contains a substantial amount of aphrodisiac. Moreover, based on its potency, it surpassed ordinary aphrodisiac scents. Just this amount would be enough to intoxicate a bull." "What?" Meng Shuiying sprang to her feet. The crucial point was that if one did not come into contact with it, its effects were negligible and would go unnoticed. However, if accidentally moistened, it was utterly indefensible. "Li Mama, investigate this matter. Find out who dares to meddle with this palace." "Yes, Your Highness," Li Mama promptly answered, hesitating for a moment before turning back to remind her. "However, Your Highness, when we entered the palace, we underwent strict searches. This item is prohibited within the palace. Logically, it should not be here." Meng Shuiying narrowed her eyes. That was indeed the case. If so, the most likely individual capable of acquiring such a substance was Su Huanyan. If Prime Minister Su could hide treasures in the palace, he could certainly conceal such vile potions as well. Su Huanyan? Could it truly be her? The emperor had just ascended the throne, and among the high-ranking concubines in the palace, only she and Su Fei could be counted. The others either had lowly backgrounds or lacked the emperor's favor, rendering their presence in the harem insignificant. It was difficult to conceive of anyone else capable of obtaining such a drug. It seemed that the palace maid had not deceived her after all. Su Huanyan, harboring resentment against the maid due to the prime minister's affairs, had resorted to such underhanded means to frame the maid for illicit conduct. Later, due to her presentation of ginger juice to the emperor, attention was shifted towards her. Ah, what a cunning Su Huanyan! Does she perceive Meng Shuiying as an easy target? Fortunately, the wise matron beside her maintained her composure and counseled, "Your Highness, please remain calm. This matter requires further deliberation." The little maidservant serving in front could indeed be implicated in a scandal with the emperor, yet within the inner palace, apart from maidservants and eunuchs. Su Fei must have suitable accomplices if she intends to frame you. In her fury, Meng Shuiying was unable to absorb this counsel. What if her target is the emperor? If the emperor were to summon me for the night and were to unexpectedly encounter this drug, the use of forbidden substances in the palace is punishable by death. Upon witnessing her distress, the matron fell silent. The intentions of those who wield such drugs are nefarious, potentially leading to one's demise. Meanwhile, in the Chengqian Palace, Ningxiang, seizing the opportunity during mealtime, relayed all of Shen Jingzhi's words to Su Nanchu. Su Nanchu, initially incredulous, inquired, "Are you certain?" "Sister Su," she replied, "according to palace regulations, maidservants do not receive additional rest periods when punished, unless granted mercy by the master." She cursed inwardly, having believed it was akin to a sick leave. By this reckoning, she had already rested for a day, endured punishment, and then rested for an additional 3 days, including today. She had exceeded her allowance. What would happen if she rested too long? According to palace rules, maidservants are entitled to 4 days of rest each month, if exceeded, and if the master consents. It poses no issue. However, if the master does not agree, 1 day of absence incurs 20 strokes of the cane. In exasperation, she abandoned her meal and, under the puzzled gazes of many, dashed back to the Chengqian Palace. Fortunately, she arrived just as Shen Jingzhi was dining. After announcing herself at the entrance and receiving permission, she entered, bowing her head humbly. The aroma of the dishes wafted tantalizingly towards her. She inhaled deeply and knelt, declaring, "Your servant pays her respects to the emperor." Shen Jingzhi waved his hand, and most attendants withdrew, leaving only 3 to assist with serving and clearing. "Rise," he said softly, continuing his elegant meal with methodical grace. Su Nanchu stood by, her mouth watering with desire, yet now was clearly not the time for such indulgences. Cautiously, she edged closer, Noticing Shen Jingzhi's gaze fixate upon a piece of fish, she quickly seized the chopsticks from a nearby attendant, deftly transferring the morsel to him. Eager to please, she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am at your service during your meal." If she served well, she might even secure a meal for herself, though the attendant beside her was incensed. Upon seeing Shen Jingzhi's silence and feeling the weight of his authority, they dared not protest and stepped back. In her moment of triumph, she failed to recognize the weight of the chopsticks. With a resounding clang, a large piece of fish tumbled onto Shen Jingzhi's plate, causing it to rattle. Shen Jingzhi's voice, neither hot nor cold, called out, "Su Nanchu." The atmosphere grew tense, and cold sweat trickled down the brows of the other attendants. Su Nan's heart sank as she helplessly watched the half-fish she had just picked up land with a splat on Shen Jingzhi's plate. In that moment, she felt as if her life was at stake. She had merely intended to take a piece, yet somehow the entire tail and head had accompanied it. This fish was remarkably resilient. Glancing at Shen Jingzhi's countenance, it had turned a ghastly shade, resembling that of a furious specter. She could almost foresee that when he spoke again, it would undoubtedly result in her being dragged away for punishment. Chapter 13. Another kick, what a life. Su Nanchu's legs suddenly weakened, causing her to kneel before Shen Jingzhi. "Your Majesty, Everyone leave." Shen Jingzhi interrupted coldly before she could finish her sentence. The three individuals in the room bowed and withdrew. As soon as they had exited, Shen Jingzhi delivered a swift kick. Su Nanchu, unable to evade in time, stumbled from a blow. Immediately following this, the chilling voice echoed, "Have you learned the rules by heart?" Su Nanchu felt utterly desolate, lamenting her misfortune. Today had been particularly cruel, having been kicked twice. While the pain was minimal, the humiliation was overwhelming. "Your Majesty, I truly did not mean to," she implored, knowing full well the futility of her defense. She dared not provoke him, limiting her mischief to the other concubines, never intending to challenge him. The notion of a heroine, imbued with a halo of fortune, was evidently a fallacy. How could any protagonist equipped with a system endure such indignities? Had she unwittingly assumed the role of a tragic heroine? Even after being kicked, she was expected to kneel properly, ever since her arrival at the Chengqian Palace. Her humiliations surpassed those she had endured in the servants' quarters. In the servants' quarters, she had never been slapped. Yet today, in the afternoon, she faced the punishment of copying the palace rules 100 times, with no dinner unless completed. Shen Jingzhi's gaze was as frigid as ice, forever acknowledging your faults, yet never changing. You possess no understanding of the palace rules, and your etiquette is riddled with flaws. That you have survived in this palace for so long is a testament to divine grace. With that, Shen Jingzhi turned and departed. Su Nanchu knelt on the ground, inhaling deeply, her heart growing colder as she watched the maids and eunuchs enter to tidy up. She had neither eaten nor secured any favor. Why was she so unfortunate? "You truly are foolish. I have never encountered such a dim-witted host. You can't even serve a dish properly. What else can you accomplish?" The system chimed in, exacerbating her distress. Su Nanchu retorted impatiently, "If you insult me one more time, I swear I will end it all. Do you believe me?" Frustrated, she thought of her life spent in service. And the palace rules. Had she ever studied them? Not a chance. The system fell silent once more. In truth, even if Su Nanchu were to perish, it could simply find another host. Yet, deep down, it held a fondness for her. At the very least, when Shen Jingzhi had kicked her, she and T responded like the previous host, arguing defiantly and ultimately meeting her demise by his decree. Furthermore, the last host had also attracted Shen Jingzhi's attention through her ignorance of the rules. However, compared to Su Nanchu's adaptability, the previous host had exuded an air of arrogance. Perhaps this was why, after a brief period, Shen Jingzhi lost interest and dealt with her according to palace regulations. Never mind, though this woman incessantly berated it. Given her decent looks, it chose to forgive her for now. There were a staggering 5,713 palace regulations. Su Nanchu had borrowed the rules from the Shangyi Bureau, and upon flipping through them, she was left dumbfounded. 8 thick volumes. This was merely for the maidens. 100 copies. How long would this take? Moreover, it seemed Shen Jingzhi had yet to grant her permission for a break today. she was still required to attend to him. The hour of the pig approached, around 1 o'clock in modern time. Hesitantly, Su Nanchu entered Shen Jingzhi's study. Upon entry, she knelt on the floor, clutching a pile of palace regulations. "Your Majesty." Shen Jingzhi paid no heed, engrossed in reviewing the memorials. Su Nanchu hesitated for a moment, then knelt forward, approaching Shen Jingzhi's side. "Your Majesty, since the afternoon requires a copying of the palace regulations, should I still attend to you in the court?" Shen Jingzhi, reclining leisurely in his chair, looked at Su Nanchu's pitiable expression and said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, "Is today not a day of rest?" "Su Nanchu, you are feigning ignorance. It is most certainly intentional." She forced a couple of laughs. "I must have misremembered. Today should indeed be my duty. So what about the time at Shen? Shen time, in the morning?" Su Nanchu's mind spun for a while, finally concluding, "It seems I overslept. I might as well have my monthly allowance deducted as punishment. After all, the palace's funds are scarcely spent. As long as I avoid a beating, it suffices." She wondered how others managed to evade punishment upon their arrival. As for her, there was no escape. That handsome soldier of the Han dynasty could pin her down on the board with ease, even more so than a chicken. Unbeknownst to Su Nanchu, a particular remark had seemingly delighted Shen Jingzhi. He chuckled lightly and playfully lifted Su Nanchu's chin. "Who struck your face?" "The face?" Only then did Su Nanchu recall that old Madame Meng Shuiying had indeed slapped her twice. "Are there still marks?" Su Nanchu lowered her gaze and replied honestly, "This morning, I inadvertently offended Consort Shui, and she bestowed this punishment upon me." Shen Jingzhi squinted suspiciously, as if doubting the veracity of her words. "How did it come to this?" "When I arrived at the Changshan Palace, I crossed paths with Consort Shui." Shen Jingzhi's gaze deepened, recalling that Meng Shuiying had indeed visited in the morning. After a brief pause, he chose not to pursue the matter further. He picked up a brush from the table and tossed it to Su Nanchu. "Copy this." "Must I copy?" Su Nanchu was about to plead once more when Shen Jingzhi interjected. "If you copy to my satisfaction, I shall overlook your oversleeping today." She immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall certainly copy diligently." It is but a matter of writing. During her schooling, she had often been punished to copy, managing to produce work that rivaled printed text with both brushes. As she picked up the fallen brush, she realized with dread that it was a brush pen. Was this the end of her? Although she had practiced a little in her youth, it could only be considered a decent hand at best. Truly, when one is at a dead end, there seems no way forward. Alas, she resolved to copy. That afternoon, Shen Jingzhi appeared not overly occupied. Su Nanchu lay on the ground, copying diligently, while Shen Jingzhi sketched at the table, seemingly in high spirits. However, Su Nanchu continued to swap sheets of paper, occasionally scratching her head and resting her chin in her hand, showing no signs of being punished for her copying. Finally, she managed to irritate him. "Bring me what you have copied." Shen Jingzhi's voice brooked no argument. Su Nanchu poked her head out from behind the papers, her clothing and face smeared with ink. This appearance startled Shen Jingzhi as well. Under the intense gaze of Shen Jingzhi, I respectfully gathered the completed papers and presented them. "Your Majesty, please take a look. When addressing the emperor or anyone of higher rank, one must exhibit humility and deference." Shen Jingzhi, suppressing his discomfort, accepted the papers and flipped through them, his forehead veins visibly throbbing. The anger he had displayed during their earlier meal resurfaced in his demeanor. Su Nanchu, in a state of panic, hastily bowed her head in apology. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I truly cannot write." This was no fabrication. She was indeed incapable of wielding a brush. Shen Jingzhi's expression did not soften in the slightest. Instead, it darkened further. To be unable to write meant that all her previous words were akin to playing a lute to a cow. How could one ask someone incapable of writing to transcribe? Noticing the rising fury in Shen Jingzhi, who appeared ready to strike her in a fit of humiliation, Su Nanchu, despite her trepidation, forced a smile to placate him. "Your Majesty, please do not be agitated. I merely lack the skill to write with a brush, but I can write using a stick." She glanced around, but found nothing suitable. Finally, her gaze fell upon an ink block. Swiftly, she grasped it and found a piece of paper. With a cheerful smile, She said, "Your Majesty, look." She then deftly inscribed the characters in traditional script. Each stroke was powerful and fluid, akin to a soaring dragon. Although the writer crouched awkwardly on the ground, the calligraphy flowed seamlessly, exuding an imposing grandeur. Shen Jingzhi narrowed his cold eyes. Though the ink block's writing lacked the fullness of a wolf hair brush, its fierce and vigorous strokes were undoubtedly the work of someone with considerable skill. "What do you think?" Su Nanchu smiled ingratiatingly, her face smeared with ink, laughing without a care in the world. "Who taught you this?" Shen Jingzhi's gaze had noticeably lost its earlier ferocity. Su Nanchu pondered for a moment before concocting a tale. "In my childhood, my family was impoverished. I could not afford a brush, so I practiced writing in the dirt with sticks." Chapter 14. Severing both hands, a barely audible cold snort escaped Shen Jingzhi's lips. Could she truly be without funds to procure a pen? The palace maids were largely known by their derisive monikers, yet she possessed a name and a reputation, albeit one that had fallen to the level of a servant in the miscellaneous quarters. At the very least, she was a remnant of a minister's downfall. How could she lack the means to buy a pen? Nevertheless, the prevailing notion remained that a woman's lack of talent was considered a virtue. Many women of the court would not bother to learn to read, and Shen Jingzhi did not dwell on it for long. Glancing at the useless scraps of paper in her hands, not a single character decipherable, Shen Jingzhi felt the veins on her forehead throb. How far had she copied? Su Nanchu approached, shifting the papers slightly, and remarked, 128. Shen Jingzhi responded, 1 hour spent, and merely 100 lines transcribed. Continue with your task. Su Nanchu's previously eager countenance fell, turning reluctantly to acknowledge, understood. Shen Jingzhi added, should you fail to complete the copying by morning, you shall forego breakfast. You may eat only upon finishing. Su Nanchu froze, her body stiffening in place. The emperor, how long must she continue this? After an entire afternoon, she had barely transcribed over 100 lines? With more than 5,000 to replicate 100 times each, was this feasible for anyone? Shen Jingzhi coldly retorted, a few days without food will not lead to death. Su Nanchu. Nonsense. 3 days without sustenance would surely see her perish. A person can only endure for 7 or 8 days at most. However, Shen Jingzhi's demeanor left no room for dissent, and she dared not invite further hardship upon herself. Reluctantly clutching the stack of discarded papers, she returned to her corner, pen in hand, and resumed her tedious copying. What a wretched fate this was, having traversed time only to endure the rigors of education. It had been ages since she had engaged in such laborious work. Prepare tea. The teacup was flung, ringing with a clang. Su Nanchu hastily rose and dashed out to serve tea. As she passed by, she drew the attention of many, who murmured and speculated. Indeed, how could they not? She appeared utterly unrecognizable in her disheveled state. She hurried back, presenting the tea to Shen Jingzhi, then promptly returned to her place on the ground to write. As dusk descended, the officials from the palace approached to inquire about the selection of attendants. Upon witnessing the scene within, they paused momentarily in astonishment. Quickly, they feigned ignorance and said, Your Majesty, it has been nearly half a month since you last stayed in the harem. With which consort shall you spend the night today? Shen Jingzhi regarded the names on the green placards. For reasons unknown, since Su Nanchu had begun attending to her, the women of the harem had increasingly vexed her. However, it had indeed been a while since she had stayed in the harem. The last time she had visited Su Huanyun, it was merely for a brief encounter, not an overnight stay. Her gaze fell upon the name of Consort Shui, and the image of Su Nanchu's bruised face surfaced in her mind. She flipped the placard over. The officials from the palace were overjoyed and swiftly issued orders. Proclaimed the edict. Today, Consort Shui shall attend to the emperor. Nearby, Su Nanchu, hearing the commotion, rolled her eyes in disdain. How ridiculous! Earlier, she had feigned concern about who had struck her, thinking he might seek retribution on her behalf, only for him to seek the company of that very person later that night. Yet, from another perspective, this was fortuitous. It would surely intensify the rivalry between Consort Shui and Consort Su, facilitating the execution of her own schemes, would it not? Su Nanchu, the woman on the ground shivered, exclaiming, Oh no, he won't make me follow him again, will he? Shen Jingzhi pondered the same question, but considering the possibility of staying overnight, he paused and said, "We shall remain in the Chengxian Palace tonight and complete the copying before we depart." "What? Not even allowing me to sleep?" Su Nanchu protested, rising indignantly. "Your Majesty, I can return to my residence to continue the copying. Is there no candlelight?" Alas, she had forgotten this crucial detail. The cruel realities of the ancient times left one without even a simple lamp. Was it truly impossible to eat without finishing her work? She yearned for rest. Her backside still sore. Though the wounds were beginning to scab, she could not part with the medicine, for that would bring pain. Shen Jingzhi responded with a sound. Subsequently, a eunuch approached to report that the palanquin was prepared outside. Off to the rear palace once more. Su Nanchu remained silent. Once everyone had departed, her gaze relaxed, and she sighed in relief. Day after day, she engaged in a battle of wits with that imperious emperor. She dared not be too honest, fearing he might lose interest, nor could she be too demanding, lest he act on impulse and dismiss her entirely. Finally, with everyone gone, she could breathe easy. Yet the oppressive palace rules sigh. It truly was impossible to finish her work. Since she could not complete it, she might as well take a brief respite. After waking, she could resume her copying. It was a rare opportunity for Shen Jingzhi to visit the rear palace without her presence. With that thought, Su Nanchu lay on the floor, gradually drifting into slumber. Zhaohua Palace, the residence of concubine Shui. The news of concubine Shui spending the night with the emperor spread throughout the palace. Every chamber was brightly lit, even if they were not the ones accompanying him. The mere sight of the emperor entering the rear palace was a delight. Your servant bows before the emperor. Concubine Shui, today adorned in a particularly enchanting manner, remarked, "Sometimes too much attire is unattractive, yet less reveals an alluring charm. Today, when I visited the Chengxian Palace, the emperor denied me entry, and I thought he was displeased with me." Meng Shuiying said this playfully, moving closer. Shen Jingzhi, maintaining an impassive demeanor, evaded her approach and stepped inside. A group followed to attend to him, remaining in the outer hall. Mama Li entered, holding freshly brewed tea, kneeling with both hands raised before Shen Jingzhi. "Your Majesty, I have just tested it. The temperature is perfect, as you usually prefer." Meng Shuiying quickly added with a bright smile, "Your Majesty, during your absence these past few days, I have learned a new dance. Would you care to see?" "Very well," Shen Jingzhi replied with a slight smile, his gaze falling upon the tea as he reached out to take it. Meng Shuiying removed the outer layer of her attire, revealing skin as white as jade, her red silk dance costume floating in the air, her arms bare, and her legs smooth and fair. The wind generated by her movements left her almost entirely exposed. The dance was exquisite, yet Shen Jingzhi appeared indifferent to its beauty. He returned the tea to its original place. At that moment, Mama Li assumed he had accepted the tea and would place it on the table after sipping it. She never anticipated he would return it instead. With a crash, the sound of shattering interrupted the silence, causing the dance on stage to come to an abrupt halt. The teacup had fallen to the ground. Meng Shuiying was startled for a moment, but upon seeing that Shen Jingzhi was not enraged, she hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "What has happened?" Granny Li immediately knelt and bowed her head, pleading, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. It was my negligence. I deserve to be punished severely. I implore your Majesty to show mercy." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Meng Shuiying also knelt down, saying, "Your Majesty, please grant mercy. Granny Li is a devoted servant I brought from outside the palace, who has always adhered to the rules. Her oversight today is truly an unfortunate accident. I beseech your Majesty to consider it a first offense and spare her this time." Meng Shuiying's words subtly indicated that this maidservant was associated with the general's residence, implying that Shen Jingzhi ought to take her father's connections into account before acting. However, she was unaware of Shen Jingzhi's temperament. Not only had he seized the throne through cunning usurpation, but her father had previously allied with another prince and only switched allegiance when the tides turned against him. This alone would not endear her father to Shen Jingzhi. Furthermore, Shen Jingzhi could have triumphed without her father's support. His involvement was merely an embellishment. In this scenario, Her father was the one who needed to curry favor with Shen Jingzhi. Thus, after a brief moment of silence between the two, Shen Jingzhi casually proclaimed, "Chop her up." Chapter 15. Can one also be a queen? The two individuals looked up in terror. Meng Shuang exclaimed, "Your Majesty?" Unable to steady her hands, she resorted to a desperate act. With that, Shen Jingzhi called out toward the outside, "Pei Yong." Yes, the commander of the Imperial Guard entered, accompanied by two others, who promptly seized Li Mama. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I realize my mistake. I truly do." Meng Shuang, in a flurry, rushed forward and clung to Shen Jingzhi's leg, her delicate visage radiating panic as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, it was not Mama's intention. I beseech you, for the sake of your concubine, spare her this time." Shen Jingzhi, unwilling to entertain her pleas, cast her aside. At the moment he stood, an intense heat surged to his head. He frowned, and in the next instant, with a fierce glare, he raised his hand and grasped Meng Shuang's slender neck, his voice chilling. "Dare you administer poison to me?" His desires for the women of the harem had always been rather muted. Thus, the sudden disorientation was unfathomable. Meng Shuang, now disregarding Li Mama, shook her head in distress. I did not. Her voice faltered as the grip on her neck tightened, causing her to struggle for breath. It seemed that with just a bit more pressure, her fragile neck could be easily snapped in his grasp. Yet in the end, Shen Jingzhi spared her, throwing her to the ground, stepping out with a commanding voice that echoed through the doorway. "Consort Meng, your words are disrespectful. You contradict the emperor, and you have recklessly abused forbidden substances in the palace. For your audacity, I hereby strip you of your title, revoke your rank, and confine you to Zhaohua Palace. Without summons, you shall not be permitted to leave. Without summons, you shall not be permitted to leave." Meng Shuang collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. How could this be? Just moments ago, she had been the center of attention in the six palaces. Just moments ago, Shen Jingzhi had summoned her to his bedchamber. How could everything change so abruptly? The poison. Yes, the poison. How could there be poison? It was Su Huanyun who had betrayed her. A palace maid hurriedly entered and knelt, breathless. "Your Highness, it was Mama. She said the effects of the drug were excellent, that using just a little would not matter." Suddenly, Meng Shuang burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face as she lay on the ground. "Using just a little would not matter. Ha ha ha. Go, kill her for me, kill her. I never imagined that I, Meng Shuang, would fall to the hands of my own people. Ha ha ha." The people in the room withdrew, daring not to utter another word. In the Chengxian Palace, Shen Jingzhi dismounted from his sedan chair and stormed into the hall. Su Nanchu, deeply asleep, was abruptly awakened by the commotion outside. Rubbing her eyes and stepping out, she was forcefully pressed against the wall by an unseen force. What in the world? Was someone plotting against her again? What misfortune had she encountered? As she bent her knee to push back, she was instantly pressed down again. Outside, anxious voices called out, "Your Majesty, your Majesty." Bang! A sudden gust of wind slammed the door shut, isolating the voices beyond. "Your Majesty? Shen Jingzhi?" The room was shrouded in darkness, and Su Nanchu cautiously inquired. Surely, he should be with Meng Shuang? However, her question was met with a forceful and brutal kiss, leaving her no opportunity for contemplation. Su Nanchu struggled, her wrist quickly pressed back. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, that familiar voice, sinister and unmistakable, whispered in her ear, "Daring to utter my name, I underestimated you." Su Nanchu realized it was indeed him. "Your Majesty, in my moment of desperation, I failed to think clearly. I beg for your forgiveness." She added, "But you should be with Consort Shui. How could you?" Moreover, he had her pinned against the wall in such an intimate manner, utterly unbecoming of his imperial dignity. Yet before she could finish her thought, Shen Jingzhi effortlessly swept her into his arms, striding toward the bedroom. In that fleeting moment, Su Nanchu caught a familiar scent, sage. Goodness! Had that foolish Meng Shuang administered something to Shen Jingzhi? Judging by the aroma, it was a potent concoction, strong enough to incapacitate a bull. Su Nanchu thought, could she truly believe that Su Huanyun used this drug on her? This is a forbidden substance. What Su Huanyun provided was merely a common sleeping potion. Before she could ponder further, she found herself tossed onto the bed. Like a floundering fish, she attempted to escape, but before she could make much progress, he yanked her back by her wrist. The next moment, he loomed over her, pinning her beneath him. Shen Jingzhi, have you lost your senses? This is utterly inappropriate. I am but a palace maid. Such behavior will surely tarnish your reputation. Your Majesty, please regain your composure. I can fetch Consort Su for you. She is beautiful, petite, and delicate, far more entertaining than I. This only stoked the flames of Shen Jingzhi's desire, his restrained demeanor unraveling like smoke in the night. His movements became increasingly fierce. At the moment Shen Jingzhi lowered himself, Su Nanchu felt her entire being freeze, grappling with pain, discomfort, and fear. But it was futile. He was like a wild beast, devoid of reason or thought. Under the influence of the drug, he was like an emperor, commanding obedience from all, with his power fully amplified. Who could possibly stand in his way? He harbored no concept of treating others as human. He only knew of his own desires and felt compelled to indulge them. Refusal? Who would dare? Gradually, Su Nanchu's struggles diminished. Unable to escape, she resolved to simply relish the experience. After all, she had sought out a male model for this very purpose. Moreover, the effects of the drug were remarkable. She mused that upon returning to the modern world, she might cultivate such a substance, far more effective than any aphrodisiac. By the time the man upon her had concluded, Su Nanchu was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Her clothing lay in tatters, rendered unwearable. Shen Jingzhi turned and sat at the edge of the bed, the dim light of the room only allowing for vague outlines to be discerned. Su Nanchu rose and collected her garments from the floor, donning them piece by piece. The two remained silent for a considerable time. If you desire a certain position, speak up. Shen Jingzhi finally shattered the stillness. Su Nanchu paused in her task of tying her garment, her confidence inexplicably rising. She replied coolly, "Is it permissible to become the empress?" Chapter 16. You cannot sit steadily. Time lingered, each second stretching into eternity. Just as Su Nanchu thought she might kneel and confess her mistakes, Shen Jingzhi's voice broke the silence. You cannot sit steadily. Su Nanchu clenched her fists in anxiety, her head bowed as she continued to tie the ropes. The palace maid ascended, beginning from the Baolin, as per the law. I grant you a concubine. Su Nanchu rimand saident. As Shen Jingzhi's imperial aura permeated the air, she inhaled deeply. I refuse. Raising her gaze to meet his profound eyes, she declared, compensate me with a garment, and I shall consider today's events as if they never occurred. Shen Jingzhi did not rush to respond. Instead, he let the moonlight guide his gaze to the vivid crimson on the bed. Su Nanchu understood his thoughts and, with trembling lips, said, if you remain silent, I shall too. No one will know. I am merely serving before the emperor. It won't be discovered. After pondering for a moment, Shen Jingzhi replied, very well. Should you ever change your mind, you may seek me out. Su Nanchu rolled her eyes. Why would I change my mind? Your harem is so numerous that it dazzles the eyes, making it impossible to distinguish who is who. Those who are not favored, though they appear as your consorts, may very well be living worse than I do. She added, of course, if you could allow me to pilfer your meals in the future, I will be even more grateful. Shen Jingzhi chuckled softly, sounding rather pleased. Come, let us sleep. Tomorrow I shall have someone bring you clothes. Su Nanchu blinked in surprise. Is that permissible? To sleep on the emperor's bed? It is far more comfortable than mine. Shen Jingzhi remained silent, which she took as acquiescence. Joyfully, Su Nanchu climbed onto the bed. Since circumstances had unfolded this way, she might as well take advantage of it. However, upon closing her eyes, Su Nanchu realized she could not fall asleep. Though the bed was 100 times more comfortable than her own, the presence of the man beside her felt like a ticking time bomb. At times, it seemed as though there were eons before it would explode, allowing her to sit peacefully. At other moments, the countdown dwindled to mere seconds, leaving her no time to escape. Sensing Su Nanchu's restless thoughts drifting, Shen Jingzhi reached out and pulled her into his embrace, his voice cool. Sleep. Su Nanchu struggled gently, but could not break free, so she resigned herself to stillness. The following morning, when Su Nanchu awoke, she found the bed empty of its male occupant, with a pristine palace robe neatly laid out by the bedside. He had kept his word. Su Nanchu donned the new attire and admired herself in the bronze mirror for quite some time. Despite the garments being identical in style, this new robe felt distinctly different. It was truly comfortable. Pushing open the door, she stretched languidly. After traversing this realm for so long, it was her first time experiencing such a splendid bed. When uniquely saw Su Nanchu emerge from Shen Jingzhi's quarters, he furrowed his brow in confusion. When did you enter? I did not notice. It then struck Su Nanchu that the servants of the Chengxian palace were unaware that she had been retained here to transcribe palace rules the previous night. Moreover, Shen Jingzhi had returned to the Chengxian palace and directly entered his chamber. Thus, throughout the entire episode, they assumed that he had simply returned to his quarters alone and had gone to sleep. In the morning, did you not notice that someone attended to Shen Jingzhi's change of clothes? Li Gonggong, I arose late today. Who served the emperor this morning? Li Gonggong, taken aback, replied, it was I who attended to him. Furthermore, before the emperor departed, he instructed that no one was to enter until his return, which is why I've been here on guard. Who would have thought that in a moment of carelessness, she managed to slip inside? Su Nanchu remarked. Perhaps it was due to the curtains that we did not see her. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. She descended the steps and patted Li Gonggong's shoulder, saying, you continue to keep watch. I shall attend to the emperor in the front. In the front? Li Gonggong was bewildered. The emperor received an invitation from General Meng this morning and, at this hour, has already proceeded to the general's residence. Huh? General Meng? Meng de Zhang? Su Nanchu inquired, perplexed. Did something transpire in the harem yesterday? Li Gonggong lowered his voice, exclaiming, you cannot possibly know. Yesterday, Consort Shui administered a drug to the emperor, one of those kinds. Consequently, she was stripped of her title and demoted to a concubine, confined to Zhaohua Palace. Stripped of her title and demoted? TSK. Having influential connections is indeed advantageous. Had she used the drug on Shen Jingzhi, she would likely be in grave peril now. With Shen Jingzhi away, Su Nanchu found herself with ample leisure. She had initially intended to find an opportunity to cleanse the bloodstains from Shen Jingzhi's bed, but since he instructed Lida to guard it and disallow entry, she found no chance to do so. Today, Yin'er happened to have a break, and Su Nanchu chose to spend time with her, indulging in some gossip. The tale of Meng Shuiying was once again brought up. It had become the talk of the palace, known by all. The envy of Meng Shuiying being favored yesterday had turned into schadenfreude today. It was also said that the old woman who slapped her had both hands chopped off. Su Nanchu cheered, feeling it was well-deserved, for the force of that slap had left a mark that lingered long. The palace is indeed like an ocean deep. Yet Consort Shui was foolish to dare use forbidden drugs within its confines. Where do you suppose she procured such substances? Su Nanchu narrowed her eyes, feigning nonchalance. I do not know, nor do I care. Nanchu, why you seem so down today? You used to be as lively as if infused with the spirit of a rooster. Su Nanchu shook her head gravely, unable to divulge her troubles. No matter how well she slept, it could not erase the tumult of yesterday's events. The discomfort below still burned faintly, and to make matters worse, her arms and legs were immobile, likely due to the excessive force exerted during her struggles. Yin'er, do you wish to leave the palace? Su Nanchu casually posed the question. With her system, while it offered little assistance, her hopes of leaving the palace were futile. She could not afford to distance herself from Shen Jingzhi. Her very survival depended on his involvement in her future. Ayun shook her head. I have no home. I wouldn't know where to go if I left. You're an orphan? It seemed she had inadvertently touched upon a painful subject. Ayun shook her head. No, I was sold. Even more sorrowful than being an orphan. Su Nanchu gently reassured her companion. Fear not. Should we ever have the chance to leave the palace, I shall become your family. Really? Ayun's eyes sparkled with excitement. They say that palace maids can leave at the age of 25. I have 3 years left. 25. Su Nanchu pondered her own age, realizing she was only 18, still shy of the mark. There's still 6 years, 7, 8. It feels so distant. With her intellect, how could she possibly succeed in business outside, perhaps even becoming the wealthiest in a county? As the two indulged in their whimsical thoughts, news arrived from outside. Shen Jingzhi has returned. Reluctantly, Su Nanchu rose. It seems I must attend to the pest once more. Ayun chuckled softly. You scold me, yet your words are the boldest. Su Nanchu shrugged her shoulders, recalling how she had never voiced such thoughts before. It was merely the frustration from the previous night that had spurred her. Well then, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to a yun, Su Nanchu made her way to the door. All right, Chapter 17. A bowl of contraceptive soup, Chengxian Palace. As Su Nanchu arrived at the entrance, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding her. Everyone seemed to hang their heads, as if fearful of being seen by others. What are you doing standing outside? Come in. Su Nanchu jolted and hurriedly lowered her head to push the door open. Inside, the atmosphere felt even more oppressive. Shen Jingzhi sat at the desk, unusually not reviewing memorials, but simply sitting in silence. Su Nanchu stepped inside, closed the door, and cautiously approached. Your Majesty, would you like me to change the tea? If so, I shall retreat for a moment. The ambience here was far too eerie. Shen Jingzhi's gaze, sharp as a laser, shifted to her, narrowing slightly. Have you finished copying the palace regulations? Su Nanchu inhaled sharply. Your Majesty, that is rather unjust of you. Everything that should and shouldn't have been done yesterday has been done. Now you're asking me to face further punishment. Shen Jingzhi snorted coldly, but did not pursue the matter further. Go and convey my decree. Consort Shui, Meng, has been wrongfully accused and unjustly suffered. The truth has now been established. She shall be promoted and restored to her previous position, granted the red luan dance attire. The red luan dance attire, a piece of art, was said to have been worn by the favored concubine, Dowager Consort Shen, and was considered both auspicious and inauspicious, depending on interpretation. Upon hearing this, Su Nanchu began to piece together the events that had transpired. Serves you right for pretending, she thought, claiming that my throne was seized through my own efforts. Yet here you are, being led by the nose. Indeed, Su Nanchu replied, preparing to leave, but Shen Jingzhi stopped her. Let Lida handle it. Su Nanchu rolled her eyes. She was sent for the troublesome tasks, while the old eunuch was entrusted with the favorable ones. After briefly speaking with Lida, she returned. Your Majesty. Shen Jingzhi beckoned her closer. Come here. Su Nanchu pouted slightly and approached. Shen Jingzhi produced 2 stones, tossing them before her. Do you know what these are? I do not. Su Nanchu replied honestly, shaking her head. Aren't they just stones? What is the point of asking me this? They are flint stones. They explode upon contact with open flames. Shen Jingzhi's gaze deepened. That old fool, Meng de Zhuang, dares to threaten me with these. Flint stones? Su Nanchu snatched one, rubbed it, and sniffed. Goodness, is this not saltpeter? This is how gunpowder is made. This substance is used in warfare. 1 against 4, Shen Jingzhi continued. However, such materials are not abundant within the borders of your kingdom. 1 against 4? Su Nanchu's lips twitched. Has the potency of gunpowder diminished so much? Shen Jingzhi replied. Do not underestimate this substance. If deployed properly on the battlefield, it can yield unexpectedly advantageous outcomes. Indeed, this is gunpowder after all. Su Nanchu seemed to have an epiphany, frowning as she inquired, Do not tell me. The restoration of Meng Shuang's position is because Meng de Zhuang possesses this? Shen Jingzhi turned his head in silence, clearly acquiescing. Observing Shen Jingzhi's demeanor, it was evident that gunpowder had yet to emerge into the world. The substance he spoke of had great utility, likely leveraging its flammable and explosive characteristics to achieve surprising victories over enemies. Its power was certainly far less than that of true gunpowder. As Su Nanchu contemplated the knowledge gleaned from her textbooks, she found the method of gunpowder production rather straightforward. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding the availability of the necessary materials and whether they still bore the same names in this world. You wouldn't be hoping for that item in his possession, would you? Su Nanchu inquired. Shen Jingzhi merely grunted in response, not expecting Su Nanchu to provide any significant insights. As he raised his gaze, a deeper intensity shone within his eyes. I'm not afraid of Meng de Zhuang's rebellion. A mere 200,000 troops cannot stir a great tempest. The Yu army exceeds 1 million, and most of Meng de Zhuang's forces are scattered across distant lands, thus failing to pose a significant threat. However, the sheer quantity of saltpeter in their possession. Su Nanchu grasped Shen Jingzhi's unspoken concerns and interjected, You fear that with such resources, The casualties in battle would be catastrophic. Victory is attainable. After all, Meng Dezhong once stood against him and was defeated. Yet, should Meng Dezhong possess this substance, the toll would be considerably greater. Shen Jingzhi did not refute her claims. After a moment's pause, he remarked, "All are soldiers of the Yu Kingdom. It is only natural to wish for their survival." Su Nanchu lingered in place for a considerable time. Having always perceived Shen Jingzhi as possessing a rather morbid sense of humor, lacking the gravitas expected of a sovereign, often teasing her without cause. It was only now that she recognized him as a genuinely commendable emperor, with the women of the harem administering such potions to him. A decree of abdication had already been issued. Now, in a bid to spare the lives of his soldiers, he was compelled to endure and restore their positions. How could one maintain respect when orders shift with the wind, especially when it concerns his dignity as a man? In truth, acquiring that item was not an insurmountable task. Su Nanchu returned the stone to its place. Leaning casually against his chair, Shen Jingzhi observed Su Nanchu's actions without comment, continuing, "When I ascended to the throne, Meng Dezhong surrendered. To demonstrate his sincerity, he volunteered to station his troops far from the capital, in the remote eastern territories. Now, with his forces dispersed and encamped miles away, discovering the hiding place of such resources is no simple endeavor." "I see, then." Su Nanchu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she grinned broadly, stepping closer in a flattering manner. "If I were to devise a plan, would that count as a merit worthy of reward?" Seeing her demeanor, reminiscent of a beggar seeking favor, Shen Jingzhi felt a playful urge to tease her further and chuckled softly. "Speak your mind. If your proposal is feasible, I shall absolve you of today's punishment." Su Nanchu's smile faltered, realizing the futility of such antics. Aside from that, she retorted with a serious expression, "I have already atoned for my previous transgressions last night." Shen Jingzhi chuckled lightly, remarking that such atonement was less skillful than subduing a donkey. Had the women of his harem all displayed such behaviors, he would have long since executed them, sending them to accompany the late Empress Chen in death. Yet, curiosity piqued, he encouraged her, "What is it that you desire? Speak freely." As soon as Shen Jingzhi relented, Su Nanchu's spirits lifted instantly. With a gleeful grin, she approached him, rubbing her hands together mischievously. Do you have any of that contraceptive potion?" "I've been searching high and low for it, and now the opportunity presents itself." As those three words escaped her lips, Shen Jingzhi's gaze noticeably darkened. Su Nanchu, ever so clever, immediately sensed the shift in his expression and hastened to placate him with an explanation. "Last night, we took no precautions. I am but a palace maid. How could I conceal the loss of my virtue? If, by chance, I were to become pregnant, how could I hide a burgeoning belly?" Shen Jingzhi scrutinized her for an extended moment, finding no trace of deceit upon her countenance, only a faint anxiety about the potential exposure of her lost virtue. Among the women of the palace, who would not aspire to ascend to his bed, to be fortunate enough to carry his child, such a fate would elevate her status significantly. Yet here she was, fretting over the stigma of a maid's disgrace. To consider, even if she were with child, who would dare act against his offspring? "I shall have someone brew it," Shen Jingzhi declared, retracting his gaze. Su Nanchu, elated beyond measure, quickly expressed her gratitude. Then, casting her eyes upon the piece of saltpeter on the table, she remarked, "This substance exists in two forms, either as solid stone or as powder. Regardless of its state, it requires considerable space for storage. I surmise that Meng Dezhong would not be foolish enough to keep such a significant item within the capital, as it would attract too much attention. Hence, we must closely monitor the locations where his troops are stationed." Shen Jingzhi's reaction was rather nonchalant. It was an obvious deduction to any astute observer. However, Meng Dezhong's excessive caution likely meant little success in our endeavors. "I presume your majesty has already dispatched individuals to investigate Meng Dezhong's encampment?" Su Nanchu shifted her tone, continuing her discourse. Shen Jingzhi was no fool. Having been threatened, he would not remain idle. Encourage them to be more conspicuous, to be discovered more frequently with increased numbers. They should create overt distractions, such as setting fires to the east or conducting extensive searches to the west. Chapter 18. The tapping Shen Jingzhi narrowed his eyes, seemingly discerning Su Nanchu's intentions. Su Nanchu continued, "Then we shall invite General Meng to stay in the palace for a few days, to engage in a game of chess, savor some tea, and perhaps arrange for several carts to transport stones from outside the palace, parading them before the general. Our encampment has been repeatedly besieged, and I find myself trapped within these palace walls. It would indeed be peculiar if Meng Dezhong remained unperturbed. Moreover, witnessing carts laden with unknown goods entering the palace while news from the outside world remains stifled is only natural for anyone to grow restless. Once Shen Jingzhi allows him to return, his first course of action will likely be to dispatch someone to inspect his saltpeter. Then, we need only keep a vigilant eye on the general's residence, monitoring every creature, be it chicken, duck, goose, or pigeon. Anything that breathes will suffice." Having finished her cunning proposal, Su Nanchu smiled slyly. While she may lack the prowess to be an emperor, her mind brimmed with the intricate conspiracies woven throughout 5 millennia of Chinese autocratic history. What does this imply? It suggests that every occurrence in the present can find its identical counterpart within the expansive pages of that historical tome. Surprisingly, Shen Jingzhi did not dismiss her musings with disdain. Instead, he tapped his fingers lightly upon the table. This strategy, leveraging Meng Dezhong's paranoia, vigilance, fear, and concern, was impeccably crafted from beginning to end. It was evident that anyone, not just Meng Dezhong, would undoubtedly fall step by step into such a trap given the circumstances. This scheme was undoubtedly a rare and admirable stratagem. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Su Nanchu, it lacked the anticipated praise or satisfaction. Instead, it was shrouded in a chilling mist as he smiled and remarked, "To conceive such a plan, while merely serving as a palace maid, seems a gross underutilization of your talents." "Not at all. Discretion is key," Su Nanchu responded, suddenly sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. She lifted her gaze only to collide with Shen Jingzhi's eyes, which bore a curious smile, yet hinted at something more sinister. A chill ran down her spine, and her knees buckled as she knelt before him, her previous confidence evaporating in an instant. In that moment, she realized her folly. So preoccupied with her cleverness, she had forgotten that she was in the presence of an emperor, a man wielding life and death. Presenting such a scheme could easily incite suspicion. Who knows, Shen Jingzhi might impulsively decide to eliminate her to avert future complications. "Your Majesty, I." The air in the room was frigid, a stark contrast to the warmth of her earlier bravado. Shen Jingzhi appeared nonchalant, glancing down at the kneeling figure before him. "Why do you kneel? Presenting such a fine strategy should bring me comfort." Su Nanchu remained prostrate, paralyzed with fear, her blood running cold, her fingers icy. It was no wonder that those caught in acts of corruption trembled uncontrollably when apprehended, as the primal fear of death far surpassed psychological dread. It was an inconsequential matter. Were she not kneeling, her legs would undoubtedly be weak at this moment. The phrase "to serve the emperor is akin to cohabiting with a tiger" was vividly embodied in her current predicament. Su Nanchu dared not move, although Shen Jingzhi spoke lightly. She understood that his demeanor was far from one of comfort. She lowered her head even further, pressing it against the ground. After a considerable time, the icy atmosphere above her head began to thaw slightly. Shen Jingzhi cast the Bodhi beads onto the table, her gaze returning to its usual calmness as she addressed the person on the floor. "You are indeed clever, aware of what I desire. Your submission, your humility, your obsequiousness." The sweat from Su Nanchu's forehead trickled onto her hand, and upon hearing this assessment, her heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, eased slightly. As she silently wiped her brow, Shen Jingzhi's words indicated that her life was likely spared this time. Nevertheless, she cautiously replied, "This servant merely employs minor wits. I hope your Majesty will forgive my display before you today." She evaded the question, feigning ignorance. Shen Jingzhi smirked, finding it easy to converse with an astute individual. What of minor cleverness? What of true intelligence? In this palace, only the clever survive. Su Nanchu's lips turned pale, implying that even pretending to be foolish would no longer suffice. If she failed to prove her worth, she would face a dire fate. Yes, this servant understands, she conceded. After delivering her reprimand, Shen Jingzhi returned to her usual demeanor. However, Su Nanchu dared not overstep, attending to her duties with heightened diligence, refraining from uttering more than a word. Her demeanor was markedly transformed, adhering to the rules with utmost seriousness. Observing Su Nanchu's figure as she prepared tea, Shen Jingzhi smiled faintly. Fearful, yet engaging in actions that invited peril, ignorant of the rules, yet capable of perfection when intimidated. After a thorough reprimand, a few days of compliance followed, but a mere hint of favor would prompt arrogance. It had been long since such an intriguing individual graced the palace. When Su Nanchu returned, a bowl of medicine awaited her on the table. Shen Jingzhi did not lift her gaze, casually gesturing, "Abortion soup." Only then did Su Nanchu recall Shen Jingzhi's promise to provide her with a bowl of soup. Amidst the earlier interruptions, her mind was left utterly blank, consumed solely by the thought of survival. Who could still remember the trivial matter of the abortion soup? After expressing her gratitude, she drank it down in one go. The bitterness made her tears spring forth, and a feeling of grievance inexplicably welled up within her. How could she not feel wronged? Just last night, she had attended to the emperor, and her body still ached. Yet, Shen Jingzhi, the instigator, failed to offer any gentle comfort, and instead chose to intimidate her early in the morning. Had she not reacted swiftly, she might have met her demise without understanding why. However, she refrained from voicing her grievances. Not only could she not complain, but she also had to serve her tormentor diligently. What a predicament this was. That foolish system. Why did it have to choose her? The mere thought caused her teeth to ache. As Shen Jingzhi perused the memorials, she cast a glance at the empty bowl, devoid of even a drop. She lifted the teacup beside her, taking a sip, and poured the remainder into the empty bowl. Li De, the eunuch, approached with a bow. "Your Majesty." Shen Jingzhi raised the bowl. "Send this to concubine Shui." Li De exclaimed in surprise and hurried to take it, realizing the emperor had been waiting to send the abortion soup for no apparent reason. "Yes, Your Majesty." However, just as he reached out, his hand had yet to graze the rim of the bowl. Suddenly, Shen Jingzhi relaxed his grip. With a resounding crash, the bowl slipped from his hold and shattered upon the floor. Li De's face instantly drained of color, and he hastily knelt down to confess his wrongdoing. Shen Jingzhi narrowed his eyes, producing a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean. "Very well, tidy this up and leave," he commanded. Li De expressed his profound gratitude, trembling as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead upon his departure. Observing the entire scene was Su Nanchu, who remarked quietly, "Indeed, it is true. Both the thunder and the gentle rain are the sovereign's grace. When the ruler commands the servant to perish, the servant must comply. Just look." Even when ensnared, he expresses gratitude as if his parents had been rescued. Chapter 19. With so many people in the harem, can they possibly take turns? Shen Jingzhi seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, casting a discreet glance at Su Nanchu. Su Nanchu instantly withdrew her gaze, lowering her head. This wretched being, how dare he criticize her when he himself is far more cunning? What is he waiting for? Change the tea. Su Nanchu thought. Change the tea. Change the tea, endlessly changing it 800 times a day. Even after changing it, he wouldn't drink it. It would just sit there until it cooled down and required another change. Such a tedious affair. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of obedience. Yes. After issuing his nonchalant command, Shen Jingzhi buried himself in his documents, with her heart brimming with resentment and no outlet for it. Su Nanchu could only mutter a few curses under her breath as she took the teacup to change it. Upon exiting, she encountered the unfortunate Li De. He stood outside, wielding a feather duster to swat at his own hands, simultaneously berating himself for his uncooperative hands, exerting quite a bit of force. Poor child. Could the remnants of Shen Jingzhi's tea truly be delivered to Meng Shuiying? Even if you managed to catch it, that fellow would surely trip you up a couple times. This is what one learns in a large organization. See, this is the lesson learned. Therefore, if one consistently makes mistakes at work, refrain from immediately doubting oneself. It might just be that your superior has passed the blame on to you. Reflect carefully. Are you not the real-life embodiment of the unfortunate Li De? In contrast, the atmosphere in Zhaohua Palace was vibrant and jubilant. After a night of silence, the palace gates swung open once more, and maids bustled in and out, carrying potted plants through the crowd. Shen Jingzhi's generous gifts were being delivered in large boxes adorned with crimson cloth, while the eunuchs loudly proclaimed edicts, showering compliments without end. To this, Su Nanchu could only express her view. It was merely for show. For within those 4 large boxes lay nothing more than a single set of dance attire. One cannot underestimate Shen Jingzhi's cunning. If he were to send money, it would be insincere after having just been drugged, and he would have to shamelessly flatter the recipient, which would undoubtedly be uncomfortable. Sending jewelry would be out of the question, as it was too costly and still a monetary expense. Offering something of little value would appear disrespectful, not befitting the status of the esteemed figure. Thus, he opted to send a used dance garment. To put it nicely, it belonged to the late beloved consort of the former emperor, the renowned Empress Chen, whose significance is self-evident. To put it bluntly, it was clothing from a corpse that had only recently passed away. Su Nanchu silently raised her thumb to him. When it came to insult, he was the true pioneer. However, to the unknowing observer, these large boxes could still be quite misleading. The atmosphere within the palace shifted instantly. It became commonplace to see individuals passing by Zhaohua Palace rolling their eyes. The most delighted were undoubtedly the servants in Meng Shuiying's palace, initially burdened by their mistress. Believing they would be trapped in Zhaohua Palace for life, they were taken by surprise when the night passed. Their mistress had regained her position. Your Highness, fortunately, the emperor is wise and powerful. He has discovered that the poison did not originate from our palace, and now the focus has shifted to Consort Su. We have indeed turned misfortune into fortune. The palace maids laughed more joyously than if they themselves had received the emperor's favor. Meng Shuiying had just endured a significant emotional blow and had yet to recover from the panic of the previous night. The jeweled hairpin trembled precariously at the side of her coiffure, mirroring her tumultuous emotions. Gripping the armrest of the soft couch tightly, she gritted her teeth. Despite all precautions, she had failed to guard against those closest to her. Having evaded the treachery of Su Huanyun, she had not anticipated falling prey to her own. Realizing that the situation was amiss, the palace maid quickly suppressed her smile. Your Highness, please do not let your anger endanger your health. Ultimately, the instigator of this affair is still Consort Su. Had she not orchestrated the scheme against you, the matron would not have faltered and strayed from the right path. All things considered, the circumstances were not entirely dire. At the very least, the emperor stood in their favor. The matron had meant well. There have been instances where consorts had used this medicine during intimate moments, and in small doses, it merely served to enhance passion, remaining largely undetected. Last night, however, for reasons unknown, the effects were noticed by the emperor almost immediately. Meng Shuiying slammed her palm against the table in frustration. Rest assured, none shall escape. Anyone daring to lay hands on her would soon learn the consequences of their actions, and she would ensure that Su Huanyun, that vile woman, understood the meaning of self-destruction. She closed her eyes, striving to calm her inner turmoil, and even now, she questioned whether the events of last night had been but a dream. Was Su Nanchu? Make arrangements for her to come and see me. That girl, having been framed by Su Huanyun and punished, must surely harbor resentment. Perhaps, with a little encouragement, she could become a sharp instrument in her plans. The palace maid pondered for a moment before softly interjecting. Your Highness, Su Nanchu serves directly in the presence of the emperor and is typically found in the Chantian Palace or the Imperial Study. Summoning her to the inner court at this juncture might raise suspicions with the emperor. He might think too much of it. The gravest taboo in the palace was the collusion of a consort with those in the emperor's inner circle. Under ordinary circumstances, it might be permissible, but after the events of last night, the emperor would undoubtedly hold some reservations. The implications of involving a palace made close to the emperor could indeed escalate the charges tremendously. This cautionary note struck Meng Shuiying. She furrowed her brow, contemplating deeply, and replied cautiously, Very well, let us set her aside for now. Although the emperor has uncovered the truth, vindicated me, and restored my position, there remains a lingering tension. It would be wise to refrain from any rash actions for the next few days. Once I ascertain the emperor's sentiments and regain his favor. Speaking of vying for favor, the palace maid offered her flattery. Your Highness, your dance is unparalleled, and the emperor is most fond of it. Perhaps you might take advantage of the upcoming mid-autumn banquet to prepare a splendid performance. If you were to shine at the feast, igniting the emperor's cherished memories of you, it is possible he might overlook this recent unpleasantness and even elevate your rank. Currently, there were no high-ranking consorts in the palace, with only 3 holding positions above hers: Su Huanyun, herself, and the aloof Ming Fei. Among these 3, only she possessed the title, thus naturally holding a position of respect. Yet, while she was the highest in rank, the authority to manage the 6 palaces lay with the obliviously detached Ming Fei. Meng Shuang narrowed her eyes, a cold glimmer within them. Ming Fei and Su Fei were both formidable adversaries not to be trifled with. I'm not the offender. Rather, it is others who transgress against me. Clearly, she can no longer afford to remain idle. At present, the utmost priority is to win the emperor's favor. As for regaining his affection, she must devise a meticulous plan. Among the concubines, Su Huanyun enjoys the greatest favor, while Meng Shuang holds the highest rank. The role of overseeing the 6 palaces belongs to Ming Fei. It appears that balance is maintained with great care. Shen Jingzhi is engaged in discussions with the ministers, while all attendants have been sent outside to wait. Su Nanchu squats outside, engaging in casual conversation with Li De. What about the other concubines? With so many women in the emperor's harem, is it feasible for everyone to have their turn? Li De, visibly alarmed, hurriedly interjects, "You foolish girl. How dare you speak such words? In this realm, all belong to the emperor. Every woman in the world is in essence his." Su Nanchu comprehends the implication. Every woman under heaven is subject to Shen Jingzhi's dominion, and not each can expect their moment in the spotlight. When the emperor favors you, you must attend to him. When he does not, you must assume the role of a mere ornament, retreating quietly into a corner like a specter. The dynamics of a royal society are indeed distinct. Shen Jingzhi's reign as emperor is truly invigorating. Chapter 20. Foolishness breeds trouble. Su Nanchu smiled amiably, attempting to ingratiate herself. "Oh, I'm merely trying to understand better, aren't I? You see, as I serve in the presence of the emperor, I must surely grasp his preferences." Li De's expression softened slightly. Noticing the absence of others around them, and acknowledging that Su Nanchu had indeed earned the emperor's favor recently, he composedly offered a few words of counsel. "The emperor's tastes are not for us commoners to speculate upon. While you serve in the palace, you must exercise utmost discretion. You must guard your tongue and refrain from speaking what ought not to be uttered." Su Nanchu nodded vigorously, as if her head were a rattle drum. "Rest assured, esteemed eunuch, I shall be careful and reserved in the presence of the emperor. After all, isn't it just the 2 of us here? My very life is tethered to his whims. How could I afford to be indiscreet?" Seeing Su Nanchu's understanding, Li De, despite his sharp tongue, proceeded to enlighten her further. The imperial harem boasted 3,000 beauties, and although the emperor's court was not as lavish as that of the late emperor, he still had over 40 consorts of varying ranks. If one were to speak of favorites, the one who shared the emperor's bed most frequently was indeed the recently mentioned consort Su. Among the esteemed ladies of the harem, a few appeared regularly before the emperor, notably consorts Yi and Xiang, though even they graced his presence no more than once or twice a month. The other noble ladies were often relegated to the rank of concubines, with only one, noble Lady Shi, frequently visiting the Chengxian palace. "Over 40, you say?" Su Nanchu pondered, stroking her chin. With merely 30 days in a month, if he were to spend a night with each, it would take him a month and a half to complete the rounds. Being an emperor is quite a laborious task, indeed. What the others? Are they all condemned to a life of solitude? Li De waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor reflecting a weary resignation. Once one enters this palace, there are many who may never see the emperor again in their lifetime. Abandoned and overlooked, aside from bearing a green headplate and leaving behind a name. What fortune can one expect? It is all a matter of fate. Su Nanchu mused. How pitiable indeed, even more so than you, esteemed eunuch. Thankfully, I am not among the concubines of Shen Jingzhi. Otherwise, I would be at the mercy of fate myself. Su Nanchu wished to extract more information, yet the eunuch was astute. After imparting his insights, he ceased to divulge any further. Despite her persistent inquiries, she only managed to elicit 6 cryptic words from him: taciturn in speech, agile in action. What could that possibly mean? Su Nanchu stared blankly as he walked away, her mind swirling with thoughts on those 6 words. Taciturn in speech, agile in action. Does it imply to speak less and act more? The old man certainly knows how to keep his secrets. As the sun reached its zenith and the time for lunch slipped away, the occupants of Shen Jingzhi's residence still had not emerged. Su Nanchu, feeling faint from hunger, concocted an excuse to visit the restroom and hurried to the kitchen to grab a few bites. Upon returning to her quarters, she intended to apply some medicine to her backside, but was abruptly halted at the entrance by the matron in charge. With a sharp command, she ordered, "Seize her! Slap! Slap! Slap!" Before Su Nanchu could comprehend the situation, she found herself pinned to the ground by 2 robust palace maids. The pain from her previously healed injury flared anew from the rough handling. Had she been set up? This was her first thought. Yet, upon reconsideration, she pondered whether it truly should be so. He recently hasn't offended anyone, and it is her. She didn't return last night, presumably entangled once more with that rogue. A familiar, yet irksome voice resonated from above. Su Nanchu raised her gaze and immediately recognized the face, comprehending the situation at hand. Alas, in her fervor to plot against Su Huanyun, she had entirely overlooked this individual. Just a couple of days prior, while she was taking over for Ning Xiang, this person had stood nearby, hurling insults at her. She had no intention of scheming against her, yet here she was, the first to provoke. People are drawn to commotion, and coincidentally, it was lunchtime. Many had finished their meals and come to rest, and this uproar instantaneously attracted the attention of those nearby. Someone in the crowd recognized Su Nanchu and whispered under their breath, "Isn't that Su Nanchu? Just a short while ago, she was punished for her illicit affair. The emperor, acknowledging her contributions, spared her life, yet it appears she remains unrepentant, escalating her misdeeds. Indeed, living in the same quarters, one could constantly detect a whiff of her seductive ways. Who knows how many suitors she entertains behind closed doors. Such a person can remain in the palace. You all ought to be cautious not to catch her contagion. Humanity can be truly frightening. They weave lies without batting an eye." The murmurs grew louder. The instructor ant, observing the swelling crowd, sternly commanded, "What are you all staring at? Shouldn't you be working?" The crowd dispersed in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Her gaze then fell upon Su Nanchu, looking down from her elevated position, supporting herself against a nearby maid, a rulebook in hand. "You are Su Nanchu?" "Yes, I am." Su Nanchu replied earnestly. "Is there something you need? Where were you last night?" Su Nanchu pressed her lips together. "Aunt, I served before the emperor. Naturally, I was in the Chengxian palace attending to him." "You speak nonsense. The foolish one has stepped forward." She pointed at Su Nanchu, declaring, "Last night, the emperor summoned Consort Shui to his chambers, and among the attendees were only Chief Eunuch Li and Commander Pei Yong. You were not among them." Su Nanchu retorted with conviction, "So I cannot remain in the Chengxian palace? Aunt, there is no palace rule stating that if the emperor is absent, I cannot stay in the Chengxian palace." "I knew you would use that excuse." The foolish one beckoned a group of friends to come forward and testify. "Aunt, I was on duty in the west wing of Chengxian Palace last night, and I did not see her there. Furthermore, Ning Xiang, Chuilan, and Xiaoman, who were on duty with me, can also attest to this. Not in the Chengxian Palace, not with the emperor, and not return to your residence. Su Nanchu, what more do you have to say?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became, the maid furiously pointing at Su Nanchu, her voice piercing. "Hurry and confess. Who is your illicit lover? Who is the lover?" "Shen Jingzhi, of course. I slept in his bed last night." Su Nanchu remained unfazed by the accusations. "Since you know my whereabouts so well, did you know I was punished just a few days ago?" The foolish one let out a cold snort, tail raised high. "Is it any wonder you are incorrigible? Living under the same roof, as someone like you is a disgrace to us. Su Nanchu inquired again. Do you have any idea how many days it has been since I endured the punishment? The foolish one clearly sensed something amiss, but stubbornly replied, Who knows about you? Su Nanchu interrupted her. 6 days. Counting today, it has been 7. I am as steadfast as iron, and right after enduring punishment, I engage in secret affairs. Foolish one, I once heard of a stinky perch bought in a live broadcast from Inner Mongolia, thinking it was merely for effect. I never imagined there were truly such imbeciles. With that, the palace maid's expression clearly showed a hint of panic. The supervising aunt furrowed her brow. If viewed this way, it indeed seemed improbable that Su Nanchu would engage in secret affairs right after being injured. Aunt Su Nanchu shifted her gaze to the supervising figure. Why not examine my injury? After 80 strikes, I can hardly walk properly. Do I sprout extra legs to have the leisure for clandestine liaisons? Sleeping with Shen Jingzhi is the epitome of imperial power. I cannot evade it. In my current state, even if the god of wealth stood before me, I would lack interest. Chapter 21. The servant's humiliation at this moment. The aunt's expression darkened significantly. Her face clouded with fury. Come here. Seize this troublemaking wretch and apprehend her. The palace maid's grip on Su Nanchu relaxed, and she swiftly turned to pin the other maid to the ground. Aunt, she must be arguing. Please, listen to me. Silence her. With a command, the sound of slapping echoed through the palace walls, accompanied by the woman's desperate cries and pleas. Su Nanchu stood to the side, her gaze colder than before. Ningxiang had approached quietly at some point, murmuring softly, Her heart is not entirely wicked. The maid you killed, Chunlian, was her elder sister. Su Nanchu smirked slightly. My intentions are not malevolent either. I must avenge this grievance. Surely no one will blame me for that. Playing the emotional card? Ningxiang's expression grew increasingly somber, ultimately choosing to remain silent. From the outset, she understood that Su Nanchu was no naive creature. On her very first day, the emperor had ordered the execution of the chief maid of Chengxian Palace, Chunlian. Later, she had survived under the charge of illicit relations. Ironically, this young girl, unable to see the bigger picture, continuously sought vengeance for her sister. Relying on her sister to serve in Chengxian Palace, her modest standing was hardly significant in this environment. Having witnessed the punishment inflicted upon the maid, Su Nanchu noted that time was slipping away and prepared to depart. Ningxiang, unable to restrain herself, interjected, She has learned her lesson. Might you spare her life? Su Nanchu chuckled, Sister Ningxiang, you jest. I possess no such authority. The fate of a maid lies in the hands of her mistress. Shaking off Ningxiang's hand, Su Nanchu strode towards Chengxian Palace. Ningxiang lingered for a long moment before finally sighing. She knew that the girl's life was likely forfeit here. Being an old hand in the palace, she had been here long enough to comprehend certain matters. From the complete execution of the lowly servants to Su Nanchu's rise, it was evident. The day before Chunlian was killed, rules were imposed upon her. The day after, she met her demise. The day before, Consort Shui had ordered her handmaid to strike Chunlian, and the next day, the emperor demoted her, and the handmaid had her hand severed. It was becoming clear to her that Su Nanchu would undoubtedly carve out a place for herself within this palace. Inside the chamber, a 3-meter-long table was set with a meal. The steam rising from the hot soup had dwindled to a faint whisper. Shen Jingzhi sat in the main seat, his expression devoid of emotion, yet a tempest brewed in his indifferent gaze. Last night, he had promised to reserve a meal for Su Nanchu. However, today, having been delayed by state affairs for just a moment, this woman had fled quicker than a rabbit. The surrounding servants lowered their heads to their chests, keen to diminish their presence and avoid being ensnared by this looming tempest. Unconsciously, they felt a bead of sweat for the impending arrival of Su Nanchu. How much face had he lost by waiting for her for half an hour? At last, there was movement at the door. As Su Nanchu approached, she gradually sensed something amiss. The atmosphere was hardly favorable. Li De, wiping the sweat from his brow, rushed to her side. Oh dear little ancestor, where have you been? The emperor awaits your service at the meal. He has already waited for half an hour. Su Nanchu, is it possible? Half an hour? How long has she been gone? She just left? And that Minister Ming has also departed? After pondering for a moment, she turned and clasped her stomach, preparing to leave. Oh dear, Your Excellency, could you kindly inform the Emperor that I am experiencing a bout of diarrhea? I cannot continue. Just as she was about to exit, Lita abruptly pulled her back. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at her furrowed brow. You foolish girl, go in there and speak to the Emperor yourself. At this time, you still dare to be glib? Hurry and seek the Emperor's forgiveness. Bow your head a couple of times, and perhaps His Majesty might show mercy and spare your life. Su Nanchu straightened her back, feeling utterly dejected. However, running away was clearly not an option. They were bound to meet again. Steeling herself, she entered, nearly bowing her head to the ground. Upon seeing her demeanor, Shen Jingzhi immediately surmised her intentions and snorted coldly. You abandon your post and still have the audacity to return? Taking advantage of the moment, Su Nanchu suddenly knelt down, tears glistening like pearls as they fell. Your Majesty, I am wronged. She sobbed just a moment ago. I went to relieve myself and was intercepted by the matron in charge of the palace maidens. She insisted that I was engaging in illicit relations. I had to explain myself thoroughly before she would listen, which caused this delay. Your Majesty, you know best whether I have acted inappropriately. I've been unjustly accused and feel utterly humiliated. I beseech you to intervene on my behalf. Shen Jingzhi silently observed her performance, while the room full of eunuchs and palace maids gaped in astonishment. Regardless of whether the palace maids' accusations were justified, it was absurd for a mere maid to weep before the Emperor. Su Nanchu's manner of crying was oddly reminiscent of a funeral lament. Your Majesty, I acknowledge that abandoning my post is a grave offense deserving of death, yet that matron bears the greater sin. She knew I was meant to serve you and chose this moment to detain me for questioning. It seems to me that she is the one who has shown you no respect. As she wept, she professed her loyalty, and that foolish palace maid who reported me. She has falsely accused me without discernment. If it were not for her, the matron would not have detained me at this critical time. In my opinion, she is the true culprit. The Emperor should surely punish her severely, perhaps even feeding her to the fish to quell His Majesty's anger. Kindness is bestowed upon the deserving. Those who slander her are akin to beasts. There is no need to show leniency towards beasts. Su Nanchu was wholeheartedly immersed in her sorrowful performance. Shen Jingzhi remained eerily silent. Peeking through one eye, she found herself gazing into his profound eyes, which sent a shiver down her spine. She quickly rose and knelt a bit closer, reducing the distance between herself and Shen Jingzhi. Your Majesty, yes, you. I am truly wronged. Perhaps I could serve you during your meal to atone for my misdeeds? Shen Jingzhi's expression did not soften. He merely lifted his gaze, prompting everyone else to retreat. Soon, the room was left with only Shen Jingzhi and Su Nanchu. Su Nanchu swallowed hard, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting to her nostrils. Though she had already dined, she could not help but salivate. Your Majesty, today's feast is quite sumptuous. Is there a special occasion? Shen Jingzhi remained silent, yet did not refuse. Su Nanchu tentatively stood up and served him a piece of meat. Your Majesty, please indulge. Su Nanchu then glanced at the other dishes, realizing they were devoid of warmth, and immediately expressed her understanding. Your Majesty, how could the imperial kitchen be so careless as to present cold dishes? I shall ensure they are duly reprimanded. Chapter 22. Supervising the mid-autumn banquet, Shen Jingzhi furrowed his brows, a fleeting frown crossing his forehead. Prepare your dishes. Su Nanchu replied. He eats even the cold ones. Very well, whatever the ancestors say is what shall be. Silently grasping his chopsticks, she busily served Shen Jingzhi from the long table. Observing him finally picking up his chopsticks, Su Nanchu released a sigh of relief. As long as he was willing to eat, there was hope. Amidst their meal, Shen Jingzhi brought up the matter Su Nanchu had mentioned earlier. What is this about illicit affairs? This woman, with her exaggerated lamentations, had lodged a complaint against him, and he was not so naive as to be oblivious. Su Nanchu lowered her gaze. I was reported by someone else. At last, he had pinpointed the crux of the matter. He then added, I am the one sharing your bed. You are responsible for this supposed affair. Shen Jingzhi's brow twitched once more. Did he need to engage in illicit affairs? If he so desired, he could directly take her into the palace. Who would dare to object? Yet, subconsciously, he seemed reluctant for Su Nanchu to become one of his concubines. The distance felt too vast. Continue eating. Seeing that no further inquiry would yield results, Shen Jingzhi chose to refrain from further conversation and set down his chopsticks. What time was it? This meal was originally set aside for her, a promise made the night before. Upon hearing this, Su Nanchu instantly perked up. Though she had just eaten, the food from the kitchen paled in comparison to this. It was akin to swill. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not hold back. Today, since Shen Jingzhi had eaten little, she could indulge herself. Without hesitation, Su Nanchu began to devour her food heartily. Her manner of eating. Shen Jingzhi's brow furrowed again. How had he allowed such behavior to develop? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, his initial irritation had been somewhat diffused by her playful antics. Enough, he thought, having just been attended to by him the previous night without any formal recognition. Indulging her a little in this regard seemed inconsequential. Having navigated this hurdle, Su Nanchu found refuge beneath the shade of a tree, panting heavily. Fortune smiles upon me. I survived another day. The system trembled slightly, feeling quite pleased. You have performed admirably. The first three had no opportunity to share a bed. Speaking of this, Su Nanchu felt vexed. I did share a bed, but that was due to Shen Jingzhi being drugged. If he regains his senses and investigates, I would be in a worse predicament. Moreover, she felt terribly wronged. It was not she who had administered the drug to Shen Jingzhi. All blame lay on Meng Shuiying, whose reckless actions had drawn her into this mess. And that foolish informer. She wondered if Shen Jingzhi had grasped her subtle hints and whether he would help her seek retribution. The system, having never encountered such a scenario, was equally troubled. Shen Jingzhi is different towards you. Even if he finds out, he may still let you off. Su Nanchu rolled her eyes. What are the odds of that? What constitutes a successful seduction? Haven't I already shared a bed with him? The system hesitated for a moment before responding. Make Shen Jingzhi fall in love with you. What on earth? Su Nanchu nearly gasped in shock, throwing her hands up in despair. Why didn't you say so sooner? I would have prepared myself to become the empress. And now, you expect him to fall in love with me? Just look at him. Does he seem like the type to develop feelings? She was both acting and playing coy, yet her face betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Your future is intricately tied to Shen Jingzhi. Only if he falls in love with you can you eradicate the lurking dangers. Otherwise, you will be left to flit about the edges of the underworld. Su Nanchu mused, what a sharp little knife to my backside. This experience is truly eye-opening. To traverse realms only to be subjected to this. Such a poor review. And now, even if I wish to regret it, the opportunity has slipped away. Having boarded this treacherous ship, I must ingratiate myself with Shen Jingzhi, even if it means merely securing a few hearty meals. In recent days, the palace was abuzz with preparations for the mid-autumn banquet, with palace maids bustling about. Visitors continued to arrive in the inner court to consult Shen Jingzhi. Su Nanchu had the chance to meet the esteemed consort Ming, who presided over the 6 palaces with elegance and grace. Truly, she embodied the virtues that warranted her title. It was no wonder she was entrusted with the management of the 6 palaces. Compared to Xin Yun and Meng Shuiying, she possessed a demeanor that radiated peace and stability. Moreover, with no Empress Dowager or other consorts present, her authority was akin to that of the current master of the inner court. The emperor noted, traditionally, the mid-autumn banquet is held at Chrysanthemum Pavilion, but this year, given the recent passing of the late Empress Dowager and the proximity of the pavilion to her former quarters, should we consider an alternate venue? Consort Ming, seated at the lower end, raised this inquiry. Without lifting his gaze from the documents he was reviewing, Shen Jingzhi replied, it has been a considerable time since her passing. It is indeed time to dispel the mournful atmosphere. Consort Ming paused, realizing this meant the banquet would indeed take place at Chrysanthemum Pavilion. The hierarchy within the palace was strict, no matter how esteemed the late Empress Dowager was. She was ultimately a concubine, while the current emperor was the legitimate son of the late empress. Thus, emotionally and logically, there was no obligation for him to observe mourning. Yet, Considering the late Empress Dowager had once held the rank of a secondary empress with immense favor, would it not be prudent to afford her some dignity? Your Majesty, the Yu dynasty places great importance on filial piety. Although the late Empress Dowager has committed grave transgressions, the late emperor left behind a final wish, and her uncle still serves in the court. Would it not be prudent to consider? Shen Jingzhi abruptly discarded his brush. Accepting the handkerchief Su Nanchu offered to him to wipe his hands, and inquired, what does Consort Ming propose regarding the venue? This question seemed to hit the mark for Consort Ming, who eagerly suggested, the magnificent Hucking Pavilion, constructed during the reign of the late emperor, has recently been completed. Perhaps we should arrange for it to be prepared for the banquet? Without hesitation, Shen Jingzhi approved her suggestion. Consort Ming immediately bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall convey this order forthwith. Observing Consort Ming's noticeably lighter steps, Su Nanchu felt a twinge of suspicion. What scheme was she concocting? It was hard to believe that she genuinely had Shen Jingzhi's best interests at heart. Throughout the proceedings, Su Nanchu had remained an invisible presence, only to be unexpectedly addressed by Shen Jingzhi, who asked, Have you recovered from your injuries? With her gaze lowered, Su Nanchu replied yes. Hadn't he already inquired about this? Was there any doubt about her recovery? Shen Jingzhi, unfazed by her response, focused on the door through which Consort Ming had exited and declared, starting tomorrow, you will oversee the arrangements for the mid-autumn banquet at Hucking Pavilion. Su Nanchu was taken aback. Consort Ming will be in charge, and I am to oversee? What was he thinking? Did he believe her life was too comfortable? Su Nanchu let out a couple of forced chuckles, addressing the emperor, Your Majesty. Although my injury no longer hampers my ability to walk, the journey to Hucking Terrace is quite distant. I fear that traversing such a long way may cause my wound to reopen. Perhaps it would be prudent to have Lord Li oversee the matter instead. Shen Jingzhi turned his head, his gaze devoid of warmth. Do you wish to defy the imperial decree? Oh dear. The lightness of his words left Su Nanchu utterly petrified. Wasn't she merely offering a suggestion? How could that be construed as defiance? No. She quickly waved her hands. It is my honor, Your Majesty. I shall go tomorrow. But what would she say upon arrival? I have come to supervise you all, so behave yourselves. The other party was still Shen Jingzhi's consort, the actual sovereign of the 6 palaces. This would essentially convey to her that the emperor lacked trust in her capabilities, entrusting Su Nanchu with the task of monitoring her. How could such a role be bearable? Shen Jingzhi truly was her ancestor, constantly placing her in a position of scrutiny. Moreover, it was evident that the esteemed consort had specifically sought an imperial edict to host the mid-autumn banquet at Hucking Terrace, indicating that there was surely some underlying intrigue. If she uncovered the truth, she would offend the esteemed consort. If she did not, she would be deemed ineffective in her duties. Alas, what a source of worry this was. Chapter 23. The noble consort is with child as she spoke. Su Nanchu continued her leisurely stroll, unknowingly arriving at Juhuang Terrace. Juhuang Terrace, like Huaqing Terrace, was not part of the inner palace, yet was in close proximity, separated only by a wall. It was the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, mid-September in the solar calendar, and the osmanthus flowers were in full bloom along the roadside, while clusters of chrysanthemums flourished in the central pavilions. At this time, chrysanthemums were still seen as noble flowers, untouched by associations with funerals. After a round of observations, Su Nanchu found nothing amiss. This place had rarely been visited since the departure of Consort Shen. System: Shen Jingzhi only assigned you to supervise Huaqing Terrace, and did not mention Juhuang Terrace. What purpose does your visit here serve? Su Nanchu's gaze lingered on the osmanthus trees. One must see what differences exist between the 2 locations to comprehend the intentions of the noble consort. System: Have you discerned anything yet? Su Nanchu: No. Each person harbors their own thoughts, making it challenging to perceive them. However, it was evident that the noble consort was scheming behind the scenes. Otherwise, Shen Jingzhi would not have entrusted her with such responsibilities. Time swiftly passed to the following day. With her head downcast like a quail, Su Nanchu approached the noble consort to convey her purpose. The noble consort, however, was quite open and welcoming, greeting her with a smile. "I have been troubled, unable to make a decision alone. The emperor has sent you a flower of solace. Quickly bring forth the scroll I have prepared." Immediately, Su Nanchu beheld the layout of Huaqing Terrace, the decorations, the rehearsals, the arrangements of eunuchs and palace maids, the dishes for the banquet, and the guest list. Everything that was necessary was present. Since the emperor entrusted you with supervision, he must believe you possess a meticulous mind. Therefore, please take a copy of this scroll back with you. Should you discover any issues, inform me, and I shall arrange for any necessary additions. Copy. Su Nanchu promptly shut the scroll. "No need, Your Highness. I am, in fact, illiterate." The noble consort appeared momentarily stunned. Illiterate? How could the emperor send an illiterate maid to oversee the mid-autumn festival banquet? Su Nanchu explained. "Indeed. However, Your Highness need only concern yourself with your arrangements. I will ensure that everything is properly set before the mid-autumn festival." Upon understanding, the noble consort's smile grew more genuine. "I see. It seems I have overthought this. Rest assured, I am no stranger to organizing such events. While perfection may be elusive, I can assure you that there will be no issues regarding timing." After conversing with the noble consort for half an hour, the weight that had pressed upon Su Nanchu's chest suddenly lifted. Previously, she had mistakenly believed that the noble consort was a figure of tranquility and stability, but she now recognized her error. After all, Shen Jingzhi would not select someone for the role of assisting the six palaces who was merely a paper tiger. The task of supervision was both light and burdensome, at least while Su Nanchu was unable to discern any issues. She found refuge beneath a tree or ran to the kitchen under the guise of supervision to sample some of the banquet dishes. During this period, Meng Shuiying made an appearance, seemingly to inspect the venue for a forthcoming performance and to conduct rehearsals. As the mid-autumn feast approached, Su Nanchu remained oblivious to any underlying issues. On the eve of the celebration, she approached Shen Jingzhi, saying, "Your Majesty, all arrangements for the banquet have been finalized, and I have conducted a thorough inspection. I cannot say for certain if there are any problems, but I assure you I have checked everything." Shen Jingzhi sketched a diagram on paper, a feng shui painting imbued with an ethereal essence, and inquired, "Can you discern any intentions from the Ming concubine?" Su Nanchu feigned ignorance, replying, "Intentions? What actions has the Ming concubine taken? I merely oversee what I have been instructed to oversee. From what I have observed, there appear to be no issues on the surface." Shen Jingzhi chuckled softly, disregarding her act of feigned stupidity, and stated, "You shall accompany me to the banquet tomorrow night." Su Nanchu maintained a serious demeanor, responding, "Your Majesty, I would prefer not to attend. I have had a falling out with concubine Su, and should I offend her again, I might receive another 80 lashes. My fragile frame cannot withstand such treatment." Shen Jingzhi continued his writing without pause. "The mid-autumn feast in the palace comes with designated rewards. Should we triumph, Mu Xiu can enjoy an additional 3 days of leisure." The mention of Mu Xiu caused Su Nanchu's expression to shift dramatically, and she quickly donned a smile, saying, "In that case, I shall attend. After all, I am still unaware of the reason behind concubine Su's grievances towards me. Perhaps this mid-autumn feast presents an opportunity to transform enmity into reconciliation." The allure of 3 days of rest was simply too enticing. Since her arrival at Chengqian Palace, she had not enjoyed a single night of peaceful slumber, tirelessly attending to Shen Jingzhi day and night, as if she were not considered human. The prospect of indulging in 3 days of leisurely slumber was overwhelmingly tempting. As Su Nanchu unconsciously glanced at Shen Jingzhi, she unexpectedly found him with his head lowered, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There was a hint of indulgence in his deep-set, elongated eyes. She quickly shook her head, realizing that her exhaustion was causing her to hallucinate. Surely, Shen Jingzhi should be reveling in his triumph, having deftly ensnared her with the promise of 3 days off. How could he not feel pleased? On the night of the 15th day of the 8th month, the moon hung high in the sky, and countless stars twinkled against the towering walls, more luminous than modern neon lights. The palace maids carried red lanterns and raised jade rabbit lanterns, weaving through the palace grounds. The imperial kitchen bustled with activity, and the sharp voice of the supervising eunuch cut through the thick smoke as he coughed and urged the others to hurry. Following closely behind Shen Jingzhi as they entered, Su Nanchu mused that there were indeed advantages to being the emperor's dog. Upon entering, everyone knelt in awe, though she knew they were not bowing to her. Yet, the sight of so many prostrate figures, humble and submissive, was exhilarating, akin to cruising through a bustling city in a Rolls-Royce belonging to a leader. "Rise," Shen Jingzhi commanded indifferently after taking a seat. A swarm of individuals obediently stood up. Among the attendees were not only concubines, but also several ministers who maintained close ties with the emperor, including Ming Taishe, the father of the Ming concubine, Meng Dezhong, the father of Meng Shuiying, Su Chong, the father of Su Huanyun, Sun Wu, the brother of concubine's son, and the uncle of noble consort Shi, all present. As the banquet progressed smoothly, Su Nanchu began to lower her guard. Suddenly, the esteemed consort Ming retched twice, instantly capturing the attention of all present. "Your Highness, what troubles you? Summon the imperial physician at once," urged the anxious maidservant by her side. The physician, not far away, soon arrived. Su Nanchu was filled with trepidation. Could it be? This banquet was orchestrated by consort Ming herself, and the meals were closely monitored by her own attendants. Was it possible that she intended to stage a scenario to vie for favor? Upon the physician's arrival, he took her pulse and knelt in the center of the banquet. Addressing the emperor, "Congratulations, your majesty. I bring joyous news. Consort Ming has been with child for 2 months. What? This is indeed a momentous occasion. The first prince since your majesty's ascension," exclaimed the courtiers, showering their congratulations upon the emperor. Meanwhile, the other consorts wore less favorable expressions, yet they knew the importance of maintaining appearances. After a brief moment of shock, they swallowed their bitterness and offered their dutiful congratulations. "Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations to consort Ming." Su Nanchu smiled radiantly, relieved that the distress was not due to food poisoning. Such a significant event surely meant that Shen Jingzhi would bestow upon her a few extra days of leisure. With eager anticipation, she turned her gaze, only to be met by the depth of his inscrutable eyes. The smile faltered, as it became evident that Shen Jingzhi did not seem to welcome the prospect of this child. In that moment, Su Nanchu comprehended why consort Ming had chosen the Hucking Terrace. If her memory served her well, she had noticed numerous osmanthus trees at Juhuang Terrace that day. September was indeed the season when osmanthus bloomed. While the scent posed no issue for ordinary individuals, it could potentially lead to a miscarriage for a pregnant woman. Chapter 24. The Emperor's Heart. Thus, the Ming concubine had long been aware of her pregnancy. Yet, she understood that Shen Jingzhi would not permit her to carry the child to term. Hence, she seized the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, with the court officials and other concubines present, including her father, to candidly reveal her situation and thereby solidify her circumstances. This way, even if Shen Jingzhi were to reject the child outright, he would have no choice but to maintain an faade of propriety. Indeed, the women of the imperial harem are anything but benevolent. After a prolonged silence, Shen Jingzhi's gaze was inscrutable, lost in thought. Amidst the kneeling congratulations of those around him, he finally spoke. "Rise." Su Huanyun's eyes brimmed with jealousy, although her demeanor remained deceptively cordial as she stood up and warmly remarked, "Sister Ming, you certainly kept your secret well. Pregnant, and yet you did not share the joy with your sisters." She continued, "After all, we entered the palace together, and the bonds we share are not the same. Sister Ming, you seem to consider us outsiders." Meng Shuiying, with her title granting her a slightly higher status than the Ming concubine, felt her palms clenching, her nails digging into her flesh. She had spent countless days preparing and practicing the Western dance, anticipating a splendid performance at today's festival. Yet, with the announcement of the Ming concubine's pregnancy, all attention was swiftly diverted away from her. Other concubines chimed in, some with flattery, others with envy, and some merely maintaining appearances. The Ming concubine remained composed, having remained silent since the physician had examined her. Now, being thrust into the spotlight, She gently rested her hands on her belly and smiled benevolently. Dear sisters, do not think I only learned of this today. Even I was unaware until now. Perhaps it is my first pregnancy, and I merely assumed my monthly cycle was irregular, never considering this possibility. Her explanation, however, seemed somewhat feeble at that moment. The thoughts of the concubines present varied widely. Even those who wore smiles were likely merely performing. The festivities continued until their conclusion, spreading throughout the 6 palaces, with whispers of the Ming concubines' pregnancy echoing in every corner. While Su Nanchu personally believed Meng Shuiying's dance to be quite commendable, on par with a modern northern dance, perhaps even superior, the atmosphere shifted. Your Majesty, this evening, will you visit the rear palace? The Ming concubine has just announced her pregnancy. Might you wish to pay her a visit? As the banquet concluded, a group traversed the grand red-tiled corridors when Li De inquired with a bow. Su Nanchu followed behind, carrying a bowl of wine-soothing soup. Shen Jingzhi seemed lost in his own thoughts, neglecting to respond to any inquiries, and made his way directly to the Ming concubine's residence, Xianfu Palace. Su Nanchu had hoped for a moment of respite, but Shen Jingzhi remarked as he departed, "Bring the wine-soothing soup." Su Nanchu thought to herself, would it not suffice to drink it now? Carrying it such a distance, it will surely cool. Truly, he was a demanding sovereign. With a frown, Su Nanchu trudged along, carrying the bowl. Xianfu Palace, being one of the larger residences in the harem, boasted imposing gates, adorned with a plaque inscribed by an emperor of the past. Upon reaching the entrance, Shen Jingzhi took the bowl from Su Nanchu's tray and entered alone. Su Nanchu, puzzled, asked, "My lord, are we not timing this visit?" Previously, there had been strict adherence to timing. During the night with consort Su, Li De interjected, biting back his frustration as he poked Su Nanchu's forehead. "You foolish girl, what nonsense are you babbling? Mind your own duties." Su Nanchu said her lips, coinciding. She fell silent. Inside the room, Ming Fei had anticipated the arrival of Shen Jingzhi and had long been kneeling on the ground in wait. The intricately carved beams and columns, the flickering candlelight, and the light yellow drapery swaying gently in the autumn breeze added an air of desolation to this palace filled with shadows and intrigue. As Shen Jingzhi approached, he placed the medicinal wine-eliminating soup on the table, settled into a chair, and adjusted his dragon robe. "Drink it." Ming Fei's complexion turned pale immediately. "Your Majesty, I did not intend to deceive you. That day, I found the medicinal dish you sent to be too bitter, so I had it poured into a flower pot. Little did I know that it would lead to that night. Your Majesty, I am aware that your ascension to the throne is recent and the imperial seat is unstable. I do not wish for the harem to bear the offspring of former court officials. I assure you, whether the child is a boy or a girl, I will not allow them to partake in the power struggle." Ming Fei continuously bowed her head. "My father can also guarantee this. Today I met with him, and he understands the solitude I endure in the depths of the palace. Thus, he is willing to retire and return to his homeland, allowing me to raise a son or daughter to keep me company." She implored, "I hope your Majesty will consider our youthful acquaintance and the fact that my father once served you loyally, sparing the child within me and leaving me with a glimmer of hope." Shen Jingzhi's gaze revealed no trace of affection. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, each knock resonating painfully in Ming Fei's heart. To refrain from drinking signified her awareness that he would not desire this child. Recognizing this, her deliberate setup was not without its guilt. "You have followed me since you were 16. It has been 5 years, has it not?" Ming Wanqing's thoughts surged, and tears fell unbidden. "Indeed, before your Majesty ascended the throne, I lay in wait, often meeting with my father in secret. I was playful and chanced upon you once, falling in love at first sight, unaware of your identity, and thus resolved to marry no one but you. Yet at that time, your Majesty was indifferent to matters of the heart, focused solely on claiming the throne. I had no choice but to silently accompany you until this year, when a decree was issued to the Grand Tutor's residence, and I truly became your woman. Your Majesty, I beseech you, consider the sincerity of my feelings back then and grant me a child." Shen Jingzhi lowered his gaze, fixed on the figure on the ground. remaining silent for a long while. Ming Wanqing understood that bringing up past events now was merely exhausting the emotions between them. Yet, she had no alternative. She had once loved this man deeply, disregarding her father's opposition, wholly intent on marrying him, and she did not regret it. However, when she discovered that the man she had loved for so long rewarded her with a bowl of contraceptive soup after every night spent together, her heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife, with every breath infused with excruciating pain. It gradually dawned on her that not all encounters were with virtuous individuals, leading to a lifetime of regrets. Yet, there was no turning back. Her only desire was to leave behind a child to accompany her through the long, lonely nights of the palace. Ultimately, Shen Jingzhi lifted his robe and stood, descending the high platform step by step. With her pregnancy, the authority over the 6 palaces would temporarily be entrusted to Shui Fei. Temporarily entrusted. These words sounded pleasing, but Ming Wanqing understood that this lifetime, she would never encounter it again. The palace gates are firmly locked. From this day forward, save for essential sustenance and daily necessities, no one shall enter or exit the Xianfu Palace. If it is for the purpose of nurturing life, then nurture it well. I have granted you this opportunity, and should you fail to preserve it, then do not blame others. Ming Wanqing ultimately smiled, yet her smile bore the sorrow of tears. 5 years. 5 years, and still, the heart of an emperor remains unthawed. Shen Jingzhi, what is your heart truly made of? Thank you for your grace. Your Majesty, I humbly bid you farewell, she said, bowing deeply, remaining prostrated for an extended period. It was not until the palace maids and eunuchs rushed in to assist her that she finally rose. Your Highness. Su Nanchu waited outside, shivering from the cold. Just as she was about to lose her composure and stamp her feet in frustration, Shen Jingzhi emerged. Return to the Chengqian Palace. He commanded, and with that, the gates of Xianfu Palace were shut, and a group of eunuchs secured the door with chains. Su Nanchu was left in stunned silence. Could it be that he has imprisoned the Ming concubine? The atmosphere felt tense, and she dared not speak further. Where was the bowl of sobering soup? Why had Shen Jingzhi taken it inside, without returning it to her? Chapter 25. Imprisoned in the imperial courtyard upon entering the Chengqian Palace. Su Nanchu could not shake her inner doubts. Indeed, emperors are often devoid of compassion. The Ming consort, who had managed the inner palace for him, despite her lack of notable achievements, had endured her own share of hardships. Yet, simply because she had become pregnant without his consent, she was promptly imprisoned. Shen Jingzhi dismissed the eunuchs, leaving only Su Nanchu in his presence. The scent of alcohol was heavy on him, so much so that Su Nanchu could detect it from a distance. Your Majesty, it is getting late. May I assist you in preparing for bed? She thought to hasten his slumber, hoping to seize a moment of rest herself. Shen Jingzhi remained silent. Assuming his silence was acquiescence, Su Nanchu stepped forward to assist him in removing his garments. However, before she could even complete her task, Shen Jingzhi suddenly grasped her hand. Before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself enveloped in his embrace, the warmth of his breath brushing against her crown. Gradually, his lips descended to her ear. A shiver coursed through Su Nanchu as she instinctively pushed against him. Shen Jingzhi restrained her movements, leaning closer to her ear with a voice that maintained its customary chill. Serve me for the night. Su Nanchu's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, he cannot be serious? She pushed against him more vigorously. No, we cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. The mingling scent of alcohol and his unique fragrance, reminiscent of dragon saliva, created an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. His arm, possessively encircling her waist, was remarkably strong. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. The more she resisted, the more insistent he became, his eyes ablaze with desire. Will you undress yourself, or shall I do it for you? Su Nanchu thought to herself. Was there truly an expectation for the palace made to provide such companionship? Her hesitation was met with Shen Jingzhi's impatience as he reached out to pull her closer. No. Please, she implored. I shall do it myself. It was better to undress herself and maintain some semblance of dignity, rather than risk her garments being torn asunder by this man. Seemingly averse to coercion, Shen Jingzhi relented at her concession, releasing her from his grip. Su Nanchu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. How had she come to this point? Had she fled earlier, she might have avoided such a predicament. Now, she found herself tasked with providing not just comfort, but intimacy to a man who did not love her, merely seeking release. This life was indeed wretched. With a tremulous hand, she grasped her collar, torn between reluctance and resignation as she began to unfasten her buttons. As she approached the final clasp, Shen Jingzhi, evidently growing impatient, seized her hastily, leaving her exposed. Goodness, was such urgency truly necessary? She had no opportunity to feel any sense of modesty. A sudden force yanked her closer, and what ensued was an encounter of a most inappropriate nature. Unlike their previous encounter, this time Su Nanchu experienced less pain. Shen Jingzhi tempered his strength, yet whenever a moan threatened to escape her lips, he would silence her. Such was the peril of their clandestine affair, with people nearby. They had to remain vigilant, their senses heightened. The thrill of it all. Following their union, Shen Jingzhi, unlike before, displayed a gentler side, lifting Su Nanchu in his arms and carrying her deeper into the inner chambers. In Shen Jingzhi's Changqian Palace, a realm blessed by heaven and earth, the bedroom, study, hot spring, library, and art studio were all interconnected. Moreover, the hot spring is a natural one, its waters sourced from deep underground. As Su Nanchu was abruptly tossed in, water splashed all over her face. "Your Majesty, this is rather harsh." What was once a delightful experience was marred by such a crude action. Nevertheless, the warmth of the spring was undeniably soothing. "Enough chatter, wash up quickly, and afterward attend to me," commanded Shen Jingzhi, seated at the edge, clad only in a golden nightgown. Su Nanchu thought to herself, "Is he going to jump into? Why must I serve him?" With a roll of her eyes, she indulged in the water, swimming in delight. Since her arrival here, this was the first time she had bathed so comfortably, feeling every muscle in her body relax. Enveloped in a warm bliss, Shen Jingzhi stood by the shore, testing the water's temperature with his hand. Just as Su Nanchu was enjoying herself, she leaped from the surface, flinging her hair back and sending a cascade of droplets flying. Quite coincidentally, the splashes of water headed straight for Shen Jingzhi, drenching him entirely. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Shen Jingzhi's piercing gaze slowly lifted. Su Nanchu was momentarily taken aback. She anticipated him crouching there to test the water's warmth. Water droplets slid down his nostrils, his dark hair plastered against his scalp, rendering him akin to a dashing yet drenched fowl. "Su Nanchu." Shen Jingzhi's voice remained calm, yet carried an ominous chill. A shiver ran down her spine as she cowered in the water, swallowing nervously. It wasn't intentional. She chuckled nervously, realizing this excuse was growing stale. Shen Jingzhi, clearly not easily deceived this time, tossed his robe aside, commanding, "Come out." Su Nanchu shook her head vehemently. "No, I shall not repeat myself." Shen Jingzhi's voice grew more insistent. Caught between a wolf and a tiger, she dared neither retreat nor advance. After steeling herself, she cautiously approached the shore. Under Shen Jingzhi's icy demeanor, she tentatively touched the robe. Suddenly, as if making a bold decision, she seized Shen Jingzhi's robe and yanked it down. Unprepared for such audacity, Shen Jingzhi had not anticipated anyone would dare act so recklessly before him. With a splash, she pulled him into the center of the bath. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nanchu emerged from the water, clutching the robe, and dashed away to find her discarded palace attire, hurriedly putting it on. Before Shen Jingzhi could pursue her, she fled back to her quarters. "Oh my, that was terrifying." Su Nanchu panted, her heart racing as if she were playing a frantic game of subway parkour. Her thoughts had been quite optimistic. As Shen Jingzhi was in a foul mood, she had wisely chosen to run. She planned to apologize once he had calmed down. Such scenarios often unfolded in novels, where perhaps he would find her audaciousness amusing and, in a fit of excitement, fall for her. Yet, imagination is but a fleeting illusion. Just as Su Nanchu reveled in her daydreams, the imperial guards barged in, led by Pei Yong. "Su Nanchu, come out. The emperor has decreed that Su Nanchu has offended his majesty and must be taken back for punishment." The steward of the maidservants had just emerged when this proclamation was heard. She watched in disbelief as a multitude of guards stormed into the maidservants' quarters. Su Nanchu thought to herself, "This scene feels eerily familiar. The faces are the same. Yet again, it is Pei Yong." In an attempt to avert further humiliation, and perhaps knowing there is no escape, Su Nanchu raised her hands in surrender, promptly tidied herself, and squeezed through the crowd, declaring, "I am here, right here." Is it really necessary? Shen Jingzhi is rather petty. Isn't it often said that many female protagonists provoke the male leads to the utmost, only to find them increasingly enamored? She acted with such audacity, and now so many are here to apprehend her. "I am here. I will go with you. Please do not act impulsively." Once again, she must submit and play the role of the humble servant. "Take her away." Pei Yong showed no mercy, resembling a stern figure of authority. With her hands bound, Su Nanchu was escorted forward. Initially, she was fine, pondering excuses, planning to sincerely apologize to Shen Jingzhi upon meeting him, hoping this incident might soon be forgotten. However, it did not take long for her to sense something amiss. Is this not the path to the Chengqian Palace? Pei Yong remained silent, while a nearby guard addressed her. "You have offended the emperor and still dare to think of serving at the Chengqian Palace?" A foreboding feeling washed over Su Nanchu. "Then where are we going?" The guard replied, yetting, "What? This is not how it is portrayed in the novels." Chapter 26. Does the guard pay lack women? No, I must see His Majesty. Unconsciously, Su Nanchu repeated the actions of the ill-fated female characters who had met their demise. The guard cast her a cold glance. "See the emperor? Is it so simple as you wish? Allow me to advise you. Accept your fate. You might still retain your life. If you persist in your reckless behavior, you may not even end up with a complete corpse." Su Nanchu. System. Su Nanchu called out twice in her heart, but received no response. At a critical moment, it proved unreliable. What about the snow concubine? May I meet the snow concubine? Perhaps I could persuade her to intercede on my behalf. The guard struck her with a blunt blow. "Stop dreaming. You shall not see anyone. Once you enter the Yetting, the only path that remains is to await your demise." How tragic. No, I must understand my fate. At least be granted a chance to apologize to His Majesty? Are you denying me even that opportunity? The guard scoffed derisively. With such energy, you should focus on how to be reborn in your next life. Su Nanchu. This is truly disastrous. Su Nanchu then set her gaze upon Pei Yong, deliberating for a few seconds before cautiously calling out, "Guard Pei. Guard Pei?" Su Nanchu attempted to ingratiate herself. "We are old acquaintances. Could you not show me some leniency? Why not treat me as a trivial matter and allow me to leave the palace? I promise, once I am outside, I will forever remember your great kindness. And once I have wealth, I shall reward you generously. At that time, you need not speak, and His Majesty will remain none the wiser. Moreover, if I manage to leave the palace, employing the modern business methods, I might even become a tycoon. The wealth would be inexhaustible, making this venture worthwhile." Pei Yong remained expressionless, drawing his sword halfway, resolute and impartial. Either face death or proceed to the Yetting. The glint of the blade sliced across her face in the darkness. Su Nanchu recoiled. "Then I suppose I shall head to the Yetting. At least I might still live." As she continued deeper into the palace, venturing further into the desolate corridors, she clung to a final hope. "Guard Pei, you lack money. But do you lack women? I could. Enter." Before she could finish her sentence, she was thrust inside. The dilapidated wooden door creaked ominously at her arrival. "Save me. I am innocent. I want to leave. Your Majesty, I am wrong." The inhabitants within heard the commotion and surged forth. But their movements were too sluggish. By the time they reached the entrance, the door had already closed again. Su Nanchu observed as Pei Yong exchanged a few brief words with those inside the Yetting, uncertain of their content. Subsequently, they approached her and shackled her feet with heavy iron chains, escorting her further inside. "Great, it appears I've truly lost my way." From the servant quarters to the Yetting. Passing a corner, Su Nanchu caught a glimpse of the matron from the servant quarters, her hair in disarray, clothing tattered, and she appeared to have aged more than 20 years. However, now she is struggling to protect herself and naturally lacks the time to reminisce with that old woman. Is it truly impossible to show some leniency? Guard Pei, we are old acquaintances. I have served the emperor for such a long time. Who knows? Perhaps tomorrow the emperor will remember me. Inside, Su Nanchu was thrust into the cell. It was pitch black within, save for a small window that allowed a sliver of moonlight to seep through. The floor was strewn with straw and stalks. There was no bed, no blanket. Only a bowl of spoiled rice shattered on the ground. It seemed the previous occupant had not had the chance to eat before their demise. Why are they free outside while I am confined here? No one paid heed to Su Nanchu's words. The officials outside coldly secured her chains, locking the prison door tightly. Moments later, the figures vanished into the darkness. The surroundings gradually returned to silence, with only the sound of the neighboring cell's chains clanking in the air. Su Nanchu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Upon reopening them, her gaze held an inscrutable depth. Well, here I am, back to square one. Not only that, but I have been thrust directly from the 21st century back into the Qin dynasty. The system chimed in. You've gone too far, Haven Tu. Now it's all over for this lifetime. Su Nanchu, irked, retorted, what else can you do besides offer sarcastic remarks? You seem to have an incessant need to speak. She touched the iron chains, testing their strength with both hands. Such things cannot be opened without a key. Even if she were to contemplate suicide, she found herself incapable. Waiting for death was also unacceptable. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. I shall take it step by step. Su Nanchu sought a comfortable position to lie down and close her eyes. In the Chengqian Palace, Shen Jingzhi had already donned his garments, presenting himself once again as a figure of refined cruelty. He toyed with a string of beads, gazing at Pei Yong, who had returned to report. Did you throw her in? Pei Yong bowed, replying to Majesty, she has been sent in. Did she utter anything while being captured? This woman is utterly unruly. Without proper discipline, she will never learn. She did. Pei Yong pondered for a moment before continuing. Initially, she wished to see you, but I made it clear that it was impossible. Then she requested to meet with Consort Shui, to which I equally refused. Subsequently, she offered me money to release her from the palace. She also claimed that if she did not say anything, I would not inform you. Pei Yong recounted every word without omission, particularly those audacious remarks made by the woman. As a member of the Imperial Guard, he was naturally loyal to the emperor. Finally, Pei Yong hesitated, weighing his words carefully. In the end, she inquired if I was in need of women. The implication was unmistakable. She sought to bargain for her life. At this point, the atmosphere grew thick with tension, pressing down heavily. Shen Jingzhi's hand, which had been playing with the beads, stilled as he narrowed his eyes, an inferno of fury gradually igniting within. Very well. Keep a close watch on her. Do not allow her to perish. It is the first time I have encountered a woman I have used daring to brazenly offer herself to another man. Pei Yong hastily bowed in affirmation, sensing an inexplicable chill in the air. Such a woman is fickle and glib-tongued. Why would His Majesty insist on keeping a close watch on such a person? Nevertheless, it is understandable that Su Nanchu seeks you or your subordinates. Yet her desire to consult with Consort Shui raises questions. Is there something hidden within this matter that warrants investigation? Shen Jingzhi furrowed his brow. On the surface, the encounters between Su Nanchu and Meng Shuiying are few and far between, suggesting no collusion. Or could it be that Meng Shuiying possesses some leverage that has fallen into Su Nanchu's hands? For now, there is no need to pursue this further. You may leave. Chapter 27. Life in this world relies on performance as the incessant chattering echoed around her. Su Nanchu awoke abruptly from her slumber, her hand instinctively reaching out to grasp what turned out to be a plump rat. The soft, squishy texture stirred a wave of nausea within her. Discarding the creature with a flick of her wrist, she wiped her hands haphazardly against her garments. A gentle light began to filter through the small window, illuminating the scene outside the iron bars, where a few sentinels were merrily partaking of wine and meat. Su Nanchu raised her hand in a futile attempt to shield her eyes as she peered toward their table. Her stomach, betraying her, emitted a couple of discontented growls. "Excuse me, gentlemen, may I inquire the time?" she called out, leaning against the bars. The soldiers, amidst their revelry, cast a brief glance in her direction, only to resume their indulgence as if she were invisible. Searching her pockets, Su Nanchu discovered only a handful of small silver coins. Previously, when the palace had issued a stipend, she had deemed it superfluous, paying it little mind. Now, however, it had transformed into a precious commodity. She tossed one of the coins towards them, watching it roll like a pebble to their feet. "Good sirs, I entered in haste and could only bring a few small coins. I hope you will not look down upon such a humble offering." At last, one of them stirred, walking over to retrieve the coin from the ground. After inspecting it to ensure its worth, he weighed it in his hand and approached her. "Speak your mind. Each coin warrants but a single question." Su Nanchu pressed her lips together, discreetly counting the 4 remaining coins in her grasp. "Might I inquire how long I am to be confined here?" The jailer replied curtly, "I do not know." A deep furrow formed on Su Nanchu's brow. Surely, she could not be imprisoned for eternity? And how am I to relieve myself in this place? The cells are mere bars, surrounded by others, with both men and women cohabiting. The jailer tucked the silver coin into his pocket. "That counts as your second question." Su Nanchu sighed. How utterly unfair. Yet, she was in dire need of answers. Resolutely, she tossed another coin towards him. "Here." He picked it up and weighed it again. "Well, just manage it as best you can. Once you arrive here, what else is there to consider?" Su Nanchu thought to herself, what a waste of money on trivialities. Realizing that her inquiries were yielding little fruit, she turned away in search of a sunlit corner to sit quietly. The jailer, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for accepting her coins without providing any assistance, eventually added, "Though I cannot divulge the reason for your imprisonment, I will be candid. None who enter this place ever leave." With her gaze lowered, Su Nanchu's spirits sank further. Indeed, the whims of the emperor were inscrutable. She had already endured 2 sleepless nights, with no compassion shown. The melodramatic portrayals of protagonists who courted disaster, only to be favored by the emperor, had brought her no small amount of suffering. Time passed unmeasured until a meager meal was finally delivered. Su Nanchu detected not a whiff of appetizing aroma. Upon raising her head, she discovered the unsightly truth. Slop, mixed with remnants of some half-eaten steamed bun. Great! This is surely the dregs of what the palace maids typically consume. Cast aside for us. A wave of revulsion washed over her. Is this even fit for consumption? However, it soon dawned upon Su Nanchu that her feelings were rather exaggerated. The inmates surrounding her, upon seeing the food delivery, immediately devoured their meals ravenously, extracting the steamed buns soaked in broth with their bare hands and stuffing them into their mouths. Su Nanchu gazed vacantly, lingering in place for quite some time. As a guard passed by, she tentatively raised her voice. "Sir, would it be possible for a mere piece of silver to grant me a visit to the restroom?" The guard, with a stern expression, approached, his sword resting at his side. Su Nanchu pleaded earnestly, "Sir, I have just arrived and am truly unaccustomed to this environment. I kindly ask for your leniency." The need was becoming unbearable. The guard glanced down at the chains binding her feet, his expression grave as he contemplated for a moment before he relented. "Very well, but be swift. Do not attempt any tricks." Su Nanchu produced a small silver coin. Placing it in his hand, the door swung open, and she followed the guard, the clanking of her iron chains resonating with each step, the sound heavy and foreboding. With her head bowed, she observed her surroundings from the corners of her eyes. The prison bore a striking resemblance to those depicted in television dramas. The interior was dimly lit, the passageways narrow. The prisoners within the cells fared relatively well. Each afforded a private space and meals. Those outside, however, could only wait for the remnants of the meal to be cleared before they were permitted to enter and clean up. They weren't even provided with the means to scrub the buckets. Their existence could be described as even more miserable than that of livestock. "Do not gaze about idly. Had it not been for Chief Pei's explicit instructions, with your delicate skin, my brothers and I would have already enjoyed your company." The guard interrupted her thoughts as they reached a less populated area. Su Nanchu quickly seized upon this crucial point. Explicit instructions? What could they entail? Upon returning from the restroom, she feigned casual curiosity and inquired, "So, did Chief Pei mention anything about ensuring my well-being?" The guard, with impatience, cast her a glance, What foolish dreams are you entertaining? Chief Pei merely stated that you should not die. Now that you are here, do you still think you're outside? As for being well cared for, you should be grateful they do not allow these convicts to serve you. However, since Chief Pei had specifically given orders, they would extend a courtesy. Otherwise, such a valuable commodity could easily be sold to the eunuchs for a handsome sum. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Nanchu's lips. Indeed, her thoughts had been overly optimistic. Not allowing her to die seemed merely a means to prolong her suffering. Yet, a spark of cunning ignited in her eyes. With her head lowered, she bit her tongue, allowing a few tears to escape in pain. I understand he is doing his best. Her expression twisted into a pained grimace, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs. She brushed her tears away incessantly. At least Pei Lang is somewhat keeping his promise from the past. Her voice trembled, modulating into a heart-wrenching cry, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her shoulders quivered slightly with the rise and fall of her emotions, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. The guard remained transfixed, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Su Nanchu's sobs were poignant, occasionally feigning restraint as she bit her lip. Yet the sound of her weeping could not be quelled. So poignant was her plight that the jailer became increasingly convinced of his suspicions, incredulously inquiring, "You and Chief Pei?" Su Nanchu, her eyes brimming with tears, shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. "No, I do not know him. I can only wish that he lives well, finds a good partner, bears a few children, and experiences peace and joy throughout his life." The jailer remarked, "You don't know him, yet you wish him so much? Who would believe that?" Clearly, there was more to their relationship. Bored from the endless days spent in confinement, he thought that listening to stories would be rather entertaining. As he pondered this, he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Enough of the tears. Look at you. With that appearance, you seem like a palace maid. You two are simply not from the same world." Feigning anger, Su Nanchu retorted, "You speak nonsense. Lord Pei has promised to marry me." As she uttered these words, she lifted her arm, revealing her unblemished skin devoid of the markings of a chastity token, her delicate and fair arm akin to a slender willow. "That night, he said he would marry me, that I should be his wife." With these words, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of pearls. Surely, Lord Pei must have his own burdens to bear. Lord Pei, sobbing softly, the jailer began to grasp the situation, observing the scene with a mix of amusement and sympathy, remarking, "You are indeed a pitiable soul." He had not anticipated that, beneath the seemingly upright facade of their Chief Pei, he would be so brazenly toying with a mere palace maid. Chapter 28. A supportive patron. Upon hearing these words, Su Nanchu wept even more, her tears cascading down like rain-soaked blossoms. "So you were imprisoned in Yeding because your affair with Chief Pei was discovered? The loss of a palace maid's virtue is a grave sin." With tears glistening, Su Nanchu nodded, then shook her head defiantly, saying, "It is my fault. I never anticipated that someone would notice. I have lost my maidenhood." The jailer sighed, remarking, "Chief Pei appears to have some affection for you. According to the law, a palace maid who loses her virtue is to be executed. The fact that you still retain your life is likely due to General Pei's intervention on your behalf." Through her sobs, Su Nanchu replied, "I understand that Pei Lang has done his utmost, so I harbor no resentment towards him. I wish for an opportunity to see him once more. If that is not possible, at the very least, let it be known to those here that I have connections, so that I may be afforded a decent meal." The jailer, visibly troubled, observed the weeping woman whose tears soaked her sleeves. He shook his head and gently advised, "My dear girl, you must abandon such hopes. This is Yeding. Even Chief Pei, without the emperor's decree, cannot easily set foot here. Your continued existence is already a tremendous blessing. Do not indulge in further fantasies." As he spoke, it was clear that he genuinely felt pity for Su Nanchu. He led her past the banquet where they had just dined and handed her half a roasted chicken. "Though life here is arduous, at least you have retained your life. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to approach me. You are unfortunate to have encountered the wrong person, leading to this fate. Always remember," he continued, A man's promises are not to be trusted, particularly those of a man of high status like Chief Pei. He is surrounded by women. How could he ever deign to what a mere palace maid? Su Nanchu's eyes sparkled with determination as she swiftly accepted the roasted chicken, nodding vigorously. Indeed, especially some men who deceive women into sharing their beds, only to turn their backs once the act is done. Such men deserve to descend into the depths of hell, suffering daily tortures. Yes, I speak of you. Shen Jingzhi. The jailer was taken aback, gazing at Su Nanchu in disbelief. Is this truly the heart of the most venomous woman? Realizing the unusual scrutiny, Su Nanchu quickly shifted back to her feigned sorrow, lamenting, however, while I may speak thus, the one who truly suffers is still me, my Pei Lang. It was a moment of venting frustration. No wonder he thought, this young lady seems so innocent, not at all resembling one with a heart of venom. He gently patted Su Nanchu's shoulder, reassuring her, fear not. Although the conditions in Yeding are harsh, it is a distant place from the emperor's gaze. I shall be your protector from now on. Su Nanchu smiled sweetly, nodding, thank you, dear brother. You are so kind. Ah, to have a patron. As Su Nanchu was returned to her cell, she held tightly to the freshly roasted chicken. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, attracting the attention of the surrounding cells, drawing them closer. Despite the confines of her imprisonment, the multitude of hungry eyes made Su Nanchu feel slightly bashful. Thus, she shyly began to nibble on her prize. Ah, how delectable it was! Behold, the more you observe my indulgence, the more delectable it appears. Su Nanchu, having just belched contentedly, glanced at the remaining portion of roasted chicken, contemplating a suitable place to store it, intending to resume her feast once hunger struck again. Just as she was about to move, a swarm of individuals surged in from outside. They frantically rummaged through the garbage bins, scavenging for morsels to consume. A wave of nausea washed over her. Su Nanchu swallowed hard, diverting her gaze to avoid the sight. In that moment of distraction, she caught sight of a figure in the corner, a person devoid of hands, stumbling towards her. Unable to walk steadily, this individual had already missed the opportunity for a meal, resorting instead to scavenging scraps from the ground. How utterly disheartening! Gazing at the remaining piece of roasted chicken in her hand, Su Nanchu resolved to extend a gesture of kindness. Granny? Granny? Upon hearing the call, the elderly woman turned her attention to Su Nanchu, her excitement palpable, though she lacked the ability to articulate coherent words. Su Nanchu waved her hand, indicating the roasted chicken. Instantly understanding, the woman rose to her feet, but without hands, her balance faltered and she stumbled to the ground, opting instead to crawl towards her. Su Nanchu tore off pieces of meat, gently feeding them to her, urging, take your time. As the elderly woman devoured the food greedily, she emitted a series of muffled sounds. Su Nanchu, uncertain of her intended message, sought to ease the tension, slowly stating, on the second day of your punishment, Consort Chen passed away, and everyone from the servant quarters was buried alongside her. Upon hearing this, the woman's emotions surged and tears welled in her eyes. Su Nanchu comprehended her sentiment. She wished to convey her innocence. Continuing to tear off more meat, Su Nanchu fed her, affirming, I know. How could she not? It was a trap meticulously orchestrated by her own hand. Yet in the end, she too became a mere pawn in that game. As the saying goes, one may lose a horse, yet who can predict whether it is a blessing or a curse? The fact that they were still alive surpassed the fates of others in the servant quarters by 100-fold. The elderly woman continued to shed tears. Su Nanchu persisted in feeding her, her gaze betraying an indescribable emotion. In the servant quarters, you often scolded me, yet I understood that your heart was not malicious. Especially today, after being cast aside by Shen Jingzhi, I realized that his earlier reprimands were merely a jest. If he were truly enraged, he would not have granted her a moment's respite, nor would he have awaited her attempts at justification. Each time I shirked my duties, and you caught me. You scolded me, yet I too failed to uphold my end of our relationship, and you never held it against me. As Su Nanchu spoke, a growing sense of guilt enveloped her. Had she not devised that scheme, the elderly woman would not have faced such repercussions. However, contemplating further, had she not set that trap, with consort Chen's demise, they might both be conversing in the underworld today. Thus, it remained an unsolvable dilemma. Finishing the last morsel of meat, Su Nanchu found some grass to wipe her hands clean. The elderly woman extended her arm, lacking a hand, as if she wished to convey something. Su Nanchu leaned closer, and the woman gently touched her head with her wrapped wrist, subsequently inscribing on the ground with deliberate gestures. To cultivate oneself in solitude is to achieve one's ultimate purpose. Su Nanchu lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a newfound gravity. The woman's expression deepened as she regarded Su Nanchu, as if imbued with countless hopes. After a moment, while Su Nanchu remained lost in thought, the elderly woman struggled to rise, taking slow, measured steps toward the doorway. Chapter 29. The Worth of an Ineffectual Life. Su Nanchu's heart was a tumult of emotions. After staring blankly for a moment, she came to herself. Alas, one must sing when joy is present and refrain when it is lost. Sorrow and resentment drift endlessly. Today, there is wine to indulge in, and tomorrow's troubles shall be faced when they arrive. With a resigned shake of her head, Su Nanchu recited this poem and sought a comfortable spot to lie down. In times of poverty, one must focus on self-cultivation. In times of wealth, one should care for the world. Presently, she could hardly ensure her own survival, let alone ponder over trivial matters. The very essence of life was at stake. In the palace, a sudden upheaval had transpired overnight. During the mid-autumn festival banquet, the illustrious consort Ming, who had captured the limelight, found herself suddenly out of favor. The gates of Xinfu Palace were locked, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving, as if a prison were being drawn around her, signaling a descent into obscurity. In the imperial study, a somber atmosphere reigned, restoring the previously stern and solemn silence. Lida bowed as he entered to report, "Your Majesty." The Grand Tutor requests an audience. Without lifting his gaze, Shen Jingzhi replied, "Send him away." He was well aware of the reason for the Grand Tutor's visit. Lida hesitated, caught in a dilemma. "Your Majesty, the Grand Tutor has conveyed that if you do not see him, he shall remain outside the door." Given the gravity of the situation, it was indeed unusual for the Grand Tutor not to come forth. Shen Jingzhi paused his writing. Reflecting on the fact that the Grand Tutor had once been among the first to stand by his side, their bond more profound than ordinary. "Tell him that Consort Ming is unharmed," he instructed, knowing that this was the essence of the Grand Tutor's request. After a moment of hesitation, Lida exited to convey the message. Upon returning, he observed his master, who was deeply engrossed in reviewing memorials, and after much internal conflict, finally ventured, "Your Majesty, there is something I am uncertain whether I should say." Shen Jingzhi remained silent. Lida continued, bending low, "Having served you for so long, I have witnessed your journey. To speak a harsh truth, the status of the harem is inherently tenuous. Should there be no offspring, it would be difficult to account for matters of the ancestral temple. Now that Consort Ming is unexpectedly pregnant, it could potentially be a joyous occasion. Perhaps." Shen Jingzhi gradually lifted his gaze to meet Lida's. "Perhaps what?" he inquired. Lida, suddenly paralyzed with fear, fell to the ground. "Your Majesty, what benefits has Consort Ming provided you that would compel you to risk your life by allowing such insolence?" Shen Jingzhi's voice dripped with suppressed anger. "Oh dear," Lida trembled, bowing his head. "Your Majesty, you have misunderstood my intentions. I would never dare to engage in such a perilous matter. However, with no sons or daughters in the harem, and each time you favor the consorts, they're given potions to prevent pregnancy, I, too, am anxious. The late emperor had 7 or 8 princes by this time, and even though he later favored consort Shen, other concubines still bore heirs. Yet now, your harem shows no sign of even a single child. I understand your plans, but Consort Ming is a kind-hearted person, unlike Consort Shen of your. She will undoubtedly nurture the little prince well. Your Majesty, perhaps you might consider sparing Consort Ming this once." The silence lingered above him, and Li Da was drenched in sweat, droplets falling to the ground as his palms turned cold. Just then, the voice of Pei Yong, the captain of the Imperial Guards, announced his request for an audience. Shen Jingzhi paused, tossing his pen into the holder with a flick of his wrist, and wiped the ink off his hands, remarking, "Have I lived so long that my mind has become muddled? Lida knelt on the ground, not daring to utter a word. Shen Jingzhi elongated his gaze and continued. Did I instruct you to deliver abortion medicine to the Xinfu Palace? Suddenly enlightened, Lida realized that although the Ming Fei had been confined and the Xinfu Palace sealed, the abortion medicine had yet to be sent. Could it be that the emperor had no intention of terminating the child? Last night, the emperor had ordered the sealing of the Xinfu Palace in the dead of night. This revelation left Lida stunned as he lifted his head. Shen Jingzhi chose to disregard this matter and summoned Pei Yong. Aware of his own presence being unwelcome, Lida carefully rose and retreated. The mention of the Ming Fei stirred a sense of guilt within Shen Jingzhi. That woman had sworn allegiance to him at the tender age of 16 and remained unmarried at 20. Had it been Ming Shuiying or Xin Yuanhuan, their fate would be a foregone conclusion. Yet, for Ming Wanqing, despite his aversion, he felt compelled to consider her feelings. However, the palace was fraught with hidden dangers. Upon entering, Pei Yong immediately knelt before the emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Shen Jingzhi, returning to the present, lowered his gaze and inquired, "What is it?" Pei Yong, filled with righteous indignation, replied, "Your Majesty, I am wronged." He voiced his grievances without elaborating on the matter. Shen Jingzhi's already dark demeanor grew even more somber. Realizing the atmosphere was tense, Pei Yong seized his superfluous words and recounted the conversation from the prison word for word. Subsequently, he bowed and declared, "Your Majesty, although I have served alongside Su Nan in the Chengqian Palace, we have never met privately and could not possibly have any collusion. I assure you, I would never engage in such despicable acts. I implore you to discern the truth." Shen Jingzhi's lips tightened into a thin line, his eyes concealing an inexplicable emotion. This woman truly could not be trusted, lingering in the Chengqian Palace day and night. When would she find time for clandestine rendezvous? Pei Yong refrained from commenting further, his face flushing as he bowed. "Your Majesty, she does not possess the ceremonial rouge. Palace maids must enter the palace as virgins, and the ceremonial rouge is applied upon their entry." Shen Jingzhi remained unperturbed. Is there anyone who witnessed this? Without witnesses, how could it be substantiated? In a place like Yeding, would she even dare to undress at night? Pei Yong, his expression dark, continued, "In order to prove her alleged affair with me, she deliberately showed her arm to the guards. The ceremonial rouge is placed on the upper arm, a matter that encroaches upon a woman's privacy. That woman, in her quest to validate her claims, had the audacity to expose herself to other men. Truly, it is beyond reproach." Shen Jingzhi's expression darkened. Icy waves of fury permeating the room. "Your Majesty, I have always adhered to palace regulations and have never transgressed. This woman's baseless accusations are heinous. I beseech you to allow me to go to Yeding at once to clear my name." Pei Yong spoke earnestly, embodying righteous indignation. Shen Jingzhi suppressed his anger, averting his gaze to change the subject. "Has that matron been arranged to go?" Pei Yong had no choice but to lower his head and respond. "In reply to your Majesty, the arrangements have been made. This morning, Su Nanchu has already met with the matron." "How so?" Su Nanchu, having deceived the prison guards to obtain roasted chicken, shared it with the matron and uttered a remark to her. Shen Jingzhi, intrigued, lifted his gaze. Pei Yong continued, "A blessing in disguise. Who knows the outcome of misfortune?" Shen Jingzhi squinted slightly, though unfamiliar with the tale of the old man at the frontier. He could surmise the meaning behind the phrases of misfortune and fortune. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips as he scoffed. "This truly surprises me." Initially, he had intended to intimidate the woman by showcasing the matron's tragic plight, hoping to instill a sense of reverence towards life and death. Unexpectedly, she appeared quite unperturbed. Moreover, Su Nanchu had already ingratiated herself with the prison guards under the pretense of authority. If his subordinates did not clarify the situation, Su Nanchu would likely thrive within the confines of the palace, growing increasingly bold. Shen Jingzhi remained unfazed. If she cannot thrive, then what value is there? Pei Yong, astonished, raised his head, meeting the glint of amusement in Shen Jingzhi's eyes. The emperor's implication was clear. He was eager to witness what kind of mischief she would conjure this time. Chapter 30. The ingeniously Pei Yong stepped out of the Chengqian Palace. his mind occupied with the recent conversation with the emperor. As he rounded a corner, he unexpectedly encountered Li De. "Oh, pay guard, what a coincidence! It seems I have run into you again," Li De exclaimed with a chuckle. Pei Yong frowned, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Given his constant presence by the emperor's side, how could it be deemed a coincidence? "I heard that the emperor issued an edict to apprehend that maidservant who served before him. Are you aware of this matter, pay guard?" Li De inquired, slyly steering the conversation. Pei Yong, now more perplexed, replied, "Yes, the emperor ordered me to take action. That maidservant lacks decorum, speaks indiscriminately, and has offended the emperor with her flippant tongue." Li De let out a couple of chuckles and leaned in closer, saying, "Pay guard, you misunderstand. The emperor's surroundings are quite desolate. Although the maidservant may lack etiquette, her incessant chatter brings a rare liveliness to the Chengxian palace, which the emperor seems to favor. Otherwise, upon Su Nanchu's arrival, the palace would have had only her in attendance. Even during meals, the emperor has been dining more frequently than usual. I have caught glimpses of their interactions. How harmonious they seem, almost like a father and daughter, rather than a master and servant." "Favor?" Pei Yong exclaimed in disbelief. "Last night, the emperor even instructed me to send her to the Yeting. Is that truly favoritism?" Li De, chuckling, elaborated, "Well, even in the realm of affection, there are moments of quarrel. Otherwise, why would the emperor have you keep an eye on the situation?" Pei Yong was further astonished. "You mean you are aware? Then why inquire?" Li De, calming the agitated Pei Yong, responded, "Serving closely to the emperor necessitates a certain perceptiveness. Pei guard, having been by his side for so long, surely you must realize that the emperor does not genuinely wish to punish that maidservant." Pei Yong's face flushed with embarrassment as he hesitated to admit his oversight. Instead, he said, "How could that maidservant be so audacious, with the emperor backing her? What should I do, based on your counsel?" Li De beckoned Pei Yong closer and whispered, "The emperor is merely in a fit of anger, wanting to teach the young girl a lesson. It is merely for show, not to truly harm her. Should the emperor ever desire her again, and you are unable to produce her, the consequences would be dire." Pei Yong straightened up, enlightened, and expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your guidance, Li Gonggong. I now understand what course of action to take." Li De smiled contentedly and, with a flick of his feather duster, made his way toward the inner hall of Chengxian Palace. On the way, a young eunuch approached to inquire about how to handle the situation with the concubine Ming Fei. Li De struck the young eunuch lightly, admonishing him, Handle your head. Ming Fei is a noble. Inform the inner court that even if the emperor has sealed off the Xianfu Palace, Ming Fei remains the mistress of that court. Anyone who disrespects her shall face severe repercussions." The young eunuch, nodding vigorously, hurried away, clutching his head from the blow. Li De remained alone at the entrance of the Chengxian Palace, lazily yawning and shaking his head. Such uninformed individuals. The blessings of Ming Fei are yet to unfold. The young girl, after the incident involving the noble consort in the palace, still dares to throw herself into danger. Is she not courting misfortune? Fortunately, s'encontrad Li De. Had it not been for his timely advice, it is quite possible that the foolish Pei Yong might have put Su Nanchu's life at risk. Li De's counsel proved invaluable. Although Pei Yong was somewhat straightforward in nature, he was receptive to advice. Since Li De had elucidated the situation, Pei Yong increasingly recognized the validity of his words. Throughout history, which palace maid ever exiled to the Yeting courtyard received such attention from the emperor? The loss of her ceremonial vermilion was of no consequence. It appeared to be merely a playful indulgence between the emperor and the young maid. One could speculate that the emperor himself had a hand in the disappearance of her ceremonial vermilion. With this realization, Pei Yong seized an opportunity to inform those within the Yeting courtyard to extend some care towards Su Nanchu, thus reinforcing the story she had fabricated that day. That night, a few guards on duty grew bored and began to drink together, discussing the matter, and eventually released Su Nanchu. "Sister Pei, I previously failed to recognize your worth and have caused offense. I hope you will not hold it against us in the future." "Indeed, sister. It is fortunate that the brothers did not commit any egregious acts. Enough of such nonsense. Have you drunk too much?" "Sister, pay him no mind. When the leader, Pei, sent word, he instructed us to take good care of you, especially in terms of food and drink. He may not say it, but he is indeed concerned about you. Laughter erupted as they gathered, drinking heartily and feasting. Su Nanchu was surprised by Pei Yong's generosity and chuckled slyly, saying, "Well said. In the future, let us share both fortune and adversity. Should any of you face difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Though my voice may be insignificant, my Pei Lang can help, and I will write to him to ensure you receive benefits." Such grandiose promises elicited another round of laughter. "Enough talk, let us eat. Here, sister, have some pig knuckle. We never expected the leader, Pei, to be so gallant. Sister, you should count your blessings. This situation cannot be blamed on the leader. He did not wish for it, but his position requires him to consider social standing. Perhaps it would be better for you to enjoy drinks and meet with us brothers, now rather than later becoming a concubine." Su Nanchu nodded vigorously. "I find that quite reasonable. In the future, I may not enjoy such freedom. Who knows, by then my beauty may fade, and if Pei Yong grows weary of me, I might end up lonely, weeping endlessly. Ha ha ha, sister, you are truly candid. Come, let's raise a glass." Su Nanchu shook her head. "I do not drink. I will toast you with water instead." With that, she filled her cup thrice with water and drank. "Sister, you are indeed discerning. No wonder the leader favors you. I shall drink as well." The lively atmosphere persisted into the depths of the night, and after a satisfying meal, the wine stirred their spirits, intoxicating their senses. Several robust men lay sprawled across the table, deeply immersed in slumber. The casualness in Su Nanchu's gaze dissipated entirely, replaced instead by a sense of inquiry. Her attention then shifted to the keys dangling from the waist of the guard. The system inquired, "Were you contemplating? Surely, you do not entertain thoughts of escape?" Su Nanchu offered no response, instead retorted, "Is it feasible to flee? Evading the sentinels stationed throughout the palace is not insurmountable. However, departing through the gates of the Yetting is an entirely different matter. This place is fortified at every turn, allowing not even a fly to escape. Furthermore, even if one were to breach the confines of the Yetting, the palace gates remain under stringent surveillance. In such a scenario, one would merely find themselves akin to a turtle caught in a jar, with capture merely a matter of time." Chapter 31. A letter to Shen Jingzhi. "Then what are you doing here? Idly gazing?" Su Nanchu withdrew her gaze, panting slightly. Though she spoke thus, who could remain indifferent when the key to their confinement lay so tantalizingly close? If I were to set fire to Yetting, would Shen Jingzhi become infuriated to the utmost, thereby taking an even greater interest in me? Su Nanchu suddenly raised her eyes, as if recalling novels where such scenarios unfolded. The system fell silent for a few moments before inquiring, "When shall the fire be set?" "I shall select the next host. Being dispatched here." At least she retained her life. However, should she truly incinerate Yetting, the only outcome would be a path to death. Su Nanchu cast a disdainful glance, scolding the ineptness of the situation. Yet, upon further contemplation, it seemed impractical, as Shen Jingzhi was evidently not the type to revel in provocation. His inherent sense of hierarchy, befitting an emperor, was quite pronounced. Should anyone dare to create disturbances within his palace, it was highly probable he would eliminate them to safeguard the tranquility of his domain. Was she then to remain here for a lifetime? While sustenance and drink were manageable, the sleeping quarters were infested with rats and cockroaches. An unbearable stench of urine mingled with the foul odor of excrement permeated the air. Truly, it was a trying existence. With a resigned sigh, Su Nanchu took another bite of her pork knuckle, realizing that the old matron likely still had no food. She glanced outside, yet the darkness was impenetrable, leaving her uncertain of where to seek help, prompting her to abandon the thought. As night fell, the inner palace erupted into chaos. Meng Shuiying, having attended to the emperor for 3 consecutive nights, was elevated to the rank of Guofei. Due to a conflict with the name associated with her title, Shen Jingzhi personally inscribed the character Yu. The news of Ming Fei's pregnancy, which had sparked the emperor's wrath that very night, subtly overshadowed the growing favor for Guofei Yu. The clamor from Su Fei's Yunqi Palace, the sounds of pots and pans shattering, persisted for quite some time. How could she not be enraged? given that high-ranking consorts were either pregnant or receiving promotions. Yet, all of this was merely the surface. Behind the scenes, the machinations at play remained unknown until the final revelation, and none could discern the roles they truly played. Your Highness, please temper your anger. I believe this matter is not as simple as it appears, suggested the matron beside Su Fei, her experience lending her insight. Since the emperor ascended the throne, though Ming Fei has not enjoyed great favor, he has consistently treated her with respect. Furthermore, her father is the current grand preceptor. Logically speaking, even if Ming Fei had indeed erred that night, the emperor, considering her father's status and the fact that she is with child, should show some leniency. In both sentiment and reason, the measures taken should not be so severe. Unless, Su Fei seemed to grasp something at this moment. Her gaze sharp. Are you suggesting the emperor's actions are intended to protect Ming Fei? This possibility could not be dismissed. The matron lowered her voice further. Your Highness, do not forget how the once favored Chen Taifei managed to survive. It is well known that while the empress was not favored, the emperor, endowed with extraordinary talents, repeatedly presented brilliant strategies in the court. Additionally, as a legitimate child, the cries for his succession were ever so high. However, soon after, the emperor suddenly fell ill, awakening in a state of confusion. In a bid to curry favor with consort Shun, the empress proposed sending the emperor to the servant quarters. This decision inadvertently provided the emperor with an opportunity. Taking advantage of the sparse attendance in the servant quarters, where no one paid heed, the emperor clandestinely befriended ministers, gradually plotting to seize power. Ultimately, when the Empress Dowager Chen let her guard down, he swiftly claimed the throne and ascended as emperor. Su Fei's captivating gaze deepened, her petite visage revealing a hint of ruthlessness that belied her youth. You make a fair point, she remarked. The emperor merely sealed off the Xianfu Palace, yet he did not decree the termination of Ming Fei's child, nor did he demote her status. This, perhaps, is indeed a form of protection. Mother, you go. Su Fei whispered to the matron for a moment. The two seemed to reach a tacit understanding, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. As dawn broke, Su Nanchu was once again roused by the antics of a rat, sitting on a straw mat, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. After much contemplation over the past few days, Su Nanchu came to a profound realization. A lack of favor renders one lowly, especially for those guards who exchanged shifts and enjoyed baths and fresh garments, while she had worn the same clothes for so long that they were nearing foulness. In recent days, news from Pei Yong had ceased, and the novelty of her presence had begun to wane among the guards. From initially addressing her as sister-in-law, they had now reverted to calling her by her name. If this continued, she would soon find herself reduced to drinking swill. Are you certain? How could this possibly reach Shen Jingzhi? Seizing the fleeting warmth of the guard's interest, Su Nanchu borrowed some paper and ink to compose a letter. She thought to herself that a desperate horse might still be ridden. Deep down, she believed there remained a glimmer of hope. Despite Pei Yong not being related to her by blood, he had previously made it known that he wished to spare her life, even concocting a lie on her behalf. She sensed that there was some directive from Shen Jingzhi behind this. A letter? For Chief Pei? The guard looked at the woman before him, taking the envelope filled with a considerable stack of paper. So much? Su Nanchu offered an awkward laugh. There is plenty of paper, but not much writing. Her brush strokes were clumsy, and she had resorted to using her fingers to inscribe the characters, resulting in a somewhat large script. I do not wish to burden you. I only ask that when the Imperial Guards next arrive to escort someone, you deliver this to his subordinates. If he still holds any affection for me, this letter will surely reach his hands. If not, I shall resign myself to my fate. Feigning sorrow, Su Nanchu wiped away her tears, presenting a pitiful image. If Shen Jingzhi harbored even a modicum of compassion, he would be vigilant regarding her circumstances. Conversely, if he felt nothing, her struggles would be as futile as stirring stagnant waters. The guard, contemplating the substantial stack of paper alongside the truly pitiable Su Nanchu, pondered for a while before finally agreeing, very well. Grateful, Su Nanchu watched as he departed, her gaze shifting to the flickering candlelight nearby. Should her efforts prove fruitless, she would have no choice but to set the storehouse ablaze. It is unfeasible to approach Shen Jingzhi through Xiaoyeding. However, if Xiaoyeding seizes the opportunity amidst the chaos to escape, it is still worth attempting. Yet, such a course of action might endanger many innocent lives. Alas, Su Nanchu sighed. In the past few days, she has exhaled the weight of a lifetime's grievances. Additionally, the iron chain around her ankle is a burden. The guards have informed her that the key to this chain resides solely with the imperial guards who escorted her here, and it is rarely kept in this vicinity, presumably to thwart any escape attempts. When the time comes to flee, this cumbersome object, heavy and conspicuous, will undoubtedly present a challenge to overcome. Chapter 32. A daily reflection of 10,000 words. Time passed excruciatingly. 2 days elapsed without any news, neither good nor bad, as if it had vanished into the abyss. Unable to contain her impatience, Su Nanchu waved her hand and penned another 10 letters. 1 letter a day. Though the content may be lacking, quantity would prevail. Surely 1 letter would reach Shen Jingzhi, and among them, one would surely strike a chord within his heart. When she entrusted the letters to the jailer, he was taken aback. However, out of respect for Chief Pei, he accepted them nonetheless. On the other side, Shen Jingzhi's desk was cluttered with a pile of unknown scraps of paper. The handwriting was large and unsightly. Pei Yong approached to report, "Your Majesty. These are all letters sent by Su Nanchu, claiming they are for her subordinate, but I have not glanced at them." It was imperative to clarify the relationship. Setting aside whether Su Nanchu had any connection to the emperor, it was inconceivable that she would engage in private correspondence with a palace maid. Shen Jingzhi opened 1 letter and scanned it briefly. His emotions fluctuated for a moment before his gaze hardened, and he folded it back. He tossed it towards Pei Yong. Commanding read, "What a mess of characters, none of which are legible." Pei Yong replied, bowing his head to retrieve it. As he unfolded it and deciphered the words, his expression mirrored Shen Jingzhi's discontent. Was this written with 1's foot? "Dear, dear husband, I..." Pei Yong stammered as he comprehended the content. Suppressing the turmoil within, he continued to recite, "I have been trapped in this prison for days, unable to find repose, my meals tasteless. Night after night, I long for my husband, hoping to share the joy of our union." Pei Yong, is this a letter? This is nothing but lewd writing. Moreover, the words were utterly revolting. "Your Majesty, this..." Without a command to halt, Pei Yong had no choice but to endure and continue reading the next page, striving to maintain the gravity of his tone as he recited, "That night with you was delightful. You were so valiant. I was exceedingly pleased. Your Majesty, this woman is simply beyond description." Pei Yong could no longer restrain himself. What on earth was this writing? She must be punished severely. Seated high above, Shen Jingzhi's expression darkened ominously, veins throbbing on his forehead. It was evident that these letters were not intended for Pei Yong, but rather for him. This woman had discerned that he had no intention of letting her perish and had begun to act out. Enough. The remainder is likely of the same ilk. Shen Jingzhi exhaled deeply, realizing that in all his years, he had never encountered such a tumultuous woman. "Your Majesty, this woman is far too audacious. I have only met her a few times. How could she have ever shared such intimacy with you? I implore your discernment." Shen Jingzhi remained silent for a few seconds before replying. "Since she is willing to write, inform her that henceforth she must submit a daily reflection of 10,000 words. For each word omitted, a finger shall be severed." Pei Yong bowed solemnly, understood. As the last person departed, Shen Jingzhi took the letters from Su Nanchu, opening them one by one. Some were inscribed with words, others contained verses of love, and a few bore illustrations. However, the overarching theme could be distilled into a singular notion: lewdness. Among them was one particular drawing that was remarkably lifelike, portraying a dragon soaring in the air while a fox, with its rear raised, wiggled on the ground, complete with additional lines suggesting movement. Shen Jingzhi mused. The dragon represents him, and the fox symbolizes her. Was she attempting to convey that she, like this fox, was seeking to please him? He crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it aside, summoning Lida to tidy up the mess. For 11 consecutive days, letters had been dispatched. Yet not a single response was forthcoming. Shen Jingzhi appeared to have entirely forgotten her. Just as Su Nanchu was on the verge of abandoning her attempts to win over Shen Jingzhi and was preparing to embark on her next scheme, Pei Yong arrived bearing a decree. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he approached Su Nanchu's cell. The emperor's edict commanded Su Nanchu to compose a daily reflection of 10,000 words to be submitted to the Chengqian Palace for review. Should she fall short by even a single character, a finger would be severed. Su Nanchu exclaimed, "What? Have I erred again? 10,000 words?" The veins on her forehead throbbed. Did he even comprehend the magnitude of such a task? Rising, she leaned forward, attempting to curry favor. Did the emperor mention when I might be released? Pei Yong, with a stern countenance and no fondness for her, replied, "The emperor did not specify. But should your reflection be deemed unsatisfactory, my blade will show no mercy." Although he had learned from Li De that the emperor regarded this woman with distinction, he himself held no affection for her. She had slandered his reputation with her outrageous letters, and at that moment, were Shen Jingzhi to relent even slightly, he would not hesitate to take her life, reducing her to mere pulp. Su Nanchu trembled, shaking her head in fear, retreating a few steps. He was too menacing, dark, and fierce, showing not an ounce of chivalry. She muttered a few complaints under her breath, observing the guards as they brought in tables, ink, and a plethora of writing instruments. She furrowed her brow in dismay. Had she truly miscalculated? 10,000 words. How could she possibly accomplish that? Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. Shen Jingzhi was exceedingly difficult to entice. He was so rigidly adherent to propriety that he hardly remembered who she was. A slight deviation from the norms would summon the fiercely intimidating guards. All she wished for was to preserve her life, yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Once the area was cleared, the guards gathered, bewildered by the scene before them. They resumed their previous address. "Sister-in-law, what is happening? Why does Captain Pei appear so cold towards you? And what of this 10,000-word reflection? Has the emperor discovered the letters you sent to him?" Su Nanchu had long prepared a response, raising her head to muster a smile, albeit tinged with bitterness, reminiscent of a sour plum that lingered in her eyes. "It's quite all right. If he wishes to distance himself, so be it." The guards replied, "Ah, now we understand. It is of no concern. Do not fret too much. Leader, Pei has his own considerations, especially in front of so many witnesses. Once in private, he will surely be more amiable with his sister-in-law." Human nature is indeed peculiar. We revel in the hustle and bustle, yet often possess a fleeting enthusiasm. When the fervor wanes, should any significant matter arise to rekindle interest, people will once again gather around. Currently, Su Nanchu is experiencing such a phenomenon. Everyone is surrounding her, curious about the contents of the letter she penned that compelled the emperor to issue a decree of punishment. "Sister-in-law, what did the emperor ask you to reflect upon?" Indeed, there must be a reason for this reflection. Su Nanchu gripped her pen, her lips pressed into a straight line. Reflect upon what? How could she possibly know? Was it a reflection on not dragging him down, or on not writing him love letters? Never mind. Let her compose something grandiloquent. 1,000 words. She doubted he would truly read it. Casting the pen aside, she dipped her fingers in ink under the astonished gaze of several guards and wrote, "Your Majesty, my utmost lord, I, your humble servant, have committed a grave error not of my own volition. Each thought of this fills me with profound remorse. To this day, I am in a state of disquiet, having erred in my actions, my heart heavy with regret. Thus I pen this lengthy reflection to soothe my troubled soul." Upon completing 2 sheets of paper, the guards began to circulate it, admiring Su Nanchu's calligraphy. They turned it over multiple times, unable to comprehend. "Sister-in-law, your handwriting is truly beautiful." "Su Nanchu, are you serious? My fingers are unevenly inked, and I had to dip multiple times to write a single character. Is it truly beautiful?" The letter began with a grand flourish. Then it continued, "Your Majesty, I genuinely acknowledge my mistakes. I am unable to eat or sleep well. Every night I must vie with the rats for a place to rest, and my meals consist of stale bread soaked in refuse. I can no longer endure it. I can no longer endure it. I can no longer endure it." 1,000 words omitted. "I understand that I have gravely erred disregarding the rules, acting with audacity and malice. However, my loyalty to your majesty is unwavering. Long live the emperor, countless years, countless years, countless years. Here, 1,000 words omitted. Your majesty, your majesty, your majesty. 1,000 words omitted. Chapter 33, The Fire at Yeding. As twilight descended, the oil lamp cast a smoky haze that stung her eyes. Su Nanchu finally lifted her gaze from a pile of ruins. Each sheet bore an average of 25 characters. She meticulously organized the stacks of paper, counting them one by one. 300, 301, 302, 392, 399, 400. Sufficient. 400 sheets, neither more nor less. To be prudent, Su Nanchu pinned 2 extra sheets as a precaution. Upon completing this task, she extinguished the oil lamp and collapsed to the side, succumbing to exhaustion. At midnight, the wind howled, causing the branches in Yeding to sway incessantly. The autumn breeze seeped in, stirring a shiver within her. Su Nanchu curled up tightly in a corner, attempting to shield herself from the biting cold with a straw mat. Gradually, warmth enveloped her. She drifted into a dream, envisioning herself back in the 21st century, basking in the warmth of an air-conditioned room. Yet, an acrid scent began to permeate the air, intruding upon her tranquility. Su Nanchu inspected the air conditioning unit, peered outside, and checked the gas lines, but found no source of the odor. The stench intensified, choking her breath and prompting a fit of coughs. Unable to locate the origin, she curled deeper under the covers. Yet, the smell grew stronger, accompanied by distant cries for help. Water! Water! Help! Let us out! The overwhelming sensation of suffocation, coupled with the clamor surrounding her, gradually pulled her back to consciousness, and she jolted awake. The first sight that greeted her was an inferno engulfing her surroundings. Smoke invaded her nostrils, inciting a violent cough. Her mind sharpened instantly. Damn, who set Yeding ablaze? Even if it was on fire, they could at least let her escape, trapped as she was. Moreover, the source of the flames was alarmingly close. Su Nanchu dashed to the iron bars, pounding incessantly. Is anyone there? It's on fire. Hurry and extinguish the flames. The fire had already breached the premises, the straw scattered on the ground highly combustible. She rushed over, covering her mouth and nose, stamping her feet in a futile attempt to douse the flames. The guards, who typically spent their nights drinking outside, had seemingly vanished without a trace. The blaze spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had invaded her cell. Coughing violently, her consciousness began to wane just as she contemplated crashing through the earthen wall to escape. Suddenly, she stepped on something. Looking down, her gaze locked onto an unexpected object, the key to her cell. For a fleeting moment, doubt flickered in her mind. The appearance of the key in her cell at such a moment felt far too coincidental. Yet, with the flames raging and the anguished cries of those around her echoing, she realized that remaining would lead to her demise, either by fire or smoke. Without further hesitation, she grasped the key and turned it in the lock, her heart racing with newfound hope. Then, she tossed the key into the next cell. The occupant of that cell, upon seeing the key, was overwhelmed with joy and, equally exhilarated, seized it to unlock the door. Without even pausing to retrieve the key, he dashed outside. Su Nanchu approached to retrieve the key and threw it into another cell. It was her own predicament that she was the only one to escape. What was it to her if everyone else fled? The cycle continued, discarding keys to a dozen cells, until the flames became uncontrollable. Su Nanchu pondered that it was time to leave, covering her mouth and nose as she ran toward the less populated areas. The gates of Yeding stood wide open. The orderly steps of the imperial guards surged in. Instantly, the surroundings were ablaze with light. Su Nanchu hung her head, standing 100 meters from the entrance, observing the bustling imperial guards, palace maids, and eunuchs scurrying about with buckets to extinguish the fire. Her gaze settled upon a striking figure clad in resplendent yellow at the entrance. Everyone was assembled in a square encircled by railings, adorned with red silk. At the forefront, a grand platform bore a majestic dragon throne, where Shen Jingzhi sat upright, his cold gaze surveying the mass of kneeling subjects below. Your Majesty, there have been 21 casualties in Yeding, and the cells have been largely destroyed. The night guards were heavily intoxicated and utterly oblivious, resulting in 3 deaths, while 2 others remain unconscious from smoke inhalation, reported Pei Yong, standing beside Shen Jingzhi. Su Nanchu squeezed into the crowd, striving to diminish her presence. Her head bowed and eyes cast down, shrouded in ambiguity. As dawn began to break, after a night of fervent efforts, the flames were finally brought under control. Shen Jingzhi's gaze bore a hint of fatigue. Had the cause of the fire been determined? Pei Yong replied. Preliminary findings suggest it was an accidental fire caused by a knocked-over candle. No other igniting stones or flammable materials have been discovered. However, the candles in Yeding are only present in the guards' quarters, yet the fire ignited in the cells. There is, however, one other possibility. Pei Yong lifted his gaze, surveying the crowd, and his eyes landed squarely on Su Nanchu. Your Majesty, on that night. Su Nanchu was penalized to write a reflection and was indeed lighting an oil lamp. Given the insufficient lighting in Yeding while copying, it was inevitable that she would light the oil lamp. Coupled with her resentment from the punishment and her naturally restless disposition, it is indeed plausible that she could have instigated the fire in Yeding. Shen Jingzhi's gaze followed the crowd. Even as Su Nanchu attempted to retract her neck and blend into the background, she could not escape the clutches of fate. An acute sensation struck her, rendering her uncomfortable. How had she managed to escape? Shen Jingzhi withdrew his gaze. By the time the imperial guards entered, the fire had spiraled out of control, nearly consuming the entire cell block. How had Su Nanchu survived being locked inside? Pei Yong had already inquired about this matter and stated, Your Majesty. Several individuals fled alongside Su Nanchu. They all claimed that when the fire approached, a key was thrown from an unknown source, allowing them to unlock the door and escape. A key thrown from an unknown source, that was the crux of the matter. Shen Jingzhi narrowed his eyes and decreed, Interrogate them one by one. Pei Yong immediately comprehended Shen Jingzhi's intent and responded with a respectful bow. Yes. Subsequently, he led a contingent of individuals to the stage. Su Nanchu, who had already found the scene eerily familiar, now recognized it with increasing clarity. Was this not akin to an arena, or perhaps a site of execution? The dark red stains that refused to be scrubbed away were surely remnants of blood. At that moment, Pei Yong had seized a palace maid, gripping her throat tightly. Speak. When the fire blazed, did you notice anything unusual? The maid shook her head fervently. I don't know. I saw nothing. The flames were too fierce. In the next instant, her neck was snapped. The sound ceased abruptly, causing an uproar among the spectators. Yet, they were met with swords poised at their throats, quickly quelling any unrest. Then came the next victim. I truly did not see anything. The fire did not reach me. A swift execution followed, blood oozing forth and cascading down to the ground below. The next one. The air was filled with wails and screams, rising and falling in a haunting symphony. The stench of blood mingled with the crisp morning air, enveloping Su Nanchu's nostrils. His fingertips trembled involuntarily as he took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Chapter 34. The Search for Evidence, a Return to the Ancient Past? Is there truly any distinction from the Japanese invaders who once entered the village? The air was thick with silence, as fear gripped everyone, causing them to retreat in a panicked throng. I truly do not know. I have been asleep. Please, do not kill me. Su Nanchu closed her eyes as yet another life was extinguished. The number of deceased continued to rise, the blood on the stage flowing like a river. Amidst this crisis of mortality, someone finally crumbled under the physiological strain, adrenaline surging, and stepped forward. I know. I saw the fire coming from the west, and my key was also thrown from that direction. Yes, I saw it too. It seemed to come from that woman's position. And those jailers, she spent her days drinking with them. Perhaps they were the ones she had intoxicated. Indeed, it was her. The collapse was as swift as a mountain landslide. One person emerged, followed by legions. All eyes turned to Su Nanchu as the guards parted the crowd, exposing her to the gaze of many. Alas, what a wretched fate. Might I be granted a touch of protagonist's aura next time? Given her state, How could the blame still fall upon her? Pei Yong's sword was pointed at her throat, the blade stained with the blood of the last victim, dripping slowly along its curve. I did not. Su Nanchu averted her gaze from the sword, resolutely stating, "It was her. Everything was fine before she arrived, and since her coming, our place has been set ablaze. Moreover, just yesterday, the emperor penalized her. Today, the imperial prison is aflame. How could such coincidence occur? Clearly, she seeks to evade punishment." Some, witnessing the effectiveness of the accusation, began to chime in sporadically, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. Pei Yong too found significant suspicion in Su Nanchu. After all, based on her previous demeanor, she hardly appeared the type to accept punishment quietly. He turned to seek the emperor's command. "Your Majesty, I have investigated the location of the fire in the imperial prison, and the most severely burned area indeed lies near Su Nanchu's cell. Furthermore, according to their accounts, the only person who has maintained close relations with the jailers and could acquire the keys to the cell is Su Nanchu herself." Hearing this, Shen Jingzhi rose from the platform, descending step by step. Lita behind him held his breath, uttering not a word, his gaze towards Su Nanchu transforming into one of sympathy. This reckless girl, while audacious in trivial matters, could be overlooked by the emperor as mere amusement. But this time, emboldened by audacity beyond reason, she dared to set fire within the palace. Not even the deities could save her now. Su Nanchu watched as they approached, having wholly given up on calling for the system. There was no point. "I did not." She raised her head once more to emphasize, locking eyes with Shen Jingzhi's imposing gaze. She recognized his distrust, especially given her usual audacity, which indeed made her seem like the sort capable of such deeds. She bit her lip, furrowing her brow as she explained, "I completed the 10,000 characters. It's merely a punishment of writing 400 sheets of 25 words each. I have no need to resort to such drastic measures as setting the palace ablaze." The acrid scent of blood threatened to bring tears to her eyes. Perhaps she was the most unfortunate female protagonist in the realm of time travel. No, she might not even be the protagonist. She could merely be an NPC, akin to the three hosts of the previous dynasty. Shen Jingzhi paid no heed to her words, remaining steadfast at a distance before her, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. "If you admit it now, I shall spare your life," he declared, as if out of consideration for her prolonged presence by his side. Su Nanchu took a deep breath, heavily closing her eyes, then reopening them to say, "I told you I didn't do it. I merely finished writing and fell asleep, only to be awakened by the smoke, Your Majesty." Shen Jingzhi turned decisively, uttering only 2 words, "Inflict punishment." Su Nanchu was genuinely exasperated. "Shen Jingzhi, I truly did not." In her moment of desperation, those 3 words slipped from her lips. Instantly, a wave of despair washed over her. She attempted to rise and break free, but in the next moment, an iron rod struck her leg. The force of the blow knocked her to the ground with a resounding thud. The pain was so intense that she nearly believed her legs were broken. Then, she found herself in a predicament reminiscent of a scene from a television drama, with a pair of iron pincers clamped on her hands, while 2 burly men held her down. The agony left her vision blurred, tears mingling with the cold sweat streaming down her face. Damn it! How could she have ever been tempted by such a man? Such a wretch did not deserve her allure. Scoundrel, cretin, a creature lower than beasts. The only thing sustaining Su Nanchu's willpower was the relentless stream of curses directed at Shen Jingzhi. Her jaw clenched tightly against the pain. She was unaware that blood had begun to seep from her lips, just when she thought a century had passed, and she was on the verge of returning to the modern era. The grip on her hands vanished. Lying on the ground, she trembled as she withdrew her hands. A pair of shoes adorned with intricate dragon embroidery entered her line of sight, followed by a firm grasp on her chin. Shen Jingzhi's gaze was terrifying, so fearsome that Su Nanchu felt as though she had stepped into the realm of the underworld. "I shall ask you one last time, did you do it?" Su Nanchu's chin was painfully distorted, tears trickling down her cheeks. Yet, she stubbornly remained silent. "I have warned you, do not attempt any tricks before me again. I am granting you this one opportunity. Tell me, did you do it?" Summoning courage from an unknown source, Su Nanchu trembled as she asked, "And if I did, how would your Majesty deal with this servant?" Shen Jingzhi fell silent, his gaze deep as an unfathomable abyss. Ultimately, under the strain of her bloodied lips, he replied, "I shall release you from the palace. You do not belong here." She chuckled softly, her face pale. What a pity, for this servant has done nothing. To leave the palace was her dearest wish. To break free from the system and flourish as the wealthiest in the Yu dynasty. Yet, Su Nanchu's dignity would not permit her to be the scapegoat. "Your Majesty, this servant did not do it," Su Nanchu emphasized with unwavering conviction in both tone and gaze. Shen Jingzhi scrutinized her for an extended period before releasing his grip. They were all taken to the Ministry of Justice. For Su Nanchu, being imprisoned there likely meant certain death, as no one wished to sustain such a multitude, and the occasional fatalities along the way were deemed inconsequential. However, the imperial prison, the dungeon within the palace. Pei Yong, somewhat perplexed, beseeched Your Majesty. The case is now crystal clear, with both witnesses and evidence at hand. I implore you to entrust Su Nanchu to me within 3 days. I shall ensure she speaks. With over 180 methods of torture at our disposal, even the most resilient would not withstand such trials. Shen Jingzhi cast a cold glance in his direction before regaining his composure. It is not her. Pei Yong furrowed his brow. Your Majesty. The evidence overwhelmingly indicates that Su Nanchu is the primary suspect. Then seek other evidence. Shen Jingzhi replied, his words laced with a hint of hostility. Pei Yong instantly sensed the shift in atmosphere, bowing his head in concern, hesitant to press further. Yes. At this juncture, could the emperor truly still harbor any affection for Su Nanchu? Chapter 35. Happiness comes too suddenly from the servant quarters to the Yeding. And now to the Zhao prison. Su Nanchu shook her head, pondering the twists and turns of fate. The blunt instrument that struck her leg had left it bruised, staining her white undergarment with splotches of blood. Alas, you have been schemed against once again. A voice of schadenfreude echoed in her mind, eliciting her irritation. Silence yourself, she thought, gently massaging the bruise on her leg, the pain in her fingers equally unbearable. Now that you're in Yeding, who could possibly still be fixated on you? The system persisted, unrelenting. Su Nanchu rolled her eyes. If you inquire of me, to whom shall I turn for answers? And who said that someone was indeed fixated on her? Perhaps someone had ulterior motives, using the fire at Yeding as a cover. And she was merely a pawn in their game. A modern individual like her, even with a modicum of cleverness, lacked the experience of true palace intrigue. The food in Zhao prison was slightly better than that in Yeding. Stale cornbread soaked in water was certainly preferable to slop. The environment was also an improvement. There were fewer rats. This could be deemed a small advancement. Regardless, it was what it was. One must learn to accept it. Eat and drink as needed. Within the palace, what is the situation? At night, the wind howled twice. Faint sounds wafted over the walls. Rest assured, with the fire at Yeding, the palace personnel are preoccupied with extinguishing the flames, leaving our people unnoticed. That is good. Has the cause of the fire been arranged? All is set. Coincidentally, that very night, Su Nanchu was punished to write as self-reflection. By midnight, a candle still flickered in her cell. The maid waited until she fell asleep, disguising the fire as a candle's fall. Before leaving, she tossed the key to her cell inside, ensuring that even if the perpetrator was not identified as Su Nanchu, we would remain untraceable. Excellent work. With these words, the matron removed her cloak, revealing herself to be one of Su Huanyun's associates. Concubine Ming, may you seek your own fortune. 3 days had passed. Su Nanchu was oblivious to the external circumstances. Each day, she gnawed on hard cornbread soaked in water. Sometimes she pondered whether, had she admitted her faults at the time, Shen Jingzhi might have truly released her from the palace. But the system's response was clear. Her entire existence revolved around Shen Jingzhi. The moment the system perceived that her chances of earning his affection dwindled to zero, her life would reach its end. Unexpectedly, her pride had inadvertently saved her life. Truly, one who is engaged in numerous misdeeds finds their explanations dismissed as mere excuses. Su Nanchu softened the bun in her mouth with water and slowly sighed. In the next moment, an incredibly familiar and arrogant voice rang out. Knowing this, yet you still cannot learn to behave. Damn it, The bun slipped from Su Nanchu's hand as she gazed in disbelief at the figure before her. Shen Jingzhi. Surely, she had not misjudged. How had he arrived? Go outside and keep watch. Shen Jingzhi dismissed everyone, and under Su Nanchu's astonished gaze, he settled onto the dilapidated bed of the prison cell. Su Nanchu thought to herself, my goodness, can even a dragon's behind engage in such activities? Once she regained her composure, she picked up the bun, placed it back in the bowl, and knelt, performing a long overdue bow. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty, she said, lowering her gaze in obedience, her eyes innocent and compliant. Shen Jingzhi beckoned her over. Come here. Su Nanchu crawled forward on her knees, her pitiful demeanor almost embarrassing. She constantly reassured herself, those who provide for my livelihood are akin to parents. My life rests in Shen Jingzhi's hands, so I shall regard him as such. She moved closer, settling by his side. Shen Jingzhi reached out and brushed his fingers over Su Nanchu's lips, where the wound she had bitten had dried, but remained somewhat swollen. Does it still hurt? He inquired. Oh, the great emperor, Shen, actually shows concern for others? Su Nanchu scoffed inwardly, wondering if the mastermind behind her predicament had any self-awareness. Late affection is as trivial as grass. Yet, she maintained a submissive facade, shaking her head. It no longer hurts. Shen Jingzhi gave a slight snort. He was well aware of the pain associated with such punishments, but chose not to disclose this. Instead, he stated, the Imperial Guard discovered fire oil in the courtyard of the Yeding. You have been confined in this cell and had no means to acquire it. Thus, you are innocent. Fire oil? Su Nanchu furrowed her brow, knowing that the scent of burning fire oil differed greatly from that of the rice stalks. Moreover, the smoke would be black, while she distinctly remembered white smoke, devoid of any black. She hesitated. Shen Jingzhi provided her with a direct answer. Indeed, I had someone place it there. This revelation left Su Nanchu even more perplexed. He had tortured her, yet now sought to exonerate her. What game was this man playing? In this palace, there is no absolute right or wrong. Everything is merely a reflection of my will, Shen Jingzhi stated with a disdainful tone. He then looked at Su Nanchu. I have given you a chance. If you do not speak, and I later uncover any connection between you and this matter, your fate will mirror that of those who perished on the execution platform. His words were delivered lightly, devoid of emotion. Su Nanchu couldn't herfeasts. Understanding that Shen Jingzhi was indicating that if she confessed, he would shield her. However, if she did not, the consequences would be dire. She pursed her lips and resolutely raised her head. I did not do it. I merely copied some reflections. Furthermore, I can enjoy a life of luxury within, which cannot be achieved without the emperor's indulgence. Given such imperial grace, I have no reason to act otherwise. She admitted that she had indeed contemplated burning down the Yeding, but she was now grateful that she had refrained from doing so. Shen Jingzhi was not a mere protagonist of a fantastical tale. He was a true emperor. After a lengthy silence, Shen Jingzhi scrutinized her, lost in thought, before chuckling softly and rising. Let us proceed, continue to serve before the throne. Having not done her utmost, she was left with an unsettling concern regarding the potential peril lurking within the palace. Thus, she found herself entrusting her fate to her. After expressing her gratitude with a bow, Su Nanchu rose and followed closely in the footsteps of Shen Jing. They exited the imperial prison together. The radiant sunlight outside felt almost surreal to Su Nanchu, as if she had transcended into another realm. Inexplicably, after a circuitous journey, she once again found herself serving as a palace made before the emperor. Shen Jing had arranged for her to relocate to a secluded chamber within the side palace of Chengxian Palace, freeing her from the cramped quarters shared with other maids on a large communal bed. That night, Su Nanchu experienced an unparalleled comfort in her sleep. Chapter 36. Pei Yong's displeasure the following day. As Pei Yong attended to Shen Jing, the demeanor of Li De towards her had notably shifted, adopting an air of insincere flattery. How could not be so? The palace had been set ablaze, yet the emperor had spared them. To the outside world, Su Nanchu had survived merely due to the clearing of her name, but Li De was well aware that it was he who had orchestrated the ignition of that oil. TSK. Who knows? Perhaps one day this insufferable girl might truly become a favorite subject. Your Majesty, Consort Su has reported feeling unwell and wishes for your presence. Do you wish to visit her palace tonight? Lida announced, presenting the green plaque. Shen Jing cast a glance at the plaque bearing Su Huanyun's name and replied, if she is unwell, let the green plaque be withdrawn. When she feels better, it could be reinstated. TSK. Su Nanchu inwardly chuckled, serving her right, Su Huanyun. She had intended to employ this tactic to curry favor, but instead, it had backfired spectacularly. Yet, one must ponder, how could they serve the emperor if they themselves were unwell? Should the emperor, then, attend to their needs? Feeling a sense of triumph, Su Nanchu momentarily forgot the pain in her injured finger. As Shen Jing rose, he inadvertently collided with the tray she was holding. Although the force was not significant, her fingers had only just endured punishment, and their frailty rendered them unable to withstand such an impact. The tray promptly fell to the ground, causing her fingers to tremble in pain. Without hesitation, Su Nanchu knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. Shen Jing had initially intended to express his anger, the veins on his forehead pulsating with irritation. However, upon seeing the swollen, reddened state of her fingers, he suppressed his ire. Tonight, consort, you will attend to me. Lida, take her to see the imperial physician. With that, he had already exited, leaving Lida to click his tongue in amazement as he lightly tapped Su Nanchu on the head with his feather duster. You clever little one, even in error. You have managed to capture the emperor's concern for your injury. It is unprecedented for a palace made to receive medical attention after punishment. You ought to express your heartfelt gratitude for the emperor's grace and serve him well. This fortuitous opportunity has been bestowed upon you. Do you wish to accept it? Have you forgotten how this injury came to be? Su Nanchu responded with a dismissive acknowledgement. Her curiosity piqued. Who is consort you? Has another newcomer arrived in the emperor's harem? Lida sighed. She is the former snow consort, who is currently favored in the palace. Just a few days ago, she was promoted and granted a new title. Su Nanchu, the snow consort. This title, you foolish. It has been a month since the incident with Meng Dezhong. Shen Jing's plans must be nearing fruition, with Meng swaying now in favor. It seems she has become the final catalyst for the other's demise. TSK, it appears the palace will soon be -1 consort. Tonight, Shen Jing would seek out Meng Shuiying, and she need not accompany him. She intended to return to her quarters to rest. As she passed by the side hall, she fortuitously encountered a Yun on night watch. It had been quite some time since she last saw Yun. Approaching, she playfully tapped her on the shoulder and greeted her with a smile. A Yun? A Yun turned around and was pleasantly surprised to see Su Nanchu, exclaiming, Nanchu, you have truly returned. I thought the emperor would have you executed. The incident had indeed stirred a great uproar. On the day of the palace fire, Su Nanchu, being the prime suspect, was imprisoned in the imperial dungeon. Upon seeing Yun, Su Nanchu's gaze suddenly sharpened. Yun, what happened to your face? The vivid red marks and the torn skin at her lips were clearly not the result of a mere slap. Yun hastily covered her face, offering an excuse. I made a mistake and was punished by the matron. It's nothing serious. Who hasn't erred at some point? Yun's haphazard explanation revealed her reluctance to discuss the matter, and Su Nanchu chose not to press further. How pitiable! Gently touching Yun's face with her swollen hand, she retrieved the medicine the physician had just prescribed for her and handed it over, saying, It's all right, Yun. Your elder sister is here for you. Yun chuckled. You are clearly younger than I, yet you always insist on calling yourself my elder sister. Your hand looks so bad. You should be more concerned about yourself. Su Nanchu shrugged nonchalantly. A scar on my hand goes unnoticed, but a scar on your face would mar your beauty. Yun laughed sweetly. I am not particularly beautiful. A scar makes little difference. How have you been during this time? I went to the Yetting to see you and brought you some food. Did you receive it? The incident had unfolded so abruptly that she hadn't had the chance to see Su Nanchu before she was sent to Yetting. The following morning, she heard of her banishment and, taking advantage of a day off, went to Yetting, only to find the imposing red door tightly locked. She could only entrust the food to someone inside to deliver it to her. Su Nanchu paused at this. Food, being confined in a cell, The delivery of food would be limited to passing it through the door's crack, which would surely have been snatched up by those starved for days on end. However, seeing Yun's eager expression, she couldn't bear to reveal the harsh truth, smiling as she said, "I received it. It was quite delicious." Yun beamed with even greater joy. "That's wonderful. The person I gave it to is so pitiable, unable to speak and without hands. But when she heard your name, she seemed so excited. I knew she recognized you, so I gave her the food. Without hands, unable to speak." Su Nanchu's gaze deepened. She had given it to her. After this incident, she had heard from Li De that those individuals were unlikely to survive. They were already condemned criminals, now sent to the Ministry of Punishment, overcrowded and wasting resources. To reduce expenses, they would likely be disposed of one by one. Never mind, it was best not to dwell on such thoughts. There are many who suffer. To preserve oneself is the way to endure. Yun, remember this phrase. Having witnessed the repulsive nature of many in the palace, Yun was indeed a breath of fresh air. Su Nanchu patted her shoulder, relaying the matron's advice to Yun. As long as the spirit endures, the body shall not perish. Let it be as if the matron still lives within our hearts. Yun nodded and continued her night watch. Su Nanchu returned to her chamber, and before long, succumbed to a light sleep. Following these recent events, Su Nanchu developed the habit of keeping one eye open even as she slept. The following morning, Su Nanchu engaged in conversation with Li De. From Li De's words, she learned that the injury on Yun's face was the result of her reckless attempt to plead for mercy before Shen Jingzhi when she was summoned to the imperial prison days prior. This audacious act had provoked Shen Jingzhi, leading to her being struck by the matron with a wooden board. Su Nanchu remained silent, yet her gaze was profound and inscrutable. That girl was indeed foolish. The wisdom of self-preservation was clearly lost on her. Such a sentiment was most aptly directed towards the young lady. After lunch, Pei Yong, who always regarded her with disdain, approached once more. It was rather perplexing, as she could not recall having wronged him in any way. Yet he consistently viewed her with displeasure. "Your Majesty, I have brought someone to investigate the Yeting, and in a corner, we discovered this," Pei Yong stated, handing over a wrapped piece of paper. Su Nanchu, catching Shen Jingzhi's disapproving gaze, reluctantly accepted it. How ridiculous! He found her intolerable, yet she harbored similar sentiments towards him. Though she thought this, her actions were swifter than anyone else's. "Your Majesty." Su Nanchu presented the item before Shen Jingzhi, discreetly glancing at the pile of pale powder within. Pei Yong explained, "This is Tua Luo incense, colorless and odorless. When burned during sleep, it induces a deeper slumber and is often used as a calming fragrance." Thus, the fire that night spread so extensively before it was discovered, because the incense had been lit in the Yeting, causing everyone to fall into a deep sleep. Su Nanchu furrowed her brow. No wonder she had thought she had returned to modern times that night, as she had slept so comfortably. These substances should have been consumed by the flames, yet an elderly woman with a severed hand had, in her final moments, shielded the incense with her body, preserving the remnants of the powder. The Severed-Handed Matron. Chapter 37. Who can win his 3 points of love, surpassing the blooming of myriad flowers in the world? Su Nanchu had a sudden realization, yet Shen Jingzhi did not afford her the opportunity to interject. He continued to inquire, "Are there any missing individuals?" Pei Yong responded with a bow. "Your Majesty, you are correct. One of the prison guards is not one of the original guards of Yeting. Rather, he's been disguised in the attire of a guard. The genuine guard has long since escaped amidst the chaos and is now unaccounted for. By heavens, a classic case of a golden cicada shedding its shell." Su Nanchu felt emboldened. "Your Majesty, see, I told you I was wronged." Shen Jingzhi narrowed his eyes and shot her a glare, causing Su Nanchu to instinctively retract her neck and retreat to the side. Pei Yong, witnessing her demeanor, felt his temples pulse with irritation. "Which may behave so," he exclaimed. "How utterly unrefined." Li De, the elderly eunuch, hurriedly entered. "Retrieve the prison guard's official record and present it to the Minister of Justice, Sima Yunqian. Command the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War to cooperate in tracking down this individual, ensuring he is apprehended and brought to justice." "Pei Yong," he said, "at your command. Search the palace. Shen Jingzhi issued the order coldly, adding, "Moreover, conduct a thorough investigation of the personnel in each palace. Anyone with a similar physique, or whose demeanor or voice has recently changed, must be apprehended for further examination. I shall see who dares to act so brazenly within my palace." Yes. Pei Yong complied and departed. Once the room was devoid of others, Shen Jingzhi's gaze settled upon the mound of talcum powder, staring at the powder with a sense of contemplation. Su Nanchu also took notice and inquired, "Your Majesty, is this substance prohibited within the palace?" "Surely. The calming incense is not, for I have heard that emperors, noble consorts, and empresses alike use calming incense when they struggle to sleep at night." Shen Jingzhi cast a fleeting glance at her, his expression somber. "Are you intending to violate palace regulations again?" Su Nanchu promptly fell silent, observing her countenance. Shen Jingzhi surmised that the girl was utterly oblivious to palace rules. After a prolonged silence, he elucidated, "Within the palace, the only permissible calming incense is agarwood. This substance, which has evidently been acquired from an unknown source, clearly does not belong within the palace." Su Nanchu's eyes widened. "Your Majesty, could it be that someone is secretly colluding with the outside? Where there are no unsavory dealings, the palace may only appear tranquil on the surface." After Shen Jingzhi spoke, he regarded Su Nanchu's small frame, seemingly lost in thought, and beckoned her closer with a subtle gesture. Confused, Su Nanchu approached. Shen Jingzhi extended his hand toward her abdomen, eyeing the wound. "Have you applied medicine?" Su Nanchu nodded. "I have. The medicine was given to a yun, who concocted a story about it. After all this time, fabricating nonsense has become a requisite skill of mine. Bring the medicine here." Shen Jingzhi suddenly spoke in a calm tone, leaving Su Nanchu momentarily speechless. After a pause, Shen Jingzhi raised his gaze, as if discerning something, and his expression darkened. "Where is the medicine?" Su Nanchu fidgeted. "Your Majesty, how could I allow you to apply the medicine personally?" "I." The more she spoke, the more the situation seemed amiss, and Shen Jingzhi's countenance gradually soured. "Very well." Su Nanchu, in a moment of reckless abandon, candidly admitted, "I gave the medicine to someone else." "Indeed?" Shen Jingzhi's expression darkened further. Su Nanchu quickly attempted to remedy the situation, stating, "I only injured my hand, but a yun was struck on the face by her aunt. If she doesn't receive treatment, she will be left with scars. Besides, it no longer hurts, and I haven't delayed preparing tea for you." Yet, Shen Jingzhi's countenance remained as grim as ever, showing no sign of softening. Left with no other recourse, Su Nanchu lifted her skirts and knelt. Bowing her head, this servant acknowledges her mistake. To give away the grace bestowed upon her could indeed be considered a transgression. Shen Jingzhi fixed his gaze upon the top of her head. Her kneeling form made her appear even more diminutive compared to his already slender frame. With her eyes cast downward, she dared not meet his gaze, demonstrating her newfound understanding of propriety. He tempered his expression slightly and finally uttered 3 words towards the door. "Summon the imperial physician." Moments later, the physician arrived, visibly trembling. After 2 consecutive days of being summoned to the Changqian Palace, he had assumed there was a serious ailment afflicting the emperor. In truth, both times had been for a mere palace maid. What a peculiar world this is, where even a maid's injury necessitates the presence of a royal doctor. "Your Majesty, this maid's injury is not severe. It has not affected the bone. I have prescribed some pain-relieving and soothing medication to ensure that she does not endure excessive pain during her recovery." The physician had never treated a palace maid before and found himself at a loss for words. "This is an ointment. Apply it to the wound twice daily, morning and evening." He recalled administering it just yesterday. Had it truly been used up so quickly? Shen Jingzhi took the medicine and instructed, "You may leave." The physician bowed, his mind filled with questions, and retreated a few steps before exiting. Once he was gone, Su Nanchu felt a sense of discomfort and attempted to rise from the bench. Shen Jingzhi casually pressed her back down. "Your Majesty, this is your chamber. I should take my leave." Shen Jingzhi opened the ointment and took her hand. "Have you not already slept here?" Su Nanchu replied, "What does that have to do with anything? Even after sleeping here, I could still be cast into the Yeding and thrown into the imperial prison. Having traversed time, she had endured a month-long tour of the palace prison. However, faced with his resolute demeanor, she found it difficult to resist. The study was just beyond a wall. If anyone were to arrive, she could likely escape in time. Ouch! She winced as Shen Jingzhi's touch was too forceful. Did you not say it didn't hurt? Su Nanchu, gritting her teeth in pain, retorted, "It doesn't hurt if you don't touch it. Your Majesty, your movements are too forceful." Shen Jingzhi paused for a moment, yet continued with his unabated approach, unwilling to ease his touch. Remember this lesson. Only by surviving in the palace can you learn to be cautious and prudent in your words and actions. As the cooling sensation of the ointment seeped into her wound, the pain began to soften under the warmth of his body. Su Nanchu grimaced, dismissing his admonition as irrelevant. Cautious and prudent. Had she not been sufficiently cautious in the Yeding? She had barely spoken and still fell victim to scheming. The ointment's soothing effects gradually permeated the air, filling the room with a refreshing and comforting fragrance. Shen Jingzhi's movements were not gentle, yet his expression bore a gravity that commanded attention. In his distant, profound gaze, there was a clarity akin to a tranquil spring. Su Nanchu sniffled softly, her eyes fixed upon the man who was administering her treatment. Perhaps it was the result of his royal upbringing. Shen Jingzhi possessed an extraordinary countenance, clad in a black and gold dragon robe, which accentuated his fair complexion. He stood tall, his straight posture and chiseled features exuding an air of aloofness. His noble demeanor, combined with the cunning of a strategist and the commanding presence of a ruler, rendered him an exemplar of admiration in every regard. It was no wonder that the women of the harem vied for his affection. Such a man, who would not be enamored? Yet, this man harbored no love for anyone. Su Nanchu sniffled again. After applying the medicine, Shen Jingzhi released her hand, inquiring about the condition of her injury. Su Nanchu halted his intent to continue treating her. Kneeling before him, "Your Majesty," she implored, "the injury on my leg is indeed inconvenient. Your Majesty has already transcended the bounds of propriety by tending to my wounds today. I dare not trouble you further." Shen Jingzhi paused, refraining from pressing the matter, and placed the medicine upon the table before rising to depart. Alone in the room, Su Nanchu inhaled deeply, clutching the medicine tightly. What she had left unsaid lingered in the air. Such a man, who loved no one, would render even a mere fraction of his affection more precious than the blooming of 1,000 flowers in this world. Chapter 38. The bold young maid Su Nanchu felt her submissiveness growing ever stronger. In the past, when she knelt, it felt like mere pretense, a performance lacking sincerity. However, after enduring several trials, each time she knelt now, she trembled with trepidation, fearful that the noble lord above her might harbor discontent. Today, her lord seemed to be in good spirits, leading her to the martial training grounds. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." A rather handsome young man approached. Though not clad in official court attire, his self-introduction revealed him to be a minister of Shen Jingzhi's court. Su Nanchu couldn't help but scrutinize him further. Having spent her days amidst the bearded elders in Shen Jingzhi's study, this was her first encounter with a youthful official in the court. "Do not stand on ceremony. Today, we shall regard neither sovereign nor subject," Shen Jingzhi said, offering the young man a slight support, indicating his elevated status. Unlike the previous high-ranking elders who had received only cold glances from Shen Jingzhi, this young man was treated with a warmth that was unmistakable. "The emperor is magnanimous. Yet etiquette must not be neglected," the young man replied with a gentle smile. Su Nanchu cast him an appreciative glance. Clever fellow, indeed. One ought not to take his pleasantries at face value. After all, she had shared his bed, and should she provoke his displeasure, she could easily find herself cast into the depths of the palace. The young man also noticed Su Nanchu trailing behind Shen Jingzhi. This must be the new little maid of the emperor. Quite bold, I see, staring at me for quite a while. Shen Jingzhi replied with a nonchalant adding, "The previous one has passed away." The young man chuckled. To serve before his Majesty is no simple feat. It appears this little maid possesses some skill, especially given her audacity to gaze so freely. Being brought to the martial grounds by Shen Jingzhi is no small achievement. detecting the underlying tone in the conversation. Shen Jingzhi turned to give Su Nanchu a warning glance. Upon seeing her shrink away like an ostrich, he slowly shifted his gaze back and remarked, "If she truly has talent, I shall appoint her as a general." Ha ha, the emperor still loves to jest. Since time immemorial, where has there been a woman serving as a general? The two made their way to the archery range, with Su Nanchu following behind, casting a disdainful glare at the young gentleman. How foolish of her to have praised his youthful handsomeness earlier, only to witness such gender bias now. They circled the training grounds for a full hour, and as Su Nanchu's still recovering leg began to ache, she unconsciously slowed her pace while descending the steps. Shen Jingzhi, with a subtle glance over his shoulder, noticed her discomfort and made his way toward a nearby pavilion. The young man followed suit, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on this matter, Your Majesty?" Shen Jingzhi settled into a seat and replied, responding with stillness amidst the ever-changing. The young man reached for the teapot on the table, intending to pour a cup for Shen Jingzhi, but discovered the pot was empty, neglected in this secluded spot. He beckoned to Su Nanchu, "Sister, would you mind brewing us a pot of tea?" Su Nanchu's expression darkened, after finally finding a moment to rest. He was already demanding more from her. Rolling her eyes, she said, "I have never been here before and am unfamiliar with the path. If I happen to get lost, it would trouble the adults to seek me out from the emperor, which would only delay matters further, wouldn't it?" Shangwan Jin was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered a palace maid who spoke with such audacity. Even if she truly did not know the way, she ought to have taken the teapot and inquired around, right? He turned his curious gaze towards Shen Jingzhi, only to find that upon hearing her words, Shen's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of the usual ire that accompanied even the slightest error from those around him. Instead, there was a hint of an inscrutable smile. Well, this palace maid was someone he could not provoke. He silently withdrew the teapot and cleared his throat gently, saying, "If that is the case, let us forget it. It has been tiring for you to accompany us for so long. You should take a moment to rest." Su Nanchu paid no heed to him and leaned closer to Shen Jingzhi. "What good is your speech? Have you not noticed that this esteemed gentleman has remained silent?" Shangwan Jin rubbed his nose, sensing the underlying issue, and inquired of Shen Jingzhi, "What is the emperor's intention?" Shen Jingzhi chuckled softly, glancing at Su Nanchu. "General Shangwan has requested a favor on your behalf, yet you offer no gratitude." Su Nanchu immediately squatted down. "I thank General Shangwan for his kindness." Then, as she prepared to sit opposite them, before she could even settle, Shen Jingzhi's voice interjected, "Sit to the side." Su Nanchu. Indeed, with the leaders engaged in conversation, it was inappropriate to join them at the table. She hurriedly found a distant step to perch upon, supporting her weary legs. Without Su Nanchu, the atmosphere in the pavilion became considerably more relaxed. "Ha ha!" Shangwan Jin initially burst into laughter several times before he could not help but exclaim, "Cousin, where did you find such an amusing palace maid? She dares to sit beside us, ha ha ha." Shen Jingzhi remained notably more composed than Shangwan Jin. "She is young and childish." Shangwan Jin's amusement did not wane. He shook his head. "The wife my mother arranged for me is 15 years old, yet possesses the maturity of my aunt when she was alive." His aunt was the empress, and it was essential for her to possess a certain gravitas to manage the inner palace. However, his prospective bride, bearing such a demeanor, truly seemed rather dull. The legitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice should exhibit more decorum. After all, many eyes would be scrutinizing her, ready to cast judgment. The Minister of Justice oversees the criminal department, and he has made numerous enemies. It was he who proposed this marriage, after all. The Shangwan family holds military power and is the current royal uncle. By marrying the Minister of Justice's daughter into the Shangwan family, it also provided a safeguard for the minister, allowing him to serve the royal family without concerns. As Shen Jingzhi broached the subject, there was a tinge of regret in his tone. If she is not to your liking, it would be wise to keep her at home in mutual respect, allowing the minister to save face and later find a reason to take in a few whom you prefer. In conversing with Shangwan Jin, Shen Jingzhi was considerably more casual. The one who contributed most to his ascension to the throne was indeed his maternal uncle's family. Among the kin, brothers often contended openly and covertly, vying for dominance. In this world, the only one who could truly be considered a brother was Shen Jingzhi. Shen Jingzhi pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, "My mother initially held a similar view. Yet I believe that although Sima Jingyi may not possess a likable temperament, she undeniably embodies virtue in managing the household. Since her arrival, she has diligently overseen all matters, rising each day to pay respects to my mother, come rain or shine. It was only after my mother expressed her concern for her that she altered her routine to offer her greetings every 3 days. Last month, when my mother fell ill, she remained steadfastly by her side, attending to her with utmost care. To have such a devoted wife is indeed a blessing for the Shangguan family. If not for her failing to adhere to the stipulation of bearing children and having remained childless for 8 years, my mother and I had already resolved not to take in a concubine again." Shen Jingzhi chuckled. "Your usual flirtations aside, it seems that even in marriage, you possess such insight. It appears the daughter of the Minister of Justice has made quite an impression." Shen Jingzhi blushed, feeling somewhat shy. How could I possibly compare to my esteemed cousin, with a harem filled with beauties, capturing the hearts of women across the realm? Chapter 39. The concubines of Shen Jingzhi. As the conversation turned to the women of the harem, Shen Jingzhi found himself devoid of leisure and interest, opting to shift the topic. "How are preparations coming along?" With the matter at hand, Shen Jingzhi stowed away her playful demeanor, assuring, "Your Majesty, everything has been meticulously arranged." However, she hesitated, recalling a certain issue. "Cousin, are you truly unconcerned about the imperial decree left by the late emperor?" The late emperor had favored concubine Shen, ensuring her every escape route. Had she not acted foolishly, the throne would have undoubtedly passed to her son. Regrettably, the late emperor had orchestrated every detail, yet failed to anticipate concubine Chen's treason. Had it not been for this, the position of the maternal uncle would hardly have belonged to the Shangguan family. Shen Jingzhi's gaze clouded with contemplation, the depths of his thoughts unfathomable. The imperial guard of the harem has undergone a complete overhaul. Those who remain pose little threat. Furthermore, even without that decree, other tokens would suffice. It is better to keep them under close watch, where their background is well known. Shangguan Jin pondered this reasoning and found it sound. Indeed, besides, the realm has stabilized, and the court is secure. With the late emperor's sons largely perished, any notion of rebellion or regime change is no easy feat. Moreover, with our Shangguan family providing military support, anyone contemplating action must weigh their own qualifications carefully. The sound of slapping echoed through the air. It was the season when mosquitoes were particularly abundant. Both individuals, keenly aware of their surroundings, turned their attention to the source. A woman had enveloped her entire head within her voluminous sleeves in a bid to evade the pesky insects. The frantic movements bore an unexpectedly comical quality. Was she a newly arrived maid in the palace? Anyone who had spent a few years within its confines would have surely tempered such exuberance. Shen Jingzhi withdrew his gaze, recalling the daughter of the former Minister of Justice, Su Bingqian. 12 years prior, the Su family had been embroiled in bribery, leading to Su Bingqian's imprisonment. While his relatives were exiled to servitude, she had been sent to the palace and eventually found herself in the menial quarters. Su Bingqian? At that time, he was too young to engage much, but he had heard his father speak of him. He was indeed a man of strong principles. His various exploits continued to circulate widely in the capital. It was surprising that such a stubborn old man could have produced such an interesting daughter, Shangguan Jin mused. Having departed at a young age and raised in the palace, she was unaware of her own lineage. The significance of upbringing cannot be understated. Having entered the palace as a servant without parental guidance, she naturally developed a wilder disposition. Shangguan Jin remarked, regarding Su Bingqian, "The case is rather intricate. The late emperor, without proper investigation, hastily incarcerated him. This wrongful conviction has become a notorious tale among the populace. Keeping this maid by your side, are you not concerned that she might someday discover her true identity and turn against you?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jingzhi cast a sidelong glance at Su Nanchu, dismissing her potential threat. She possesses only a modicum of cleverness. If I were to protect her, she would have long met a grim fate in the wilderness. If such minor tricks could bring harm, my claim to the throne would be rather precarious. Shang Jin chuckled lightly in response. It appears this mate has indeed won your favor. Otherwise, with your nature, you would eliminate any potential risk, regardless of how clever or simple-minded. As that old witch, Empress Chun, departed from this world, it was as if he buried her along with the servants' quarters. Shen Jingzhi pressed his lips together and refrained from uttering another word. After a moment's pause, his gaze fell upon the woman who was dancing wildly in a chaotic manner. In the distance, Su Nanchu sneezed. Damn, the sun is relentless, and the mosquitoes are numerous. What could they possibly be discussing for such an extended period? With nothing to occupy himself, he began plucking at the nearby bushes, fanning away the insects with several large leaves. Autumn had arrived, bringing with it a chill after each rain. Except for the warmth of the sun during the day, the autumn breeze cut through to the bone in the early mornings and evenings. The mosquitoes now were merely making their final stand. In a couple of days, they would no longer be missed. As this thought crossed Su Nanchu's mind, he caught a live mosquito and grasped its legs, intending to observe it a moment longer. To his surprise, the mosquito struggled fiercely, yet was unable to escape his grasp. Finally, seeing its defiance, he swiftly crushed it between his fingers, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. However, amidst the satisfaction, he suddenly realized that this scene felt oddly familiar. The corners of Su Nanchu's mouth twitched as he began to understand the feelings Shen Jingzhi harbored towards him. At that moment, Shen Jingzhi emerged from the pavilion. As he approached, Su Nanchu remained focused on the mangled remains of the mosquito. He has left. It was the first time a master had come out, while the palace maid remained seated, lost in thought. Su Nanchu hurriedly snapped back to attention, clapping his hands as he followed behind. After taking a few steps, he noticed that the young gentleman had not kept pace with him. "Your Majesty, have you finished your discussion?" Shen Jingzhi responded with a non-committal hum, his pace unbroken. "Earlier, you mentioned he was still a general?" Shen Jingzhi again replied with a slight hum. "So frail, can he truly command an army?" Shen Jingzhi halted momentarily, passing the training grounds, and pointed at a burly man who was fiercely attacking a straw man. "That kind of strength, do you think he could be a general?" Su Nanchu followed his gaze and saw indeed that the man was robust, with a powerful build, yet he was merely hacking away wildly. He was a fierce warrior, not a strategist. Su Nanchu, recognizing the truth, fell silent. Later, he learned from the system that the Shangwan family was Shen Jingzhi's maternal uncle's family, with 3 generations of generals known for their loyalty. The late emperor had favored Empress Chun to such an extent that he would have moved heaven and earth for her. Yet he dared not easily depose the queen, allowing her to hold her position for 20 years. After Shen Jingzhi ascended the throne, the Shangwan family flourished, basking in glory. And it was not an exaggeration to call them the foremost military family of the Yu dynasty. It was no wonder Shen Jingzhi was so audacious, unafraid of Meng Dezhong. With the Shangwan clan behind him, who could threaten his throne? A thorough palace search had concluded, with guards from the Chengxian palace arriving in waves. As Su Nanchu returned with Shen Jingzhi, Pei Yong awaited them at the entrance, accompanied by a colorful procession behind him. The guards brought forth a bundle of contraband. "Your Majesty," Pei Yong bowed with his entourage. Shen Jingzhi did not pause in his stride, merely casting a glance before entering the palace. Pei Yong followed closely, gesturing for those behind him to come along. During this search of the palace, a total of over 40 contraband items were discovered, implicating 4 noble consorts, 12 palace maids, 8 eunuchs, and 18 wet nurses. Others indirectly involved have already been apprehended. Currently, only the esteemed Lady Ming of the Xianfu Palace, Lady Yu of the Zhaohua Palace, and Lady Su of the Yunxi Palace remain unchecked. These are all high-ranking consorts, and to conduct a search within their quarters requires an edict from Shen Jingzhi. As he listened, Shen Jingzhi casually toyed with his Bodhi beads, his demeanor indifferent as if he were utterly unconcerned. Pei Yong reported, "They have all been brought in and are waiting outside." "Bring them in," Shen Jingzhi commanded. "Yes." Immediately, the main hall of the Chengxian Palace was filled with a throng of people, palace maids, eunuchs, consorts, and guards, all present. As the bundle containing the illicit items was unveiled, Su Nanchu's eyes widened in astonishment. What? What is that? And what about this thing? She exclaimed, pointing. Shen Jingzhi cast a warning glance in her direction, and she promptly fell silent, retracting her hand and feigning ignorance. Anyone who dared to claim that ancient people were feudal would have to contend with her. Your Majesty, these charms of maleficence were discovered in Li Chang's quarters, inscribed with your name and birth date. When we arrived, Li Chang was in the process of destroying them, but we intervened. The obscene literature and implements were found beneath the bed of Sun Danying, and it has been confirmed that they indeed belong to her. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am wronged. I merely heard outside the palace that women who do not receive their husband's affection are unable to please them in matters of the bed, which led me astray. Your Majesty, please see through this. Before Pei Yong could finish, a woman in a pale yellow gown rushed forward. Chapter 40. Gu Marin. Gu Funfin, Your Majesty, she implored. The charms I possess are not intended to curse. I merely wish for you to visit me more often. These are merely tokens to enhance the bond between us, with no harm to your esteemed self. Li Changzai, unwilling to concede, knelt in fervent supplication, as the two women took turns bowing their heads in earnestness. Su Nanchu, observing the scene, couldn't help but marvel at the privileges of being an emperor. With so many women entranced by him, as if enchanted, these individuals, lost in their romantic notions, sought solace in charms, much like modern-day followers of emotional mentors. Truly, the art of deception thrives everywhere. Shen Jingzhi, momentarily irritated, had his patience tested. Pei Yong, perceptive as ever, swiftly intervened, instructing his subordinates to separate the two women. He continued, furthermore, the spices were prepared by consort Sunday. The imperial physician has examined them, and, among the ingredients, there are numerous herbs that nourish the kidneys and invigorate the vital energy. He corroborated this with testimonies from those within consort Sun's quarters, asserting that whenever the emperor visited, the fragrance permeated the room. The implication was clear. It indirectly suggested Shen Jingzhi's inadequacies, which prompted Su Nanchu to discreetly touch her nose, stifling her laughter. The atmosphere grew palpably uncomfortable. Pei Yong, realizing the tension, remained awkwardly silent, unsure of how to alleviate the situation. Shen Jingzhi's brows furrowed deeper. Su Nanchu, unable to contain her amusement, found the dynamics of the imperial harem utterly fascinating. The characters involved were simply remarkable. Unlike the others, Consort Sun did not plead for mercy. Instead, she maintained her composure, her pale gown contrasting with the tremor of her hands hidden within her sleeves. Yet, this did not prevent Su Nanchu from silently applauding her resolve, casting furtive glances in her direction. Shen Jingzhi remained silent, the stillness stretching into what felt like an eternity. He produced a string of prayer beads, ominously twirling them before casting them onto the table. What are the others? He inquired. Pei Yong swallowed hard and promptly replied. There is also Gu Marin. She harbors 5-stone powder within her quarters. This was the most alarming revelation, for 5-stone powder was strictly prohibited in the palace, akin to marijuana or opium. Su Nanchu's smile faded, recognizing that such vices were inescapable across the ages. However, Shen Jingzhi appeared unimpressed, his demeanor unresponsive to the revelation he had anticipated. With a flicker of impatience, Shen Jingzhi raised his piercing gaze to the throng of kneeling individuals before him, coldly announcing, Consort Sun is hereby demoted to a concubine, while the rest shall receive white silk as their punishment. He could not be bothered to inquire further about the remaining attendants. His disinterest palpable. Panic erupted among the crowd. Your Majesty, spare me. I am innocent. I acknowledge my wrongs. I beseech your mercy. They cried in unison, desperately pleading for clemency. I shall not transgress again. I implore you to grant me this one reprieve. Yet, Shen Jingzhi exhibited no trace of empathy, his gaze drifting away as he coldly commanded, take them away. The imperial guard advanced to apprehend the offenders. Amidst the chaos, one figure emerged, clad in a delicate blue gown, silently rising to follow, unperturbed by the impending detainment. Was this Gumarin? Her entire demeanor exuded a pristine elegance, her eyes radiating a crystalline clarity. Could such a person indulge in the consumption of wuxia powder? Suddenly, Su Nanchu recalled something and spoke up. Shen Jingzhi cast a cold glance in her direction, prompting Su Nanchu to hurriedly kneel. Your Majesty, I wish to inquire a few matters regarding this Gu beauty. I beseech your Majesty for your gracious permission. Take her away. Shen Jingzhi merely glanced at Su Nanchu before diverting his gaze, turning towards the doorway with a tone that grew stern. Your Majesty, Su Nanchu interfected. One cannot help but acknowledge that Shen Jingzhi epitomized the mindset of an emperor. He was resolute in his actions, devoid of any curiosity. She had posed the question. Did he not wonder what she wished to ask? Once the others had departed, Su Nanchu remained skeptical, sensing that the girl had been taken away with a sorrowful gaze, even tinged with a hint of relief, which seemed uncharacteristic of an addict. Particularly, the girl's eyes, filled with a mournful essence, emitted a silent aura of death, reminiscent of that day, those aged eyes regaining her focus. Su Nanchu shifted closer to Shen Jingzhi, softening her demeanor. That young girl appears to be merely 14 or 15. She may have been exploited by others. How many innocent souls have perished within this palace? Foolishness abounds. If I do not take her life, she shall not survive for long. Shen Jingzhi remained unmoved. Do you not wish to know who stands behind her? Shen Jingzhi lowered his gaze. I do not. He then looked at Su Nanchu. I am well aware of whom to act against and whom to spare. Su Nanchu gazed at Shen Jingzhi for a long moment, seemingly realizing that he would not yield. She reluctantly abandoned the notion. Yet an instinct told her that the girl in the blue dress was merely a victim of this palace's cruelties. At the tender age of 14 or 15, selected for the imperial court, and within a mere 6 months, she had lost her life. And will the poison that Sun Pin administered to you, will you not take her life? Shen Jingzhi replied succinctly. Her brother is a general of the chariots. Indeed, that phrase resonated. Those with connections were whisked away, while the unconnected met their demise. You may fight valiantly for me and achieve great merit, and I shall allow you to act as you please. At this juncture, Shen Jingzhi appeared fatigued, uninterested in these matters, and simply retrieved a memorial. Opening it without reviewing its contents, his gaze fixated downward. Standing by, Su Nanchu felt a pang of restlessness. Seizing the opportunity during tea preparation, she pursued the imperial guards who had escorted the others away. Producing a silver coin, she handed it over, sweetly entreating, My good sir, I implore you to make an exception. I merely wish to speak with her for a moment. The guard, weighing the coin in his hand and recognizing Su Nanchu as someone close to the emperor, acquiesced. As Su Nanchu approached, the girl in the blue dress looked utterly bewildered, searching her memory, but failing to recall Su Nanchu's presence. Who are you? Do we know each other? Su Nanchu shook her head. We do not. But I wish to ask you, were you wronged? Particularly, the girl's expression mirrored that of the day the matron advised her to remain virtuous to ultimately prevail. Before turning to leave, Chapter 41. The first sword given by Shen Jingzhi, Gu Funfun smiled, realizing that this was the inquiry at hand. She remarked, I have not been wronged. I suffer from asthma, and wuxia sin alleviates my discomfort. She understood that such substances were forbidden within the palace, but it mattered little to her, for she had no fondness for the royal confines. Death, in her view, would be a far better liberation. Su Nanchu narrowed her eyes, recognizing the truth in her words. You dislike the palace, don't you? Death is indeed a form of release. The other's gaze revealed a depth of sorrow. To her surprise, upon uttering this sentiment, the woman could not contain her tears. Yes, release. I will finally return to my parents' side. As I approach death, I am free from all concerns. Do you understand? I never wished to enter the palace, but my father, a commander in Danyang City, had previously aided the fifth prince. Now that the emperor has ascended the throne, he fears for his life and could only send me here. I have been in the palace for 192 days, never having shared a bed nor spoken with anyone. My lowly status and unremarkable appearance render me vulnerable to the whims of others. I truly wish to end my life. However, should a concubine take her own life, it would bring calamity upon her entire family. I endure each day as if it were an eternity. Once, I discovered some young eunuchs consuming a substance that allowed them to forget their troubles and alleviate their pain. Though it was exorbitantly priced, I purchased it, and since then, I have been unable to part with it. I harbor no regrets. Dying without burdening my family brings me satisfaction. I'm truly grateful for your company and sharing these thoughts. In my next life, I only wish to remain by my parents' side and marry a common man. Alas, I may not have a next life. She wiped away her tears and extracted a fragrant pouch from her bosom. This is a gift from my mother upon my entrance to the palace. Should you have the chance to leave the palace at 25, please return it to her. She will reward you generously. She loves me dearly. They're all good people, only they have taken a wrong turn. Su Nanchu observed as the girl wept quietly. It was difficult to articulate her feelings. Though not inherently soft-hearted, she felt an inexplicable pity for the girl before her. Mention of death elicited no cries, but the word release brought forth an uncontrollable flood of tears. They were all pitiable souls trapped within the palace. Shen Jingzhi had indeed taken many lives. Su Nanchu contemplated turning away, yet her fingers involuntarily clenched tighter around the pouch, which was filled with something unknown, adorned with exquisite butterfly embroidery. She paused, then turned back. "Follow me." Ultimately, Su Nanchu found herself kneeling before Shen Jingzhi. She understood that he harbored feelings for her. She was not naive. She recognized that had another performed her actions, it would have surely cost them their heads. Yet, Shen Jingzhi had consistently indulged her, occasionally imparting knowledge. In times past, Su Nanchu would have never dared to approach him thus. But now, Shen Jingzhi, without needing to lift his gaze, comprehended Su Nanchu's intentions. Not even a glance was cast in her direction. Su Nanchu knelt for half an hour while Shen Jingzhi perused memorials for the same duration. Li Dizong entered once, presenting tea, sighed, and departed. Night fell, enveloping the world in darkness. Su Nanchu had been kneeling for 2 hours, and the young girl beside her was also kneeling. However, she seemed to have perceived something. Suddenly, she rose and assisted Su Nanchu. Although she did not know the elder sister's name, she appreciated the kindness of her intentions. The emperor, adhering to palace regulations, was acting upon my prior transgressions. Thus, it would be unjust to place him in a predicament. Gu Funfun managed a faint smile and then turned her gaze back to the elevated platform where Shen Jingzhi stood. "Your Majesty, it was I who implored this sister for my life earlier. She possesses a kind heart. I am filled with shame and have now experienced a profound awakening. I do not wish to implicate innocent souls any longer. I beseech your Majesty to grant me a piece of white silk, so that I may find an auspicious time to depart this world." Shen Jingzhi's favored beauty was not even regarded as a concubine. With over 40 consorts in the harem, Gu Funfun was far from the only one who had not shared his bed. Shen Jingzhi remained silent, offering neither a word nor a glance. Su Nanchu, gritting her teeth, approached Shen Jingzhi's side, kneeling even closer, desperately tugging at his sleeve. "She can reform. She is not a wicked person. In the palace, everyone is drawn to self-interest, with hearts as cold as beasts. It is rare to encounter someone truly upright. Your Majesty, I implore you to spare her life." This time, Shen Jingzhi did not feign deafness or muteness. He placed his brush upon the stand. "The imperial decree has been issued. Changing it would undermine my authority." Su Nanchu could not help but scoff. She had attempted to intervene earlier, but he had disregarded her. Had she only asked a couple of questions then, the subsequent events might have been averted. Yet, she maintained a fa aude of guilt. Her father is a military commander in Donyang City, dutifully safeguarding a city for the nation. While he may not have earned accolades, his efforts should not allow his daughter to perish within the palace. Shen Jingzhi snorted. "Since such matters have been uncovered in the palace, someone must bear the blame. If she does not die, will you take her place?" This was absolutely unacceptable. Su Nanchu suddenly realized that her desire to protect Gu Funfun was waning. Before she could devise a more dignified retreat, Gu Funfun stepped forward. "No, I do not require it, elder sister. The emperor has made his intentions clear. You need not expend further breath. Since the emperor does not grant white silk, I must leap into the city moat to atone." With that, Gu Fanfan rose and dashed out. Su Nanchu instinctively tried to stop her, but was yanked back by Shen Jingzhi. Gazing intently into Su Nanchu's anxious eyes, Shen Jingzhi tightened his grip, narrowing his gaze and speaking in a low tone. "Behold, this is the first sword I bestow upon you." Su Nanchu could hardly believe her ears, turning in shock. What? Wasn't he intent on making her the empress? Shen Jingzhi did not release his hold on Su Nanchu's hand, pressing a string of Bodhi beads into her palm. "With your current status, you cannot bear the name of empress." Su Nanchu instinctively clenched her hand, her breath trembling. What was Shen Jingzhi implying? Empress. She had merely spoken thoughtlessly. Surely he could not have taken her words to heart. Although Danyang City was modest, it lay at the gateway to the capital. With an army of 50,000 stationed there, less than 100 miles from the capital, a swift horse could cover the distance in a day. Su Nanchu furrowed her brow, her pupils constricting in concentration. Shen Jingzhi continued, "The commander of the East Yang City, Gu Yuancheng, was previously under Shen Jingyi's command. He sent his daughter here under the pretense of participating in a selection, but in truth, it was a hostage situation. However, he could never genuinely pledge his loyalty to me. Thus, you may consider him as your ally." Su Nanchu, upon hearing this, was immediately struck with fear and knelt down in trepidation. "Your Majesty, I dare not. I merely find that girl pitiable. I harbor no other intentions." Shen Jingzhi paid no heed to Su Nanchu. Instead, he awaited further developments. If Gu Yuancheng remained passive, it would indicate that his intentions were far from innocent, likely using Su Nanchu as a means of escape. Conversely, should he act, then Su Nanchu's gratitude towards the Gu family would be solidified. Despite Gu Yuancheng being a shrewd individual, he had shown a measure of affection towards his daughter. It was, after all, he who insisted on bringing her here when she was initially reluctant. Chapter 42. Compared to Shen Jingzhi, palace intrigue seems trivial. A quarter of an hour later, leader returned, drenched with Gu Fanfan. "Your Majesty, the beautiful Gu, overwhelmed by guilt, has committed suicide by drowning." "Very well," Shen Jingzhi replied. "Burn the body and send the ashes to Danyang City." Lida acknowledged the command. Beside them, Gu Fanfan was bewildered. "What? She drowned, but she was rescued immediately. She is not dead. Are you planning to burn her alive?" However, Lida did not spare her a glance and simply departed after receiving his orders. Gu Fanfan remained in a state of confusion. Shen Jingzhi extended his hand to assist Su Nanchu. Since she rarely leaves the Zhongsue Palace, few know her in the palace. You will serve alongside her in the Chengqian Palace. Be cautious when encountering others from the harem. Su Nanchu, trembling with anxiety, stood up, her fingers shaking as they clutched Shen Jingzhi's. They would take her below to change clothes. With so many maidens dead, she could easily replace one of them. "Your Majesty." Su Nanchu still found it hard to believe. Shen Jingzhi, engrossed in state affairs, had no time to respond. He lowered his head to review memorials. "Take your Bodhi. I grant it to you." Su Nanchu approached to accept it, remaining frozen for a long moment. She silently bowed and respectfully withdrew. This was her first genuine show of respect towards Shen Jingzhi, and she was in awe of his intricate schemes. This series of actions was a test to determine whether Gu Fanfan was a person of gratitude, worthy of salvation. What could have been resolved with a mere sentence was drawn out to instill fear in Gu Fanfan, making her acutely aware of the preciousness of her life. Consequently, if Danyang City held any regard for this daughter, they would undoubtedly feel immense gratitude towards her. Truly a masterful stroke. Upon exiting Shen Jingzhi's chamber, Gu Fanfan remained anxious. "Sister, what is happening?" Su Nanchu took a deep breath, turning to look gravely at Gu Fanfan. "In essence, your life has been spared. However, from now on, the beautiful Gu is no more. Only the maid Gu Fanfan remains. Are you willing?" The light in Gu Fanfan's eyes sparked with hope. "Really? Sister, I am no longer a concubine in the harem. Su Nanchu nadif. It will be arduous for you. You must serve as a maid alongside me." Gu Fanfan, overwhelmed with joy, shook her head in disbelief and could not contain her excitement as she embraced Su Nanchu. "It's not arduous at all, sister. Meeting you is truly a blessing. And what of you, sister? Did the emperor impose any punishment upon you?" His demeanor was quite terrifying at that moment. Su Nanchu shook her head. No, he was moved by you. It was not my intervention that saved you, but your own sincerity. Gu Funfun beamed with happiness. Sister, you need not deceive me. I know you are a good person who wishes to alleviate my burdens. But I have grown up. I'm no longer a little girl. I can discern right from wrong, and I see clearly who treats me well. Had it not been for you, I would now be a lifeless corpse. Su Nanchu remained silent as she fetched clothing for the young girl and found a spot to stand guard. In truth, she had not erred in her assessment. Gu Fengfeng was not saved by her, and Shen Jingzhi would not resort to killing her. Moreover, the system had just informed her that historically, in a month's time, the garrison of Donyang City, which had initially pledged allegiance to Shen Jingzhi without true submission, would suddenly begin to serve him loyally. Thus, what was originally intended for Shen Jingzhi to claim as his trusted confidant had inadvertently fallen into her lap. Did she not desire to be the empress? With her current status, she was far from deserving such a title. Shen Jingzhi's words echoed in Su Nanchu's mind, refusing to fade. She quickly shook her head and gave herself a couple of light slaps. What was she thinking? How could an emperor possess compassion? He merely found her antics amusing in his presence. At that moment, the system chimed in. Congratulations, you have become a part of the historical narrative. Su Nanchu was perplexed. What does this signify? Why the congratulations? The system clarified. It indicates that you have begun to influence Shen Jingzhi, bringing you one step closer to winning his heart. Su Nanchu caressed the smooth, polished Bodhi seed in her hand. Initially, she had resolved to be a person of stone-hearted resolve. Little did she know that her first act of kindness would yield such unexpected fortune. It must be because of that old woman and a yun, right? The system understood her better than she did herself. She conceded that she had once viewed everyone merely as tools for her ascent, and even those she found appealing were regarded as mere acquaintances, maintaining a facade of civility. Yet, that old woman had offered her sage advice, and, in her dying moments, protected the incense ashes with her body, ultimately assisting her in an unforeseen manner. Then there was a yun, who, in her defense, had provoked Shen Jingzhi and received a slap from a wooden plank. It dawned on her that, indeed, genuine feelings could exist within the palace. One simply needed to open their eyes and choose wisely. Never mind. She would let things unfold naturally and later sneak a few pastries from Shen Jingzhi's table. She had promised to bring some for a yun, and, oh yes, there was still Gu Fengfeng to consider. Inside the chamber, Lida served dutifully at Shen Jingzhi's side, who sat before a stack of completed memorials. Your Majesty, it is getting late. It is time for dinner. No matter how pressing state affairs may be, your health must also be prioritized. You have spent nearly 2 months engrossed in these documents. It is time to take a break. Recently, the floods in the east and the epidemics in the west have caused the Grand Chancellor to frequent the palace, but things have improved somewhat now. Shen Jingzhi maintained a composed demeanor. He too wished for respite. It had been over 6 months since his ascension to the throne, and while the court appeared stable on the surface, the hidden perils left by the late emperor were countless. Although those individuals had pledged their loyalty after falling from power, they were ultimately not his own creations. Who could he trust? When asked why he did not eliminate them entirely, one must remember that during the latter years of Consort Chen's reign, 2/3 of the court were her supporters. Should they all be executed? The elder statesmen in the court were astute and calculating, and the newly appointed officials would take years to catch up. Could the Weizhou dynasty afford to stagnate for those years? Thus, after the ascension of Shen Jingzhi, the unprecedented selection of concubines resulted in the inclusion of 42 women. One might wonder why. It is simply a matter of the daughters of influential families. In this era, daughters hold little value, and it is likely that women are regarded as plentiful, rendering the loss of one or two inconsequential. However, this does not preclude their daughters from engaging in foolish acts that could implicate entire clans. Holding such a trump card, who among them would not tread cautiously? Su Nanchu stood outside the Chengqian Palace, analyzing the situation. Shen Jingzhi was astutely cunning. Furthermore, in due course, Mengdezhan would be dealt with, and Donyang City was a crucial entry point. Now, if she were to be informed that Gu Fengfeng's discovery of the Wushur, San, was merely a coincidence, she would not believe it for a moment. It is entirely possible that the young eunuch seen consuming wuxia san was indeed sent by Shen Jingzhi. Within the imperial palace, the power struggles among the consorts can be measured, yet the most formidable force resides above them. Even now, Gu Fenshin remains under the delusion that her misstep has warranted the emperor's mercy. She perceives his decision not to execute her as a tremendous favor, expressing daily gratitude while diligently fulfilling her duties. Chapter 43. Emma. She is pregnant early the next morning. Upon hearing from Li De that Shen Jingzhi was to embark on an inspection of the northeast, which would last approximately a month, Su Nanchu was so exhilarated that she nearly leapt from her seat. The plague god was leaving. How could she not feel joy, even through the flesh that separated them? Shen Jingzhi could discern the tumultuous beating of Su Nanchu's heart, on the verge of bursting forth. After I depart, you shall begin each day at the hour of Chun to transcribe the palace regulations in the study. You may return only after dusk, regardless of the weather. I shall have Pei Yong oversee your work. This abrupt declaration caught her off guard. What? Su Nanchu felt akin to a deflated balloon, her enthusiasm wilting instantly. Your Majesty, are you not concerned that in the event of another fire, your Chengxian palace might also be consumed? With a placid demeanor, Shen Jingzhi replied thus. If you transcribe until dusk, you may return without the need for candlelight. That is not the crux of the matter, is it? Once again, she was commanded to transcribe. It seemed that whenever an issue arose, the solution was always the same. If this continued, the Chengxian palace could indeed burn, and regardless of who the true culprit was, his entire lineage would not escape unscathed. 9 generations? Who even knows who they are? With consciousness only ever existing in the servant quarters. If he could assist her in finding her lineage, she might even feel grateful. However, under Shen Jingzhi's piercing gaze, Su Nanchu dared not act rashly. Blast it! Just when she finally found some tranquility, he burdened her with a plethora of tedious tasks. She cursed him until his royal carriage departed, at which point Pei Yong positioned himself before her with his sword drawn. Please proceed. His demeanor was icy, tinged with a hint of personal sentiment. Su Nanchu shot him a fierce glare, reproaching him with her expression for his unwelcome remarks on such a fine day. Alas, Su Nanchu's life became a monotonous routine, akin to attending school. Fortunately, Shen Jingzhi only instructed Pei Yong to supervise her transcription without specifying the volume, allowing her the freedom to play as she wished, which Pei Yong did not mind. Though her days were constricted, they were nevertheless pleasant. Gu Fenfin and Yun occasionally visited her, and Pei Yong remained indifferent to their presence. On one particular day, unable to suppress her curiosity, Su Nanchu inquired, "The emperor has you supervising my transcription, yet you allow me to play? Is that not your duty?" Pei Yong replied coldly, "The emperor only instructed that you must not leave Chengxian Palace." What? Is that so? She was taken aback. He had not mentioned how much she needed to transcribe each day. Pei Yong maintained his aloof demeanor. No. Su Nanchu's eyes narrowed, pondering the implications. The restriction against leaving Chengxian Palace was not a punishment. Rather, it seemed to be a form of protection. Was he concerned that her restlessness might incite chaos? She squinted, a flicker of realization igniting within her, but soon the euphoria of the moment clouded her thoughts. She pulled a Yun and Gu Fenfin into a lively game of poker, using rice paper and ink to play. The losers had to stick paper notes on their foreheads, filling the room with laughter and joy. It truly felt reminiscent of their school days. After growing weary from playing, the group gathered to chat. You really haven't had the pleasure of fine cuisine. Let me tell you, if you had been born a few years later, you would have been treated to handsome men and beautiful women dancing for you every day. Tears of laughter streamed down Ayun's face as she exclaimed, "Su Nanchu, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind in your sleep? Ha ha ha." Pei Yong merely observed them, indifferent to their antics, allowing the group to gradually relax and enjoy themselves. Gu Fenfin, unable to contain her laughter, gently remarked, "If that's truly the case, then I shall choose the most beautiful one." Su Nanchu and Gu Fenfin served at the emperor's side, free from the constraints imposed by the older women, reveling in their freedom to act as they pleased. Ayun, however, had it worse, sneaking over when she could. Su Nanchu wrapped her arms around Gu Fenfin, declaring, "Ah, My Funfin is truly ambitious. Ayun, you must learn from her. One must dare to dream and act. We are all human. If they can have their 3 palaces and 6 courtyards with 72 concubines, why must we spend our days bowing and serving? Such is the old feudal mindset. Women can fight and hold positions just as well as men can. As she spoke, Su Nanchu's words seemed to take a turn. Realizing that the reference to 3 palaces and 6 courtyards was rather too fitting, for they resided in ancient times, and Shen Jingzhi indeed had his own harem. She glanced at Ayun and Gu Fenfen, who had ceased laughing and were now gazing at Pei Yong with concern. With a dry chuckle, Su Nanchu tentatively turned to Pei Yong. Sir Pei, we girls were merely chatting about trivial matters. You wouldn't take our words to heart, would you? Pei Yong raised his gaze, his expression stoic. I would not. Su Nanchu let out a sigh of relief, but before she could rejoice, Pei Yong added, however, those seditious remarks you made, I shall report verbatim to His Majesty. Su Nanchu's expression fell. Ayun and Gu Fenfen turned pale, pleading, Sir Pei, Sister Su did not mean it. Please, grant her this reprieve. Gu Fenfen knelt in supplication. With Ayun following suit, Su Nanchu hurried to lift them, exclaiming, Oh, what good will your pleading do? Fear not. I am well connected with the Emperor. On the surface, she appeared composed, but inwardly, she was on the verge of tears. What would Shen Jingzhi do when he heard this? Did prisons still exist in ancient times? Had she not visited them all already? Ayun and Gu Fenfen remained worried, refusing to rise from their kneeling positions. Yet, Su Nanchu maintained her light-hearted demeanor, continuing, Besides, Fenfen, I rescued you from his grasp. Does that not demonstrate my prowess? Rest assured, all will be well. This finally eased Gu Fenfen's expression somewhat. As Ayun rose, she curiously inquired, Rescued? What do you mean? Su Nanchu fabricated a story on the spot. The lady you served previously made a mistake, and she was to be punished alongside you. Thankfully, with my silver tongue, I managed to plead her case before the Emperor. Oh, I see. Ayun exclaimed, realization dawning upon her, though concern quickly followed. But Su Nanchu, if you're favored by the Emperor, why were you summoned to the imperial prison just a few days ago? Is there some misunderstanding at play? In the depths of her heart, Su Nanchu quietly wiped away a tear and forced herself to speak. The Emperor must consider the greater picture. Oh, please, do not inquire further. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Any additional questions would only leave her at a loss for explanations. Thus, this matter was laid to rest. Everyone knew that Pei Yong was indeed adept at making petty reports, or perhaps he merely sought to intimidate them. Life continued in this carefree manner for over half a month, undisturbed by worldly concerns. Although there were occasional minor incidents, they did little to disrupt the jovial camaraderie among the 3. However, one evening after dinner, Su Nanchu suddenly experienced a wave of nausea. Leaning over the flower bed by the roadside, she could not help but expel bitter bile. Gu Fenfen, filled with concern, rushed over. Sister Su, what is the matter? Su Nanchu, battling the churning in her stomach, shook her head. It is nothing. I may have simply eaten something that disagreed with me. Initially, she believed it to be a trivial matter, merely a result of catching a chill. Yet, as time passed, the feeling of nausea lingered, and her body began to weaken considerably. Su Nanchu's expression grew increasingly grave. That night, after their encounter, Shen Jingzhi had sent her to the Yeding. Seemingly forgetting one crucial detail, he had neglected to provide her with the herbal remedy. Moreover, her monthly cycle appeared to have been absent for quite some time. Could it truly be so precise? An ominous premonition settled heavily upon her heart. Even when the 2 maidens returned to seek her out that afternoon, Su Nanchu found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm. Nanchu, what troubles you? You have been so absent-minded since lunch, they remarked. Snapped back to reality, Su Nanchu realized she had soaked the Xian paper with ink, leaving a large, dark stain. It is nothing. I may have indulged a bit too much lately, and my stomach feels a bit off, she replied. Ayun Gezredi Remacht. I thought it was something serious. It's merely a trivial issue. I shall go attend to my tasks, and return shortly to massage your stomach. You will feel better in no time. Gu Fenfen, seeing this, chimed in. Then I shall fetch you a bowl of digestive soup from the kitchen right away to ease your discomfort. Su Nanchu acquiesced, all right. Once they had departed, she could no longer contain herself, gasping for breath as she retched. Her complexion gradually turned pale. Hearing the commotion, Pei Yong entered, furrowing his brow. What is wrong? It is nothing, Su Nanchu replied, shaking her head. She then turned her gaze toward the figure by the door, her lips barely moving. By the way, guard Pei, could you possibly procure a bowl of saffron for her? Yet midway through, she reconsidered and retracted her words. How long until the emperor returns? The emperor's journey was expected to last a month, but recent news indicated unexpected developments in the northeastern region, potentially delaying his return by another 2 weeks. Su Nanchu pondered the timeline. It had already been 20 days since Shen Jingzhi's departure. A delay of 2 weeks would mean an additional 25 days. By that time, her condition would surely become apparent. Never mind. I shall wait a bit longer. Perhaps it truly is just an upset stomach. Pei Yong, having waited in vain for a response, curiously inquired, What is it? Why do you ask about the emperor's schedule? Su Nanchu merely smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, It is nothing. Chapter 44. For 7 or 8 consecutive days, a wave of nausea plagued me, and after enduring 2 more days, the atmosphere in the Chengxian palace grew increasingly unsettling. Gu Fenfen had inexplicably vanished, and Su Nanchu's condition deteriorated. What began as intermittent queasiness escalated to a state where she could no longer consume a single morsel of food. Eventually, she collapsed on her bed, vomiting to the point of exhaustion, lacking the strength to rise. Witnessing this, Pei Yong ceased insisting that Su Nanchu transcribe in the study. A somber ambience enveloped the entirety of Chengxian Palace. Have you located Fenfen? A Yun approached, her lips devoid of color, as she propped herself up to inquire. That girl has a unique identity. If she is recognized by someone from the harem, with Shen Jingzhi absent, the situation could become dire. A Yun shook her head, her lips quivering as tears streamed down her face. They said they saw Consort Yu in the kitchen, overseeing medicinal meals, and then encountered Fenfen, who was subsequently taken away. I don't know how she offended Consort Yu. Su Nanchu's emotions became clouded with dread. She had sensed that something must have happened after so many days without a word. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, why would she go to the kitchen? Suddenly, a thought struck her, medicated kanji. Fenfen had mentioned fetching it for her. Typically, such kanji would not be readily available to the palace maids. Fenfen had once been a beauty favorite in the harem, and while serving in Chengxian Palace, she would receive a modicum of consideration from the imperial kitchen. However, with Shen Jingzhi absent, the kitchen would likely have ceased operations. The only remaining source of the kanji would be the harem's kitchen. A wave of nausea surged again, and Su Nanchu expelled the contents of her stomach. Nanchu, are you all right? It's been so many days without any improvement. Wait here. I shall fetch a physician for you. The matter of life and death compelled a Yun to kneel, if necessary, to summon a doctor. As a Yun spoke, she rushed towards the door, but Su Nanchu grasped her arm just in time. No. She managed to sit up with great effort. Don't go. I am fine. You should call over Pei Shuai. Nanchu, you're in this state. A Yun fretted, pacing anxiously. Do not worry. I will surely bring a physician for you. Don't. Su Nanchu attempted to hold on, but succumbed to weakness, collapsing beside her bed. Cursing under her breath, she clenched her fists. Is it truly this unbearable to be pregnant? Moreover, she could not seek a physician. That would only hasten her demise. Summoning her strength, she rose from the bed, wrapped herself in a cloak, and made her way toward the palace entrance. Pei Yong blocked her path. The emperor has decreed that you're not to leave Chengxian Palace. Irritated, Su Nanchu looked up. Do you not know that Gu Fenfen has been taken by Consort Yu? Everyone in the harem recognizes her. If anything were to happen to her, such matters do not concern me. The emperor has only instructed me to keep watch over you. His obstinacy was exasperating. With no alternative, Su Nanchu returned to her chamber. However, the following day, the situation worsened. A Yun had also vanished. Since that day, she had mentioned seeking a physician. She had not returned. Su Nanchu could no longer remain composed. She dashed to the entrance of the Chengxian Palace, exclaiming, Let me go, I want to leave. If nothing had gone awry by now, she would gladly write her name, Su Nanchu, backwards. Pei Yong steadfastly blocked the doorway, while the imperial guards encircled them, warning, Return, or do not blame my sword for being unkind. The two were locked in a standoff at the entrance when a group approached from a distance. A young eunuch bowed. Addressing Pei Yong, I pay my respects to guard Pei. This old servant comes at the behest of noble consort Yu to request Su Nanchu's presence. We wish to facilitate your task. Pei Yong, maintaining a stern countenance, flatly refused. The emperor has decreed that Su Nanchu is not to leave the Chengxian palace. Please take your leave. The eunuch, undeterred, adopted a firmer stance, stating, Noble consort, you harbor suspicions regarding Su Nanchu's involvement in a major incident. We are here under orders to apprehend her. Our lady will explain matters to the emperor. As the eunuch pressed on, Su Nanchu attempted to advance. But Pei Yong drew his sword before her. The glint of the blade caused her to retreat a step. The emperor commands that you begin transcribing palace regulations daily at the hour of Chun. Since you are now well, return to your study at once, Pei Yong declared, showing no mercy as he brandished the sword near her throat. After a long pause, Su Nanchu reluctantly followed, glancing back repeatedly as she returned to the study. The voices at the entrance gradually faded. Feigning disinterest as she copied the palace rules, Su Nanchu pretended to search for ink and paper, discovering a silver needle and a dagger beneath Shen Jingzhi's desk. Once Pei Yong's vigilance waned, she seized the opportunity, thrusting the needle into his nape while his back was turned. Unprepared for such a maneuver, Pei Yong felt the needle penetrate, a wave of numbness washing over him as he collapsed unconscious. Su Nanchu extracted the needle, grasped the dagger, and stepped outside, surrounded by the guards. She maintained her composure, declaring, The emperor has sent a message via carrier pigeon, lifting my house arrest. Your leader is inside. You may inquire with him. The two guards pondered for a moment, recalling that their leader had indeed sent a letter to the east a few days prior, and thus they harbored no suspicion. Please wait. I will ask the leader, one replied as he entered, leaving the other at the door. Seizing the chance to draw near, Su Nanchu covered the guard's mouth and repeated her earlier tactic, inserting the silver needle into him as well. Then, raising her voice towards the interior, she proclaimed, See, I have not deceived you. The emperor truly has consented. With that, she turned and fled towards the inner palace. Upon hearing her declaration, the other guards ceased their obstruction. Once Su Nanchu had vanished from sight, alarmed voices erupted within Chengxian Palace, leader. Meanwhile, in the Zhaohua Palace, a mourning assembly was underway, attended by both high-ranking and lower-ranking concubines. Two figures knelt below the platform, a Yun and Gu Funfun. I never imagined, Gu may run, that you could conceal so much, a Yun remarked. Gu Funfun lay on the ground, her body stained with blood, gasping weakly. A Yun fared even worse, her mouth marred by a knife's cut. Meng Shuiying sat in a position of prominence, exuding an air of arrogance. Why the haste, my esteemed guests? There is an even greater piece of joyful news to share. Have you all heard of Su Nanchu? Su Nanchu? A concubine inquired, her curiosity piqued. Isn't she the maid of honor by the emperor's side? What has transpired with her? Su Fei's gaze flickered with intrigue, yet she remained silent, content to observe the unfolding drama. Meng Shuiying chuckled softly. That girl is quite remarkable. The emperor has taken her under his wing in the Chengxian Palace. It is said she has been plagued by nausea for the past 7 or 8 days. Pray tell, what ailment could cause such prolonged distress, prompting that silly girl to frantically seek the imperial physician's aid? Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment. A smirk graced Meng Shuiying's lips, her disdain evident. Initially surprised by her success in capturing Gu Funfun, she was even more astounded to discover the unfolding events were indeed quite significant. Chapter 45. Seducing the emperor. Could Lady Yu, the esteemed concubine, truly be jesting? A mere palace maid, could she have truly become ill? Which of the beauties in the emperor's harem does not surpass that maiden beauty? Moreover, the emperor is not a man of insatiable desires. He seldom visits the inner palace, let alone becomes so impatient as to pursue a maid. Indeed, it is said that this maid has previously been punished for illicit conduct and received a beating from the emperor. Such a person, even if she were to stand before the emperor in her barest form, would hardly warrant a glance from him. Lady Su is most aware of this. She lowered her eyes in silence, looking down upon those present with a hint of disdain. Who is the emperor? The son of heaven, the supreme sovereign. How could a maid who is engaged in secret liaisons possibly receive favor? They are all as foolish as swine. You have erred in your assumptions. Meng Shuiying, unwilling to concede defeat, declared, the emperor may not seek out a lowly maid, yet it does not imply that the maid cannot employ her wiles. She summoned her attendants, instructing them to fetch that maid Haitang. Soon, a timid little maid was brought forth, her demeanor fragile, yet upon closer inspection, she was recognized as an old acquaintance. What did you witness in the Chengqian palace? Speak up. The ladies are present, and there are many who can vouch for you. The little maid bowed her head respectfully and replied, Yes, my lady. More than 2 months prior, during the mid-autumn banquet, I was on night watch in the side hall of Chengqian Palace and beheld with my own eyes Su Nanchu, disheveled and fleeing from the emperor's chambers. At that time, the emperor was intoxicated. Later, upon regaining his senses, he was furious and commanded that Su Nanchu be confined to the Yetting. The inhabitants of the inner palace are keenly observant and have certainly heard whispers regarding Su Nanchu's punishment. Su Huanyun, idly toying with her nails, regarded her with a discerning gaze. Are you implying that Su Nanchu was punished for climbing into the emperor's bed? This does seem plausible, for that maid has always been restless. However, the emperor has not explicitly stated this, and the charges remain unclear. Even if it were true, what of it? The emperor has said nothing. It is not their place to interject. Haitang immediately bowed in fear. I would not dare lie, my lady. At that time, there were other sisters serving in Chengqian Palace who can corroborate my account. The surrounding concubines, upon hearing this, suddenly understood, exclaiming, No wonder the emperor was so enraged that day. He has always despised those who serve him closely. The little maid continued, Initially, I thought this matter had concluded. Yet a month ago, the emperor unexpectedly summoned her to serve him again. Furthermore, he has called upon physicians on 2 occasions to attend to her. A few days ago, while I was cleaning, I happened to pass by Su Nanchu's quarters and witnessed her in distress, lying on her bed, cradling her abdomen as if protecting something. The guards of Chengqian Palace are well aware of this. Even guard pay has suspended Su Nanchu's copying duties, permitting her to rest in her chamber. Pray tell which maid, when ill, is allowed to openly recuperate in her quarters. All signs indicate that Su Nanchu, devoid of shame, has seduced the emperor and caused turmoil within the palace. Esteemed concubine, I implore you to take action. We cannot allow such a beguiling woman to remain in the palace. A profound silence enveloped the room, and it was unclear who spoke next. This indeed clarifies matters. I was initially perplexed as to what sort of individual could be summoned back to serve after being cast into the imperial prison. It turns out that the palace maid is with child. With such support, Meng Shuiying has become even more haughty. Have you all heard? While you linger in the palace awaiting the emperor's favor, she has already secured her position, charming the emperor to no end. Who knows? She may even be expecting a child by now. It is rather ironic that you, with your esteemed ranks, are outshone by a mere palace maid's burgeoning belly. At this moment, Su Fei interjected, rolling her eyes. Dear noble consort, you do not make a mountain out of molehill, treating trivial matters as significant. There is only hearsay here, devoid of any tangible evidence. To hastily conclude that Su Nanchu is pregnant and has an affair with the emperor based solely on this is quite reckless. The authority granted to you is meant to maintain harmony among the 6 palaces and to regulate the concubines, not to scrutinize every morsel consumed by the eunuchs and maids. Even if Meng Shuiying were to become a noble consort, she remains foolish as a donkey, unworthy of respect. To arrest individuals based on such scant information, without any proof, only serves to create chaos in the inner palace. When the emperor returns, it could very well be her kneeling here instead. Meng Shuiying, incensed, pounded the table. Whether that maid has seduced the emperor or not, this Yun, who spends her days alongside Su Nanchu, must know the truth. I have exhausted all means, yet cannot pry a word from her. What methods does Sister Su possess that you might showcase? She shifted the blame onto Su Huanyun. Su Huanyun, unfazed, generously offered advice. She is but a maid. No one would care if she were blinded or harmed. However, do tread lightly with that Gumarin, for despite never having served the emperor, she still holds a title. What a fool Meng Shuiying is, daring to resort to violence against the concubines of the inner palace. Let us not even discuss whether she is indeed the former Gumarin. Even if she were, the emperor has said nothing, yet here she is, causing a ruckus. A ripple of suppressed laughter arose. Sister Su, you remind me, Gumarin has yet to serve the emperor even once since entering the palace. Ha ha ha. And how many times have you served? We are hardly different. Another voice interjected coolly. Where there are women, there exists intrigue. The air was thick with mutual slander. Enough. Meng Shuang interrupted the murmurs below. Since Sister Su has made a suggestion, shall we not act upon it? The attendants below responded dutifully. Understood, Your Highness. With bamboo sticks in hand, two individuals restrained a Yun, whose frail form had long since lost the strength to resist. Shaking her head incessantly. Wait, Meng Shuang suddenly called out, turning her gaze to a Yun. I am not such a heartless person. If you tell me how Su Nanchu seduced the emperor, I shall spare your life. What say you? A Yun shook her head. No, this is slander. She did not seduce the emperor. She is innocent, noble consort. You see clearly. Before she could finish, a bamboo stick pierced her palm. Ah! The chilling scream reverberated throughout the entire palace. Su Huanyun gazed at this scene, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 46. Shen Jingzhi finally arrived. When Su Nanchu rushed to the outside of Zhaohua Palace, she was unaware of how much time had passed. The sound of anguished cries echoed through the walls. Behind her, Pei Yong, who had inexplicably awakened, caught up. Su Nanchu, do not act impulsively. His Majesty is on his way back and will reach the imperial city by the hour of the dog. At that time, the emperor will make his own decisions. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Su Nanchu glanced back, narrowing her eyes before charging inside. From his earlier words, it was evident that Pei Yong had always been aware of the palace's affairs, yet he neither intervened nor spoke out. The hour of the dog. It was evening. By the time he arrived, would a Yun and Gu Fen still be alive? Chief, ahead lies the residence of Consort Yu. Shall we proceed inside? The guards, without a decree, were forbidden from entering the inner palace. Their pursuit had already violated the rules. Pei Yong's fury intensified. Where is His Majesty's royal carriage? 7 days ago, upon receiving your message, His Majesty hastened back. At this speed, he should be entering the capital in about an hour. However, the capital is not small, and it will take at least another hour to reach the imperial city. To this day, Pei Yong remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. He had witnessed Su Nanchu's severe vomiting that day, and, out of concern, sent a note to the emperor asking if she could rest. The next correspondence he received was the news of the emperor's return. As for Ayun and Gu from being taken away, he was indeed aware, but since the emperor had not instructed him to intervene, he could not act on his own accord. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely turned. Go to the palace gate and send word along the 3 main routes leading to the capital to inform His Majesty. Yes. Pei Yong furrowed his brow, realizing why the emperor had instructed him to keep a close watch on Su Nanchu. She was a source of trouble, perpetually stirring discord. Inside Zhaohua Palace, screams of despair rose and fell like a haunting melody. Several timid concubines were rendered pale with fear. Stop! One consort, unable to bear the sight, exclaimed. This is too brutal. Consort Yu. This is the inner palace, not a torture chamber. How can you so callously take lives? I implore you to cease these cruel punishments and grant them a chance. Su Fei glanced over nonchalantly. Shigerin, when has this place ever afforded you the right to speak? Su Fei, we are all consorts of the emperor, residing in the same palace. Let us not harbor such hostility. Meng Shuang attempted to mediate. For some reason, Su Huanyun's disdain for Shigerin was palpable among the many consorts. Yet, it was undeniable that the brutality displayed in the palace was excessive, leaving the other sisters looking as if they had been skinned, their faces devoid of color. Though she expressed concern, Meng Shuang bore no hint of sympathy for the distressed concubines. Rather, she wore a smirk of satisfaction. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey was precisely the intended effect. Having just taken charge of the 6 palaces, she was eager for an opportunity to establish her authority. I shall grant you another chance. Speak. Has Su Nanchu truly seduced the emperor? Ayun continued to shake her head, her breath faint as a wisp. No, consort. Su Nanchu has always been, Well-behaved, she could not possibly do such things. A futile struggle against her fate. Meng Shuang let out a cold snort and prepared to continue the torture. No. Gu Fenfen broke free from the obstruction and repeatedly bowed her head. Your Highness, please do not inflict any more punishment. She can no longer endure it. Your Grace, Sister Su is truly innocent. I implore you to show mercy and spare Ayun. Gu Fenfen's face was streaked with tears, overwhelmed by the fear that pervaded the palace. Your Grace, please, she is at her limit. Just let her go. Sister Su is truly wronged. These accusations are mere fabrications. If it were true, how could the Emperor allow Sister Su to remain in Chengxian Palace? Pull her away. Meng Shuang commanded coldly. The attendants moved to carry out the order. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door was kicked open. All the concubines turned to the source of the noise. Su Nanchu, wrapped in a cloak and clad in maid's attire, stood at the entrance. The palace maids and eunuchs who had tried to restrain her were now retreating, nursing their bleeding arms, anxiously stating, Your Highness. This maid suddenly barged in and has injured many of us. Su Nanchu? A voice recognized the figure at the door. At that moment, the atmosphere grew even more ominous, as the wind swept in, causing the door to creak ominously at Su Nanchu's feet. Clutching the dagger hidden in her sleeve, her entire demeanor radiated an air of defiance as she stepped forward. The expressions on the faces of those present varied, all furtively glancing at the throne. Impudent! Who dares to intrude upon Zhaohua Palace? Meng Shuang regained her composure and barked an angry reprimand. Yet, Su Nanchu seemed oblivious, moving steadily toward the bloodied figure on the ground. Ayun, weak and barely conscious, caught sight of Su Nanchu. Nanchu, hurry, go. With her last ounce of strength, she looked at Su Nanchu before her hand fell limply to the ground. Su Nanchu's pupils dilated in an instant, and she rushed forward recklessly, unable to articulate her thoughts. Her mind felt as though it were drifting in the void of space, blank and disoriented. She was scarcely aware of her own actions. Ayun! Ayun! Gu Fenfen rushed over. Although their acquaintance had been brief, the three of them had already become inseparable friends in Chengxian Palace, the only source of solace for one another in this oppressive environment. Gu Fenfen's calls jolted Su Nanchu back to reality. She felt a wave of nausea surge within her, while rising in her throat, her face turning pale, and her eyes reddening. Your Highness, this maid has no breath left. A small eunuch approached to check for signs of life, his voice trembling as he reported to Meng Shuang. What? Meng Shuang sprang to her feet, momentarily flustered. Meanwhile, Su Huanyan smirked subtly, observing the scene with an air of detached amusement. A profound sense of grief gripped Su Nanchu's heart, constricting her throat as if it were being squeezed by an iron grip. She fought to suppress her nausea, swallowing repeatedly, her fists clenched tightly, her mind echoing with the sounds of the system. Calm her down, calm her down. How can she remain calm? Her heart resides within her chest, and at this moment, she can feel it pulsating relentlessly. Su Nanchu rose to her feet, the dagger concealed within her sleeve now drawn. A terrifying aura enveloped her. Her eyes, bloodshot, filled solely with an unending tide of murderous intent. Seize her, commanded Meng Shuang, momentarily startled, but quickly regaining her composure. The individuals surrounding her rushed forward. Yet Su Nanchu merely curled her lips in a sardonic smile. A band of inept fools. In the worst-case scenario, they would perish together. Did they truly believe she, Su Nanchu, cherished her existence in this world? However, at this most intense moment of murderous intent, a sudden force hurled her backward. The powerful pull nearly sent her sprawling. Simultaneously, the unit charging toward her was unexpectedly struck down by a swift kick, crashing to the ground amidst a cacophony of shattered furniture and porcelain. The crowd erupted into a flurry of anxious commotion. Your Majesty, Su Nanchu is gaze sharpened, clarity returning to her as she steadied herself and looked up at the newcomer. Shen Jingzhi, I thought you wouldn't arrive until the hour of the dog? The dagger in her hand was unconsciously wrested away, the man deftly performing a flourish before securing it in his grasp. Your servant pays respects to the Emperor. This humble maid serves the Emperor. The atmosphere shifted to an immediate stillness upon Shen Jingzhi's arrival. The sounds of kneeling reverberated through the air as everyone held their breath in anticipation. Meng Shuiying stepped aside from her position of authority, lowering herself to the side as she inquired, "Your Majesty, why have you returned at this hour? Shouldn't you still have half a month remaining?" Chapter 47. A Life for a Demotion. Shen Jingzhi did not cast a single glance at Su Nanchu throughout the proceedings. Ignoring everyone, he took his seat at the head of the table, coldly surveying the disarray before him, casually toying with the dagger he had just seized from Su Nanchu. In a subdued tone, he remarked, "I have been away for merely a month, and yet you all have turned the world upside down?" His voice was not loud, but it carried the inherent aloofness of an emperor. Instantly, silence enveloped the assembly, no one daring to speak. Meng Shuiying hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. A palace maid reported that Su Nanchu has caused turmoil in the harem, resulting in illicit entanglements. It is for this reason that I summoned the other ladies to investigate the matter." Upon hearing this, Shen Jingzhi turned his head sharply. "Where is the imperial physician?" The attending physician, who had just returned from the eastern territories with Shen Jingzhi and had yet to even set down his belongings, stepped forward, carrying his medical kit. "Your Majesty, I am here. Take her pulse." "Yes." The physician approached, intending to grasp Su Nanchu's wrist, but was met with her unwillingness. This posed a dilemma for the physician. The silence in the air was palpable. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Su Nanchu finally extended her wrist as the ire of the emperor loomed. The physician exhaled a sigh of relief and placed his fingers on her pulse. After a brief examination, he respectfully addressed Shen Jingzhi, "Your Majesty, this maid merely suffers from digestive issues. There are no signs of pregnancy." Just as he was about to withdraw, the expressions of those present turned grim. However, Su Nanchu suddenly grasped the physician's hand with trembling fingers. Through tear-brimmed eyes, she pointed towards a Yun, her voice strained. "Could you please check on her?" The physician's questioning gaze shifted to Shen Jingzhi. With his eyes cast downward and no refusal uttered, it was an implicit consent. The physician approached a Yun, conducting a cursory examination, then stood and shook his head, declaring, "It is futile. Her injuries are too severe. Even divine intervention would not suffice." These words plunged Su Nanchu into deeper despair than witnessing a Yun's final breath. Noticing her distress, Shen Jingzhi sought to dispel the somber atmosphere. "Have you completed your inquiries? Are you at ease now?" Meng Shuiying's lips quivered this. She quickly turned her gaze to Gu Fenfen, asserting, "Your Majesty, this Gu beauty was clearly granted death. How could she still be present in the harem? It must be Su Nanchu's doing." "Lida," Shen Jingzhi interrupted her. The elderly eunuch stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Your Highness, while there may be resemblances, that Gu beauty was witnessed by us as having perished. It is impossible for her to be here." Panic washed over Meng Shuiying, cold sweat cascading down her brow. With Lida's declaration, her doubts seemed to strike a blow to the credibility of the emperor's chief eunuch. "Is there anything else?" Shen Jingzhi's expression remained impassive as he surveyed the assembly. "Speak freely. I shall provide answers." Heads hung low. The room fell into a prolonged silence, with no one daring to utter a word. After an extended pause, Shen Jingzhi's gaze softened slightly. "Was it not quite lively just moments ago? Why has it fallen silent upon my arrival?" The audience remained mute, as if struck dumb. Shen Jingzhi's demeanor shifted abruptly, his tone turning sharp and commanding. The crowd knelt in unison, beseeching the emperor to quell his wrath. In the grand hall, only Su Nanchu remained standing at the center, while the rest prostrated themselves. Shen Jing's gaze fell upon her, lingering for a few seconds before shifting away. Having been unwell in recent days, Su Nanchu appeared utterly frail, her complexion lacking the vitality that even the fallen Yun displayed. "Since all is settled, it is now my turn." Shen Jing's demeanor was somber as he addressed the assembly of commoners before him. "Who gave you the audacity to intrude upon my Chengxian palace?" The consorts and attendants were instantly rendered pale with fear, trembling as they knelt in silence. The demarcation between the former dynasty and the inner palace had always been stark, and since the emperor's ascension, that boundary had become even more pronounced. The Chengxian palace was a sanctum, never to be lingered in by them, let alone apprehending a palace made within its confines today. Meng Shuiying, in a state of panic, felt her hairpins sway precariously as she stammered, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I merely fear that this maid might lead you astray with her deceitful words, clouding your judgment. I sought only to rectify the palace's decorum, with no intention of overstepping my bounds. Furthermore, as the foremost among the 6 palaces, am I not permitted to manage even a mere maid? This maid has previously attempted to seduce your Majesty." Shen Jing's eyes narrowed, his voice sharp. "Where is your evidence? To act upon mere suspicion, without proof. In the brutal slaughter of a palace maid, this is the conduct of the foremost consort among the 6 palaces?" His voice resonated with authority, his gaze piercing. Meng Shuiying, utterly terrified, knelt again, her words faltering into incoherence. The atmosphere was thick with dread, the assembly hushed into silence as if frozen in time. Moments later, the cold, unyielding voice rang out, "Lida, proclaim my edict. Yu Fei, for the abuse of power and the contempt of imperial authority, is hereby deemed unfit to oversee the 6 palaces. Her title is revoked, and she shall be demoted to a mere consort. Su Fei, for failing to offer timely counsel, is to be penalized with a year's salary forfeiture. All others are to be confined for 3 months. The implicated palace maids and eunuchs shall face execution by the rod." "Yes, your Majesty." Meng Shuiying attempted to offer explanations, but was drowned out by the wails of the condemned. "I am innocent. I did not lie. Spare me." Your Majesty Haidang, pale with fear, was silenced before she could utter a plea for mercy. Once the chaos subsided, an unprecedented silence enveloped the room. "Is there any dissent?" Shen Jing's nonchalant gaze swept over the assembly, igniting a fresh wave of trepidation. The words they had intended to voice were swallowed back, and in unison, they proclaimed, "Your Majesty is wise. We humbly accept your decree." With a cold snort, Shen Jing rose and stepped away from the kneeling throng. As he passed the motionless Su Nanchu, he cast a sidelong glance and forcibly pulled her away. She struggled momentarily, but found his grip unyielding, pain radiating from her restrained arm. Only upon exiting the Zhaohua Palace did his hold loosen, and Su Nanchu wrenched her arm free. Shen Jing turned back, his eyes inscrutable. "Is a life merely worth a demotion?" Su Nanchu's sudden words hung in the air. A gasp of shock escaped the lips of those behind her. Was Su Nanchu truly accusing the emperor? Shen Jingzhi remained silent, merely observing her with a steady gaze. Su Nanchu's eyes seemed to reflect a resolute determination. She reached out to seize the dagger from Shen Jingzhi's grasp, declaring, "I can no longer endure this. I refuse to tolerate it any longer. I shall slay the beast at once." Shen Jingzhi furrowed his brow, pulling her close before he could utter any reprimanding words. The tears that Su Nanchu had held back for so long now flowed freely, and as she lifted her gaze to meet the man's eyes, her lips trembled as she forced out each word. "Shen Jingzhi, you may endure, but I cannot." Chapter 48. A decree to save the concubine, that was Ayun. "Do you understand? When I entered the imperial prison, she was the only one who pleaded for me. She was punished by the matron for offending you, receiving a slap on the mouth with a bamboo board. Just moments ago, her last words before she breathed her last were for me to flee. I cannot bear it. Shen Jingzhi, I'm not like you. You possess the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, revered as the supreme ruler, with all bowing to you in fear and adulation. I had only Ayun. Let me go." Su Nanchu tugged fiercely at Shen Jingzhi's hand, shaking the sleeve of his dragon robe, her eyes swollen and red. "Do you know that if it weren't for me, concubine, you would never have laid eyes on her? Do you understand?" Tears streamed down her face like pearls scattered from a broken string. Behind them, Pei Yong's eyes widened, and Lida's gaze was equally astonished, while Gu Funfun's already large eyes grew even wider. Good heavens, Su Nanchu was risking her life. The emperor had just returned at full gallop, having exhausted 8 horses in his haste to rescue her. If he lost his temper and acted rashly, someone might very well lose their head. In truth, Shen Jingzhi was straining to maintain his composure. Yet, upon seeing Su Nanchu's frail, tear-streaked face, he found it difficult to utter harsh words. Instead, He furrowed his brow and said, "Think of the child in your womb." A sharp intake of breath followed. A child. Indeed, there was an element of affection involved. Su Nanchu paused, tears still glistening on her cheeks. The physician had just confirmed. Shen Jingzhi noticed her hesitation and drew her closer. The imperial physicians all share the same tongue. If you feel unwell again, seek their counsel. Ha ha ha. Su Nanchu laughed through her tears, her tone laced with self-mockery. So, it is true that I am with child. Shen Jingzhi signaled to those behind him, and they bowed respectfully, finding a secluded spot, bringing along the injured Gu Fun. Shen Jingzhi, it is indeed because of this child that I lost my Ayun. Do you realize how close I was to saving her? When I entered Zhaohua Palace, she was still alive, just a fraction away. Su Nanchu's chest heaved violently, disbelief etched across her face. It was precisely this realization that deepened her guilt and anguish. Why couldn't she have acted faster, just a moment sooner? It was because of me that she perished. Su Nanchu wept to the point of exhaustion, and Shen Jingzhi easily restrained her before him, gazing at her with a cold yet soothing voice. Calm yourself. This is not your fault. If it is not her fault, then whose fault is it? The child within her womb, along with that begonia, both had her as their target. It was all about her, yet it ultimately implicated Ayun. She shook her head incessantly, engulfed in self-reproach, indignation, and a torrent of emotions. I had promised her that I would become her kin once we left the palace. She was mere years away from freedom, on the brink of no longer serving others. And yet, she is gone. Clenching the fabric of Shen Jingzhi's clothing, she unleashed her anger without restraint. But she is still gone. Shen Jingzhi. She was innocent. They aimed for me. Shen Jingzhi watched Su Nanchu vent her emotions in silence, his brow furrowed. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. He pulled her into his embrace, tightening his arms around her. When her emotions began to stabilize, he spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. It is not your fault. It is mine. I arrived too late. His words sent Su Nanchu, already teetering on the edge of despair, over the brink. After a heart-wrenching cry, she collapsed against his chest, her delicate hand clutching the fabric of his robe, tears soaking the dark attire he wore. Shen Jingzhi maintained a serene composure, his gaze devoid of turbulence, burying any surging emotions beneath a veil of mist. Listening to her weeping, he merely tightened his embrace further. Later, Su Nanchu could not recall how she returned in a daze. When her consciousness resurfaced, she found herself on the bed in the Chengqian Palace. The imperial physician was beside her, taking her pulse. Your Majesty, it is merely a disturbance of the fetus. The condition is unstable, and this young lady has endured too much jostling since her pregnancy, leading to heightened reactions. I can only prescribe some medicine for her to nurture the pregnancy. Although adorned in palace attire, one who could sleep in the emperor's bed was no mere maid. Understood. Instruct Li De to arrange for the medicine to be brewed, Shen Jingzhi commanded. As his words fell, Su Nanchu opened her eyes. A bowl of dark medicinal broth was placed before her. As her awareness returned, she hastily sat up. Your Majesty. She attempted to throw off the covers and rise. Shen Jingzhi restrained her. Remain still. Your health is compromised. Do not exhaust yourself further. A fragment of memory surged in her mind, vivid as if lived. Your Majesty, did I say something inappropriate? Shen Jingzhi responded with a hum, bringing the spoon to her lips. Su Nanchu stiffened, taking a sip, the bitterness numbing her tongue. As Shen Jingzhi prepared to offer her some candied fruits, she seized the bowl and gulped it down in one go. My goodness, this is unbearably bitter, Your Majesty. How long must I endure this spoonful by spoonful? Shen Jingzhi. She adjusted her emotions quickly. However, he knew she could not forget. In the silence that ensued, Shen Jingzhi suddenly remarked, Wait for me a few days. Meng Shuang does not have much time left. Su Nanchu's awareness was instantly jolted back. Unpleasant memories flooded her mind, as if replaying before her eyes. In truth, she understood quite well that Shen Jingzhi was a true emperor in every sense. He possesses both rationality and restraint. As long as Meng Dezhong remains unyielding, he shall not lay a finger on Meng Shuang. She lowered her head, clenched her fists, and her emotions sank. Could I have some of Ayun's ashes? If I have the chance to leave the palace, I wish to take her to see the world. Her finest years were confined within these palace walls. Shen Jingzhi returned the medicine bowl to its place. Very well. He acquiesced. By the way, Su Nanchu suddenly recalled something and grasped his arm. What has happened to Finfin? Shen Jingzhi looked at the hand tugging at his sleeve, then raised his gaze. Gu Finfin was once a consort. Meng Shuiying does not dare to act harshly against her due to her status. I see. Su Nanchu's eyes drifted off, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Shen Jingzhi appeared to discern her thoughts, pressed his lips together, and retrieved an imperial decree from his side. Handing it to her, Su Nanchu looked up in confusion. The decree for the consort. Su Nanchu rejected it, shaking her head. I do not want it. Your harem is far too terrifying. I refuse to enter. As a mere maid, I'm already subjected to jealousy from the women in your harem. To step into your palace would be akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a wolf. Each day, aside from seeking to please this esteemed lord, she would have to worry about unseen threats lurking to harm her. It was far too taxing. This is not meant for immediate use. Shen Jingzhi placed the decree beside Su Nanchu. Should there be another instance where someone in the harem troubles you, present this decree. Even if you were to slay Meng Shuiying, it would afford you several days of protection until my return. The transgressions of a consort are not on par with those of a maid. In my absence, no one dares to meddle in my harem. Moreover, with impending changes to the harem, it was indeed inappropriate for her to reside there at this moment. There was no place safer than his Chengxian palace. However, upon hearing his words, Su Nanchu shook her head. You think too naively. If they truly wished for my demise, even as empress, I would still meet my end. It is easy to evade a direct attack, yet a concealed dagger is far more insidious. How can you be certain of their schemes? I might quietly perish under some unknown poison. Shen Jingzhi chuckled. You ought to learn to be cautious. If you refuse, I shall retract it, and there will be no second chance. Su Nanchu curled up on the bed, clutching the blanket, her eyelashes damp with tears, murmuring persistently, no. Seeing that she had not responded for a long while, Shen Jingzhi eventually set the decree down. You may not care, but the child within you certainly does. Given the current instability of the pregnancy, it is best to remain in Chengxian Palace for now. Once the turmoil in the harem subsides, there will be time for a formal decree. This decree would serve as a talisman of reassurance. With it, she could harbor less anxiety about the potential discovery of her pregnancy. Su Nanchu said nothing, turning over to hide under the blanket, preparing to sleep. After all, the child within her was not merely sleeping in Shen Jingzhi's bed. It was his offspring resting there. Shen Jingzhi gazed at the figure on the bed. Now with closed eyes, his expression growing more profound. He had received a letter from Pei Yong, indicating that whenever she felt nauseous, it was highly probable she was with child. He was well aware of the palace's nature, so he hastily concluded matters in the northeastern region and rushed to the capital. Yet, he still did not arrive in time. Perhaps it was just in time. Chapter 49. In the Realm of Kings. Where true hearts are rare, Su Nanchu was uncertain how long she had slept, but upon awakening, she found that Shen Jingzhi had vanished. Rising from her slumber, she prepared to return to her own chambers. The atmosphere in the Chengxian Palace felt rather peculiar. The maidservants and eunuchs attending her today even offered her a bow. From a distance, she spotted Lida approaching with a beaming smile. Ah, my dear girl, you are awake. Observing his sycophantic demeanor, Su Nanchu regarded him with suspicion. Master Li, is today a special occasion? You used to call me the dead girl. TSK, Li the Kikli Rablia. Now that you are with child, you ought to be more mindful of your words. Su Nanchu scoffed inwardly. That gossip travels fast, doesn't it? She chuckled lightly and turned to leave. What could possibly be so celebratory? A maidservant carrying the emperor's child, setting aside the issue of status, with Shen Jingzhi's 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines, not to mention their myriad schemes. The likelihood of the child even being born was another matter altogether. Lida seemed intent on following her. Hastening his steps to catch up, a smile plastered on his face. Oh, are you still upset with the emperor? Su Nanchu remained silent, her pace quickening. How could she dare hold a grudge? Yesterday, It was due to her condition and the indignities she had suffered that Shen Jingzhi had afforded her a modicum of respect. Now that she was clear-headed, she needed to suppress any unwarranted emotions. In truth, one could not entirely fault the emperor. Consider the status of concubine Meng. He still required General Meng's support and could hardly punish a lady from the Meng family. Furthermore, demoting a high-ranking concubine due to a mere maidservant was, in the palace, a rather extraordinary occurrence. The high-pitched voice of Li De continued to drone on, a ceaseless stream of chatter that grew tiresome. Su Nanchu halted and turned to him, pointing towards the main entrance of Chengxian Palace. "Have you finished, Master Li? Shouldn't you be attending to the emperor when he returns?" Li De squinted in her direction and, with a smile, trotted to catch up. "No rush, no rush. The emperor is currently in discussion with the Grand Preceptor. He won't be back for a while." Su Nanchu, disinterested, quickened her pace once more. To claim she bore no resentment would be a lie, yet she was not foolish enough to confront her superior. What was she thinking, risking her life? Noticing her dismissal, Li De began to employ a tactic of feigned suffering, dramatically raising his voice. "Oh dear, I wonder if the emperor rested well yesterday. He has been restless. During his time in the East, he scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep. Just 2 days ago, he received a missive from Garpei and hastily rushed back to the palace, exhausting 8 horses in the process, never stopping for a moment. Imagine if something were to happen." Su Nanchu post, glancing Saidwa Satlide. Sensing her interest, he intensified his performance. "I had hoped the emperor could rest upon returning to the palace, but lo and behold, upon entering, he encountered Garpei, who informed him that someone had gone to Zhaohua Palace. The emperor did not pause for breath, rushing after the physician without so much as a mouthful of food for an entire day and night. How distressing. What could have transpired in the palace to make him neglect his own health so? Was he hinting at her? In this moment, Su Nanchu could no longer pretend that everything was fine. She halted her steps, turned around, and with a slight curl of her lips remarked, "Are you suggesting that I, a mere servant, should prepare a grand gift and kneel thrice and bow 9 times to express my gratitude for the emperor's immense grace?" Her voice carried a hint of unspoken mockery. Li De, unable to maintain his composure, feigned anger and retorted, "You insolent girl, are you pretending to be oblivious?" Su Nanchu remained silent, fully aware that she had refrained from further provoking Shen Jingzhi that very morning. She had only requested the ashes of Ayan. Once a sharp-witted individual, she now wondered how he could fail to grasp this simple point. The emperor's favor, whether in thunder or gentle rain, was bountiful. If one sought vengeance for that girl, winning the emperor's affection was merely a matter of a few words, regardless of titles like noble consort. Li De, now agitated, let slip some words that bordered on treason. Realizing his lapse, he quickly moderated his tone, leaned closer to Su Nanchu, and implored earnestly, "Consider this carefully. What you did yesterday, calling the emperor by name and daring to question his decree, he has not taken offense yet. If he were to become truly enraged, your head would suffice for his wrath." With a furrowed brow, Su Nanchu felt the weight of Li De's admonition as he lightly tapped her head with his feather duster. "You must not mistake the emperor's leniency for forgetfulness of decorum. If he cherishes you, he could procure the stars and the moon for you. But should you provoke him, take a look at those consorts in the cold palace. Do you think you're the only consort in history? There has only been one in centuries." Having said this, Li De stepped aside, shaking his duster as he made his way toward the main hall of Chengxian Palace. He had conveyed all that was necessary. The rest was left to fate. However, after being by the emperor's side for so long, this was his first encounter with someone who could so profoundly capture the emperor's heart. He hoped this girl could go far, and that the emperor might find a confidant. Li De departed leisurely, his demeanor calm and composed. While he appeared cheerful, either flattering Shen Jingzhi or playing the sycophant, in truth, he understood the situation better than anyone. As Su Nanchu stood there, Li De's words echoed in her mind. She glanced down at her hands. The scars from her previous punishment had yet to fade. Just a few days had passed, and she had already forgotten the pain. With a self-deprecating smile, she turned and walked towards her room. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find Gu Fun Fun inside. "Sister Su, you're here," Gu Fun Fun said, turning around and awkwardly inching to the side. You can't stay in the Emperor's place forever, so I thought I would tidy your room a bit to make it more comfortable for your return. Su Nanchu pulled the young girl onto a stool and rolled up her sleeve, intending to inspect her injuries. The girl quickly covered her arm, saying, Sister Su, fine. It's just some superficial wounds. But as for Sister Ayun, at the mention of Ayun, the atmosphere grew heavy. Su Nanchu broke the silence. All right, don't dwell on it. The days ahead are long. There will be opportunities for vengeance. Hush. Gu Funfun's expression grew instantly vigilant as she approached the door to check if it was securely closed. Lowering her voice, she cautioned Sister Su. Such words should not be spoken lightly. His Majesty protects you. It is precisely why he has demoted consort you. Were it anyone else, the life or death of a mere palace maid would hardly stir half the harem. If outsiders overhear your words, they will have reason to trouble you. Su Nanchu remained silent, biting her lip for a long moment. Gu Funfun poured a cup of tea and offered it to her. Sister Su, have you truly conceived? Su Nanchu nodded, lifting the cup to take a sip. The bitterness lingered on her palate. Is it His Majesty's? The young girl inquired again. Yes. Gu Funfun's demeanor shifted slightly, retreating into her seat. Su Nanchu noticed, setting down her teacup, her gaze piercing. Do you believe I have stolen your man? By rank, you are the rightful consort of Shen Jingzhi, while I am merely a bedfellow. What are you saying, Sister Su? Gu Funfun retorted, her irritation evident. I am not favored in the harem. His Majesty has never visited me. If it weren't for my presence in the Chengqian Palace, I would have seen him less than twice, and those were only from a distance at palace banquets. I merely fear that you might mind. After all, she was once His Majesty's beloved. Gu Funfun raised her hand in a vow. I assure you, there is no connection between me and His Majesty. Seeing the anxious and apologetic look on Gu Funfun's face, Su Nanchu chuckled softly, taking the swearing hand and pressing it back down. What do I have to mind? With His Majesty's 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 consorts, I am not even counted among the concubines. If there is anything to mind, it certainly does not pertain to me. Moreover, whom His Majesty chooses to favor is his own affair. If it were not for survival, who would willingly play the role of a mere bedmaid? Gu Funfun seemed to catch on to something, her eyes narrowing. Sister, you cannot mean you are being. Su Nanchu playfully swatted her hand. What are you saying? You should be resting properly after your injury. Do you not fear reopening your wound? Gu Funfun stuck out her tongue, eager to change the subject back. Sister, I truly believe His Majesty is sincere towards you. Yesterday, when you spoke to him, we were all terrified, yet in the end, he showed no offense and even held you close to comfort you. I have never seen him exhibit such affection towards any consort in the harem. Not even toward the recently favored consort, Su has he held hands. Su Nanchu nonchalantly remarked. In the realm of emperors, where is their genuine sincerity? Chapter 50 by pressed for quite some time before changing the subject. Have you managed to quit the 5-stone powder? Have you encountered it again recently? Gu Funfun's thoughts leaped at the question, and she replied readily, Sister, rest assured, I have long since quit. I am happy here, and I had even forgotten about that substance until you mentioned it. Su Nanchu reached out to gently pat the girl's head. That night, Shen Jingzhi returned, the study illuminated by flickering candlelight. Su Nanchu noticed Ningxiang outside, serving tea while conversing with Li De. She approached and overheard Li De loudly exclaiming, What are you doing? Just deliver the tea. Why add unnecessary chatter? Ningxiang bowed her head in response, saying nothing. What's going on, Your Excellency? Su Nanchu inquired with curiosity. Li De Siga. The emperor did not sleep well last night and is in a foul mood. This girl spoke out of turn, inciting the emperor's wrath and getting herself dismissed. Now, the tea has been confiscated. Oh, I see. Su Nanchu said, turning to leave. Given Shen Jingzhi's poor mood, she decided to return another day. Ubabe, Li De, noticing her demeanor, rushed in front of her to block her path. Don't go. That girl was sent out for speaking up, and now it's inappropriate for her to return. We can't find anyone else. Why not help us by delivering a cup of tea to the emperor? Su Nanchu replied with a serious tone. Since the emperor has confiscated the tea, it indicates that he is not thirsty. What if he is deep in thought about state affairs, and I disturb him by entering? Li De's expression shifted instantly as he pointed at Su Nanchu and exclaimed, You little girl, have you forgotten everything I said to you today? Su Nanchu hesitated, and before she could respond, Lita thrust the tray into her hands. Hurry and take it in, but be careful not to spill. Looking down at the tea, then up at the door to Shen Jingzhi's chamber, she hesitated for what felt like an eternity before resigning herself to her fate. Sighing inwardly, she steeled herself for the encounter, thinking it was a hurdle she had to cross. As she stepped inside, Lita's expression softened slightly. He grumbled a bit, then coldly instructed Ningxiang to keep her distance while he stood guard at the door with an air of authority. Inside the room, to Su Nanchu's surprise, Shen Jingzhi was not poring over memorials, but was instead sketching something at his desk. After seeking permission to enter, she approached the man's left side and offered the tea, lowering her voice, "Your Majesty, please have some tea." Shen Jingzhi did not lift his gaze. "Lita sent you here? The one who was just dismissed, and now you come." Lita was quite the schemer. Su Nanchu was a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly lifted her skirt and knelt, maintaining a straight posture while lowering her eyes. Shen Jingzhi paused, glanced at the obedient woman before him, and placed his brush on the stand. "Rise, it is cold on the floor, especially for someone pregnant." Su Nanchu remained still, continuing to kneel. Shen Jingzhi's gaze softened as he stepped closer and gently helped her up. "What is it? Do you seek something from me?" Su Nanchu shook her head, persisting in her kneeling position, and spoke softly. "Yesterday, it was I who overstepped my bounds. Thus, she came to seek forgiveness from the emperor." After Su Nanchu completed her words, she prostrated herself on the ground. Observing her demeanor, Shen Jingzhi could surmise a few things, his gaze imbued with a serene depth. "What did Lita convey to you?" Su Nanchu shook her head, replying, "Master Li did not say anything to this servant, merely instructing me to deliver tea." Shen Jingzhi narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort, pondering how her attitude could shift so swiftly. That old man, as cunning as a monkey, with her constitution already fragile, exposure to the chill had rendered her even weaker. Having spoken, Shen Jingzhi resolutely extended his hand to assist her in rising. "Have you felt any better today?" Su Nanchu lowered her gaze, respectfully responding, "I thank your Majesty for your concern. After taking the physician's medicine, I am much improved. Indeed, the bouts of nausea have diminished." Whether it was due to the medicine or the oppressive weight on her heart, she scarcely noticed the nausea any longer. Shen Jingzhi acknowledged her with a sound and returned to the desk. "The hour grows late. You may retire. There is no need for you to attend to me in the coming days." As he moved, the flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced across Su Nanchu's profile, illuminating it in alternating brightness. The desk was piled high with memorials, the accumulation of affairs that had piled up during his absence. Now, they weighed heavily on Shen Jingzhi, who toiled day and night, yet the burden showed little sign of alleviation. Lita mentioned that he had scarcely rested while in the East and had hurried back recently, never having found a moment of respite. Alas, it was time for her to display some affection. Such was her unfortunate fate. Su Nanchu approached Shen Jingzhi from behind. "Master Li mentioned that the emperor has been preoccupied with state affairs and has not rested well. Allow this servant to massage your temples and relieve some of your fatigue." Shen Jingzhi remained silent. Taking the initiative, Su Nanchu's hand ventured to his forehead, gently kneading it. Observing Shen Jingzhi in his capacity as ruler, it was evident he was quite competent, having served beside him for an extended period. It was clear that his strategies, abilities, and diligence were exceptional. A prince who had risen to prominence unexpectedly, managing to command respect both within the court and beyond. His prowess was unmistakable. Such an emperor was a fortune for the Yu dynasty. So be it. Let this be deemed an act of patriotism. She had, in her own way, made a contribution to the nation. With this thought, she applied herself more vigorously. Shen Jingzhi, unusually relaxed, closed his eyes to rest momentarily. But the matters of the court weighed heavily on his mind, rendering his rest uneasy. In a short while, he opened his profound eyes again, as if recalling something. He halted her hand that continued to knead, pulling her from behind to face him. He retrieved the dagger that Su Nanchu had used the previous day from a concealed compartment. The blood had been wiped clean. Though his tone was casual, his gaze regained its usual cold authority. Where did you acquire this dagger? Ah, this was the beginning of revisiting old grievances. All that massaging had been in vain. Su Nanchu hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of guilt, and confessed behind the bookshelf. Dare you rummage through my study? Do you wish to forfeit your hands? That item was hidden in a secret compartment. If she hadn't searched, how could she have procured it? As expected, Shen Jingzhi's voice turned frigid. Su Nanchu immediately knelt down, not offering an explanation, for no matter how she explained, it would amount to having searched. Accepting her punishment in silence seemed the wisest course. Regardless of carrying his child, the penalties imposed upon her became irrelevant. Shen Jingzhi observed her demeanor, unperturbed as if impervious to the flames of adversity, uttering words of contrition while maintaining her defiant attitude. Yet, the fact remained that she was with child and in a weakened state, leaving him with limited recourse. His expression darkened. This time, I acknowledge your eagerness to save another. And since this debacle arose from my oversight, I shall overlook your transgression of pilfering my dagger in the incident at Zhaohua Palace. However, should there be a recurrence, you shall bear the consequences at the Ministry of Rights. Do you understand? Shen Jingzhi's tone was neither cold nor warm, lacking any discernible emotion. Su Nanchu lowered her gaze. This servant understands. Very well, you may return, he concluded, as he had matters to attend to, adding, let yesterday's events be forgotten. At this moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Su Nanchu's eyes. She had indeed perceived the truth, despite Shen Jingzhi's outward calm. He harbored unspoken resentment following the events of the previous day. Until he was able to release this pent-up frustration, it would remain a festering wound, and at any moment, he might seek vengeance for both past grievances and fresh affronts, potentially leading to her downfall. Su Nanchu bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious mercy. She then rose, treading lightly as she retreated. Chapter 51. The hunt outside the palace. As soon as I stepped outside, the air felt remarkably fresher, the night breeze carrying a slight chill. Lida, like an incessant leech, approached with a beaming smile. What's the matter? After all this time? Surely there must be some gains. Su Nanchu's expression turned stern. Master, if you were so curious, why not inquire with His Majesty directly? Why persist in questioning me alone? Furthermore, how am I to know the thoughts of Shen Jingzhi? Such a little imp. Lide playfully pocket had for that. If it weren't for the fact that His Majesty treats you differently, we wouldn't bother reminding you. Su Nanchu furrowed her brows and rubbed her head, realizing that although Lida's demeanor was rather unsavory, his intentions were benign. Reflecting on Shen Jingzhi's sentiments, she replied, it should be fine now. The emperor said that yesterday's matters are to be considered closed. Only then did Lida exhale in relief. Since the emperor had spoken, the issue should indeed be regarded as resolved. Observing Su Nanchu's nonchalant attitude, devoid of any eagerness to compete for favor, he began to admonish her. You fail to recognize contentment. Go see how the emperor's consort is treated now that she is with child, and then compare that with your own situation. The emperor allows you to leave, and you take it for granted. After several exhausting days, you do not even think to say a few kind words or offer to massage his shoulders or back. Su Nanchu halted in her tracks, turning to head back to Shen Jingzhi's quarters. Lida hurriedly blocked her path. No, go back. His Majesty is concerned for you. It's late, and he fears you might tire yourself. You must take good care of yourself and bear him a healthy, plump little prince. Su Nanchu threw her hands up in exasperation. What do you want me to do? If I go in, I'm not allowed. If I don't, I'm still nagged. What can I do? Split myself in two? Quickly leave, Lida urged, no longer willing to spare her glance. With a sigh of resignation, Su Nanchu shook her head and made her way to her own quarters. Regardless of the situation, Lida truly deserved his position beside the emperor, as he had a profound understanding of His Majesty's thoughts. By the following day, the heavy atmosphere in the Chengxian Palace had dissipated considerably. It was no wonder that everyone was vying to curry favor with the emperor's eunuchs. A few timely words could provide you with insights that would occupy your mind for a year and a half. The past few days had been relatively stable. A Yun's ashes were brought over by Pei Yong. Since that day, his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, becoming exceedingly respectful. While it could not be said that he was particularly fond The previous hostility had vanished. This shift left Su Nanchu feeling somewhat as if she were a mere pawn in a game of power. As for the child growing within her, Su Nanchu found herself increasingly reluctant to embrace the prospect of motherhood. With so many eyes watching in the emperor's harem, the uncertainty of whether she could successfully give birth loomed large. Even if she did, her status was insufficient, and the child might have to tread as carefully as she had. Moreover, the morning sickness was relentless, leaving her nauseated from dawn until dusk. The court physician prescribed various tonics to support her pregnancy, yet her condition showed no signs of improvement, leading her to feel as though she might expel the child entirely. With the royal autumn hunt approaching, Shen Jingzhi remained exceedingly busy. She felt akin to a woman left to manage the household alone, never catching a glimpse of her husband, yet dutifully attending to her chores. It was not until the eve of the 10th month that, as she lay down to sleep, a shadowy figure appeared at her door. Like a specter floating before her abode, he remained silent, startling her to the extent that she tumbled from her bed. The emperor? This individual moved without a sound. Did he not realize the terror he instilled, capable of frightening one to death? Shen Jingzhi, unperturbed, approached the table, poured himself a cup of tea from a pot, raised it to his lips, then set it down once more. Su Nanchu remarked, "Ah, it appears you are rather finicky. Is there anything you wish to take for tomorrow's outing?" Unable to drink the tea, Shen Jingzhi found a seat. Su Nanchu hurried over to attend to him, her expression a mixture of confusion. "What should I prepare? And where are we going?" Lita entered from outside, bearing a set of garments that resembled common folk attire. "Your Majesty, this is what you requested, tailored to the measurements of Miss Su's palace attire." For her, Su Nanchu's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon delivering the clothing, Lita exited, closing the door behind him. "Your Majesty, we shall leave the palace tomorrow." Su Nanchu's excitement was palpable since her arrival in this dynasty. She had yet to step outside the palace walls. Shen Jingzhi glanced at her eager demeanor and remarked, "Did you not wish to take a yin out to see the world? Really? You remember?" She gasped. October 18th marked the hunting expedition at Xiangshan. Tomorrow the procession would head to the hunting grounds. Hunting. Is my condition suitable for such an endeavor? After all, I am a child, she pondered. Shen Jingzhi cast a dismissive glance at her slightly protruding abdomen. "The imperial physician will accompany us. My carriage is steady. We shall depart early, taking breaks along the way. There is no cause for concern." Listening to her, one might think she was about to give birth. Instantly intrigued, Su Nanchu asked, "Should we bring Funfun along? If I leave, I cannot abandon her alone in the palace." After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Jingzhi replied, "Bring her. We must utilize every resource available. Hurry and prepare. I shall have no time to attend to you tomorrow. Stay close to the maidservant procession, and once we exit the royal city, Pei Yong will seek you." With that, Shen Jingzhi took his leave, departing as suddenly as he had arrived. The following morning, as dawn broke, the ceremonial procession stretched like a long dragon. Golden rays illuminated the palace gates, banners fluttered, and the sounds of drums and music filled the air. Nobles and officials donned their court attire, standing in neat rows on either side. The guards, clad in shining armor and wielding weapons, stood resolutely around them. A resounding cheer echoed, "Long live our emperor! May your hunting be successful and your return fruitful." The hunting party advanced slowly. At the forefront, the royal hunt was accompanied predominantly by military officials. Following them were the guards, eunuchs, and maidservants, who would attend to the emperor once they reached the hunting grounds. Su Nanchu and Gu Finfin trailed at the rear, straining on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of what lay ahead. Alas, Shen Jingzhi had already exited the royal city while we have yet to leave the palace gates. Yet, there was a silver lining. Pei Yong, accompanied by a group, was positioned nearby, allowing them the opportunity for conversation while he pretended not to notice. "Sister Su, do you think hunting is enjoyable? This grand spectacle is truly a sight to behold, one that I am witnessing for the very first time. I have seldom encountered such an event." Su Nan replied, reflecting on the last time he witnessed something of this magnitude during the grand military parade in 2019. Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that the display back then was even more formidable, as it featured authentic firearms, whereas this occasion merely showcases replicas. Chapter 52. Accompanying the couple of Shangguanjin after approximately 15 minutes of travel, it was evident that the procession had exited the imperial city. Pei Yong approached quietly, beckoning her to follow. Su Nanchu turned back in confusion, asking, "Aren't we bringing Funfun along? Didn't Shen Jingzhi mention she should come?" Pei Yong, maintaining a professional demeanor, replied, "The emperor has requested only your presence." He then led Su Nanchu to a secluded residence, handing her a package. "Go inside and change. There are attendants to assist you with your makeup." "Makeup?" Su Nanchu inquired skeptically as she stepped inside, where several middle-aged women awaited her. "My lady, you have finally arrived. Please change quickly. The emperor has been waiting for you." "What is this for? Am I to be bathed and dressed up for the pleasure houses?" "Makeup, my lady. Once you leave the palace, you cannot adorn yourself as you did within. This is the finest beautician outside the palace, guaranteed to make you breathtakingly beautiful." The matron, without waiting for a response, began to remove her outer garments. Before she could react, Su Nanchu found herself stripped of her clothing and positioned before a bronze mirror. "Look, my lady, you are indeed lovely. This delicate visage resembles a perfectly boiled egg." The three attendants worked swiftly, dismantling the hairpiece atop her head and arranging various hairpins from a box into her coiffure. Unaccustomed to such manipulation, Su Nanchu instinctively supported her hair, while the matron reassured her, "Do not worry, my lady. This hairstyle is favored by the young ladies of the capital this year, and I assure you will adore it." As she spoke, she inserted a plum blossom hairpin into the arrangement and applied a touch of rouge to her forehead, forming a floral adornment. At her youthful age, a slight embellishment revealed her enchanting beauty. When Su Nanchu was finally ushered out, she felt as if she were floating. Clad in a refined lotus pink gown, the attire felt almost as if she were clad in nothing at all, elegant yet imbued with youthful grace. Though her face bore no heavy makeup, the hairpieces accentuated her ethereal charm, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Pei Yong, upon seeing her, momentarily lingered his gaze before snapping back to reality. "Let us go. The emperor has waited long enough." Following Pei Yong, Su Nanchu arrived at a grand thoroughfare where a carriage awaited in the center. After escorting her to the carriage, Pei Yong departed. Su Nanchu paused for a moment, grasping her skirt as she ascended into the vehicle. Indeed, Shen Jingzhi was inside, seated in the central position with a tea table before him, a cup of tea already gone cold. "Your Majesty," Su Nanchu greeted upon entering. Shen Jingzhi turned his gaze toward her, appearing somewhat fatigued, his mood seemingly subdued. After scrutinizing her appearance from head to toe, he commanded, "Come here." Su Nanchu approached with curiosity. Shen Jingzhi's hand reached for her hairpiece, removing the incongruous plum blossom pin. From within his robe, he produced a pink begonia pin, inserting it into the same position. "A red pin with a pink gown is rather vulgar," he remarked, then unceremoniously tossed the red plum pin out of the carriage window. Upon first glance, Su Nanchu was taken aback, clutching the edge of the carriage window. "Goodness, that hairpin is made of gold. Even if it lacks aesthetic appeal, it cannot simply be discarded. Your Majesty, is this attire not what you requested from the maid?" With a stern expression, Su Nanchu pondered why he seemed displeased. Shen Jingzhi remained silent, issuing an order as the carriage began to move. "We are not following the procession?" Su Nanchu inquired, voicing his confusion. "Indeed," Shen Jingzhi replied coolly. Su Nanchu thought to himself, why has he suddenly become mute? Who has offended him? "So where are we headed? There are no guards on the way. What if someone attempts an assassination?" "Find someone." "Oh, who possesses such audacity to have you personally seek them out?" Before long, Su Nanchu learned the identity of this audacious individual. The carriage halted before a grand residence, and a man and woman entered in succession. It was Shangguanjin, accompanied by an underage maid, her hair elegantly styled, dressed in feminine attire. "My goodness, how shocking. Cousin, you are quite late," the newcomer declared, nonchalantly taking a seat without ceremony. His casual demeanor was a stark contrast to their previous meeting when he had emphasized the importance of propriety. "Cousin?" The expression of Sima Jing momentarily froze in disbelief. The Shangwan family had only one daughter in the previous generation, who became a queen. Thus, for Shangwan Jin to refer to him as cousin. Sima Jingyi's expression shifted with alarm for a moment, and he hastily rose, lifting his garments to kneel, his voice composed and unhurried. With impeccable etiquette, he began the formal greeting. I, the humble servant of the Shangwan Sima family, pay my respects to your majesty, wishing for your health and longevity. Being able to sit beside the emperor, adorned in such elegant and graceful attire, Sima Jing naturally categorized her as one of the imperial consorts. Su Nanchu was astounded. The formality was impeccable, the kneeling precise and poised, exuding grace and composure. Yet, coupled with her youthful visage, she resembled a child donning adult clothing. The Chief Justice of the Dali Temple has excellent upbringing. Shen Jingzhi generously complimented. Su Nanchu nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, it was more refined than the courtesies displayed by his own harem. Sister-in-law, there is no need for excessive formality today. We shall only discuss kinship, not rank, he stated. Only kinship, not rank. Before Sima Jing could utter any formalities, Shangwan Jin swiftly pulled him up. Do not be anxious. Cousin has not distanced himself from you, and you need not be overly formal. Look at her. Cousin has not objected to her demeanor. With that, he turned his gaze towards Su Nanchu. Su Nanchu was sitting brazenly, his eyes wandering about, when suddenly he was met with a gaze that left him perplexed and momentarily stunned. Then he heard those words, and his expression darkened instantly. Goodness, what does this have to do with her? She had neither moved nor spoken. Could she not even glance around? Chapter 53. Appeasing the cousin and taking a seat for the queen, just as I was about to retort, Shen Jingzhi's warning gaze fell upon me, and I instantly wilted. Very well, I clearly could not compete in matters of etiquette. My status paled in comparison. After all, she was the daughter of the Minister of Justice, on par with Zhen Huan. As for me, I was merely a palace maid. Thus, I had no choice but to concede defeat. Sima Jingyi observed the exchange between the two, noting that despite the sharpness in the eyes of the individual above, there was no sign of anger. It seemed they were merely engaging in playful banter for amusement. With a slow exhalation, I performed a respectful bow, saying, Yes, General. Subsequently, I sat properly beside Shangwan Jin, adhering to the ceremonial norms. The two of us had transformed into a party of four. Shangwan Jin appeared quite interested in Su Nanchu, continuously casting glances in her direction. Su Nanchu pretended not to notice. Shen Jingzhi occupied the main seat, while Shangwan Jin and Sima Jingyi sat to the left. Su Nanchu found herself alone on the right, enjoying ample space and comfort. Where shall we go next? Have you decided, cousin? Shangwan Jin inquired, pouring herself a cup of tea. Shen Jingzhi, clearly having made arrangements long ago, replied with a composed demeanor. We shall pass through the west gate of the capital, proceed to Danyang City, and then head to Xiangshan. Shangwan Jin paused in her tea drinking, raising an eyebrow. Danyang City, is it? It seems we are nearing the end of our journey. Lowering her gaze, she poured another cup for her lady and casually handed it over. Sima Jingyi immediately received it with both hands, showing utmost respect. Su Nanchu watched in astonishment. This demeanor was no different from how she behaved in front of Shen Jingzhi. Would you care for some? Shangwan Jin, embodying the role of a charming envoy, inquired of Su Nanchu with a gentlemanly grace. Here, she held the least status, yet she sat like a lord. Su Nanchu shook her head. No, thank you. It's too cold. By the time she arrived, the tea had already lost its warmth, especially after a lengthy journey. However, it wasn't long before Su Nanchu sensed a shift in the atmosphere. As soon as the words left her lips, the carriage fell silent. 3 pairs of eyes turned towards her simultaneously. Su Nanchu thought to herself, what a disaster. I spoke too hastily and landed in trouble. While those of higher rank had not commented on the tea's temperature, she had unwittingly done so. Frightened, she inched closer to Shen Jingzhi, tugging at his sleeve. After all, she carried his child. He had a responsibility. This timid gesture elicited laughter from Shangwan Jin, who chuckled heartily. It has been a long time, and you truly have not changed a bit. Your temperament remains intact, and your cousin seems to protect you quite fiercely. Su Nanchu felt a twinge of annoyance. It hadn't been that long, merely a little over a month, Who could change so quickly? Shen Jingzhi cast a glance at Su Nanchu, noting her quail-like demeanor, and interjected, "The tea is rather cold. Sister-in-law should drink less. Once we enter the capital and obtain fresh tea, it will not be too late to indulge." His words served to mitigate her faux pas, interpreting her statement as a sign of the delicate constitution typical of young women, rather than as mere petulance. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." Sima Jingyi promptly expressed her gratitude. Su Nanchu discreetly gave Shen Jingzhi a thumbs up, thinking to herself, "Well done. He knows how to protect his offspring. He has a promising future." The general's residence is not far from the city of Kyoto, merely a quarter of an hour's journey. The streets are bustling with traders, as the market has opened for commerce. Today appears to be a special occasion, with vendors calling out their wares in a lively chorus. The crowd thickens, making it difficult for carriages to navigate, forcing them to halt in a spacious area. Indeed, Kyoto captivates the eye, with the depths of its alleys concealing the essence of life. Su Nanchu could not help but exclaim upon her arrival. Unlike the modern skyscrapers that bustle with the hurried pace of daily commutes, this place exudes a rich cultural atmosphere, where people live in harmony and the air is filled with the warmth of everyday life. If only she could leave the palace and settle here, playing mahjong with the elderly and perhaps even discovering the joys of table tennis and badminton, earning a little pocket money. What bliss that would be! Who would have guessed you possessed such talent? Remarked Shang Wanjin, who frequently ventured out and found the scene before him rather unremarkable. Su Nanchu rolled her eyes, thinking, "Who do you underestimate? My mind is filled with the poetry of the Tang dynasty." Shen Jingzhi walked alongside Shang Wanjin, with Sima Jingyi following closely behind. Su Nanchu lagged behind, curiously examining each stall. The handmade window decorations, paper cuttings, lanterns, and woven baskets were all exquisite, rivaling modern machine-made products. There were also small toys for children, fluffy balls, rattles, cloth tigers, and jingling bells. Su Nanchu, captivated by a sight, rushed over. "Cat head shoes! How beautiful!" she exclaimed, recalling her childhood when she wore similar ones. She gently placed her hand on her belly, contemplating the child she claimed to dislike. Yet, she had heard that pregnancy releases a hormone that fosters a profound bond between mother and child, compelling mothers not to consider termination. Was she experiencing such a phenomenon? She had yet to embrace motherhood. The stall owner noticed Su Nanchu's interest and eagerly began to promote his goods. "Miss, you have exquisite taste. These cat head shoes are hand-stitched by my wife. Just look at the eyes, so lifelike. My wife's unique embroidery technique is unmatched elsewhere." Su Nanchu smiled as she held the vibrant red pair, featuring a little cat with distinct black whiskers and large, round eyes, adorned with embroidered pupils. Compared to modern craftsmanship, these were indeed of exceptional quality. The three individuals ahead soon realized that Su Nanchu had not followed them and paused. Shang Wanjin was the first to notice her, and, seeing her delighted demeanor, teased, "Do you want them? Why not curry favor with your cousin and ask for a queen's seat?" Su Nanchu looked up, puzzled. Sima Jingyi, perceiving her confusion, kindly explained, "In our dynasty, it is stipulated that only the primary wife may wear true red. Others are permitted only shades like rosy red, purple red, or pink." Su Nanchu glanced down at the vibrant red cat head shoes she held, her expression darkening. The vendor, oblivious to the mention of queen, sensed the shift in the atmosphere and immediately offered a black pair instead. "Miss, this black is also lovely. It conveys a sense of nobility." Su Nanchu set the shoes down, turned silently, and walked away. She continued to observe other vendors, but it was evident that her spirits had waned. Shen Jingzhi cast a sharp glance at a particularly loquacious individual before following suit with a composed demeanor. Shang Wanjin touched her nose, pondering what had transpired. Had the truth become too cumbersome to express? Meanwhile, Sima Jingyi seized the opportunity to inquire about the retreating figures, asking, "General, which lady from the palace is that? I have never seen her before." With the new emperor's ascension, the concubines of the imperial harem had only recently emerged from obscurity. As the daughter of the Minister of Justice, Sima Jingyi had naturally encountered numerous ladies at various banquets. "Ah, she's merely a palace maid," Shang Wanjin chuckled softly. A palace maid? Sima Jingyi was taken aback. How could a mere maid accompany the emperor outside the palace? Throughout their journey, although the maid spoke freely, it was clear that the emperor treated her with a certain distinction. Even when she misspoke, he would graciously rectify her errors. Such treatment, one might surmise, exceeded that afforded even to the most favored consort of the current dynasty. However, after her astonishment came a wave of concern, knowing the maid's status. How could a general have uttered such words? Was she not courting trouble? Shang Jin, undeterred, remained cheerful and unperturbed. Did you not observe how that maid appeared vexed? Sima Jingyi frowned. General, such words cannot possibly sit well with any lady. Shang Jin offered a revelation. Would you dare to anger your cousin? This sudden epiphany struck Sima Jingyi. With the emperor's harem comprising thousands of beauties, not only were concubines forbidden from donning red attire, but even the empress, should the emperor disallow it, would not dare to protest. She gazed in astonishment at the receding figure. Chapter 54. The Provocative Best Friend in Truth. Su Nanchu was not genuinely angry. She was well aware of her own worth. However, that Shang Jin was excessively insolent. If she could not utilize it, if her child could not benefit from it, then why should she even have to endure the sight of it? With a flourish, she withdrew a small brocade pouch from her sleeve and, emptying its contents, scattered the ashes into the river in handfuls. At some point, Shen Jingzhi had appeared beside her. When Su Nanchu cast a glance over her shoulder, her irritation intensified. She made sure to shake out the last remnants of the ashes from the pouch before tossing both the pouch and its contents into the water. Oomph. Shen Jingzhi observed her crude actions with a scoff and remarked, "Not even worthy of being my concubine, and yet you entertain such thoughts?" He had bestowed upon her an imperial decree, which she had rejected, and now she feigned a demeanor as if she had suffered great indignities. Ignoring him, Su Nanchu rose to leave. At that moment, Shang Jin and Sima Jingyi had approached, conveniently blocking her path. What was this? Unable to withstand the provocation, was she contemplating a leap into the lake to end it all? Shang Jin glanced towards the bridge behind them and continued her flippant remarks. Su Nanchu shot her a fierce glare and retorted, "No need for General Shangwan to worry. I have a long life ahead of me." With that, she stormed past the two of them. As her silhouette faded into the distance, Shen Jingzhi turned his attention to Shang Jin and asked, "What is it you are quarreling with her about?" It was rare to encounter someone so well-matched in temperament. How could he resist teasing her a bit? Shang Jin's smile grew even more radiant. Su Nanchu, however, was mindful and did not stray too far. She merely wandered nearby, spotting a vendor selling candied hawthorns. She took out some small silver coins and purchased 2 skewers. When the three approached, she handed one skewer to Sima Jingyi, saying, "Sister, enjoy some candied hawthorns." Sima Jingyi hesitated for a moment, seeking the man's approval before timidly accepting it. "Thank you." In the presence of a high-ranking official, the Prime Minister's household, even a dog would find its status elevated. Thus, the usual decorum seemed irrelevant, as the two men were rather dull companions. Su Nanchu decided to engage Sima Jingyi in more intimate conversation. This young girl, so proper in her demeanor, appeared as rigid as a woman in her 30s. "Sister, how old are you?" 15, Sima Jingyi replied. Su Nanchu was astonished. Just come of age? In the Yu dynasty, girls came of age at 15. With her birthday in March, she had been of age for over 6 months. "So, you married into the Shangwan family, right after coming of age? Before you even had a chance to fully mature, you became a general's wife. Just look at her, and then look at me." Comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. Sima Jingyi nodded. "I was married in July. That would have been just before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and at that time, you were still in the servant quarters." The two men drew closer, engaged in their own discussion, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Su Nanchu took Sima Jingyi's hand and inquired softly, "Is General Shangwan kind to you?" With his sharp tongue and her innocent nature, she worried that the poor girl would be mistreated. Sima Jingyi replied demurely, "The general treats me exceedingly well. It is indeed my honor to have such a good husband." Su Nanchu shrugged. "Yet, why does it feel like you and I are not so different after all?" Sima Jingyi curiously glanced over, inquiring about its meaning. Su Nanchu, munching on a candied hawthorn skewer, replied as she walked, Everyone is so afraid of him. Even to retrieve a skewer, one must consider the countenance of Shang Wanjin. After all, she is the daughter of the Minister of Justice, a match in status, equally formidable. I too fear the Emperor. When he is angered, he is particularly fearsome. Just look at my hand. This is a punishment he decreed, and I bear the marks of his cane upon my backside. Sima Jingyi was taken aback, her mouth agape. You mean the Emperor struck you? The Emperor's demeanor suggested he might as well cradle her in his palm. How could he possibly strike her? Indeed, Su Nanchu stuffed her mouth full, but he does not do so anymore. I am a child now. Observing Sima Jingyi's astonishment as she struggled to regain her composure. Su Nanchu halted her steps. Is this truly shocking? Men are like this. Initially, the Emperor treated me well, but before long, he grew disenchanted with me. Huh, Shang Wanjin, just wait and see. Does General Shangwan not share the same fate? Sima Jingyi rigidly shook her head. Su Nanchu boldly declared, you must be newlywed. His fervor has yet to fade. Let me tell you, whatever a man says, do not take it to heart. When he is in good spirits, he will speak of rules and decorum as mere trifles. But once that phase passes, he will usher in concubines one after another. And as for someone like me, I am merely a palace maid. If the Emperor loses interest, he may cast me aside. But you consider this. If General Shangwan were to tire of you, divorce is not an option. What then would become of you? History is replete with wronged wives. Such nonsense. Sima Jingyi retorted angrily. The general is not that sort of man. Su Nanchu quickly soothed her. Sister, do not be upset. I merely spoke in jest. There are always exceptions, and perhaps General Shangwan is indeed one of those rare, commendable men. Sima Jingyi's expression remained troubled, despite the esteemed upbringing of the Minister of Justice's family. Her youth weighed heavily upon her. Moreover, the families of their social class often harbored numerous secrets. Having grown up in a world steeped in intrigue, she could hardly be oblivious to the rumors. Her mother had repeatedly cautioned her before her marriage to be especially diligent in serving her in-laws, never allowing the slightest hint of negligence. Noticing Sima Jingyi's countenance growing increasingly grim, Su Nanchu's smile broadened. But you needn't worry. At least General Shangwan treats you well for now. Just keep this in your heart. As women, our lives are often predetermined. Even if we are aware, when we truly change, we are not the masters of our fates. Su Nanchu's candidness, devoid of ulterior motives, gradually softened Sima Jingyi's resolve. All right, we are out to enjoy ourselves, relax, and eat quickly, where the candied hawthorn will melt. Recognizing the need to steer clear of the somber topic. Su Nanchu urget heromvart. Sima Jingyi's mood began to darken, her unconscious bites into the candied hawthorn becoming more frequent. Su Nanchu's smile slowly returned. Shang Wanjin, if you're so glib, continue to be so. It seems you're still accompanied by Shen Jingzhi. In the heart of Shang Wanjin, the status of Sima Jingyi is undoubtedly significant. To harbor doubt is akin to planting a seed. In the absence of sprout, it resembles barren land. Yet once it begins to germinate, it can swiftly blossom into a towering tree. Just imagine the moment when Shang Wanjin turns around to find her home ransacked after having indulged in his frivolities. The mere thought of his expression is utterly delightful. Is it not said that those mischievous friends, known for instigating trouble, invariably follow this very path? Chapter 55. A desire to light a sky lantern as noon approached. The group wandered about before settling into a restaurant for a meal. Despite her status, Su Nanchu was certainly not permitted at the table. However, as Shen Jingzhi had stated, it was a matter of closeness rather than rank. Thus, as a palace maid serving before the emperor, her connection was deemed sufficiently intimate, and she resolutely took a seat beside him. Sima Jingyi was somewhat influenced by Su Nanchu's words. Since their arrival, she had been more cautious than before. Su Nanchu couldn't help but stifle a laugh at this behavior. Yet, her amusement was short-lived. As the scent of fish wafted through the air, it churned in her stomach, and she could no longer contain herself, rushing outside to retch. The three paused in their actions. None of them were inexperienced, and Shang Wanjin's gaze instinctively shifted to Shen Jingzhi. Under the watchful eyes of all, Shen Jingzhi held his cup for a moment before rising to follow her outside, his expression devoid of surprise. Shangguan Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, and the smile she had worn faded entirely. There's nothing to be done, Shen Jingzhi said as he rarefied himself to hand her a handkerchief. Su Nanchu shook her head, tears welling up as her eyes reddened, feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance. She craved water. Receiving the handkerchief, she dabbed at her face awkwardly, her voice hoarse. Shen Jingzhi's gaze lingered for a second, emboldened by the situation, daring to cater to her needs. Yet, seeing her pitiful state, he hesitated before standing to fetch her some water. He lifted the teapot to pour, grasping the cup just as he prepared to leave. Shangguan Jin hesitated, stepping forward to grasp his wrist, her expression grave. Cousin Shen Jingzhi offered no reply, and Shangguan Jin instinctively released her grip, already aware of the answer. Her expression was almost despondent. This revelation was more shocking than if he had been told that Su Nanchu was to become the empress, a possibility that was utterly unattainable, yet one that was presently unfolding. When Su Nanchu returned, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Shangguan Jin no longer smiled, and Sima Jingyi cast aside her caution, both abandoning their meals. The ambience plummeted to an all-time low. Confused, Su Nanchu looked at them and asked, "What is wrong with you all?" No one responded. Shen Jingzhi broke the silence, using his chopsticks to serve Su Nanchu a piece of meat, thus signaling his stance. This left Shangguan Jin exasperated, shaking her head. She served some to her own wife as well. "Let us eat," she urged. Having already committed to this path, what more could he say? The ancestral hall was in an uproar. They would see how he resolved the situation. Su Nanchu focused on shoving meat into her mouth, disregarding their cryptic glances. Filling her stomach took precedence. The meal concluded with each harboring their own secrets. Sima Jingyi pulled Su Nanchu outside. Seizing the opportunity, Shangguan Jin spoke up. Yu Shen Jingzhi, clearly aware of her intent, slammed the teacup down onto the table, the clatter reverberating, his tone indifferent. If she is pregnant, then so be it. What trouble can a palace maid cause? But what does that mean? Shangguan Jin pressed. What status will you grant her? She cannot remain merely a palace maid while carrying child. Concubine status, Shen Jingzhi replied candidly. Up until now, the notion of a certain elder from Danyang City occupying a crucial pass was nearly enough to provoke a fit of rage in Shangguan Jin. He had the audacity to offer his daughter a beauty in a palace made to be elevated to the rank of concubine. Shen Jingzhi, however, dismissed the matter with nonchalance, asserting that he had not laid a finger on her. What about noble Lady Shi, the daughter of the governor of Binzhou, with an uncle who is the minister of personnel and a brother who holds the position of colonel in Qinghe? Shen Jingzhi frowned, contemplating his own strategy. Should she not be conferred the title of concubine, she would lack the authority to raise her own child, rendering her unable to nurture it after birth. Thus, she would be compelled to take drastic measures. Unwilling to play the villain, she could easily cast blame upon another, which was not her usual style. With no one else present, Shangguan Jin spoke candidly. Noticing Shen Jingzhi's furrowed brow, he continued, "Have you considered that without any background or family support, bestowing her the title of concubine while she is with child would not ensure her survival in the palace for long? It would be far safer for her to remain as a palace maid." After a prolonged silence from Shen Jingzhi, Shangguan Jin was about to speak again when a commotion at the door prompted both to fall silent. "I just went to buy some date cakes and heard that there is an auction happening in the building across. Should we go take a look?" Su Nanchu's eyes sparkled with excitement. In modern times, her finances had barred her from attending any auctions. However, the current circumstances were vastly different, as she had the wealthiest magnate of the Yu dynasty by her side, leading her to ponder the possibility of lighting a sky lantern. Shen Jingzhi remained indifferent, and Shangguan Jin shared his apathy, deeming the auction items inferior to their own possessions. Observing their lack of enthusiasm, Su Nanchu tugged at Shen Jingzhi's sleeve, urging, "Your Majesty, let us at least take a brief look. I have never attended an auction before." After regarding her for a moment, he rose to his feet, prompting a broad smile to illuminate Su Nanchu's face, her mind blossoming with excitement. Then, "Your Majesty, may we light a sky lantern?" Shangguan Jin inquired in surprise. "What is lighting a sky lantern?" "What?" Su Nanchu blinked. You mean the kind that is extravagant, where you reserve the entire venue and raise the bids as you please? I have already decided to acquire that item. How should I express this? Shangwan Jin chuckled softly. Are you referring to lighting a candle? In the auction house's customs, if someone is determined to possess an item, they will light a candle within the premises. Within the duration of that candle's burn, no matter the price, one must bid higher than the opening price. Once the candle extinguishes, bidding ceases, and regardless of the final amount, the one who lit the candle is responsible for the purchase. Exactly. Su Nanchu nodded vigorously. Your Majesty, can we do this just once? Who in the entire Yu nation can rival your wealth? I wish to try it at least once. Shangwan Jin smirked. What are you thinking? Unless it's a matter of life and death, who lights candles? If you truly desire it, simply watch as they auction off the item. Then have your cousin seize their possessions to save costs. Su Nanchu retorted, you are truly wicked, deviously clever. She scampered over to Shen Jingzhi, distancing herself from Shangwan Jin, who appeared too cunning for her liking. The auction house of the Yu dynasty resembled a brothel, flamboyant and filled with allure. Later, Shangwan Jin remarked that this place had originally been a brothel. The proprietor is quite resourceful, periodically presenting rare curiosities and hosting an auction. Moreover, entry requires a fee of 50 taels from each attendee. Upon hearing this, Su Nan was taken aback. Did you say 50 taels? If memory serves me right, my monthly stipend is merely 3 taels. Nearby, an aristocratic lady, overhearing her exclamation, cast a condescending glance and remarked, such an unsophisticated individual. This Qingwei building has truly become increasingly vulgar. With that, she deposited her 50 taels into the box. Su Nan's expression darkened. Having spent so much time in the palace, she felt increasingly out of touch. What sort of lady behaved so brazenly? After paying her fee, Shangwan Jin approached. She was a living testament to prestige. And upon her arrival, the noblewoman's demeanor deflated instantly. General Shangwan, is this your relative? I, a mere commoner, failed to recognize such grandeur and humbly seek your forgiveness. Chapter 56. The auction treasures of the palace. It is evident that Shangwan Jin holds a respectable position in Kyoto. She did not even spare a glance at the other party and retorted, why not go apologize? The woman immediately adjusted her demeanor and approached Su Nanchu, saying, Madam, I beg your pardon. I am but a foolish woman, speaking without thought. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me this once. The commoners must bow to the officials. There are times when one must submit, especially when the Shangwan family is the current Duke of State. And who in Kyoto would dare to offend them? Su Nanchu was taken aback by the woman's address. She and Shen Jingzhi were often seen together, leading to assumptions of their relationship. But to be called madam, she dared not accept such an honor. In Shen Jingzhi's own words, she was not even worthy of being his concubine, let alone aspire to be his legitimate wife. With a nervous chuckle, she glanced at Shen Jingzhi to gauge his reaction and tentatively suggested, do you truly wish to apologize, madam? The woman humbly lowered her head further. I hope you will not hold this against me. If it is indeed an apology, it ought to carry some sincerity, should it not? With a powerful ally, one need not shy away from making a profit. Now, riding on Shangwan Jin's reputation, there was an opportunity to gain something substantial. The woman quickly comprehended. What you say is true. I have not considered this thoroughly. An apology gift will be sent shortly. But may I inquire where you currently reside, madam? Su Nanchu smiled, revealing her cunning nature. Just send it to General Shangwan's residence. The woman nodded in agreement. However, Shangwan Jin's expression shifted dramatically. Is this not blatant extortion? Sending it to my family's residence? Su Nanchu, unfazed, placated her while stifling a smirk. Do not be too pleased, General. I expect to receive half of that money. Remember to set it aside for me. When the woman comes to deliver the money, if it is publicized widely, the Shangwan family could be accused of bribery and extortion. Thus, not only would they profit, but she would also have her revenge, a delightful thought. Lost in her scheming, she couldn't help but laugh, her demeanor growing increasingly mischievous. Shangwan Jin's face darkened with anger. Cousin, will you not intervene? Even high-ranking officials are being plotted against. This leniency is exceedingly audacious. Shen Jingzhi cast a cold glance her way. Perhaps you should contemplate how to explain this to your uncle. Once that woman's grand gift arrives, I suspect your uncle will erupt in fury. Su Nanchu, though a palace made of commendable skill, was far from docile. He often found amusement in teasing her. Was it any wonder she might retaliate? Shangguan Jin's expression grew even grimmer. Let her be. Sooner or later, she would become the favored consort Chen. The four of them entered the marketplace in succession. Su Nanchu's curious gaze roamed the surroundings. The compartments were unremarkable, one side transparent, allowing a clear view of the auction items on stage. To the right of each compartment stood a candlestick, accompanied by a red lantern. Once covered, the candle's glow became vibrant and captivating. Yet the placement was rather far back. From this distance, can we even see the auction stage clearly? As for the minor incidents outside, Shangguan Jin seemed to take them in stride. At most, they would incur some reprimand. Such trifles would not tarnish the reputation of the Shangguan family. However, it does not affect the pallor of her complexion. Su Nanchu's gaze flickered, her eyelids fluttering. The individuals ahead are all esteemed guests, and only after expending over 300,000 taels of silver at this auction can one be seated there. Shangguan Jin directed her attention towards Shen Jingzhi, who was sipping tea. Cousin, are you certain we should not investigate this Qinghua Tower? This establishment has amassed quite a fortune over the past 2 years. To sit there costs 300,000 taels, yet the seats below are all occupied. The foundation behind Qinghua Tower should not be underestimated. The man's eyes revealed no discernible emotion. Since entering this place, he seemed to have already grasped certain truths, remaining in a state of discontent. He slowly set his cup down on the table and lifted his gaze. What they are auctioning are items from the palace. Shangguan Jin was taken aback, while Su Nanchu and Sima Jingyi's eyes also turned towards him. How can you tell? Shen Jingzhi spoke in a calm and unhurried manner, his gaze fixed on the crowd below. When we entered, the vase with the plum blossom design to our right is a sky blue glazed long-necked bottle from the palace. The signboard hanging on the front, inscribed with the name Bodhi, is the vows of the late emperor, personally sought for concubine Chen during his visit to the Ningdu Pagoda. It still bears the bloodstains from the late emperor's descent down the rolling steps, and there exists no other like it in the world. Shen Jingzhi continued. Moreover, the woman we encountered earlier is clearly irregular here. The bracelet she wore was also a twisted silver bracelet crafted in the palace, a technique unknown in the common folk. These items are never leaked. Even if one or two were to slip out, they are meticulously concealed, preserved as family heirlooms. The blatant display of these items here, coupled with the gathering of aristocrats from the capital at this auction, makes the clandestine activities of Qinghua Tower glaringly obvious. No wonder Qinghua Tower's business has suddenly flourished since this year, with each auction consistently drawing full attendance, Shangguan Jin realized. The items from the palace are of a standardized quality, distinctly superior to those found outside. Su Nanchu's eyes widened. Does that mean we are here to bid exorbitantly, only to end up purchasing our own belongings? Upon hearing this, both men exchanged a glance, a chill in the air. Su Nanchu pouted and withdrew from the conversation. All right then, you may continue. Had she not suggested attending the auction, would they have uncovered this issue? Such a lack of gratitude. The auction below had commenced, with bid prices fluctuating. Su Nanchu shifted her gaze to the stage. As Shen Jingzhi had predicted, most of the items presented were indeed from the palace, each accompanied by intriguing narratives. The item currently being showcased was our emperor's personal silver chopsticks. The audience erupted in cheers. It is well known that our emperor leads a life of opulence, his daily meals never repeating, and naturally, neither do his utensils. So, where have these used bowls and chopsticks gone? Ah, this brings us back to the emperor. He is benevolent and considerate towards his subordinates, generously bestowing these exquisitely crafted, high-quality utensils upon impoverished palace maids and eunuchs, allowing them the freedom to sell them and improve their circumstances. Thus, we are able to witness such exquisite imperial silver chopsticks outside the palace. And today, these splendid silver chopsticks grace our auction. A group of individuals below engaged in conversation, exclaiming, "Oh, the benevolence of our emperor! Our sovereign, residing in such a lofty position, genuinely cares for the plight of the impoverished. To have a ruler like this in our kingdom is indeed a stroke of fortune. Su Nanchu remarked. I was under the impression it was something of greater worth. After all this time, it turns out to be merely a pair of chopsticks used by Shen Jingzhi. The one who concocted this tale must possess an extraordinary gift for embellishment. This fellow shows compassion for his subordinates. He even rewards them with silver chopsticks. How is it that I remain unaware of this? He would never allow me to touch his chopsticks. I always eat with communal utensils. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the shrewdness of the auction house proprietor, engaging in illicit activities while extolling the emperor's virtues. Who would dare intervene? Such flattery has effectively shielded them. Intervening would imply that our emperor lacks compassion for his subordinates and is indifferent to the suffering of the poor. Chapter 57. Joy Turning to Sorrow. The discovery of the aphrodisiac Su Nanchu cast a sidelong glance at Shen Jingzhi's expression. Remarkably composed, he displayed no reaction despite the fabrications being spun before him. Ultimately, a pair of used chopsticks fetched an astounding 5,000 taels of silver. Su Nanchu was left aghast. What a price for a mere utensil! If she were to filch the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones from his study, she would surely strike it rich. The next item up for bid was named Aphrodisiac Stone Powder. The title piqued everyone's curiosity immediately. A few months prior, within the palace, a concubine had administered this drug to the emperor, resulting in her sustained favor. Ladies with husbands who frequently neglected their homes, and those who had taken in concubines, might consider acquiring this powder. Its efficacy has already been verified at our auction. It is harmless when dry. A mere touch on clothing can enhance intimacy, but when moistened, a thumb-sized amount could incapacitate a bull. The audience erupted in excitement at this revelation. Previously, the Kingdom of Yu had seen numerous aphrodisiacs, yet few exhibited such pronounced effects as this one. The starting bid was set at 300 taels of silver. Bang! As the gong sounded, bids began to emerge from the crowd. The auctioneer addressed the ladies, yet the majority of bidders were men, perhaps seeking to engage in unspeakable acts with this drug. Does such a thing exist in the harem? Shang Wanjin inquired in astonishment. These auctioneers certainly possess a flair for storytelling. At his remark, Su Nanchu, sipping her tea, suddenly choked and coughed a couple of times. Shen Jingzhi shot her a warning glance. She immediately retreated, cradling her cup and sipping cautiously. Could it be? This sounds so familiar. Could it be sage? This has been produced as well. Where did it originate? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She recalled having kept a packet intended to frame Su Huanyun, but she had never found the opportunity to use it. After the mid-autumn banquet, she had been imprisoned in the Yeding. Subsequently, her belongings had vanished. Could it be that someone had stolen her contraband during this time? Light the candles. Shen Jingzhi commanded abruptly. Su Nanchu jolted back to reality, her eyes widening. Your Majesty, perhaps we should forego this substance. Shen Jingzhi repeated, light them. His tone was light, yet brooked no dissent. Su Nanchu swallowed hard, her head drooping as she moved to ignite the candles. What bad luck! Had she known, she would not have come here. As the candlelight illuminated the room, many turned their attention toward the obscure, lesser-known marketplace, beginning to mock in unison. Oof! Now even a lowly tradesman dares to light candles. Brother, is it truly worth it just to amuse a woman? The clamor escalated, and the price soared several times over. Shen Jingzhi paid no heed to the ridicule. Su Nanchu found herself increasingly disinterested. It was not until the item was brought into their chamber that Shen Jingzhi opened it, inhaled deeply, and then set it aside, coldly declaring, seal off Qinghua Tower. Let no one escape. As the conversation concluded, a figure descended the stairs, visibly agitated. Su Nanchu's heart tightened abruptly, her gaze fixated as she grasped the cup in her hand. What on earth had transpired? Shang Wanjin remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Why had they not sealed off the premises sooner? It was only after encountering that object that they decided to take action. Could it be that the tales fabricated on stage bore an unsettling truth? She discreetly passed a jade pendant to a trusted confidant hidden within the crowd, instructing him to mobilize their forces while she trailed behind Shen Jingzhi. A sense of foreboding enveloped Su Nanchu. she feared her fate was sealed. Shen Jingzhi's demeanor suggested a thorough investigation of the palace was imminent. If someone had indeed pilfered her belongings and allowed them to circulate, it would not be long before the trail led back to her. Lacking the influential backing of General Meng Shuiying's father or the military prowess of the so-called General Sun's brother, discovery would only lead to her demise. After sipping the last remnants of her tea, she rose, trembling, to follow. A tumult ensued, yet Shen Jingzhi merely ordered the apprehension of all individuals within Qingyue Tower, after which silence descended. The group resumed their journey in a carriage, but unease gnawed at Su Nanchu, prompting her to seize an opportunity to inquire, "Your Majesty, is that object related to that evening?" As she spoke, Shen Jin's eyes widened in anticipation, and all gazes turned towards Shen Jingzhi. The response Su Nanchu received was an unmistakably frosty glare. Initially, she presumed Shen Jingzhi would remain reticent, yet after a prolonged silence, he merely acknowledged her with a subtle sound. Anxiety surged within her. "Your Majesty, is your investigation into Qingyue Tower aimed at uncovering the source of the palace's leaks?" Shen Jingzhi's eyes narrowed, a glint of frost settling upon her, as he remarked with a semblance of amusement, "Such concern?" Instantly, Su Nanchu fell silent, refraining from further speech. Shen Jin, discerning the tension, shook his head in silence. It appeared that even within his cousin's harem, tranquility was a rare commodity. Suddenly, Shen Jingzhi interjected, "If my memory serves me correctly, you encountered Meng Shuiying that day, did you not? You were even struck by her maid." To which I responded by severing the maid's hand. Su Nanchu's breath caught in her throat, and without hesitation, she knelt, imploring, "Your Majesty, would admitting to it now grant me mercy?" After all, she carried his child within her. However, Shen Jingzhi, not allowing her to elaborate, reached out, reassuring her. "What is there to fear? I was merely inquiring." Despite his words, the expression in Shen Jingzhi's gaze hinted at something deeper. Surely, he couldn't have deduced her involvement. Suppressing her words, Su Nanchu returned to her seat. Upon leaving the capital and traversing another city, they arrived at Donyang City. As dusk fell, traveling further was unwise, leading the group to seek refuge in an inn. For individuals required 4 separate rooms. As a man of status, Shen Jingzhi would not share a bed with another, especially not with a pregnant woman. Observing Shen Jingzhi's choice to forego female companionship, Shen Jin, as a subordinate, deemed it inappropriate to indulge in solitary revelry, and thus opted for solitude in his own room. In the stillness of the night, Su Nanchu found herself unable to calm her restless heart, attributing her unease to a profound fear of death. Alas, the burden of fate weighed heavily upon her. By the following morning, all appeared tranquil. However, at noon, Shen Jingzhi unexpectedly received a message delivered by carrier pigeon. At that moment, he was partaking in a meal alongside Shen Jin and Sima Jingyi. Upon glancing at the contents of the letter, Shen Jingzhi cast it before Su Nanchu with disdain. Indeed, Su Nanchu lowered her gaze to the paper, where was inscribed, "Multiple testimonies point to Su Nanchu. Is further explanation necessary?" Shen Jingzhi's voice was icily detached, devoid of any emotion, as flat and unyielding as one observing a corpse. Slowly, Su Nanchu rose and sought a place to kneel. She had known that the appearance of that document would inevitably expose her secrets. Chapter 58. Investigation, Acceptance of Fate. Bang! A crashing sound reverberated through the air. The teacup on the table shattered before Su Nanchu, the tea splattering across her face. A man's voice emanated from above, chilling to the bone. "What's wrong? Have you lost your voice?" Su Nanchu felt her inner defenses gradually crumble. Her head bowed in defiance as she retorted stubbornly, "You must have anticipated this from the very beginning." Yesterday, during their carriage ride, his gaze had already shifted. Shen Jingzhi scoffed disdainfully. "Do you think you can put on a performance before me without weighing your own worth?" If it were not for her, he would have relished her misfortune when he sealed off Qingyue Tower, instead of being reduced to a trembling figure upon hearing she had met Meng Shuiying. The oppressive aura surrounding Shen Jingzhi was terrifying. The majesty of the emperor was undeniable, His demeanor was more formidable than facing two cannons. "So, you have been awaiting news from the palace since yesterday." Su Nanchu's fingers trembled discreetly within her sleeves as she turned her head to evade the piercing gaze of Shen Jingzhi, her voice quivering. "What else can I say? You possess all the evidence. What can I possibly say? Or, even if I were to kneel before you, weeping and pleading for mercy, would you spare my life?" Shen Jingzhi remained silent, yet his expression conveyed the answer. A surge of heat coursed through Su Nanchu, causing her voice to tremble further. "In any case, death awaits." What more could she say? How unfortunate I am. Why did I even attend that auction? Had I not gone, Shen Jingzhi might never have traced this back to me. Shen Jingzhi regarded her with disdain, his voice frigid and unyielding. "Where did you acquire the poison?" She bit her lip, responding with indignation. "I prepared it myself." After a moment, she lifted her gaze, feeling somewhat constrained, and added, "But I did not administer it to you. That was Meng Shuiying's doing." Surely, he could not wrongfully accuse her of that. "I merely intended to use the poison to frame Su Huanyun, inciting a feud between Meng Shuiying and Su Huanyun. I never anticipated she would truly poison you. Confession brings leniency, while resistance invites severity." Su Nanchu had no desire to conceal the truth. Ultimately, she was suffering the consequences of her actions, now bearing his child. Had it not been for that night, after the mid-autumn banquet, he would not have sought her out for companionship, nor would this child exist. "I recall distinctly instructing you not to let me see you extending your hand into the harem." Shen Jingzhi's voice grew sharper, his gaze fixed upon her. "I did not do that." Su Nanchu clenched her fists tightly. "I merely applied the poison to her." It was her own suspicions regarding Su Huanyun that led her to this. "What does that have to do with me?" Beside them, Shang Wanjin gasped, utterly astonished. As if witnessing a grand spectacle, her breath caught in anticipation. Shen Jingzhi, however, found amusement in his fury, stepping closer, lifting Su Nanchu's chin and gripping it tightly, as though he might crush it. "Dare to argue with me in my presence? Do you wish to forfeit your tongue?" The ferocity emanating from Shen Jingzhi was undeniable, leaving no room for doubt regarding the seriousness of his words. Su Nanchu never questioned his resolve. Who is he? A monarch whose mere words can dictate the fate of countless lives, not to mention the power of a single tongue. Su Nanchu bit her lip, beads of perspiration trickling down her forehead, struggling to articulate the words lodged in her throat. Fearful of speaking, she pondered the consequences of provoking this madman. In the oppressive silence, Shen Jingzhi let out a cold snort, his voice sharp as ice. "You claim to seek vengeance for your beloved Ayun, to expose the palace's schemes and treachery. But what of you? Cunning and deceitful, you have blood on your hands since entering the Chengqian palace. Are those lives not innocent?" "That is not the same." Su Nanchu fought to suppress her terror, maintaining her composure as she argued. "Ayun died because of me. I offended them and obstructed their path. They could have directed their wrath at me. Dying at their hands is simply a matter of my own inadequacy. Yet they should not have reached for Ayun because of me." Her voice softened involuntarily as she continued. "Moreover, I truly intended to place that item in Su Huanyun's palace. However, it ultimately fell into your hands, leaving me with nothing. I did nothing thereafter." Her chest heaved, breaths becoming labored. "Su Huanyun was the one who first conspired against me. You cannot permit the officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk to light their lamps. Why must I endure her machinations?" Tears blurred her vision as she blinked, droplets cascading down and landing on Shen Jingzhi's hand. If death was inevitable, why should she continue to endure? Shen Jingzhi released her chin, pain radiating through Su Nanchu's being, causing her to wince. Yet, she paid it no mind. What was a mere ache when her life was at stake? "I swear," she declared, her pallid face gripping the fabric of Shen Jingzhi's robe, her voice hoarse, yet imbued with a flicker of hope. "That was the last time. After that fateful incident, I have never acted again." She refrained from mentioning that she had discerned the truth. The women in Shen Jingzhi's harem were but his playthings, their lives entirely at his whim. Thus, she had resolved to abandon any futile endeavors. A wave of nausea surged through her again, her lips nearly drawing blood from biting them. Yet, Shen Jingzhi seemed disinterested, Dismissing her entirely as he commanded, Shang Guanjin notified the Minister of Justice to take her away and imprison her. Shang Guanjin, upon realizing he was summoned, hastily performed a bow, as you command. Imprisoned Su Nanchu was taken aback by the outcome. To her surprise, she had somehow managed to survive, this time truly experiencing the depths of an ancient prison. As Shen Jingzhi turned to leave, Su Nanchu tightened her grip on his robe, raising her head, her lips trembling in humility. "May I have a bowl of abortion medicine?" Shen Jingzhi glanced down, his expression unfriendly. Su Nanchu cautiously explained, her eyes glistening, "I do not want to carry him to the cell. Especially if I were to miscarry there, it could cost me my life." Shen Jingzhi ignored her plea, shaking off her grasp and departing without a backward glance, leaving behind two stunned figures. Su Nanchu, with a self-mocking smile, remarked, "Indeed, both thunder and rain are bestowed by the grace of the sovereign. When treated kindly, one can be met with great favor. Yet in times of displeasure, one's very life may be at stake." After this reflection, Su Nanchu appeared to resign herself to her fate and turned her gaze towards Shang Guanjin, inquiring, "When shall we depart?" At this moment, Shang Guanjin felt emboldened to speak aloud, extending a hand to assist her. "Depart? The Minister of Justice is currently in the capital. It will take him at least 2 days to arrive here with his entourage, given the urgency of the message. In the meantime, let us soothe the situation. There is no need to rush anywhere." Su Nanchu, taken aback, recalled the fearsome visage of Shen Jingzhi and shook her head in refusal. "Surely you jest. With him in such a furious state, if I were to confront him, he might very well strike me down in his wrath. I could have lingered in prison for a while longer, but if I go now, it would be the end for me. One cannot help but feel a tinge of fear when confronted with life and death." Chapter 59. With a mother like you, how could he ever suffer? Ha ha ha. Shang Guanjin laughed heartily. If he intended to strike you, he would have done so already. There was no need to wait until now. The shadow guard followed closely behind, and it would take but a single stroke. Why bother seeking the Minister of Justice? He knows his cousin all too well. It is merely a chance he's giving her. Su Nanchu remained unmoved. Her head hung low, exhibiting a hint of defiance as she replied, "I refuse. Whether I languish in prison for a few days or am directly struck down by Shen Jingzhi, I'm fully aware of my fate. Compared to being by his side, I would much prefer the confines of a prison cell, especially now, with Shen Jingzhi exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered her breathless." She trembled at the thought of approaching him. "You speak recklessly," Shang Guanjin admonished playfully. "If he hears your words, forget about going to the Minister of Justice. You would be lucky to leave with your life intact. To compare prison with the presence of a sovereign is, quite frankly, a grave insult to the throne, punishable by death for your entire clan." Su Nanchu, realizing the weight of her words, immediately pressed her lips together, furrowing her brow. "But we must wait for him to calm down. He is currently in a foul mood, and should he act impulsively, if he were to slap me away, what would I do? He has shown that he could easily strike me down without a second thought." Impulsive? Shang Guanjin seemed to find amusement in the notion. "Everyone in this world may act on impulse, but not your cousin. If he had your temperament, he would not have lived past 13. If he had not learned to endure, the Shangguan family would have long lost their standing in the empire." Su Nanchu's brows knitted together as she suddenly recalled the rumors she had overheard in the Jianzhong Palace. What happened to him at 13? She had not caught the details, but one thing was certain. Shen Jingzhi had undoubtedly suffered greatly at the hands of Consort Chen during his time in the servant quarters. After uttering those words, Shang Guanjin seemed to realize he had spoken too freely and coldly snorted, "Focus on your own affairs first." In the end, Su Nanchu found herself inexplicably pushed toward the carriage. Although Shang Guanjin had prepared her for this encounter, the oppressive aura emanating from the man nearby, silencing the surroundings within a 10-meter radius, caused her to shrink back in trepidation. "No, I truly cannot go over there. Perhaps we should wait for him to cool down. Just look at him. Not a soul dares to breathe loudly beside him. How could this situation be favorable?" She pleaded, "You can rent another carriage for me. I have just given you quite a bit of money yesterday. Surely that is enough to cover a carriage rental? I fear that if I share a carriage with Shen Jingzhi, I might be kicked out the moment I step inside. Shang Wanjin. How dare she even mention that? If you continue to delay our journey with your nonsense, he will not spare you regardless. There are many matters to attend to. Do you truly think we are merely out for leisure? Su Nanchu still hesitated, but Shang Wanjin offered her no opportunity to retreat, shoving her forward instead. With no other choice, feeling trapped between a wolf and a tiger, she steeled herself and moved ahead. Su Nanchu resignedly climbed aboard, her small face scrunched up in dismay. In the palace, she was pushed by Li De, and here by Shang Wanjin, she felt like a mere wheel being turned. She was genuinely terrified. Shen Jingzhi, with his imposing demeanor, resembled a living embodiment of a vengeful king when angered, far more intimidating than those with scarred faces. After trembling outside the carriage for what felt like an eternity, she finally mustered the courage to grit her teeth and step inside. The interior of the carriage remained unchanged, and upon entering, she found a man seated before her, steadfast as a mountain. In an instant, her legs wobbled, but she managed to retain some dignity, avoiding a collapse at the threshold. Gritting her teeth, she cautiously approached and gradually knelt a short distance from him. Outside, she could hear Sima Jingyi inquiring about the situation, while Shang Wanjin gently pulled her aside, seemingly waiting for the matter to resolve before entering. After gathering her emotions, she lowered her head and spoke. "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty." Shen Jingzhi did not look up. The tea before him was hot, poured by an unknown hand, yet he left it untouched. He neither beckoned her to rise nor dismissed her. "Well, General Shangwan mentioned that the officials from the Supreme Court will take 2 days to arrive, and instructed me to remain by your majesty's side until then." She needed to be clear that this was not her choice. Silence continued to reign above her. Su Nanchu inched closer, narrowing the distance. "Your majesty, would you care for some tea? I can fetch you a fresh pot." There was no response. As she reached for the teapot, a powerful grip seized her wrist in an instant. Su Nanchu furrowed her brow and looked up. "Your majesty." Shen Jingzhi ignored her, his hawk-like gaze fixed upon her, and his grip tightened. A sharp pain coursed through her, prompting her to struggle, unable to resist the urge to pry his fingers apart with her other hand. Yet, his hold remained unyielding, regardless of her efforts. "Your majesty, please be gentle. It hurts," she pleaded. Shen Jingzhi let out a cold snort and released her wrist. Relieved, Su Nanchu rubbed her aching wrist, wincing as she did so. Her anxiety had only intensified since her entrance. Goodness, that hurt terribly. If he could inflict such pain gripping her wrist, how would it feel if he grasped her throat? Inside the carriage, silence enveloped them once more, broken only by their labored breaths. I realized my mistakes. After a prolonged silence, Su Nanchu finally disrupted the stillness, her voice low. She lowered her arms and softly reiterated, "I truly understand my faults." She continued, "You see, I once served in the servant quarters, surrounded by all sorts of individuals, which led to me being bullied. If I did not learn to fight back, I would only be seen as a soft target, and thus, this disposition was formed." Her tone was heavy and muffled, striking at the heart of the matter. Shen Jingzhi's vulnerable spot likely lay within those years in the servant quarters. "But now, I am not alone," she uttered weakly, her voice akin to that of a timid child, imbued with youthful shyness and trepidation. "Your majesty, please do not be angry." She took Shen Jingzhi's hand and placed it on her abdomen, saying, "Feel, there is still your child within me. How could he possibly endure such a place as a prison?" Shen Jingzhi narrowed his eyes, observing her audacious actions, and coldly scoffed. "Wasn't it aborted? Yet you remain so unrestrained. No matter how you attempt to intimidate, there is not a shred of decorum. Su Binqian truly has a remarkable daughter." Su Nanchu shook her head. "I merely fear that he will suffer alongside me." Shen Jingzhi regarded her with a hint of disdain. "With a mother like you, will he still endure suffering?" Chapter 60. Arrival at Dongyang City. Su Nanchu realized that she was being mocked for placing her hand on Su Huanyan's shoulder. Pretending not to hear, she lowered her head, pondering how a mother like her would only bring more suffering. Born a palace maid, even if she were to be elevated to a concubine, she would ultimately reach a dead end. Lacking familial ties and connections, how could she support a higher status? Shen Jing's expression grew solemn. As if he had gleaned her thoughts, his gaze inscrutable. Su Nanchu moved closer, leaning against his embrace. This audacious act caused a vein to throb at his temple, yet he did not deter her. I do not wish to go to the Dali Temple, Su Nanchu murmured, nestled within Shen Jing's arms. Noticing his lack of response, she burrowed further into him, a small bundle against his chest. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. That incident was truly Meng Shuiying's own doing. I promised to eliminate her myself to appease you. A muscle twitched in Shen Jing's forehead. Seeing that his anger had somewhat abated, she became more unabashed. If you truly wish for my anger to dissipate, then have Meng Daizhong eliminated. Was one Meng Shuiying in comparison? Su Nanchu immediately fell silent, burrowing deeper into his embrace. Shen Jing regarded her with a chuckle, wrapping his arm around her waist to provide some comfort. He took a sip of tea, setting it down, and remarked with such a temperament, "How can you survive in the harem?" Nestled in his arms, Su Nanchu's eyes darted around. Ah, there is hope. She had indeed managed to placate him. It seemed that all men cherished sweet words. Even the emperor could be swayed by such tactics. After all, you are the emperor, she murmured, snuggling closer. Shen Jing let out a barely audible grunt. The late emperor protected concubine Shen throughout her life, yet she ultimately perished by my hand. Su Nanchu gasped, pulling her head from his embrace. Wasn't concubine Chen's death due to illness? Without hesitation, Shen Jing replied, I administered poison to her. Her health had long deteriorated. Gasp. Surely, this must be a secret. Yet, upon reflection, there was little left to conceal. With all those involved now deceased, and the court having shifted allegiance to a wise ruler, such truths held little significance. Before the late emperor's demise, he warned me of the treacherous ruler's notorious reputation, stating that if I spared concubine Chen's life, I would receive the imperial edict of succession. Thus I spared her, only to poison her. She endured for half a year with her ailing body, which was her absolute limit. Su Nanchu inhaled sharply. Does that not equate to breaking your word? Shen Jing remained silent for a long moment before responding. She took her own life. Originally, she had a few days left, but prior to that, I revealed everything the late emperor had plotted against her, and she chose to drown herself. Only upon reflection did she understand the gravity of the situation. It must have been that fateful night she had witnessed. I cannot protect you for a lifetime, nor will I disregard the empire as the late emperor did. How long you can endure in the harem will depend on your own fortune. As Shen Jing spoke these words, there seemed to be an emotion concealed within his gaze. Su Nanchu was uncertain if she truly comprehended his meaning, her expression dimming for a prolonged moment before she nestled back into the warmth of his embrace. At this moment, there is no place safer than the embrace of a man, provided that he is not in a foul mood. Shang Wanjin and Sima Jingyi, unable to contain their impatience outside, lifted the curtain only to witness this scene. Instantly, their faces darkened, and they hastily covered it back. Goodness, this little girl truly possesses some skill. In just a short while, she had nestled into his arms again. Su Nanchu, startled by the commotion, promptly extricated herself from Shen Jingzhi's embrace. She quickly tidied her appearance, which made Shen Jingzhi regard her with a hint of disdain. As if she were trying to hide an embarrassment. Invite them in. It is time to set off. Su Nanchu chuckled lightly and went out to greet them. At times, Su Nanchu found it difficult to decipher Shen Jingzhi's temperament. When he was fierce, he appeared truly fearsome, yet he also seemed not too hard to appease. For instance, today, she had nearly thought her end was nigh, yet Shen Jingzhi treated her with unexpected gentleness. It was quite perplexing. Their current direction was toward Danyang City, and Su Nanchu recalled Gufenfen. With a flattering smile, she inquired, Your Majesty, we are nearing Funfen's residence. Will you not bring her along? Upon seeing her demeanor, Shang Wanjin nearly choked, shaking his head while gripping his teacup. It appeared that it was not that his cousin was inattentive, but rather that even with attention, this girl still could not remember. He was occasionally curious about how such a disposition could emerge from the servants' quarters. Not long after Su Nanchu spoke, the carriage halted before the city gate of Danyang, and a smaller carriage approached them. Soon after, Lida disembarked, accompanied by a young maid, none other than Gufenfen. Sister Su, The moment she alighted from the carriage, she rushed towards her. However, upon catching sight of Shen Jingzhi, her enthusiasm deflated instantly. She halted at a respectful distance, obediently bowing. "This servant pays her respects to your majesty." The smile on her face vanished. Lita interjected, "Ah, your majesty, you have finally arrived. This journey must have been exhausting for you." Shen Jingzhi ignored him, striding towards the city gate. As he passed the guards, he presented the dark jade pendant in his hand. "For Gu Yuancheng, open the city gate." The guard glanced at it, his expression turning serious, and he hurriedly rushed inside. In a moment, a man in his 40s emerged, holding the jade pendant with a dubious expression. "Where are they?" After asking, his gaze fell upon Shen Jingzhi. His pupils dilated in shock, and he was about to kneel. Shen Jingzhi interrupted him, speaking calmly. "General Gu, there is no need for such formalities. I am merely passing through. May I stay the night?" Thus, he chose not to reveal his identity. Gu Yuancheng instantly understood, yet his demeanor remained less than cordial, especially since his daughter had recently perished within the confines of the palace. "The master requests," just as the words left his lips. A familiar call rendered him momentarily speechless. Raising his gaze again, he beheld a long-missed figure standing before him. "Finfin?" Joy surged across Gu Yuancheng's aged face. "Is it truly you? Father, I have finally returned home. I have missed you all so much." Gu Yuancheng, overwhelmed with joy, glanced at Shen Jingzhi in confusion. Shen Jingzhi's gaze deepened as he smiled and said, "Having left without a gift, I can only present flowers as an offering." Gu Yuancheng pushed aside Gu Finfin and bowed to Shen Jingzhi, expressing his gratitude. "This humble servant is deeply thankful for your lordship's gracious favor." "Please, my lord." As the city gates swung open, the group entered, following Gu Yuancheng to the estate where a feast of wine and dance commenced. With the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments filling the air, the atmosphere gradually shifted towards the main topic at hand. The moment Gu Yuancheng laid eyes on Gu Finfin, he surmised that Shen Jingzhi had come with ulterior motives. Thus, though he outwardly expressed his gratitude, a tempest brewed beneath the surface of his composure. "The Emperor's grace is something I shall never forget. Yet I humbly beseech your majesty to enlighten me on what preparations you desire from me." Shen Jingzhi, sipping his wine, preferred to converse with astute individuals, avoiding unnecessary pleasantries. Seated across from Gu Yuancheng, Shang Guanjin observed, while Gu Finfin and Su Nanchu busied themselves at the lower table, preoccupied with dining and drinking. After a brief exchange of glances among the three, Gu Yuancheng grasped the unspoken meaning. Soon after, Shen Jingzhi appeared in Gu Yuancheng's study. Gu Yuancheng knelt and performed a grand gesture of respect, imploring, "I humbly request your majesty to provide guidance." Chapter 61. The unjust Gu Yuancheng, once the outsiders had departed. Shen Jingzhi gazed upon the kneeling figure before him with a sense of self-satisfaction. His eyes, seemingly veiled in a thin layer of ice, held a detached coolness as he toyed with the dark-hued jade pendant in his hands, perched upon the throne. In the days of the late emperor, it was said that Gu Yuancheng, the commander of the Danyang garrison, was unremarkable in appearance, yet harbored profound depths. Stationed within the capital, he ensured peace throughout the realm. But if placed beyond its walls, he would nurture a tiger at the gates. Beneath Gu Yuancheng's calm exterior, turbulent emotions surged as he bowed his head in silence. Shen Jingzhi continued, a hint of amusement dancing in his gaze, his intentions shrouded in ambiguity. "But tell me, General, does your allegiance lie with my realm?" Gu Yuancheng hastily prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you flatter this old servant. With the ascension of the new sovereign, the realm is unified, and both within and beyond the seas belong to your Majesty. I guard Danyang City to ensure the safety of the imperial capital and protect our current emperor." His grandiose declarations echoed in the chamber, yet silence reigned above him, oppressive and unsettling. After a prolonged moment of torment, Gu Yuancheng rose and lifted his gaze towards the young sovereign seated before him, composed and authoritative, a mere lad in his 20s, no longer feigning ignorance. With a sigh, he remarked, Your Majesty intends to move against Meng Dezhuang, does he not? The currents of unrest had not escaped his notice. Upon uttering this statement, Gu Yuancheng appeared to age several years, for it was indeed a young man's world now. The once downtrodden prince, once dismissed by many, had swiftly risen to claim the highest throne in a matter of years. Who could remain unperturbed? The Shangguan family remained unfazed, as did the venerable Grand Minister. And even Sima Yunshun showed no signs of worry. Those elderly schemers had aligned themselves with a capable ruler, discreetly maneuvering without a whisper of their intentions. By the time they learned of the presence of the second prince, Shen Jingzhi, the Shangguan forces had already penetrated the imperial city. The weariness in his eyes was palpable as he spoke. Your Majesty has only recently ascended the throne, and the court has just weathered turmoil. Now is not the time to dismiss loyal ministers or execute generals. It would be prudent to await the emergence of new talents over the next 2 years. As he spoke, he noticed the gaze of Shen Jingzhi. Despite his youth, the young ruler's depth of insight surpassed that of one who had long since begun his descent into the grave. Gu Yuancheng abruptly halted his discourse, a frown of astonishment etching his brow as he posed a question. Did your Majesty foresee this day when you summoned my daughter to the palace? What do you think, General? Shen Jingzhi replied cryptically, offering no direct answer. Gu Yuancheng fell silent, pondering. He sensed that this was a meticulously crafted trap, designed to compel him into servitude. Yet he could not voice his suspicions. The emperor had evidently come prepared, and Gu Yuancheng acknowledged that his presence signified all was in readiness, save for the proverbial east wind. Moreover, this east wind was merely an embellishment, an optional flourish. Any further counsel he offered would be in vain, especially considering that, regardless of the circumstances, the young ruler had already spared his daughter's life. Your Majesty, command me as you will, and I shall dutifully obey. There are 2 matters, Shen Jingzhi declared, clutching the jade pendant tightly, his demeanor now reflecting the ease of a youthful emperor in command. First, I require a genuine list of Meng Dezhuang's most trusted confidants. Even though he was already prepared, upon hearing the request, Gu Yuancheng was still taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Your Majesty, how could he know that Meng Dezhuang's apparent confidants were merely fade? The man operated with utmost secrecy, leaving even his subordinates perplexed as to who truly held Meng Dezhuang's trust. The withdrawal of troops from the capital was merely a tactic to facilitate such maneuvers. Shen Jingzhi spoke of it so casually. He was unaware of the names on that list, but having once shared the same camp as Meng Dezhuang, Gu Yuancheng understood better than most. Without further elaboration, he immediately broached the second matter. The second matter, in due time, I shall confer titles upon concubines and promote palace maids, which will undoubtedly stir controversy in the court. I require your silence on the matter. The crux of the dispute would be that none of those daughters possessed a rank higher than that of a palace maid. Yet in terms of status, who among them could claim a lower rank than Gu Yuancheng's daughter? They remained silent, so why should others raise a commotion? Gu Yuancheng could not suppress a slight grimace. Your Majesty, regarding this second matter, while I may bear some blame, it is not beyond my capability. The promotion of palace maids to concubines. This is more than mere blame. How could anyone bear to see palace maids elevated above their daughters? While others protested vehemently, Gu Yuancheng had endured. If they continued to quarrel, it would be a direct affront to him. He would undoubtedly become the target of their ire. Who knew? They might even say, if Commander Gu has no objections, why do the courtiers disregard General Gu? Indeed, all eyes would be drawn to him. What a cunning individual this was. However, concerning the first matter, although I once worked alongside General Meng, we were never truly allies. How could I possibly know the list of his trusted confidants? Shen Jingzhi's gaze remained unwavering as he added, how you accomplish this is your own affair. I am not here to consult with you. His tone was light, yet imbued with an air of undeniable authority. Gu Yuancheng's expression instantly fell. Was this a coercion to reveal his allegiance? These were not merely 2 matters, but rather 2 deep pits. Betraying Meng Dezhuang would ruin his reputation among the military ranks, and in the court, he would be seen as a coward, alienating those courtiers with daughters in the palace. His own harem was vast. Should he choose not to comply? He glanced up at the monarch above him, who had clearly lost his patience, unwilling to await further deliberations from those beneath. Commander Gu was a man of intelligence. He should be well aware of how to proceed. Standing tall, he looked down upon Gu Yuancheng, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. By the day after tomorrow, I wish to see that list. Should it not materialize, then you may as well prepare for rebellion. Take the risk. Perhaps a path to survival may arise. Gu Yuancheng's countenance darkened further. With merely 50,000 men, how could he stage a rebellion? He had yet to utter a word of protest when the monarch had already turned and walked away. Gu Yuancheng was at a loss as to how he eventually stood up. His gaze fell upon the plaque inscribed with elegant calligraphy hanging on the wall, and he let out a heavy sigh. He had often wondered what Shen Jingzhi intended to do with him after ascending the throne. It seemed he had long calculated to use him as a counterbalance against Meng Dezhuang. Meng Dezhuang, that fellow, truly perplexes me. How can his mind be so clouded? The youthful emperor has matured, yet the prevailing momentum has long dissipated. A year ago, half the court was unable to triumph in battle. So what chance do we possess now? Must he persist in this turmoil? Now, it seems he has placed himself in a most precarious position. With a resigned shake of my head, I exhale a heavy sigh. After all, the two of them have worked together for many years. In such a moment, remaining a mere bystander is already quite disloyal. To strike again, would that not be somewhat excessive? Chapter 62. Taking a goddaughter after a considerable time. Gu Yuancheng was roused from his reverie by a calling voice. Upon opening the door, he saw his daughter rushing towards him. "Father, what are you doing?" Gu Fenfen exclaimed as she entered. "I called you several times, but you didn't hear me." Gu Yuancheng adjusted his emotions and looked at his lively daughter, who seemed unchanged since he last saw her. He chuckled heartily. "It is my fault. I was so delighted that I became a bit muddled." "Father, you're not old at all," Gu Fenfen said, cautiously approaching him. She whispered, "What did the emperor want to discuss with you just now? He didn't give you any trouble, did he?" Originally, she was supposed to enter the palace as a consort, but had been sent back. Surely, the emperor would not harbor any renewed reservations about her father. Gu Yuancheng laughed boisterously. What could we have discussed? Naturally, it was about matters of the court. He then led Gu Fenfen to the table and sat down, initiating a casual chat. "How has my Fenfen been? Pray, tell your father. Has anyone bullied you in the palace?" The harem of Shen Jingzhi was no ordinary place, although it could not compare to the grandeur of the previous emperor's reign. He had taken in over 40 consorts shortly after ascending the throne, a rare occurrence among recent emperors. With so many women, what was the difference between entering a rat's nest? Gu Fenfen shook her head. "No, it is not much different from home, except I cannot see you and mother. I feel quite lonely." Gu Yuancheng chuckled heartily, rubbing her head in comfort. "Your father misses you too. Now that you are back, everything is well. But what was that rumor about you consuming Wushir-san?" He pondered. If Shen Jingzhi had indeed plotted this, the accusation must have been entirely fabricated. "Well," Gu Fenfen said shyly, "I miss you both so much. Someone said that consuming that would allow me to see you, and I made a mistake." Noticing her father's change in expression, she hurriedly added, "But do not worry, father, I have already quit." The emperor had initially decreed her to commit suicide, and the imperial guards were about to take her to the execution ground. Fortunately, Sister Su chased after her. She initially thought I was wronged, and although I was not, she felt pity for me and ended up pleading with the emperor for several hours. "Sister Su?" Gu Yuancheng's expression softened as he keenly grasped the key point. Gu Fenfen explained, "She is a maidservant attending to the emperor, but he treats her quite differently. When she interceded, the emperor's heart softened, and he spared me. A maidservant, and he treats her so well." Gu Yuancheng had a strong suspicion of her identity. She must be the one the emperor intended to confer as a consort. "Is she very kind to you?" Gu Fenfen nodded, her thoughts drifting in the palace. "She is the only one who treats me well. She is unlike the others." Suddenly, she recalled something and said, "Oh, there's one more thing. Father, Sister Su is merely a maidservant. Although the emperor favors her, according to regulations, maidservants must start from the lowest rank to be promoted. How about you recognize Sister Su as a goddaughter? I must tell you, Sister Su is truly a wonderful person, and she is quite pitiful in the palace. Gu Fenfin spoke eagerly, recounting her experiences since entering the palace, all the way to how Su Nanchu had saved her. Later, Yin passed away. To everyone's astonishment, her sister Su boldly dared to question the emperor, earning admiration for her audacity. Gu Yuancheng listened intently, discerning the essence of their conversation. He marveled, so it seems this Su Nanchu is indeed a person of great loyalty and righteousness. Gu Fun, entwining her arm around the man's, smiled sweetly. Of course, father, perhaps you would consider adding another daughter to our family? Gu Yuancheng playfully pinched her small nose and feigned a stern reprimand. You little rascal. Yet, he found himself genuinely contemplating the matter. If he were to adopt this palace maid as a goddaughter and bestow upon her a title, it wouldn't be deemed inappropriate. Who knows, it might even earn him some favor with the emperor. What do you think, father? Do you agree? Gu Fun coaxed, unable to withstand such charm. Gu Yuancheng quickly replied, Agreed. I shall heed my precious daughter's wishes. Suddenly, he broached a delicate subject, his tone laced with curiosity. What about you? In the palace these past 6 months, has the emperor favored you? Gu Fun shook her head, slightly embarrassed. Father, I brought shame upon you. The emperor does not favor me. If it weren't for the discovery of the wuxia powder, I would hardly have seen him at all, Gu Yuancheng consoled her. Perhaps it is for the best. In time, I shall find you a worthy husband. With me around, no one would dare to disdain my beloved daughter. Hearing this, Gu Fun bowed her head, struggling to find her voice. Noticing her discomfort, Gu Yuancheng furrowed his brow and inquired further. At last, she shyly stammered. The emperor has never summoned me to his chambers. Gu Yuancheng's gaze darkened. Initially, he had resisted allowing his daughter into the palace, believing that Shen Jingzhi insisted on having her there merely for his own desires. The following morning, a grand banquet was set in the main hall. Su Nanchu and Gu Fun occupied the last seats, whispering secrets to each other. As the feast progressed into its later stages, Gu Yuancheng seized the moment, standing up to kneel in the center and addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, I have heard that my daughter's return is thanks to the noble intercession of Miss Su. In gratitude, I wish to adopt her as my goddaughter, and I humbly request your approval. Shang Wanjin, upon hearing this, was taken aback for a moment, mistakenly assuming it was a scheme orchestrated by Shen Jingzhi. However, upon glancing up, she noticed that Shen Jingzhi seemed equally unprepared, which made her smile as she anticipated the unfolding drama. All present held their breath in anticipation. After a brief silence, Shen Jingzhi, sitting solitary on the elevated platform, took a sip from his wine cup and looked down at the assembly, stating coldly, a mere palace maid cannot bear such an esteemed honor from General Gu. His unyielding words left no room for doubt, delivering a definitive judgment. Gu Yuancheng, perplexed, raised his head. Yesterday, the emperor had expressed a desire to grant a palace maid a title. Was it not this one? At that moment, Gu Fun also rose, kneeling to plead, Your Majesty. Though Sister Su is but a maid, she has saved my life. I have no means to repay her, and this is the only way I can express my gratitude. I implore you to grant me the opportunity to show my appreciation. Shen Jingzhi maintained his usual demeanor. Once a palace maid had entered the palace, she would only regain her freedom after the age of 25. If Gu Jiangling truly wished to acknowledge kinship, he might as well wait a few more years. At this point, Gu Yuancheng found himself perplexed. Could it be that he had indeed mistaken someone? Gu Fun still wished to voice her thoughts, but Gu Yuancheng hastily intervened, respectfully stating, In that case, I shall refrain from saying more. Should Miss Su find herself free from the palace in a few years and without a place to go, my promise shall remain forever valid. I hope your Majesty will bear witness to this. With those words spoken, he could only accept the error. Shen Jingzhi chose not to comment further, and those who had been kneeling returned to their positions. Su Nanchu, with a sullen expression, picked at her food, her chopsticks stabbing aggressively. Occasionally, she cast a scornful glance at the lofty figure above her. Always criticizing her status as unworthy of being his empress. And now, when someone acknowledged her as a foster daughter, he still objected. What a scoundrel! What empty talk! After finishing the meal, it was time to set off again. Since there had been no grand announcement, the farewell lacked any significant fanfare. As Su Nanchu settled into the carriage, she remained somewhat discontented. She had nearly attained a worthy status, only to be thwarted by this situation. Pour the tea, Shen Jingzhi commanded coldly. Su Nanchu immediately quelled her thoughts, obediently lifting the teapot to serve. There was no choice. Having just been reprimanded, she could not afford to show any discontent. She did not possess such audacity. Chapter 63. An ambush in the mountains. Upon observing the unfolding scene, Shangguan Jin chuckled softly, nudging her cup towards the others. Su Nanchu shot her a glare, seized the cup, and filled it to the brim. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, she amiably poured tea for Sima Jingyi as well. The swiftness of her transformation left Sima Jingyi momentarily astonished. Does your cousin think Gu Yuanqing would comply? Shangguan Jin queried, her words laced with an enigmatic undertone. Su Nanchu, unable to decipher the implication, merely sipped her tea. With his emotions concealed beneath a calm exterior, Shen Jingzhi gently swirled his tea, allowing it to cool before responding. He will. Shangguan Jin raised an eyebrow. So certain? The truth of the matter remains uncertain. Shen Jingzhi added, however, he will assuredly provide. And what if it is a deception? That old fox is exceedingly crafty. Though he has shown allegiance, he has always been as slippery as an eel, evading capture at every opportunity. Have you not finished arranging your troops? Shen Jingzhi shot a cold glance. Would he inquire if it were false? Why else would he gather his forces outside the city? Shangguan Jin grimaced slightly. If it were true, he is indeed a remarkable individual. It would be a pity if he were perish. Why the rush? Shen Jingzhi sipped his tea and set the cup down. He is an astute man. Intelligent individuals can assess the situation, a quality that Meng Dezhong lacks in comparison to Gu Yuanqing. As the two engaged in their conversation, Su Nanchu felt a sudden chill at her neck. What if Gu Yuanqing's assurance was a ruse? She swallowed hard and cautiously inquired. Shangguan Jin replied, then we would have to execute him for treason, a crime punishable by extermination of the entire Gu family. Su Nanchu instinctively touched her neck, shrinking back with a sense of guilt. Shangguan Jin quickly discerned her thoughts and chuckled. What? Still contemplating the idea of securing a wealthy father? Su Nanchu shook her head. I dare not. The thought alone sends shivers down my spine. Uncharacteristically, Shangguan Jin refrained from mocking her. Her cousin's refusal to grant Gu Yuanqing's request stemmed from more than mere disapproval. It was likely due to a disdain for Gu Yuanqing's status. Who knows? If you manage to please your cousin, perhaps he might find you a prime minister as a father. Absolutely not. Su Nanchu retorted without hesitation. I would rather perish than share a father with Su Huanyun. Shen Jingzhi cast a piercing glance in her direction, prompting Su Nanchu to quickly press her lips together and retreat slightly. Shangguan Jin's gaze flitted between the two before he humorously drained his cup of tea. With a hint of disdain for Shen Jingzhi, Su Nanchu seized the opportunity to focus her attention on Shangguan Jin, suddenly grinning. How about I become her daughter? Shangguan Jin, possessing both military authority and the esteemed title of the current royal uncle, seemed a favorable choice. With Shen Jingzhi's leniency towards him, being his daughter could grant her a degree of freedom in the capital. Coughing slightly, Shangguan Jin nearly choked on his tea, eyeing Su Nanchu's earnest expression. You must be jesting, are you not? Not to mention Sima Jingyi's age, he is not significantly older than you. Su Nanchu had pondered this as well. After all, we are not related by blood. In public, we would be father and daughter, but privately, siblings. It would not alter anything. Stop the carriage. Shen Jingzhi suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of everyone present. Upon realizing something amiss, Su Nanchu turned her head to glance around. The carriage came to a steady halt by the roadside. A certain man's icy gaze fell upon her. Get down. Su Nanchu thought to herself, what on earth? What did I do? I merely jested. She gradually shrank back, noticing Shen Jingzhi's anger reigniting, and immediately knelt down. No, she interjected, I shall no longer acknowledge anyone. I believe life without a father is rather splendid, free and unrestrained, except for being under the thumb of a foolish emperor, even more than my father. Do not frighten me so. It truly is detrimental to a child. Her words held truth. During pregnancy, Being startled is indeed harmful to the unborn. Remarkably, her current pregnancy demonstrated her resilience, enduring every trial without faltering. Watching the two, Shang Wanjin couldn't help but chuckle. Truth be told, they made quite a compatible pair, one steadfast, the other yielding. Their interactions were surprisingly harmonious. Su Nanchu retrieved a few candied fruits from her sleeve, breaking them apart and placing them in Shen Jingzhi's hand. I acquired these from Gu Yuansheng. Allow me to share some with you. Shen Jingzhi stared at his palm in silence for a considerable time. Su Nanchu pressed his hand shut, yet he remained unresponsive. Taking a bold step, she swiftly placed the treat into his mouth, just as his anger was poised to surge. Is it sweet? This audacious act undoubtedly earned her a reprimand. However, following the rebuke, his ire dissipated significantly. Shang Wanjin observed in astonishment. See, that's why she is favored. She has the emperor wrapped around her finger. As a youth, he had endured humiliation and bore the weight of the Shangwan family's future, having scarcely tasted the warmth of parental love, growing up in a place devoid of affection. For him, such candied fruits had once been a luxury of the highest order. After seizing power, his mindset had long since transformed. This young lady's gesture, treating him not as a sovereign, but as a beloved husband, with reverence, affection, and playful teasing. How could she not capture his heart? As they approached Xiangshan, the terrain became increasingly uneven. Su Nanchu, already experiencing significant pregnancy discomfort, found herself overwhelmed by nausea from the jarring movements, losing her usual vivacity and succumbing to the roadside in a state of distress. The physician, who had been trailing behind, was now summoned. Your Majesty, these are some mint aromatic tablets that Miss Su carries. Inhaling their fragrance may provide some relief. Regrettably, there are currently no better remedies for morning sickness. Shen Jingzhi accepted them and approached Su Nanchu, gazing at her in her wretched state, lost in thought about how much longer this would persist. The physician respectfully replied, typically, the symptoms will subside in about 3 months. However, it varies from person to person, as individual constitutions differ, resulting in varying degrees of morning sickness. 3 months. That is quite a while. Su Nanchu, with a pallid complexion, covered her chest, lamenting that she had scarcely enjoyed the process of conceiving, yet was enduring the hardships of carrying a child in full measure. Taking the opportunity to feign a sense of grievance before Shen Jingzhi, she sought to elicit a measure of sympathy, clutching tightly onto the sleeve of her companion. Unwilling to let go, the mountain air, imbued with a refreshing quality, gradually alleviated her feelings of nausea. Ahead lay Xiangshan, and they were on the verge of entering the royal hunting grounds. Their journey was marked by a series of stops, significantly slower than the ceremonial procession. After resting for a while, 2 carriages were made ready. Shen Jingzhi helped her to her feet, just as she was about to board the carriage. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled from the heights of the surrounding peaks, creating an eerie atmosphere in the desolate forest. Shang Wanjin immediately turned her head, her serious gaze swiftly scanning the current terrain. The peaks flanked the path, and the narrowness of the ground presented an ideal setting for an ambush. Chapter 64. Yet to arrive, Sima Jingyi sensed an unusual atmosphere and tugged at Shang Wanjin, inquiring, General, what is the matter? Is something amiss? Shang Wanjin remained silent, directing his gaze towards Shen Jingzhi. Could it be that Gu Yuansheng has resolved to rebel? Throughout their journey, they had concealed their identities, and the dark guards had never approached them. The only one who might have been aware of their passage through this place was likely Gu Yuansheng. Shen Jingzhi, steadying Su Nanchu's hand, did not move, but instead assisted her onto the carriage, beckoning for the imperial physician to join them inside. Separate and proceed, Jean. Have your wife board the carriage, Shen Jingzhi stated, lifting his gaze. Shang Wanjin understood his intent and gently pushed Sima Jingyi forward. She is with child. Please take care of her during the journey. Upon our arrival at Xiangshan, someone will be there to assist. Sima Jingyi expressed concern. General. Go, came a firm reply. Hesitatingly, Sima Jingyi climbed onto the carriage. After settling down, Su Nanchu noticed that he had not followed, but rather the physician had arrived, prompting her to curiously inquire, where are they? Sima Jingyi, though worried, reassured her, The general is discussing important matters with the emperor. Hence they are traveling in the physician's carriage. Su Nanchu widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you certain? With his lofty demeanor, would he willingly sit in the physician's carriage? There is no comparison between the two. Sima Jingyi offered no response. Su Nanchu approached and lifted the curtain of the carriage, observing the two men standing together. Their expressions grave, engaged in earnest conversation. She chose not to dwell on it further. As the carriage began to move, Su Nanchu felt a sense of relief in Shen Jingzhi's absence. After a brief moment of puzzlement, she began to engage Sima Jingyi in light-hearted conversation. Driven by curiosity, she peered back towards the rear of the carriage, yet she did not see Shen Jingzhi's carriage following. How strange! Why did they not come along? What were those two plotting? Su Nanchu called out to the coachman, "Wait, stop the carriage." The coachman did not halt, but instead called out loudly, "What is your command?" "My lady?" Su Nanchu voiced her concern. "Why hasn't the emperor's carriage followed us?" The coachman did not directly answer, only stating, "My lady, the emperor has his own arrangements. As mere servants, how can we know? The emperor's decree was simply to escort a few of you to Linen City." The sound of hooves rose and fell, nearly drowning out their conversation. Linen City? Was it supposed to be Xiangshan? Sima Jingyi was perplexed. "The emperor has changed his mind and is sending a few of you to Linen City first, and once he arrives, you will proceed to Xiangshan together," the coachman shouted, his voice carried by the wind. Su Nanchu furrowed her brow, sensing an underlying unease. "Stop!" Su Nanchu raised her voice. Still, the coachman did not respond, maintaining his speed. Su Nanchu stood up abruptly, causing the carriage to sway unsteadily. Sima Jingyi rushed to support her. "Do not act rashly. You are with child. The emperor's arrangements surely have their purpose. As women, we must simply comply. I said to stop. Did you not hear me?" Su Nanchu's tone grew even colder. "The royal hunt is imminent, and this place is not far from Xiangshan." Shen Jingzhi could not possibly abandon his trip to Xiangshan at the last moment. Rather, he directed them towards Linen, unless he had realized something. "You." Sima Jingyi attempted to intervene in vain and spoke to the coachman. "You should stop. She is with child, and any jostle could be detrimental." At that moment, the physician also sensed the situation, trembling as he reached out to steady Su Nanchu, fearing any misstep. Ultimately, the coachman had no choice but to reduce his speed and halt by the roadside. "My lord, the emperor has issued a decree to ensure the safe arrival of these individuals. Please do not make things difficult for us." Su Nanchu narrowed her eyes and descended from the carriage. "Did the emperor not specify the purpose of our journey to Linen?" The coachman's gaze became obscure for a moment as he lowered his head and replied in a deep voice, "It is my duty to obey your command, my lord." "How many guards accompanied the emperor upon his departure from the palace?" Su Nanchu inquired with a sidelong glance. The coachman remained silent for several seconds, reiterating his earlier statement. "I am but a servant. If my lord wishes to know, you may inquire of the emperor." From the coachman's demeanor, Su Nanchu discerned that he undoubtedly possessed knowledge of something significant. Reflecting on the path they had traversed, she recalled the system's previous words. Shen Jingzhi began to move against Meng Dezhong only after subduing Gu Yuancheng for 3 months. According to historical records, at this juncture, Shen Jingzhi should have already commenced the sacrificial rites prior to the hunt at Xiangshan. This implies that Shen Jingzhi had deviated from the historical timeline, no longer adhering to the predetermined course. His actions were always characterized by meticulous foresight. Having settled on a plan, he would not suddenly alter it without cause, unless he encountered some unforeseen circumstance. Without hesitation, Su Nanchu seized the reins from the coachman, feigning intent to drive the carriage back. "I just remembered that the Bodhi bead bestowed by the emperor fell in a rather unpleasant place. It is a precious gift from the emperor, and losing it could cost me my head. Since you are bound for Linen, I shall return to search for it myself." The coachman's expression shifted immediately. "My lord." Su Nanchu frowned and turned back. "What is it?" "It is not far to walk out, and we would arrive in half an hour. Is it so urgent that we must set off for Linen this very moment?" The coachman, suddenly alarmed, rushed forward to impede her, disregarding his status as he wrested the reins away. "My lord, the emperor has issued a command to proceed to Linen without delay. You are defying the emperor's orders. Su Nanchu feigned confusion, yet her eyes concealed a tempest. Am I not moving? The horse has been running all along, and I have lost the emperor's precious item, which could also result in severe consequences. The coachman faltered, compelled to explain. Circumstances warrant discretion. The emperor will understand your position. You, how can it be a matter of discretion? Su Nanchu's gaze turned sharp as she interrupted him. I merely wish to retrieve a lost item. Yet you obstruct me at every turn. Do you hold the emperor's gift in contempt, or do you believe it can be carelessly discarded? It seems the one guilty of disrespecting the emperor is you. Her voice crescendoed, resounding with authority, startling even Sima Jingyi. In the usual course of events, Su Nanchu appeared gentle and submissive, but it was the first time I witnessed him exhibit such fierce authority when reprimanding his subordinates. The coachman immediately knelt down, pleading for forgiveness. My lord, spare me. How much longer do you intend to conceal your treachery from me? Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your sinister intentions? Su Nanchu coldly interjected, throwing the reins forcefully to the ground. The coachman, kneeling, turned pale, caught in a moment of paralysis, unable to utter a single word of explanation. Observing this, Sima Jingyi began to comprehend why Su Nanchu had suddenly become so imperious. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped forward to intervene. Do not be angered. This matter does not concern the coachman. Su Nanchu's gaze fell upon Sima Jingyi. Are you aware of this as well? Sima Jingyi, with utmost decorum, dismounted the carriage. Just now, in the mountains, the general displayed an unusual demeanor, indicating he must have sensed something amiss. While I'm unclear about the specifics, do not be overly concerned. The emperor and the general are destined to overcome adversity. Our current duty is to look after ourselves, ensuring we do not add to the troubles of the emperor and the general. Upon hearing this, the coachman seemed to realize that he could no longer keep silent, and spoke directly. Madam is correct. The emperor is protected by hidden guards, and even if we do not depart, we cannot offer any assistance. If my lord is truly worried about the emperor, we should immediately set off for Linen City and prepare to escort the emperor with our troops. Chapter 65. The return interrupted. Su Nanchu's expression grew indifferent, and she remained silent for a long while. The coachman, believing he had convinced her, watched as she stepped onto the carriage and prepared to continue their journey. However, after taking only a few steps, Su Nanchu suddenly inquired, how many routes lead to Danyang City from here? The coachman pondered briefly before responding, there are several paths, but the nearest is the one we just traversed. Is there a route with the most human activity? They had not been out of Danyang City for long, and at this moment, traveling to Danyang City would indeed be closer than heading to Linen City. The coachman replied, there's a route, but it is not convenient for a carriage. It passes through a bustling area with narrow roads and crowded people, which would only waste time. Thus, it is generally not considered. Go! The carriage began to roll, and the sound of the wheels echoed. Su Nanchu feigned casualness and asked, with so many people around the emperor, there shouldn't be any issues, right? The coachman, believing Su Nanchu had relinquished her intention to return, no longer concealed the truth. The emperor's journey is kept confidential to maintain a low profile. He has not brought many personal guards, only a few hidden sentinels following at a distance. However, even so, not everyone can approach the emperor. The real concern is that adversaries may exploit the surrounding terrain to set up ambushes. Arrows are indiscriminate and difficult to evade. Su Nanchu's gauze deepened, and she smiled as she queried, then why do you leave? You must be skilled as well, right? Staying behind would at least allow you to fight back. The coachman simply replied, I only obey orders. Su Nanchu clicked her tongue in response and fell into a contemplative silence. After traveling for a while, she suddenly clutched her mouth, feeling nauseous. Is everything all right, my lady? The coachman, concerned, slowed the carriage to inquire, seeing that her condition did not alleviate. He had no choice but to pull over. He leaned closer to assess the situation. Just as he approached, Su Nanchu's gaze sharpened. She swiftly drew a silver needle and, taking him by surprise, plunged it into the side of his neck. Before he could utter a word, his eyes widened in shock as he slumped softly into the carriage. Ah! Sima Jingyi gasped softly, staring at Su Nanchu in disbelief. What have you done? The physician's eyes also widened, his mouth agape in astonishment. Su Nanchu calmly withdrew the needle, her expression composed as she turned to Sima Jingyi and remarked, "The emperor faces considerable trouble. In such terrain, they will undoubtedly avoid direct confrontation. Should they set an ambush on either side, being trapped would be akin to catching fish in a barrel. With only a few hidden sentinels, the emperor cannot withstand for long. What do you intend to do?" Sima Jingyi's pupils contracted as she fixed her gaze on her. "We must return to Danyang City and seek reinforcements," Su Nanchu declared resolutely. She then picked up the fallen reins and wrapped them around her hands twice. Having ridden horses in modern times, she believed the principles were similar, and now she had no choice but to give it a try. She could not allow Shen Jingzhi to perish inside. As she prepared to take charge, the physician suddenly grasped her arm, exhaling a sigh. "Allow me to handle this. The city of Linen is my homeland, and I am well acquainted with this area." Su Nanchu, filled with suspicion, handed over the reins, questioning whether a physician, seemingly lacking in physical strength, could truly manage the carriage. Yet, she underestimated her companion. In this world, driving a carriage was as commonplace as possessing a driver's license. "Go," he commanded with a booming voice, and the carriage began to move. Returning to the carriage interior, Su Nanchu retrieved some strips of cloth, binding the driver's hands and feet, and gagging him as well. Sima Jingyi watched in stunned silence as she completed her task, a flicker of respect gradually igniting in her eyes. Usually, she observed Su Nanchu feigning innocence before the emperor, and though unspoken, she often deemed such behavior beneath dignity. However, witnessing the series of decisive actions today, she began to comprehend why out of the 3,000 beauties in the harem, the emperor had chosen to bring forth only this seemingly insignificant maid. Meanwhile, Shen Jingzhi and Shang Wanjin boarded the carriage. The pace was slow, and they continued sipping tea of unknown origin. "Cousin, are you prepared?" Shang Wanjin maintained her sunny demeanor, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Shen Jingzhi slowly lifted his gaze, tossing the candied fruit that Su Nanchu had given him onto the table, where it rolled twice. "How long have we been on the road?" Shang Wanjin calculated the time. "Half an hour. We should have left this mountainous path. Yet we still have a distance to Linen. However, those pursuing us are not focused on us and are unlikely to waste their resources in relentless pursuit. Ahead lay the narrowest stretch of the mountain path. They could advance no further. Here, there was a relatively spacious hiding spot, albeit still a trap, yet perhaps slightly less constrictive." Shen Jingzhi pulled aside the curtain of the carriage, surveying the surroundings. "Slow the pace. Let us wait another quarter hour." Shang Wanjin lifted her teacup, swirling it in her hand. "My stomach is already swollen from drinking." Without Su Nanchu present, her cousin, who was not particularly talkative, could only continue to gulp down water. Shen Jingzhi smirked at the sound, chuckling lightly. "Are you in such a hurry to perish?" "Ah," Shang Wanjin interjected, "Cousin, do not jest. The situation is uncertain. What if we manage to evade capture?" Having endured the treacherous struggle for the throne during their youth, with the Empress Dowager monopolizing power, they could not afford to perish on this insignificant crag. What would history record? A legendary emperor perishing in a landslide? How disgraceful. Shen Jingzhi remained silent, patiently awaiting the passage of time. The atmosphere grew still, and Shang Wanjin sighed, seemingly lost in thought, and remarked with profound significance, "If we survive this ordeal and return, you likely will not see me for a month or two." Shen Jingzhi raised an eyebrow in her direction. Shang Wanjin, meeting his gaze, bitterly smiled. "If my father discovers I have been so reckless with you, he would surely break my legs." Shen Jingzhi was the hope of the entire Shangwan clan. The phrase he had heard most often in his youth was not merely about achieving greatness or bringing honor to the family name, but rather the expectation of elevating the Shangwan lineage to glory. It is not merely about branching out or the blessings of numerous offspring to carry on the lineage of the Shangwan family. Rather, it is the solemn duty of every member of the Shangwan clan, within their lifetime, to safeguard Shen Jingzhi with their very lives. Their demise is of little consequence. As long as Shen Jingzhi remains unharmed, the entire Shangwan family shall stand resolute and unyielding through the ages. Shen Jingzhi chuckled softly. It is imperative that he remains unaware of this. With only a handful of individuals present, who would be the wiser? Shangguan Jin appeared troubled, shaking his head and sighing. Once those people unleash their chaos, the uproar will be so great that my father, being the astute man he is, will certainly deduce what is afoot. A smile lingered on Shen Jingzhi's lips, stretching wide, his demeanor disarmingly gentle, as if he were not the one ensnared in a trap. What is there to fear? I am here. Sensing the time was ripe, he clinked his cup upon the table and declared, "Let us proceed." A sudden cacophony of bowstrings echoed through the tranquil valley. As Shen Jingzhi dismounted the carriage, a surge of shadowy guards emerged, swiftly encircling the carriage. This was immediately followed by a barrage of arrows, as dozens of figures surged forth from both sides of the mountainside. Chapter 66. To summon reinforcements with great haste, the carriage jostled violently. The driver, bound tightly, was jolted awake. Blinking in confusion, he struggled briefly, only to realize he was securely restrained. MMM. He fought desperately, but his tongue was restrained, rendering him silent. Su Nanchu, clutching her abdomen, cast a cold gaze in his direction. Save your strength. The knots are too tight. MMM. I may lack knowledge of court politics and the emperor's affairs, yet I understand human nature. Choosing that location for an ambush signifies that the adversary has made thorough preparations. MMM. It seemed the driver still wished to convey something. After a brief pause, Su Nanchu removed the cloth from his mouth. He hastily exclaimed, "We cannot. We must not go to Danyang City." Upon uttering this, he continued to gasp for breath. "Master, the emperor's movements have been kept secret, yet we still fell into an ambush. Gu Yuansheng is the prime suspect." Hearing this, Su Nanchu's gaze sharpened. "Master, trust me. I heard General Shangguan express his suspicions regarding Gu Yuansheng. Thus, we absolutely must not proceed to Danyang City." The carriage had entered the bustling marketplace, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. They needed to navigate through this cluster of villages to reach the gates of Danyang City. The throngs of people hindered the carriage's path, causing their speed to diminish. The driver, tightly bound, struggled with all his might. Before losing consciousness, Su Nanchu had inquired about the route to Danyang City, leading him to surmise that their current direction was indeed towards it. "Master, I know you wish to assist the emperor, but we cannot go to Danyang City." At this moment, Sima Jingyi furrowed her brow. "However, there's no other place from which we can mobilize troops." The driver, his resolve unwavering after much contemplation, declared, "General Shangguan has troops." Huh? Sima Jingyi was momentarily taken aback. Su Nanchu suddenly recalled that during their journey, Shen Jingzhi had mentioned that General Shangguan stationed forces near Danyang City. Just 500 meters from the city, in the surrounding woods, lay General Shangguan's 30,000 soldiers. Just as Su Nanchu was about to speak, a loud neigh from the horse interrupted. The carriage came to a sudden halt in the middle of the road. Steadying herself, Su Nanchu lifted the curtain to see a woman feigning injury in the street. The carriage was still some distance away, yet she had fallen to the ground, wailing dramatically. "Oh dear, help! Someone has ridden a horse and knocked me down. You must help me." The physician turned back, saying, "Miss, I did not hit her." Su Nanchu fixed her gaze on the woman and commanded, "Ride over her." It seemed that opportunistic fraudsters were ever present, transcending eras. The physician questioned his own hearing. Upon hearing this command, the woman escalated her theatrics. "Oh, not only did you knock me down, but now you wish to kill me. I shall report this to the authorities." To the authorities? This commotion quickly attracted a crowd, with many gathering around Su Nanchu's carriage, pointing and whispering. The already narrow road became even more congested. Just as Su Nanchu contemplated alternative means of escape, a familiar voice called out to her, "Sister Su?" Gu Fengfeng spotted a figure and, abandoning her father behind, rushed over, excitedly grasping Su Nanchu's arm. "Sister Su, what brings you here?" The carriage driver's words echoed in her mind, and seeing Gu Fengfeng made Su Nanchu furrow her brow with a hint of caution. Shortly after, she noticed Gu Yuansheng approaching from behind. He greeted her with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, what a surprise to see you here." He then bowed slightly towards the carriage. a gesture that Su Nanchu understood was not meant for her. As the hunting season at Xiangshan approaches, "Are you not on your way?" he inquired. His leisurely demeanor, accompanied by his daughter whom he had just reunited with, seemed to contradict the urgency of setting an ambush in the mountains today. Su Nanchu casually replied, "The emperor left the city not long ago and encountered some trouble in the mountains over there. He is currently addressing it, so we decided to take a stroll." "Trouble?" Gu Yuanqing frowned. "Who would dare cause you trouble?" Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he asked, "In the Donglin Mountains?" "That area is the closest route to Xiangshan." Su Nanchu was unfamiliar with the geography and remained silent. The physician driving the carriage nodded in confirmation. "Indeed, it is nearby. What trouble could there be?" "Wait. Oh no!" Gu Yuanchang exclaimed suddenly, then hastily called to his servant. "Quick! Fetch my seal. Have Sun Xian gather all available troops in the city and rush over at once." Su Nanchu's gaze deepened as she feigned innocence. "What do you mean, General Gu?" Gu Yuanchang, flustered, explained. "The emperor likely realized something was amiss when he allowed you to come out. That area is treacherous. If anyone has set an ambush, it would be like catching turtles in a jar." Su Nanchu shrugged. "Surely it cannot be that dire. The emperor left without even a retinue. Who would know his route?" Gu Yuanqing's expression darkened. "Who could know? It was he. Just as he left Danyang City, he was ambushed. Who could clarify that?" He turned anxiously to urge, "Hurry. Use the fastest means possible. Not a moment can be wasted." "Damn it, Meng Dezhong," he cursed. "I was still hesitating whether to hand over the list. And now he has struck first. After such a journey, would you like to rest at the manor?" Su Nanchu inquired. "No need," she declined, observing Gu Yuanchang, who was now drenched in sweat, clearly not feigning urgency. Beyond Gu Yuanchang, who else knew of Shen Jingzhi's itinerary? Gu Yuanchang insisted, "I will have someone escort you to meet the emperor. It is imperative that these individuals do not meet their end on my territory." Meng Dezhong, having taken this step, truly leaves no path of retreat. Fearing Su Nanchu would refuse, Gu Yuancheng quickly added, "It is settled then. It is certainly unsafe for you ladies to be out alone. Rest assured, my troops are swift. We will escort you to your destination in less than half an hour." With that, he immediately set about making arrangements. The woman, adept at feigning injury, soon realized she was being overlooked and commenced her loud commotion once more. "Oh dear, they are bullying the weak. Look, more of them have arrived. Everyone, please weigh in on my plight. What sins have I committed to deserve this?" Her cacophony echoed strikingly amidst the bustling marketplace. As she continued her ruckus, Gu Yuancheng cast a glance her way, his patience waning, and beckoned a group of attendants trailing behind him. "Go. Dispose of her at the magistrate's office. Damn it, why must one engage in such deceit? It is the very person above me who is the true perpetrator." His head throbbed with irritation, yet she persisted in her outcry. "Ah, let go of me. What are you doing?" Until her cries faded into silence. Chapter 67. Never so negligent in the valley. The battle raged fiercely. The range of arrows was limited, and though they descended from a height, the distance reduced their lethality significantly upon impact. Boom, boom, with resounding crashes. Large boulders began to tumble down from the mountaintop. The half-man-high falling stones weighed a fortune, instantly heightening the tension of the situation. Above, a rain of arrows fell, while below, the rocks cascaded. Many were caught off guard, crushed beneath the massive stones, their cries of anguish echoing through the air. In the brief lull of the arrow storm, countless figures clad in black emerged, engaging in fierce combat with the hidden guards. Amidst the chaos, ropes descended from both slopes, and numerous individuals began to slide down. "Your Majesty, the situation is dire. Where did all these people come from?" Shang Guanjin unsheathed his flexible sword, realizing that matters were far worse than he had imagined. With the mountains exploding and so many trained experts, it was evident that their adversaries were intent on annihilation. "Your Majesty, we must retreat." Shang Guanjin intercepted an arrow. Retreating offered a chance to breathe, while staying meant certain death. In truth, they should have retreated long before delving deeper into peril. Yet, if they withdrew now, their enemies would surely sense the disturbance and act preemptively. Considering the safety of the women, They had no choice but to remain here as bait. By now, Su Nanchu and the others should be nearing Linen City. With nothing left to lose, they had to endure. Shen Jingzhi surveyed the fallen around him, his gaze sharp and focused for a moment. As if making a resolute decision, he brandished his sword and carved a bloody path through the fray. His cold eyes then swept over the chaotic scene. Retreat. Upon his command, the fighters swiftly dispatched their foes and regrouped in a protective formation, retreating together. Chase. A surge of enemies rapidly closed in. Their escape route had long been blocked, and as they fled, a cascade of rubble tumbled down. Fortunately, their precautions had been timely, and the casualties were not excessively high. Blood dripped steadily from their blades, the metallic scent saturating the air. The ground was littered with corpses, sprawled haphazardly along the mountain path. Every breath was labored, and they gasped for air, close enough to hear each other's heartbeats. The mountain peaks were steep and smooth, rising into the clouds, while both sides were unclimbable, preventing the enemy from sliding down from above. The pursuers had suffered heavy losses. At last, they gained a moment of respite. Shang Jin plunged his flexible sword into the earth and found a stone to sit upon. It's been a long time since I've fought so vigorously. A year ago, when they stormed the imperial city, it was his father leading the troops. His own experience on the battlefield was limited to a few years prior, when the late emperor had sent the Shangwan family into the fray as vanguards. Back then, the casualties among their ranks had been truly devastating. The late emperor had little regard for his aunt and treated the Shangwan soldiers with disdain. Their white garments were drenched in blood, clinging tightly to their bodies. Shen Jingzhi, clad in black, appeared less affected, though some areas were visibly stained darker. "Are these all Meng Dezhang's men?" Shangwan Jin inquired, noticing the man beside him remained silent. Shen Jingzhi flipped the sword in his hand and sheathed it behind him. "Xu Chang has its share as well." Shangwan Jin, puzzled, inquired, "How do you know?" His question was merely a conversation starter. Without further investigation, it was impossible to ascertain whose men were involved. The late emperor had not trusted Meng Dezhang and would not have granted him the palace token. Shen Jingzhi inexplicably added, "Xu Chang, indeed?" This seemed unrelated to the palace token in Shangwan Jin's mind. Shen Jingzhi found a stone and seated himself. Recently, Gu Fenfen was apprehended by Meng Shuiying in the palace, and I suppressed the news. Among those present, only Su Huanyun appeared somewhat astute. Those who were supposed to die did not. And if Su Huanyun relayed the information to Xu Chang, it would be easy to deduce his motives for keeping Gu Fenfen alive. To disseminate information from the palace without his notice, one would need to locate the spies left behind by the late emperor and use the palace token for communication. The late emperor's schemes were indeed pervasive. He likely anticipated that I would spare Consort Shun, allowing her to bide her time and make a comeback with his retained agents. Unfortunately for him, I am no fool. I eliminated Consort Shun first. Shen Jingzhi spoke with a self-deprecating tone. The late emperor had schemed until his last breath for Consort Shun. Thus, the ambush set on the road from Danyang City was not a mere coincidence, but rather a miscalculation on his part. The adversary had long anticipated his arrival to Danyang City to deliver someone. If he was not mistaken, other routes were likely ambushed as well, though they had chosen the most perilous one. This matter was undoubtedly linked to Su Nanchu, was it not? Shangwan Jin chuckled lightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You have never been one to overlook details. If that little girl wished to hide, could she be discovered? Su Nanchu had grown close to Gu Fenfen again. Soon, the pursuers would catch up. The troops from Xuchang were likely just the 2,000 disbanded soldiers. Not an insignificant number. Could they be wiped out completely? Now is not the time for such discussions. Shangwan Jin jested briefly before concluding, at the very least, it is known that the palace token is in Xuchang's possession. Once Meng Dezhang is dealt with, it will be his turn. As they spoke, a large contingent surged forth from a distance. Shangwan Jin ceased his idle chatter, drew his sword from the ground, and stepped forward resolutely. Those resting on the ground also rose to their feet, readying themselves. The adversary had gathered a substantial force before launching a collective charge. They appeared as a dense mass. Shangwan Jin shook his head, acknowledging the ruthlessness of the situation. With fewer numbers, one might rely on brute strength, but in a brawl, stamina would soon wane. Those charging ahead had already engaged in combat. Jin flung his sword, prepared to fight to the death. Suddenly, a vast number of soldiers rushed in from behind, the sound of hooves mingling with the neighing of horses breaking through the air. Everyone paused, turning around. By the looks of it, there were at least two contingents, one from Danyang City and the other from the Shangwan family. After several thousand soldiers clashed, the tide of battle shifted instantly. Behind the large procession, a carriage emerged from the settling dust. "Your Majesty, I, Gu Yuancheng, humbly beg for your forgiveness for my tardy arrival," stated the officer, Wan Ming, as he dismounted alongside Gu Yuancheng, both kneeling before Shen Jingzhi. Su Nanchu ultimately placed her trust elsewhere, despite the system's assurance of Gu Yuancheng's unwavering loyalty following his defection. History, however, is prone to unforeseen changes, much like the events of today. Thus, she instructed the coachman to escort Sima Jingyi to mobilize the troops of Shangwanjin. It was evident that upon seeing Shangwanjin's forces encamped near his city gates, Gu Yuancheng's countenance darkened considerably. The occupants of the carriage alighted, and Sima Jingyi rushed over to Su Nanchu as the situation stabilized. At this moment, aside from the lingering scent of blood, the atmosphere was devoid of any residual hostility. "General," Sima Jingyi's face turned ashen upon witnessing Shangwanjin, bloodied and battered, forgetting even the customary respect owed to Shen Jingzhi. Chapter 68. A tinge of conscience proves to be a misstep as Shangwanjin sheathed her sword. The aura of the battlefield dissipated from her being. The curtain fell upon the war scene, leaving a grim tableau of lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. "Your Majesty," a voice rose from a kneeling figure. "Most have seen the tide turn and have taken poison to end their own lives, leaving only these survivors." Not far off, a group of a dozen individuals lay prostrate, their teeth knocked out, subdued beneath the weight of their captors. Witnessing the reversal of fortune, one among them erupted in vitriol. "Foolish monarch, usurper of the throne, indiscriminate slayer of innocents. With a ruler such as this, it is a disgrace to our kingdom." "Silence," commanded a nearby soldier, sword poised at the traitor's throat. "Come in, kill me. Even should I perish, 1,000 more will rise in my stead." The defiance was palpable, the man seemingly yearning for death, seeking to provoke those around him for a swift end. "Your Majesty, shall we employ severe interrogation methods to extract the mastermind behind this plot?" Wang Ming inquired with a bow. Shen Jingzhi contemplated for a moment before decisively responding. "No, simply execute him." "What?" "After painstakingly extracting poison from their mouths. You wish to kill them outright?" Shen Jingzhi's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and menacing, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. "Slice him piece by piece." The soldiers exchanged glances, realizing their naivety. A few cuts would surely unravel all secrets. If they remained silent, any further torture would be futile. With the matter settled, Gu Yuancheng led his troops back to the city, while Shangwanjin's forces trailed closely behind. As they departed, Gu Yuancheng handed Shen Jingzhi a piece of paper, likely containing the information Shen had sought. The shadowy guards Shen had brought, having endured 2 hours of relentless combat, were now exhausted and nursing injuries. They were ill-equipped to continue their journey and thus set up camp to recuperate before proceeding. When Su Nanchu found Shen Jingzhi, the coachman was kneeling before him, his face pale with fear. It appeared he had divulged everything. "Your Majesty," Su Nanchu called softly. Shen Jingzhi remained unresponsive. Tentatively, she approached and tugged at his clothing, only to find it sticky with moisture. A frown creased her brow as she rubbed her fingers together, revealing bloodstains. Despite seeing Shangwanjin drenched in blood, Shen Jingzhi bore none, leading her to believe his dark attire concealed any evidence of injury. "Your Majesty, are you hurt?" She ventured cautiously, for his garments betrayed no signs of wounds. Still, Shen Jingzhi remained silent. Boldly, Su Nanchu reached out to inspect him. He grasped her hand firmly, casting a glare that could pierce through stone, and flung her away, commanding, "Go outside and kneel." Su Nanchu's brow furrowed in frustration. "Your Majesty!" Out. Anger surged within her, causing her heart to race. "I carry your child. Why did you not mention the child when you were striking others? Shen Jingzhi retorted, his royal authority exuding an oppressive force that left her breathless. That, isn't it a matter of urgency? She stammered. How can it be the same? Is he truly so blind to the kindness of others? Your Majesty, Miss Su is deeply concerned for your well-being, which has compelled her to resort to such desperate measures. She harbors no intention of disrespecting your Majesty, and I implore you to consider her sincere intentions and grant her clemency this once. Your Majesty has always despised those who act on their own accord, thus maintaining a rigid command over them. Su Nanchu furrowed his brow as he watched the other party bow down, feeling increasingly indignant. Even a subordinate possesses more discernment than he does. After all, Miss Sima Jingyi also attended. Look at how Miss Shangguan Jin managed to appease her. Why must I be subjected to kneeling just because I am here? Those two have faced life and death together and now seem overly affectionate. Miss Shangguan Jin regards her little wife as a treasured gem, cradled in her palm. And what of her? Has she come to him merely to endure a scolding? Would Sima Jingyi ever harm anyone? Does she dare defy the imperial edict and act independently? Even if she had 8 lives, she would not dare. It is only her reckless and audacious nature that leads to such behavior. Are you expecting me to stand by as you find yourself ensnared? Su Nanchu argued vehemently. You risk your lives to buy us time, delving deeper into others' traps. Must we not be permitted to err in our efforts to assist you? Shen Jingzhi's gaze deepened, fixating on the other party. Moreover, this matter is fundamentally my fault. Must I remain silent? Gu Yuansheng is without ulterior motives, yet the adversary has managed to lay a trap here with such precision. It is highly probable that the news of Gu Funfun being discovered by Meng Shuiying has circulated, leading the adversary to deduce that Shen Jingzhi would come to pacify Gu Yuansheng and thus set a trap in advance. Had she not been present, Gu Funfun would likely have remained undetected. Such a calamity was not destined for him. Is she to be blamed for possessing some conscience? Carrying a heavy burden, she has endured so much, only to be met with a barrage of reproaches. Who does he think he is? Does he truly believe himself to be her father? Su Nanchu stood rooted in place, his chest heaving with indignation. The hastily erected military tent, with its thin fabric, offered no soundproofing. The commotion reached the ears of the soldiers outside, who turned to observe. Sima Jingyi approached, tugging at Shangguan Jin's sleeve, her expression tinged with concern. General, do you think something will go awry? Their abrupt return could be seen as defiance against imperial orders, a grave offense punishable by death. Shangguan Jin's gaze remained steady as she listened to the quarrel within, reassuring her companion. Do not worry, he will not perish. While others may perceive her cousin as cold and unfeeling, after all these years by his side, she understands his character best. Though his words may sting, his heart is undoubtedly filled with concern. Su Nanchu's actions have secured that girl a lifetime of prosperity and glory. Sima Jingyi's mouth hung agape, not perish? How does that provide any comfort? Shangguan Jin turned to observe her furrowed brow and, after a moment's pause, suddenly inquired, what are your thoughts on Su Nanchu? Upon hearing this, Sima Jingyi's expression turned serious. To be frank, General, I cannot compare to her. Shangguan Jin raised an eyebrow. For Sima Jingyi hailed from a noble lineage, having been nurtured in the virtues of propriety from a young age, groomed to be a proper wife. Throughout this journey, although Sima Jingyi refrained from vocalizing her thoughts, her expression unmistakably revealed her disapproval of Su Nan's concubine's demeanor, which she deemed unworthy of the spotlight. What has prompted such a sudden change of heart today? Sima Jingyi continued slowly. She possesses remarkable perceptiveness. Chapter 69. The former chief of the Dali Temple. Su Bingxian, not long after we departed, you failed to follow, and she quickly sensed that something was amiss. The coachman unexpectedly altered the route, diverting towards Linen. She harbored a suspicion in her heart and began to extract information from the coachman. Through mere fragments of conversation, she accurately discerned your predicament. Subsequently, she feigned nausea, prompting the coachman to stop the carriage for inspection, seizing the opportunity to drive a steel needle into the vulnerable part of his neck. As Sima Jingyi recounted this, admiration gleamed in her eyes. At the very least, She could not fathom executing such a swift and decisive action against a man so vastly superior to herself. Shen Jingzhi was equally astonished. He had presumed that Sima Jingyi was overly concerned and had merely conveyed the situation regarding Su Nanchu. To his surprise, it was she who had uncovered the truth. Reflecting on their journey to Danyang City, Sima Jingyi recalled the coachman's words and how they fortuitously encountered Gu Yuancheng. Su Nanchu engaged in casual conversation, effortlessly probing for information from Gu Yuancheng. Even when the opposing party had mobilized their forces, she resolutely decided to have the coachman take her to the mountains to inform the Shangguan family's troops, ensuring absolute security. With all these intricate arrangements in play, she had yet to grasp the underlying reasons when a tumultuous situation had already settled. Only afterward did she realize that every seemingly inexplicable action taken by Su Nanchu was imbued with profound, inscrutable significance. In light of all this, she felt inferior, even woefully inadequate compared to her. Please forgive me, General. My virtues are lacking, and I was solely concerned with my own escape, neglecting your safety, which is indeed a grave sin. Sima Jingyi expressed, ready to kneel in repentance. Shen Jingzhi raised his hand to support her as she attempted to bow, his gaze devoid of reproach. He casually remarked, "It is not a matter of your shortcomings, but rather that Su Nanchu is inherently elusive." Once Sima Jingyi regained her composure, he continued, "You were raised under the tutelage of the matriarchs in the manor, and naturally, you would not dare to tread upon treasonous grounds. Su Nanchu, however, is different. Her spirit is unrestrained, treating rules as mere illusions. She focuses solely on what she values. In the presence of her cousin, she feigns obedience and humility, but it is merely a guise to entertain him. Should her cousin truly wish to harm her, she would not flinch. Thus, she dares to confront her cousin and act with abandon because her only desire is to live without regret. You observe her sycophancy before her cousin, revealing a petty nature. But this is merely a reflection of her cousin's overwhelming presence, suppressing her true self. Were her cousin absent, even as a distinguished lady of merit, you would not have witnessed a trace of timidness from her. Therefore, do not underestimate her. The individuals favored by her cousin are certainly exceptional." Sima Jingyi's expression darkened. Being too close to the matter had clouded her judgment. Previously, she had never considered this perspective, merely attributing her counterpart's behavior to a lack of decorum, emboldened by the emperor's favor. Upon observing that Sima Jingyi had grasped the essence of the matter, Shangguan Jin chuckled softly, choosing to say no more. Her gaze infused with a hint of nonchalance. "Very well, do not overthink it. You are not at fault. The circumstances in which you find yourselves shape your very nature. Do not harbor feelings of inferiority in comparison to her. Just as the dragon begets 9 offspring, each distinct in its own right. Sima Yunshun, as an accomplished educator, and the esteemed daughter of the chief minister of the Dali court, a lady of unparalleled merit, does not need to occupy that position for you to bow before her." "That position? The empress?" Sima Jingyi's eyes widened in astonishment, and she bowed deeply, saying, "I am deeply grateful, General, for your kindness." The two sought a place to rest, perhaps wary of any unforeseen incidents within. Although Shangguan Jin verbally dismissed any concerns, she remained vigilant outside the tent. One could never tell. What if she truly ascended to that role? Shangguan Jin's voice suddenly floated out, laced with an ambiguous tone. Sima Jingyi furrowed her brow in shock. "General, but that Su Nanchu is merely a palace maid." Listening to the sounds from within, Shangguan Jin turned back with keen interest. "Who says she is merely a maid?" Sima Jingyi gasped. "Could it be that she possesses another identity? As a matter of fact, there is a connection to your father," Shangguan Jin remarked. Sima Jingyi's father, Sima Yunshun, was once a disciple of Su Bingqian. "My father? Surely she cannot be the illegitimate daughter of her father." The remainder of her words hung in the air, as Shangguan Jin's gaze drifted towards the increasingly shadowed tent. In the Dali court, within the depths of the criminal ministry's prison, a damp and decaying atmosphere mingled with the stench of sweat and blood, while dim light filtered through the narrow window. The sounds of whip cracks, the clattering of torture boards, and the clinking of chains reverberated through the desolate prison. In the innermost chamber, A tantalizing aroma of cooked food wafted through the air, accompanied by the rich scent of wine as cups were filled. Old friend, what brings you here every day? Has the court grown leisurely? The speaker, an elderly man dressed in prison garb, sat beside the meal. Sima Yunshan waved his hand, savoring the fragrant wine, and remarked, "Have you lost your senses? It is the season for royal hunting. The emperor has set off for Xiangshan with a band of ruffians." Su Bingxian paused, suddenly recalling the chill in the air. Another year had slipped by. Shaking his head, he mused how swiftly time passes. Indeed, 12 years have flown by, Sima Yunshan responded, tossing a chicken leg into Su Bingxian's bowl. "Here, indulge in some meat. Now that I oversee the criminal ministry, you need only tell me what you desire." Su Bingxian chuckled softly as he accepted the offering. "Ever since you took charge of the Dali court, my portions have increased significantly." Sima Yunshan focused intently on devouring the chicken leg, occasionally sipping his wine. Observing this, Su Bingxian felt no need for restraint, feasting heartily before recalling a matter and inquiring. "I heard your daughter was recently married, her husband being the last scion of a Shangwan family. The Shangwan family is now quite remarkable. It is said that with the ascension of the new emperor, it is none other than the second prince, Shen Jingzhi, who was once illiterate after a sudden illness. The Shangwan family has risen to become the current royal in-laws, basking in unprecedented glory." Sima Yunshan sighed. "The current emperor is indeed wise. It is perhaps to prevent me from sharing your fate, summoning the Shangwan family to serve as his backing. He now finds himself in the court, like a two-legged grasshopper, moving sideways." Su Bingxian drained his drink, wiping his hands on the straw beneath him after finishing the meat. It seems that Brother Sima has now associated himself with the royal lineage. Upon mentioning this, Sima Yunshan suddenly wiped his mouth, glancing at the man who appeared considerably older than himself. Under the influence of alcohol, he spoke with a haze. "In those days, everyone praised you, Su Bingxian, as incorruptible and upright, a genius of unparalleled talent, while I, Sima Yunshan, was merely acknowledged for my potential, yet deemed insufficiently tempered, destined to remain a mere fourth-rank official. Who would have imagined that in the end, you would end up imprisoned while I ascended the ranks?" As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, the intoxication becoming more pronounced. "Fate truly plays tricks on us." Su Bingxian raised his cup, shaking his head. "It is merely destiny. Yet, it matters not his imprisonment. It is his wife and children who suffer the consequences of his misfortune. Your wife has been exiled to the west. I had someone follow her." With reddened eyes, Sima Yunshan took another swig. "But back then, I was merely the chief scribe, serving as a clerk to the Lord, with little influence. Those I sent out faced numerous hardships, and before they could even reach the Hongtuo River, they lost the trail. Your daughter, reduced to servitude, is still so young." Sima Yunshan struggled to voice this. He opened his mouth, paused for a moment, took a deep drink, and continued. "The late emperor's palace was impenetrable. All news was tightly sealed, leaving no room for inquiry. Later, with the new emperor's ascension, it was said that the widows of the officials exiled to the palace were all transferred to the menial quarters, and 2 months ago, consort Shen passed away, with all in the menial quarters following her into the grave." Sima Yunshan's grip on the cup tightened, veins bulging as he sat on the straw-covered ground. The grace of the sovereign manifests in both thunderous rain and gentle dew. Life and death hinge upon a mere word from above. Gone is the former decisiveness of the court, replaced only by a sense of helplessness and fatigue. "Ah, Su Bingxian, how difficult it is for an old man like you to still cling to life." Sima Yunshan lamented with his reddened eyes. The alcohol burned his eyes, and Su Bingxian blinked hard. It was of little use. He had to wipe his eyes with his aged hands for clarity to return. Exhaling a heavy sigh, "I have wronged them. I have brought misfortune upon them. Poor daughter, merely 6 years old at the time. When he was taken away, she had reached out to him, saying, 'Father, come back soon. I have prepared sweets for you.' He drank deeply, attempting to drown his senses in alcohol, raising his head to suppress the tears that should not have escaped." Chapter 70. The onset of miscarriage. Sima Yunshan glanced at him, scoffing at the sight of a man of his age shedding tears like a child, before taking another swig of wine and continuing his ramblings. At the beginning of the year, Empress Chun seized control of the court, unable to wait for the late emperor to relinquish power, and led an army to rebellion. The second prince suddenly emerged to restore order. You cannot fathom the bloodshed that ensued in the imperial city during that time. The forces of the Shangguan family were truly valiant and formidable. You did not witness that scene, even from 100 miles away. One could feel the chilling winds. You old man, nestled in your cell, have found your peace. Sima Yunqing spoke in a meandering manner, sharing whatever came to his mind. In truth, he had recounted these tales to the person before him many times, yet after a few drinks, he could not help but spill his grievances. After all, this old fool could not escape. He had settled here for life. Indeed, it is quiet. Su Bingqian echoed with a sense of melancholy, lamenting that his wife and daughter were not so fortunate. The two conversed back and forth, the wine flask rolling across the floor, spilling one bottle after another. Eventually, the two of them became intoxicated and fell into a deep slumber in the prison cell. Two individuals arrived, familiar with the surroundings, and carried Sima Yunqing away. Within the tent, after Su Nanchu uttered her words, the air fell into a prolonged silence. Shen Jingzhi hung his head, his penetrating gaze fixed on her, lost in thought. Su Nanchu leaned closer, tugging at his sleeve, and with a pouting demeanor, insisted, "Since we have already done it, what purpose does your continued anger serve? Moreover, if you truly perish here, how can we possibly survive? Even if we escape today, tomorrow the rebels will invade the city, and we would still lose our heads. Whether it be today or tomorrow, it matters little." Shen Jingzhi's eyes narrowed coldly as they fell upon her once more. Su Nanchu recognized her misstep, but refused to retract her words, instead fiddling with his sleeve. Her complete disregard for decorum only deepened his frown, prompting him to suppress his penetrating gaze and respond coldly. "You possess cleverness in abundance, but lack composure." He understood that she was not foolish and had always tempered her demeanor in his presence. However, her ability to deduce their precarious situation merely from a few words spoken by his subordinates took him by surprise. Knowing the danger they faced, why did she not choose to remain hidden in Donyang City after notifying Gu Yuansheng? Had she not considered this? Su Nanchu pouted in response. With the man's hostility somewhat diminished, she grew bolder, attempting to wrap her arms around his. Shen Jingzhi instinctively pushed her away, his eyes harboring an unfathomable resistance. Su Nanchu's spirits plummeted at his rejection, her previously lifted mood sinking once more, realizing that he was still angry. Upon observing her despondent demeanor, Shen Jingzhi understood her thoughts. Furrowing his brow and softening his tone, "You are covered in blood." Su Nanchu looked up, interpreting his concern as a fear of staining her with blood rather than anger. "In that case, how delightful." Su Nanchu's face instantly brightened. Disregarding his objections, she embraced him like an octopus, nestling into his arms. Before Shen Jingzhi could fully comprehend the situation, a small figure had already nestled against him, arms wrapped around his waist. It was too late to resist now. "Let go." An inexplicable fury surged within him, but as he lowered his gaze to the cheerful face nestled in his embrace, any reprimand was stifled in his throat. His chest heaved as he took a deep breath, pushing gently twice without success, ultimately surrendering to the moment, suppressing his emotions as he remarked, "You're covered in blood. Aren't you afraid?" Su Nanchu said nothing, merely burrowing further into his arms. Whether it was a sacrifice of clothing or an opportunity to win the emperor's heart, she was well aware of the stakes. They were close, the rhythm of his heartbeat echoing in her ear, and they remained in comfortable silence. Shen Jingzhi, resigned to the situation, felt the tension in his forehead as he wrapped an arm around her neck, pulling her closer. How had she become so accustomed to this? He glanced at the audacity of one who dared to snuggle against an emperor. Moments later, attendants arrived with fresh garments, and the imperial physician followed closely with a medical kit. At some point, Shen Wanjin had joined Shen Jingzhi, inquiring, "Shall we take action soon?" Shen Jingzhi remained silent, observing the physician as she examined the woman beside him before retracting his gaze, affirming, "Yes." He surmised that Su Nanchu's altercation with Sima Jingyi had disrupted the plans of Meng Dezhong and Su Chong, likely drawing unwanted attention to them. Shang Wanjin's gaze shifted towards the physician, commenting, This young woman is remarkable. Su Bingxian has raised a fine daughter. Had her family not fallen, she would undoubtedly eclipse her male counterparts. Shen Jingzhi did not refute this. The tenacity within Su Nanchu was equal to that of any man. Yet, her lack of experience and naivety hindered her potential. In their silence, they were interrupted by the physician's astonished voice. "This, the young lady has seen blood?" Shen Jingzhi immediately snapped back to attention, rising to approach, with Jin furrowing her brow as she followed suit. Su Nanchu retracted her arm from her wrist, hesitating as she heard the physician's words. "It's just a bit. I felt some discomfort on the way and noticed some dampness below." As Shen Jingzhi approached, the physician quickly bowed, addressing him, "Your Majesty, what is the situation?" The physician's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he hesitantly replied, "Your Majesty, it appears that due to the journey, the young lady has shown signs of a miscarriage." An immediate silence fell over the tent. Su Nanchu, maintaining her composure, placed a hand on her belly, having long sensed that this child was ill-timed. It was bound to depart. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the emperor's verdict. Sima Jingyi cast a worried glance at Jin, who offered a reassuring look in return. "Can it be saved?" Shen Jingzhi's voice resonated in the air. The physician's expression faltered. "Your Majesty, Miss Su's condition is precarious. I can only do my utmost." Especially since she had already bled. For a pregnant woman, this was the gravest of warnings. The fear lingered that even with all efforts, it might not last beyond 6 months. "We will do everything possible to preserve it." Ultimately, the only words that Shen Jingzhi could articulate were these four: "If you lack any medicine, seek me." The imperial physician, drenched in sweat, bowed deeply and replied, "Yes, I shall exert every effort." In the wake of such an incident, everyone turned their anxious gazes towards Su Nanchu. Observing this scene, Su Nanchu gently caressed her belly and suddenly broke the silence, saying, "Perhaps we should not preserve it. After enduring so many tribulations, if the child were to be born with any issues, would that not be an even greater misfortune?" The atmosphere grew heavier, and it was evident to all discerning eyes that the pressure surrounding Shen Jingzhi was quite low. Su Nanchu hastily clarified, "I did not say I do not wish to give birth. I merely meant that given the circumstances, if the child were to be born unwell, would that not be more irresponsible towards the child?" Shen Jingzhi remained silent and, after a long pause, perhaps needing to arrange certain matters, strode out decisively. Chapter 71. If it cannot be preserved, then let the child of the Ming concubine be given to her. Su Nanchu stood frozen in place, her head bowed for a long while before exhaling heavily. This was her first child. To claim she was not heartbroken would be a lie. Yet, faced with such an unforeseen circumstance, what could anyone do? It was unacceptable to bring forth a child without limbs. Jin cast a knowing glance at Sima Jingyi, who acknowledged it with a bow. Subsequently, Jin exited, while Sima Jingyi approached Su Nanchu. As Su Nanchu attempted to rise, Sima Jingyi lent her a hand. "I apologize. You are with child, and the general entrusted me with your care, yet I find myself falling short of what even an expectant mother would provide." Su Nanchu's gaze bore no weight, as she grasped Sima Jingyi's hand in return, offering a smile. "You flatter me. As the esteemed wife of a first-rank general, it is hardly fitting for a mere palace made like myself to trouble you." There was no bitterness, only sincerity. She admired Sima Jingyi's status, a victor in the game of life. "This child and I are fated to part. It is no one's fault. If it is not meant to be, then so be it. I would not have been able to care for him well anyway," Su Nanchu remarked casually. In truth, she felt a sense of relief at the prospect of not having to raise a child. Sima Jingyi's eyes softened with compassion, having been raised in the inner quarters. She understood the significance of child. "Do not grieve too deeply. His Majesty has declared that all efforts must be made to protect the child. The imperial physician possesses remarkable skills. With proper care, there may still be hope." Su Nanchu's eyes clouded momentarily, reflecting a chill and detachment as she exhaled. "Please, spare me your comfort. If it were truly so simple, why would the imperial physician sweat profusely?" I would prefer a bowl of abortifacient to find some peace. Sima Jingyi pursed her lips. The general was correct. Su Nanchu was astute, perceptive enough to grasp the reality of the situation. Sima Jingyi refrained from delivering any grandiloquent reassurances and simply said, "We must strive for a chance. Should this child be lost, His Majesty would undoubtedly feel the weight of sorrow, for this child is a consequence of saving him." Su Nanchu's expression dimmed slightly as she gazed absently at the doorway. Would he truly be saddened? How quickly he seemed to forget that there was another in the palace. One who was 2 months further along than she and nearing 5 months now. A heavy silence hung in the air as Su Nanchu blinked, resting her hand upon her abdomen. Very well, let us preserve this hope. A remnant of possibility is better than none. Approximately an hour later, the preparations outside were complete. Shen Jingzhi arrived, bearing medicine. The two shared a silent understanding. After administering the medicine, the man set down the bowl and said, "Let us go." Just as Su Nanchu prepared to rise, she was suddenly swept into the air, landing securely in the man's embrace. "Ah," she gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "What are you doing? There are people outside." He seldom exhibited such familiar gestures in public. "There are no outsiders, only our kin," Shen Jingzhi remarked, striding directly toward the carriage. After a moment's contemplation, Su Nanchu acknowledged the truth in his words. Apart from those of the Shangwan family and the imperial physician, there were indeed no strangers present. However, despite this, at the moment she was being carried away, the collective gaze of the crowd made Su Nanchu feel a twinge of embarrassment, prompting her to instinctively shrink into the man's embrace. Through the gap, she could still catch a glimpse of Shangwan Jin's enigmatic smile, a teasing glint in her eyes as she observed her. Indeed, the picturesque scenes of heroic rescues depicted in dramas are mere stage compositions. Upon encountering such scrutiny, all Su Nanchu wished for was to vanish into a crevice of the earth. The carriage had been replaced with a new one, its interior plush and inviting, thoughtfully adorned with soft blankets. After Shen Jingzhi set her down, her flushed cheeks showed no sign of fading, burning with warmth. The man, observing her flustered demeanor, chuckled. "You, who are usually so unrestrained, now seem to grasp a sense of modesty?" Su Nanchu, feeling the heat radiating from her face, touched her cheeks with her palms to cool down, then curiously inquired, "Your Majesty, may I sit here? Isn't this your place?" It was remarkably spacious, akin to a soft couch, and she could easily recline upon it. Shen Jingzhi merely nodded and beckoned her over. Su Nanchu promptly shifted from one end to the other. He produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, the very one she had unearthed within the palace, and handed it to her. "Keep it for self-defense, but do not harm others recklessly." "Really?" Su Nanchu's face lit up with a radiant smile as she accepted the dagger, tucking it into her waist, and wrapped her arms around him. "Thank you, Your Majesty. This is a royal artifact. If I accidentally stab you, it would be your own fault." How reckless! The suddenness of her gesture caused Shen Jingzhi's cup to tremble in his hand, spilling a few drops. Su Nanchu had developed a resilience akin to that of city walls. Shen Jingzhi's mild reprimand barely registered with her, as she continued to nestle comfortably in his embrace. One hand supported the woman in his arms, while the other poured water into a cup. After testing the temperature, he offered it to her lips. Su Nanchu, unreserved, eagerly drank without spilling a drop, then resumed her position nestled against him. Although Shen Jingzhi was not particularly skilled in certain matters, his physical presence was undeniably sturdy, providing a comforting embrace. Just as Su Nanchu began to drift into slumber amidst the gentle rocking of the carriage, a sudden, muted voice echoed from above, "If this child cannot be preserved, I shall entrust you with the child of Ming Fei." From this statement, it was evident that Shen Jingzhi was acutely aware of the precariousness surrounding her pregnancy. Su Nanchu tightened her grip around his waist, her mind sharpening as she emerged from his embrace, her previous playfulness replaced by a solemn expression filled with doubt. "Your Majesty, are you suggesting that I raise another child?" Shen Jingzhi, undeterred, poured himself another cup of water, seated regally in his position, exuding an air of imperial authority. "No." Su Nanchu, unable to contain her indignation, furrowed her brow in defiance. That is your child. You may not care who raises it, merely swapping women and vessels, but it is still your blood that flows through it. What connection does Ming Fei have with me? Why must I take on the burden of raising her child? How can it be that she cannot safeguard her own offspring, yet I am expected to raise another? Do not speak of such matters. They are your children. As a concubine, I must extend my affection to all associated with you. Yet, you are also a child of the late emperor. Why does the noble consort Shen not bestow her love upon you as well? It is utterly exasperating. The mere thought of his horde of concubines fills me with disdain, and yet he has the audacity to present her with the offspring of other women. Shen Jingzhi lifted his gaze momentarily, observing the woman's countenance, flushed with indignation, before he averted his eyes, saying, "If you are unwilling to accept them, so be it. You are still young and may bear your own in the future." He had not contemplated this deeply. Consort Chen had been in the palace for 3 years without a child, and the late emperor had intended to adopt the child of the beautiful Yi, to be raised by Consort Chen. Regrettably, the child was never born, and subsequently, Consort Chen conceived Shen Jingzhi. Although the imperial physician is currently providing care, he fears that there may come a day when their efforts are in vain. She has lost her child, and her heart aches. Chapter 72. What can knowing change? Su Nanchu lowered her head, enveloped in despondency. Rationality instructed her that discussing principles with an emperor was futile. His very status sufficed. Yet, an inexplicable anger surged within her, constricting her heart and causing immense discomfort. The carriage swayed as Shen Jingzhi pulled her closer, stating, "If you do not wish to nurture, wait for your own offspring. Once I have purged the court, the palace shall no longer be shrouded in such chaos." Su Nanchu remained unmoved, raising her gaze as a thought struck her, prompting her to ask suddenly, "And then what? Once the maid loses favor, will your majesty present her child as a gift to another?" The moment those words escaped her lips, the air within the carriage plummeted to a chilling silence. What wrong had the Ming concubine committed? What fault lay with her child, born merely to serve as a pawn for the emperor's favor? Perhaps it was the influence of her pregnancy that rendered Su Nanchu emotionally unstable. After uttering those words, a wave of regret washed over her, compelling her to rise and kneel. Shen Jingzhi halted her, his eyes inscrutable, his tone unwaveringly calm. "There is no need to kneel. If I wished for your demise, I would not grant you the opportunity to beg for mercy." Su Nanchu froze in place, listening as Shen Jingzhi continued, "You speak truths. I am the sovereign. The lives and fates of the women in the imperial harem rest solely in my hands. Those who capture my heart may distance themselves, while those who earn my favor shall endure. A child, should I desire, can belong to whomever I choose. They are merely playthings under my control. So, what does your knowledge avail you? Would you dare to defy me?" His piercing words gouged at Su Nanchu's heart. Yet she had to concede that she lacked the courage to oppose him. Shen Jingzhi's voice remained leisurely, devoid of any emotion. "You inquire about matters best left unasked and fret over concerns that bear no consequence. I have imparted this to you. What change can you effect?" Su Nanchu clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, the air thick with tension as the carriage creaked over the terrain. They remained in a stalemate for an indeterminate distance. Ultimately, it was Su Nanchu who broke the silence, leaning forward to grasp Shen Jingzhi's sleeve. Softening her tone, her voice barely above a whisper, she said, "I wish to drink water." She still lacked the courage to confront him directly. Fear of death lingered in her heart. Shen Jingzhi glanced at her, then stood to pour water, handing her the cup. Su Nanchu embraced it, sipping delicately as the warm liquid flowed into her stomach, bringing a soothing warmth that gradually cleared her mind. Their breaths mingled closely, each able to discern the other's heartbeat. He could pour her water, administer her medicine, and grant her privileges unknown to his other consorts. But those gestures were the extent of his benevolence. Su Nanchu lowered her gaze, drinking slowly, lost in thought as she clung to the cup, attempting to pacify her own discontent. Shen Jingzhi, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without her relinquishing the cup, finally set it down himself. Observing her somber expression, a mix of grievance and pity in her demeanor, he scoffed lightly. "What is this? Carrying a child has made you so sensitive to a few words?" Su Nanchu remained silent, her head bowed, sulking beside him. Shen Jingzhi had been gazing for quite some time, his eyes tinged with a hint of disdain as he averted his gaze and remarked, "The Ming concubine is the Ming concubine, and you are you. How could her child be compared to you? You are with child, and I keep you by my side. Yet I have never once visited the Ming concubine during her pregnancy. Just look at the treatment she receives, carrying a child, and the emperor himself personally serves her tea and water. If the other concubines in the harem were to witness this, they would surely be wide-eyed with disbelief. What nonsense are you imagining all day long?" Shen Jingzhi admonished. Su Nanchu said nothing, lowering her head even further. Shen Jingzhi drew her closer, wrapping an arm around her waist and gently caressing her abdomen, his expression imbued with an indescribable seriousness. "With such a prominent belly, your temper remains quite fierce." Su Nanchu pouted in defiance. To be honest, she found this man incomprehensible. In this very moment, he tenderly caressed her belly as if it were an unparalleled treasure. Yet, who could have imagined that within his harem there existed another woman, a favored concubine confined to her quarters, who, despite having a husband, lived as if she were a widow? She lacked the confidence to believe she could inspire a cold-hearted emperor to forsake the enchanting beauties of his harem and exclusively cherish her. The only reason she could conceive was that the Ming concubine was the daughter of a grand minister. With the previous dynasty in turmoil and Shen Jingzhi freshly ascended to the throne, he was reluctant to allow a noble woman to bear his child, and she was merely a palace maid, devoid of power and influence. Even should she give birth, she would be easily managed, fulfilling his desire to be a father. Due to Su Nanchu's unstable pregnancy and the imminent hunting expedition at Xiangshan, Shen Jingzhi hastily divided their party. Su Nanchu followed Sima Jingyi closely behind. When it was time to switch carriages, Sima Jingyi entered and was momentarily taken aback by the lavish arrangements within. "The emperor truly dotes on you," she remarked as she surveyed the surroundings. Su Nanchu, caressing her belly, noticed Sima Jingyi's arrival and quickly gestured for her to sit beside her. Sima Jingyi, however, declined in alarm. "That is not permissible. Everything in this carriage is made with golden silk and soft cushions of bright yellow, reserved solely for the emperor's use. I am but a subject. How could I presume to overstep?" Furrowing her brow, Su Nanchu replied, "This carriage only has this one position. If you do not sit here, will you stand instead?" Sima Jingyi remained silent, her demeanor clearly indicating she would not sit there, even if standing was her only option. Rising to her feet, Su Nanchu intended to check if Shen Jingzhi had departed, hoping at least to leave behind some instruction. However, upon lifting the curtain, she was met with a chorus of voices proclaiming, "Long live the emperor! Long live our sovereign!" It was too late to chase after him. Reluctantly, Su Nanchu turned back to Sima Jingyi and proposed, "Since he has summoned you, he intends for you to sit. No one will know, so there is no need to adhere to those abstract rules." Yet Sima Jingyi remained obstinate, shaking her head. "Rules are rules. If everyone were allowed to overstep, then what meaning would the law hold?" Su Nanchu pressed her lips together in frustration. Could Shen Jingzhi not have clarified matters before departing? "Shall we take another carriage then? After all, Shen Jingzhi and the others are riding horses, and there is ample space in the carriages." "That is absolutely out of the question." Sima Jingyi hastily waved her hand, saying, "Your condition is rather delicate. This soft cushion has been specially prepared for you by His Majesty. The carriage has also been meticulously selected, employing the most stable horses. How can one disregard the emperor's intentions in such a manner?" Su Nanchu pondered for a moment. "Then let us sit apart, but remain closely together." Sima Jingyi shook her head once more. "The general has entrusted me with your safety. Since we have come out without any attendants, I must be more attentive to your needs." Su Nanchu replied, "So it seems nothing can be done?" Chapter 73. What the emperor believes to be his shall indeed be his. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to feign discomfort by clutching her abdomen. "Oh dear." Sima Jingyi immediately panicked and hurried over. "What is the matter with you?" Su Nanchu promptly grasped her hand. "It's nothing. Just sit down and help me massage it a bit." This left Sima Jingyi utterly astonished. Su Nanchu directly pulled her down onto the seat. If Shen Jingzhi intends to impose a punishment, I will be here. Yet Sima Jingyi remained anxious. Su Nanchu placed her hand on her own belly. Didn't the general ask you to look after me? Standing there one suffice. Ultimately, Sima Jingyi was coaxed into sitting on the soft couch. Though she appeared visibly tense, hardly daring to settle herself properly. Su Nanchu couldn't help but lament the evils of the feudal society. When Shen Jingzhi had placed her there, she had never considered that it might be inappropriate to sit. She simply felt comfortable. Indeed, having grown accustomed to freedom and equality, she had lost some sense of hierarchy. You needn't be so anxious. If we were to discuss rank, I am the one of lower status. Your position far surpasses mine, and yet I sit. So what is there to fear? Su Nanchu reassured her. Sima Jingyi lowered her gaze. That cannot be the same. After all, you carry the emperor's air within you. Su Nanchu shrugged. Who says it must be his? What if it is not? Initially, it was merely an attempt to lighten the atmosphere with a jest. To her surprise, Sima Jingyi was startled and quickly covered Su Nanchu's mouth. How dare you speak such nonsense? This is something the emperor must never hear. Moreover, the emperor's name is not something we can casually mention. It is a grave disrespect, punishable by death or even the extermination of one's entire clan. Su Nanchu's smile faltered, realizing the gravity of the matter. I must certainly be more cautious in the future, she nodded earnestly. Sima Jingyi still looked worried. But you, my child? Su Nanchu chuckled lightly, playfully responding. I truly do not know whose it is. If the emperor believes it to be his, then so be it. Sima Jingyi's face turned pale once more, her expression resembling that of a frightened ghost. Ha ha! Su Nanchu laughed heartily, unable to contain herself. You really are amusing. Just consider who he is. I wouldn't dare deceive him. He could crush me as easily as one would squash an ant. Moreover, during that time, she had been cast into the yetting, barely able to fill her belly. There was no time for indulgence. Sima Jingyi's expression finally softened. You are so unrestrained with your words. Su Nanchu suppressed her laughter. Growing serious, I just wanted to ease your tension a bit. Sima Jingyi's face scrunched up. To lighten the mood with such matters nearly frightened me to death. Su Nanchu then casually inquired, what about you? Does Shangwan Jin make any advances? She is still so young. Does he not feel any guilt? Make advances? Sima Jingyi did not understand. Su Nanchu pouted and leaned closer to explain in her ear. Soon, she watched as Sima Jingyi's face turned a deep crimson. You. This expression elicited another round of hearty laughter from Su Nanchu. It is truly delightful to tease those from ancient times, possessing the body of a 15-year-old, yet the thoughts of a 60-year-old. This is a matter of intimate privacy. How could it be carelessly discussed with outsiders? Sima Jingyi stammered slightly in astonishment. Su Nanchu shrugged, remarking that she merely sought to ascertain whether Shangwan Jin was a beast or not. Judging by appearances, it seemed she was indeed a beast. Otherwise, Sima Jingyi would not have reacted so strongly. As she pondered, Su Nanchu reflected on her own situation. Despite being only in her teenage years, akin to the age of adulthood in modern times, she had already become a mother. Shen Jingzhi's capabilities were formidable, having struck true on their very first encounter. Their playful banter made the journey rather enjoyable. The Shangshan Palace, nestled at the foot of a mountain, bore the resemblance of a tower with its red-tiled roof and crimson walls. The autumn breeze was refreshingly pleasant, stirring the fallen yellow leaves that blanketed the path outside. Approximately 100 meters away, a steep staircase ascended towards the summit, guarded by armored soldiers at intervals. Shen Jingzhi had arranged for someone to escort them, and as Su Nanchu mingled with the crowd, she suddenly halted, her gaze drifting aimlessly. What do you see? Sima Jingyi inquired, passing by in confusion. Su Nanchu came to herself and smiled. Nothing. It appears the emperor is about to make a significant move. Sima Jingyi furrowed her brow in surprise. How do you know? Su Nanchu offered an enigmatic smile. Intuition. Sima Jingyi lowered her head in silence. Although she did not comprehend the situation, she felt an inexplicable trust in Su Nanchu's words. And what do you plan to do? In her mind, such matters were the domain of men, not something she should concern herself with. However, Su Nanchu was different. She often executed actions that inspired admiration. Su Nanchu pouted and shrugged me. You overestimate my capabilities. I may play a few clever tricks, but the emperor is engaged in serious affairs. I have no place to intervene. She merely felt that Shen Jingzhi had finally taken action, and Meng Shuiying was on the verge of demise. Her Ayin could finally rest in peace. Noticing Sima Jingyi's bewildered expression, Su Nanchu added, previously, it was an abrupt incident, not a matter of state affairs. My reckless behavior did not provoke chaos. He merely turned a blind eye, and it passed without incident. But now, as it pertains to court matters, let alone whether I have acted or not, if I dare harbor even the slightest thought, you should prepare to collect my remains from the mass grave by tomorrow. She may not understand the protocols, but in minor matters, her whimsical actions brought Shen Jingzhi some amusement, which he appreciated. In significant matters, however, she maintained a keen sense of propriety. Sima Jingyi, upon hearing this, regarded Su Nanchu's figure with renewed admiration. Unfamiliar with the rules, yet possessing a sense of propriety, clever yet discreet, with an inherent pride that could also be charmingly obsequious, Su Nanchu appeared to her as a paradox. Yet, she did not find her disagreeable. Rather, she sensed that Su Nanchu's dignified demeanor stemmed not from reliance on imperial favor, but from her own astute and perceptive nature. She recalled the general's words to her. Perhaps she might indeed ascend to such a position, the mother of a nation. Aside from her lack of public standing, she seemed capable of bearing the weight of it all. It is no wonder that the general would utter such words. The mountaintop was enveloped in a haze of signal fires, with an altar standing majestically at the center, adorned with the totem of a Yu dynasty. The resounding gongs and drums echoed through the heavens as they swayed with the battle flags. Shen Jing, clad in a brilliant yellow dragon robe, ascended the sacrificial platform step by step, while the military commanders knelt in 2 rows below in unison. The sacred music accompanied the ceremonial officials as they recited the prayers, gradually resonating in the air. Following the elaborate rituals, the valiant warriors donned their armor and helmets, mounting their steeds, ready for the hunt. At Shen Jing's command, a thunderous sound of hooves broke the silence, and the commanders surged forth into the hunting grounds. From a distance, they appeared formidable and spirited, their banners fluttering proudly, embodying an era of peace and prosperity. As noon approached, the hunters returned laden with their spoils, and a grand banquet was held at the temporary palace, filled with joyous songs and dances. Su Nanchu and Sima Jingyi received Shen Jing's decree, exempting them from attending. The servants bustled about, while the two remained in serene solitude. This grand hunt, despite its grandeur, seemed rather mundane to Su Nanchu. She sighed in boredom, reflecting on how they, like herself, were confined to this place, invisible to the world. Do not fret, she heard the general say. The emperor has yet to bestow upon you a title, and as a palace maid, it is naturally inappropriate for you to accompany the imperial entourage. Once you bear a prince and obtain a title, your circumstances will change significantly. Consider those such as the favored Lady Shi and the attendant son, who now revel at the banquet, drinking merrily with the emperor. Su Nanchu realized that Sima Jingyi had misunderstood her intentions, yet she refrained from clarification. In the midst of the tumult ahead, who would wish to wade through such murky waters? Her boredom stemmed from the antiquated nature of her surroundings, devoid of amusements. Rife with intrigues and power struggles, an exhausting spectacle indeed. Chapter 74. Seeking to take the emperor's personal maid as a wife. At the banquet, Shen Jingzhi sat in a position of prominence, maintaining a composed demeanor. Shang Guanjin, among the elderly attendees, was relatively youthful. After the performances of song and dance, Meng Dezhong raised a cup of wine and addressed the elevated platform. Your Majesty, your prowess in horseback riding and archery is unmatched. We, your subjects, can only aspire to follow in your footsteps. It is indeed a fortune for our Yu dynasty to have a sovereign such as yourself. I toast to the bravery of our realm, hoping for the expansion of our territories, as bountiful as a flourishing hunting ground. Shen Jingzhi raised his cup in return, and other ministers echoed their congratulatory remarks. Once the feast reached its height, Meng Dezhong revealed his true intentions, emboldened by the wine. I have heard the new maid, exquisite and charming, has been appointed to serve by your side. Might I be so bold as to request a favor? Should I emerge victorious today, would your majesty grant me this maid as a reward? At this, others quickly chimed in. General Meng, after all these years, how can you still find the heart to covet a young maid by the emperor's side? Aren't you ashamed at your age? Although it was not unusual for those in their position to have young wives, it was quite another matter to openly ask the emperor for such a favor at an advanced age. Isn't it rather amusing? Another voice interjected. The maid is but 25, while your daughter, the emperor's Meng Pin, has now reached the age of 20, hasn't she? General Meng, are you perhaps considering taking another daughter into your household? Their mockery escalated as they scoffed at Meng Dezhong's intentions. At his age, most fathers would have married off their daughters long ago. Yet here he is, keeping his daughter until now, perhaps hoping to become the father-in-law of the new emperor. Such behavior was already looked down upon, and now, with aspirations to claim someone close to the emperor, it was truly a source of ridicule. Unfazed by their derision, Meng Dezhong stood and bowed, declaring, Your Majesty, I have served in the court as a general since the age of 20, and it has been over 30 years. While I may have no notable achievements, I have endured hardships. At long last, I have taken a liking to a maid, and I humbly request your approval. He boldly invoked his past service and offered to treat her as a legitimate wife. The surrounding ministers were rendered speechless, and Shang Wanjin shook his head in disbelief. That girl, Su Nanchu, is indeed fortunate. Becoming the legitimate wife of a first-rank official? Such a thing is unprecedented. Yet as he smiled, he suddenly caught sight of his father's piercing gaze, and his smile faded. The moment of truth had arrived. His father would soon hold him accountable. Alas, what a fate! With the matter laid out, Shen Jingzhi could not refuse, so after a brief pause, he replied, In that case, it is granted. Meng Dezhong immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The incident, though a mere farce, soon passed as the ministers continued their banter. After the banquet concluded, they took a moment to rest, enjoying a brief respite. Before departing, the old man cast a glance in his direction, prompting Shang Wanjin to lower his head and touch his nose, then follow suit. Kneel. As anticipated, upon entering, a thunderous reprimand reverberated through the air, causing his heart to race. Father, this is truly not my fault. It was my cousin who issued the decree. Silence. Another furious shout erupted, the old man's chest heaving with anger. Have my words become mere whispers in your ears? Shang Wanjin pressed his lips together, forcing a smile. Father has said that a man must protect his home and country, as well as his wives and concubines. I have merely endeavored to fulfill that duty. You, Shang Wanjin slammed the table in frustration. He is the emperor, Shang Wanjin reiterated, gritting his teeth, his complexion turning an ominous shade of purple. He is the sole heir of the late emperor. While you may act foolishly, must you also drag him into your folly? Have you forgotten the dark days our family endured just a few years ago? If you protect your wives and concubines while neglecting the nation, where will your protection lead? Have you completely forgotten my solemn warnings? With each accusation, Shang Wanjin's anger intensified, his voice growing louder. Ultimately, Shang Wanjin knelt down. Father, those past events remain etched in my memory. I would never dare forget. I shall protect His Majesty with my life. As long as I, Shang Wanjin, draw breath, I will ensure that no one dares to undermine my cousin's reign. Cease this grandiloquent rhetoric. Shang Wanjin was unimpressed. Why did you not retreat upon sensing danger? You ventured nearly 8,000 meters into the enemy's encampment. All the strategies you learned have seemingly vanished into thin air. As he reached this point, Shang Wanjin's irritation grew unbearable. How many were there? Over 5,000 ambushed. In such terrain, did they care for women? Shang Wanjin chose not to explain. Once the Shangwan family's forces were mobilized, it was nearly impossible for his father not to learn of it. The entirety of the situation should be clear to him already. Further explanations would be futile. He could only hope the punishment would not be too severe, at the very least, that he would not be forced to endure it for long, as his cousin awaited his return to lead the troops in a battle. Speak. Shang Wanjin grasped a sword from his side, pointing its sheath at Shang Wanjin. Now you choose silence? What were you doing then? Why did you not retreat? Shang Jin, feeling helpless, looked at the old man, who seemed to deliberately provoke him into providing an explanation. He pursed his lips and said, "Father, you must already have surmised the truth. Why compel me to repeat it? Speak." Shang Jingyuan's voice intensified, brandishing the unsheathed sword as if to strike. With no choice left, Shang Jin responded perfunctorily to ensure the safety of the women. Moreover, we had already been targeted. Even if we attempted to flee, it would have been too late. Nonsense. Shang Jingyuan's fury erupted once more, lowering his voice, yet still seething with rage. Do you not understand the gravity of the situation? Is the emperor not of greater importance than the women? Taking a deep breath, Shang Jin replied, "Father, perhaps you should inquire with my cousin. It was indeed he who issued the order. At most, he merely failed to intervene, and he dared not do so, unlike Su Nan." Shang Jingyuan was now consumed by rage, and without pause, he struck. The sword thudded against Shang Jin's sturdy back. A dull sound resounded clearly. Cousin, it is the emperor. Is there no longer a sense of hierarchy and propriety?" Shang Jin remained in his kneeling posture, the pain in his back merely causing him to furrow his brow, and he bowed his head in silence. "My father's lesson is justified. A first-class meritorious subject, a formidable general safeguarding the nation. And the emperor bestows upon you such high honors. This is how you lead his majesty into perilous situations, risking your own safety?" The room fell into silence, and Shang Jin refrained from speaking further. Shang Jingyuan felt a surge of anger rising within him, preparing to brandish his sword when footsteps echoed from the entrance. Before Shen Jing arrived, his voice reached them. "I come at an opportune time and disturb my uncle." Upon hearing this, Shang Jingyuan lowered his sword and prepared to pay his respects. Shen Jing stepped forward to assist him. "Uncle, there is no need for excessive formality." His gaze swept over the figure kneeling on the ground, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he inquired, "What is the meaning of this, uncle?" Shang Jingyuan was momentarily taken aback, hastily conjuring a pretext. "The unfilial child has committed some errors. It is I who have been negligent in discipline." "What wrong has he committed?" Shen Jing, fully aware of the situation, took his seat at the main position. "As a minister, it is my duty to heed the emperor's orders. As a husband, it is my responsibility to protect my wife and concubines. What fault lies therein?" Chapter 75. "What are you afraid of?" With a stern expression, Shang Jingyuan addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, he is a general, entrusted with the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the nation. How can he stand by and watch you venture into danger alone without offering counsel?" Shen Jingzhi lowered his gaze, his demeanor calm. "My mind is made up. What counsel can he provide?" "Your Majesty." Shang Jingyuan, rendered speechless, glared in frustration, struggling to find the right words. Shen Jingzhi continued, "The late emperor was unkind, allowing his generals to face peril, resulting in the deaths of my uncle's 3 sons on the battlefield. Did my uncle ever contemplate defying orders?" "This." Shang Jingyuan raised his hand, momentarily lost for words. "How can that be the same? If my uncle did not consider disobedience for survival after losing 3 sons, then why must he be so harsh on him?" "Your Majesty." Shang Jingyuan understood that the emperor had assumed this burden himself. He knelt, lamenting earnestly, "You are the Son of Heaven, the ruler of a nation, bearing the honor and disgrace of the entire Yu country. How can you treat your life as a mere game?" Before he could finish, Shen Jingzhi had already risen, stepping down with a piercing gaze, heavy with unspoken complexities. His tone remained steady. "Precisely because I am the Son of Heaven, a sovereign, I must protect the nation and its people, uphold trust and righteousness." He helped the elderly man to his feet, his profound eyes showing a hint of gentleness as he regarded the anxious elder, speaking softly. "Stabilizing the nation is the duty of soldiers, unrelated to innocent wives and children. If I were to disregard the safety of women, children, and the elderly, fleeing alone for my life, what face would I have as the ruler of this nation? Surely, my uncle would not wish for the new ruler he nurtured to be a man devoid of compassion and justice." "This." Shang Jingyuan assisted Shen Jingzhi in standing. their gazes locking for a long moment, the elder's eyes concealing a multitude of emotions, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. Your Majesty is wise. It is I, the old minister, who has been narrow-minded. Shen Jingzhi slowly smiled, straightening the elder's posture. The Shangwan family is renowned for their loyalty and valor, devoted to the king and the nation. The honor of my uncle is not bestowed by me. It is a debt owed to you by the entire Yu country. Shangwan Jin's life belongs to him alone and is not to be dictated by anyone. My cousin is still young. Please refrain from uttering words that mislead the youth. Shangwan Jingyuan was momentarily struck dumb. The words caught in his throat, realizing he had been the one to mislead. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure. Bowing in respect, Your Majesty's teachings shall remain etched in my heart. As Shen Jingzhi turned to leave, he passed by the kneeling Shangwan Jin, casting a brief glance before striding out. Shangwan Jin, standing in place, smirked, realizing that during the carriage ride, that was what he meant. I bid you farewell, Your Majesty. Shangwan Jingyuan bowed. Once the figure had departed, his expression instantly shifted, pointing at Shangwan Jin and preparing to unleash a tirade. Shangwan Jin quickly interjected with a grin, Father, since the emperor has spoken, you must not mislead the youth any further. You cannot defy his decree. You insolent boy. Shangwan Jingyuan, fuming, raised his sword once more. Shangwan Jin quickly raised his hands in defense. No, that thing hurts too much. I just fought for 2 hours at Donglin Shore yesterday, and now my arms feel like jelly. Upon hearing these words, Shangwan Jingyuan's gaze softened momentarily. Although his demeanor remained stern, his voice unmistakably conveyed concern. You deserve it. Are you injured? Shangwan Jin pulled up his sleeve, revealing a deep knife wound, and with a sense of indignation, he looked up and replied, Yes. He bore wounds and had been beaten. How unjust it all seemed to him. Shangwan Jingyuan suppressed his anger and leaned closer to examine the injury, feeling a pang of sorrow that he could not deny. In his lifetime, he had fathered 4 sons, 3 of whom perished on the battlefield, leaving only one, Shangwan Jin, who survived due to his tender age. How could he not feel heartache? However, with only Shen Jingzhi seated in that position, the Shangwan family could attain a rare semblance of stability. He had grown old and had to consider the future of the Shangwan lineage. Sigh, the current emperor is not like the previous one, Shangwan Jingyuan lamented. Shangwan Jin interjected, Of course, it's different. Fortune ebbs and flows. This immense wealth has finally descended upon the Shangwan family. The past is the past, and the present is the present. The current emperor bears the blood of our Shangwan clan. Can it be the same? Shangwan Jingyuan shot him a glare, prompting Shangwan Jin to instantly fall silent, feigning pain in his arm. What Shangwan Jingyuan meant by not the same was not this point alone. Both had endured years of restraint, and with a sudden usurpation, the late emperor lacked the benevolence of the current ruler, as well as his meritocratic approach. It could be said that under the late emperor's reign, the power of the Yu kingdom was stable, but it could never transition into an era of peace and prosperity. However, now within 5 years, the Yu kingdom would surely undergo a remarkable transformation. Shangwan Jingyuan had someone bring medicine and meticulously sprinkled powder onto his only son's wound, cautiously blowing on it. Observing the various scars adorning his child's body, his aged eyes glistened with unshed tears. Realizing this, Shangwan Jin engaged in playful banter, which only served to further irritate the old man, but at least it enlivened the atmosphere within the room. Meanwhile, Su Nanchu, staying in the palace's annex, was oblivious to the events transpiring outside. After consuming a calming herbal concoction, she felt drowsy and soon succumbed to sleep. When she awoke once more, she noticed that the blanket had softened considerably, and upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find the bright yellow dragon patterns adorning it. Startled, she quickly sat up, and before she could even step out of bed, she saw a man entering the doorway, carrying medicine. Why the sudden rush? It was only then that Su Nanchu realized the outside world had grown dim, with a fiery sunset casting its glow across the sky. Your Majesty, how did I end up here? This was clearly not her room. Shen Jingzhi, holding a spoonful of medicine, replied, I carried you here. Ah, Su Nanchu was taken aback. Had she slept so soundly? Surely not. Ever since the incident with Su Huanyun, She had been sleeping with one eye open. "Drink the medicine." Shen Jingzhi did not respond, but sat beside her, offering the spoon to her lips. Su Nanchu lowered her head, supporting his hand as she drank it down. The bitterness made her nose tingle. "Your Majesty, I just took medicine before sleeping." Shen Jingzhi ignored her protest and offered another spoonful. Given the time of day, it was indeed time for her to take the medicine, as the sky had darkened considerably. With a pout, Su Nanchu realized she had never consumed so much medicine in her life, all in one go. Today, Meng Dezhuang sought permission from the emperor to marry one of the palace maids serving before him. As Shen Jingzhi was feeding, he suddenly interjected, "Isn't he a bit too old for such pursuits? Surely, he must be at least in his 40s or 50s. Isn't it akin to an old bull seeking tender grass?" Su Nanchu nearly choked on her medicine, coughing slightly. Has the emperor consented? Did he not scold him for such audacity? After attempting to assassinate him, now he desires to claim his woman. How can his temperament tolerate such an old rogue? To her astonishment, Shen Jingzhi's light voice floated through the air. "I have granted my approval." Su Nanchu's expression faltered, her smile vanishing abruptly. Did she hear that correctly? She carries his child and is being asked to marry Meng Dezhuang? Observing her reaction, Shen Jingzhi let out a soft chuckle, his voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. However, Su Nanchu found no inclination to appreciate it, her face darkening as she refused to drink the medicine he offered. Shen Jingzhi set down the spoon, returning the medicine to the table, and wiped his hands. "You are the palace maid serving before me, are you not? What is it that you fear?" Chapter 76. Another imperial edict, another loss of head. Su Nanchu furrowed her brow in confusion. Typically, the palace maids serving in the imperial court would speak of her, wouldn't they? Her flamboyant nature had drawn calamity upon her, and she still had not learned to temper her ways. After speaking, Shen Jingzhi produced yet another imperial edict and tossed it her way. As Su Nanchu opened it, she felt a sense of déjà vu. It was indeed another edict for a consort. Su Consort. The name struck her as rather unpleasant, reminiscent of Su Peishing's inclusion of the plump orange into the harem. "Your Majesty, if she is being granted the title of consort, could you not bestow a more graceful name?" Su Consort sounds rather unappealing, she could not help but exclaim. Previously, she had no desire to enter his harem and had not paid much attention to such matters. Now that the old man had set his sights on her, perhaps it was better to marry him while he was still relatively youthful. Shen Jingzhi cast a languid glance her way, causing Su Nanchu to pout in trepidation. It seemed she was not even allowed to speak her mind. "Where is the imperial edict I previously bestowed upon you?" he suddenly inquired, catching her off guard. Su Nanchu paused for a moment, her mind racing as she fruitlessly searched for any trace of that edict. She had been too heartbroken at the time, and later, the incessant morning sickness had left her no opportunity to pay heed to such things. Noticing the growing chill emanating from Shen Jingzhi, she hurriedly chuckled nervously. "I'll look for it when I return, if that's all right. I truly have forgotten where I placed it." As soon as the words left her lips, she could sense the shift in Shen Jingzhi's demeanor, his aura darkening with an ominous hint of anger. Su Nanchu instinctively retracted her head, falling silent. Shen Jingzhi's reprimanding voice followed swiftly, impudent and lawless. "You dare to lose even my imperial edict? What else would you not dare to do?" Su Nanchu pouted and muttered, "What if I find it when I return to the palace? I merely misplaced it. It must be in the Chengqian palace. It certainly couldn't have left that place." Observing her feeble arguments and her pitiful expression, Shen Jingzhi let out a cold snort, choosing not to pursue the matter further, his voice cutting as he declared, "Should you lose it again, do not expect to keep your head." Upon hearing this, Su Nanchu's spirits lifted instantly, clutching the edict to her chest, exclaiming, "This time, I shall not lose it. If my life is at stake, it certainly shall not be lost." As she noticed Shen Jingzhi's gaze drifting away, a hint of a smile tugged at his lips. It was then that Su Nanchu recalled her earlier mention of the palace maids serving in the imperial court. She lifted the quilt and tugged at Shen Jingzhi's sleeve, whispering, "What about Meng Dezhuang?" Shen Jingzhi's gaze held a frigid glimmer as he casually remarked, "Let him survive until that time, and we shall see." Su Nanchu gasped, Meng Dezhuang was set to make his move soon. And what of Meng Shui? Shen Jingzhi's penetrating gaze seemed to see through her thoughts, yet he appeared to deliberately tease her, casually opining, Meng Dezhuang's transgressions do not implicate Meng Shui. After all, she is my consort, and her rank can be lowered to remain in the palace. The palace does not lack for provisions. In a moment of urgency, Su Nanchu retorted, Your Majesty, you previously stated she would not survive much longer. Meng Dezhuang dared to attempt to assassinate you, plotting treason, a crime that endangers 9 generations of his kin. Why should Meng Shui escape unscathed? After her outburst, she raised her gaze to meet Shen Jingzhi's, who was observing her with an expression that held a blend of amusement and intrigue. Suddenly, she recalled that she had indeed posed a similar question while in the carriage not long ago. What transgressions has Ming Fei committed, and what sins has her child incurred? From the moment of birth, they have merely become pawns for the emperor's appeasement of others. She furrowed her brow, and suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon her. No one is at fault. The error lies in choosing the wrong person, one who does not harbor affection. If he does not love her, then even bearing the title of his concubine is but a hollow existence. Will Ming Fei ultimately share the same fate, becoming just another piece on his chessboard, gradually transforming into a mere skeleton within the harem as his power grows? Shen Jing's gaze shifted as he lowered his eyes and adjusted Su Nanchu's blanket. She is different. She accompanied me since the age of 16 and has waited 5 years for me. If she ever wrongs you, inform me. Do not act in secrecy. Su Nanchu's spirits waned. She feared for your well-being, both in suffering and in excess. Having followed Shen Jing since she was 16, it is no wonder that among the multitude of women in the harem, she could conceive. 5 years. This bond is extraordinary. Perhaps even if the traitor were Ming Taishe, Shen Jing would spare that devoted woman. What foolish thoughts am I entertaining? Shen Jing interrupted coldly. She has waited for me for 5 years, and now that I have ascended the throne, she has surpassed the age of marriage. Admitting her into the palace serves as a consideration for Ming Taishe. Su Nanchu remained silent, pulling the blanket over herself and turning away. Shen Jing's expression darkened, his temper flaring once more. How dare she show him such disdain so soon after becoming his concubine? He reached out to draw her from the bed, only to see her curl beneath the covers, tears falling as she clutched the imperial edict. Her form, like a weeping pear blossom, appeared pitifully fragile. Something within him stirred, a dull ache piercing through him momentarily. The reprimands he intended to voice were stifled, his gaze tightening. As time passed, Su Nanchu herself could not discern whether she was acting or truly felt the emotions that overwhelmed her. All she knew was the urge to cry, a profound sense of injustice swelling within her, with tears flowing uncontrollably. She understood the emperor's heartlessness. Engaging with him emotionally was merely a self-imposed entrapment. Yet this did not alleviate her sorrow. At times, she even questioned whether there had ever been a moment when she felt something for Shen Jing. However, she answered herself in the negative. He had subjected her to punishment, scolding, and intimidation. She was not one to be drawn to such a person. Yet, she could not stop crying, her tears softening Shen Jing's heart until he drew her into his embrace. Gently caressing her hair, memories flooded back to him, and he exhaled softly. What are you quarreling about with her? Observing her still pouting and weeping, Shen Jing began to speak slowly. In my quest for power, I encountered her at the Taishe residence. After meeting me, she insisted on marrying me. The Taishe also wished for me to take her as my empress to soothe his restless heart. Su Nanchu's intermittent sobs quieted as she listened intently. Yet, I was unwilling and thus refused. Shen Jing's voice was slow and detached, as if recounting events that bore no personal weight. I believe that my mother, even while occupying the position of empress, was not truly happy. My father did not cherish her. Even their most basic union was merely a formality, a duty performed on the 1st and 15th of each month, all for the sake of her brother, who held military power. There are numerous vacant positions within the harem. In order to maintain stability in the previous dynasty, I have taken in many consorts whom I do not favor. However, when it comes to the position of empress, I am reluctant to follow in my father's footsteps. I wish to reserve this esteemed title for someone whom I truly cherish. Chapter 77. The Imperial Edict, Bestowing a Concubine. As Shen Jingzhi recounted the tale, his hand instinctively paused as it rested upon Su Nanchu's head. She, too, ceased her tears, quietly listening. It was as if she did not wish to delay the stories of women like her mother, who entered the palace for the sake of their families. Wiping her tears, Su Nanchu nestled closer into the warmth of the man's embrace. And then, she inquired. Shen Jingzhi lowered his gaze, observing the woman's eager expression as she absorbed the narrative, and continued, "However, she waited for me for 5 years without marrying. After I seized power, the Grand Tutor, no longer as arrogant as in years past, came to plead with me numerous times, and I acquiesced. This, in essence, encapsulates the entire process of Ming Fei entering the palace." Su Nanchu voiced her curiosity. Did Ming Fei conceive the child herself? The moment the words escaped her lips, she distinctly felt Shen Jingzhi's hand stiffen for a brief moment. A light chuckle escaped her. "Your Majesty, please continue. I shall remain silent." It was indeed a lapse in judgment on her part. If Ming Fei had borne a child not of his lineage, she would have surely been cast into the cold palace to fend for herself. She had taken the abortive medicine herself. Shen Jingzhi pondered for a moment before responding. The Grand Tutor retired under the pretense of seeking a quiet life in the countryside, in exchange for my keeping this child. Shortly after the new emperor ascended the throne, should I discard my loyal ministers without cause, I would inevitably face censure. His tone shifted, and he continued, "Moreover, she waited for me for 5 years. Though I harbor no affection for her, I should at least show some regard for her loyalty." At this juncture, Su Nanchu grasped the situation. She finally understood why Ming Fei had so ostentatiously requested the imperial physician to announce her pregnancy at the mid-autumn banquet. It was a strategic maneuver to leverage the Grand Tutor's influence over Shen Jingzhi. Having listened to the entire account, she comprehended the complexities involved. It was indeed advantageous to be an emperor, with so many women vying for his affection. Such a passionate woman, alas, had encountered one who did not love her in return. Shen Jingzhi cast her frigid glance. In an instant, Su Nanchu laughed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Burying her face in his shoulder, he instinctively encircled her waist. Yet, one cannot blame others. The Grand Tutor, a father figure and companion to the emperor, if she had not entered the palace, she would have surely enjoyed a splendid future, with all the finest suitors at her disposal. She could scarcely fathom how lavish her life could have been. Yet, she deliberately chose to enter the palace. Shen Jingzhi snorted softly. "Are you satisfied now?" Su Nanchu buried her head deeper into his shoulder, a mix of satisfaction and discontent swirling within her. No matter how many arguments she presented, he merely wished to marry her without demanding intimacy. The child was neither a result of her own folly nor her own conception. However, things had improved slightly. At least Shen Jingzhi was willing to provide her with an explanation, which she considered a small step forward. Remaining silent, Su Nanchu nudged closer into his embrace, seemingly wishing to meld into him. Shen Jingzhi waited for a response, but all he perceived was her petite form growing increasingly restless within his hold, shifting and fidgeting incessantly. A flutter coursed through her brow. In the imperial harem, who could possibly compare to her? Anyone daring to lay a hand on him would have been swiftly dispatched beneath the bed. Living in luxury, yet unaware of the need for gratitude, Lita stood outside the door, delivering a message, his voice wafting through the crack. "Your Majesty, it is time for dinner. Shall we summon the meal?" Shen Jingzhi pushed the woman in his embrace aside, tossing the imperial edict from the bed to the side. "Dress yourself. We shall dine." Su Nanchu rubbed her eyes, noticing the edict carelessly placed on the bedside, and hurriedly ran over to tidy it away, storing it properly. This was indeed a treasure. It was strange. The last time Shen Jingzhi presented her with an edict, she felt nothing but disgust amidst the chaotic harem that compelled her to meddle. However, this time was entirely different. She found herself oddly yearning for it. After all, it was certainly preferable to marrying an old man. With that thought, she began to dress herself. By the time she emerged, only Shen Jingzhi remained in the room. Wait. Lita was still there. "Please, Take a seat, Shen Jingzhi remarked. Su Nanchu hesitated. She was still a palace maid. Could she sit with him? Shen Jingzhi, noticing her unease, dried his hands and looked over. The edict bears his seal. This implied that Li De was well aware of everything. Thus, there was nothing to fear. Instantly, her demeanor shifted, and she swiftly took a seat. Li De, wearing a friendly smile, beckoned for someone to assist Su Nanchu in washing her hands. Allow this old servant to congratulate you, my lady. Your ascension from maid to the esteemed position of a palace mistress is unparalleled. Su Nanchu chuckled softly. That is indeed quite an honor. However, this surname, how is it that I share it with Su Peixiong? It sounds so unappealing now. What will it be like in the future? Su Fei? Su Fei. Shen Jingzhi promptly served her a generous portion of elbow meat, tossing it onto her plate. Eat. The emperor had commanded. Who dared to defy? Su Nanchu immediately finished, drying her hands, and buried her head in the elbow meat. Curiously, after that one moment of redness, her appetite seemed to have improved. She no longer felt nauseated and was no longer repulsed by the scent of fish. Had it not been for the physician's constant pulse checking, she might have nearly assumed that she had lost the child. Li De remained nearby, serving dishes to Shen Jingzhi. Despite being prepared, he couldn't help but stiffen at the sight of Su Nanchu's manner of eating. This was a meal with the emperor. Such behavior was unbecoming. Yet, upon observing Shen Jingzhi's countenance, he realized the emperor had long since grown accustomed to it, leaving Li De at a loss for words. He could only think that this girl was truly courageous. Well done. After indulging in a hearty meal, Su Nanchu suddenly remembered where she was to sleep. Shen Jingzhi had brought her here, yet she had forgotten the way back. Upon inquiring, Li De informed her that she would be accompanying the emperor tonight. Surely, this was a jest. She was with child. How could she accompany him? Li De, not having adjusted to his new role, playfully poked her forehead. To accompany does not mean to serve in the bedchamber. What are you thinking? Su Nanchu. Goodness, how could this eunuch possess such unhealthy thoughts? Did she ever mention serving in the bedchamber? She was not adept at accompanying others, especially while pregnant. Yet they expected her to attend to Shen Jingzhi. With a stern expression, she retreated to the bedroom. Shen Jingzhi returned in the dead of night. Having been out for some time, in a drowsy state, he lay down beside her. Su Nanchu, in the midst of a deep slumber, sensed a familiar presence beside her, turned over, and nestled into his embrace. Shen Jingzhi hesitated for a moment before wrapping his arms around her. The two of them entwined in sleep, finding a measure of comfort, and slumbered peacefully until dawn. However, the following morning, as soon as Su Nanchu opened her eyes, Shen Jingzhi had vanished once more, leaving her to wonder where he had slipped away to. In the afternoon, a group arrived to proclaim the imperial edict. Concubine Foam. Chapter 78. The Title of Zhang. Li De led Su Nanchu to kneel and receive the imperial decree, his irritation palpable as he noticed her lack of decorum. Receiving the decree was a supreme honor. Su Nanchu suddenly realized, hastily bowing in gratitude and extending her hand to accept the edict. Once the ceremonial official departed, Li De approached with a smile as radiant as a Buddha. Your Highness, with this decree, the message has been conveyed to the 6 palaces. You are now officially a true princess. Su Nanchu opened the decree to glance at it, realizing only now that Shen Jingzhi had altered it, conferring upon her the title of Zhang. Zhangbin. Although not particularly melodious, it was certainly more pleasing than Su Pin. Master, why does His Majesty issue a decree at this moment? Was it not intended to ensure her safety? Ah, Your Highness, why speak so? You are with child, blessed with the dragon's seed. The decree must come sooner or later. Li De chuckled, his wrinkles deepening with mirth. Su Nanchu furuit herburuth, aware that Shen Jingzhi seldom acted without purpose. The sudden bestowal of a title must carry some ulterior motive. Noticing her silence, Li De shot her a perplexed glance. Why, you foolish girl, what do you think? His Majesty has your best interests at heart. What extraordinary fortune has befallen you to occupy his thoughts so? Confounded, Li De's ramblings faded from her mind as Su Nanchu decided to dismiss the matter, taking the decree into her chambers. Once proclaimed, at least it would be secure. In the interim, Pei Yong arrived, presenting several guards and a robust maidservant. Su Nanchu's gaze fell upon the maid, who, though not conventionally attractive, bore a strong physique, suggesting she was trained in martial arts. "I am Zhu Ying, and I have met your highness," the maid curtsied. Su Nanchu scrutinized her for a moment before inquiring, "Is she one of His Majesty's attendants?" "She does not appear to be an ordinary maid." With her head bowed, the maid replied respectfully, "I am now in the service of your highness." Such a clever girl. It was indeed clear that she belonged to Shen Jingzhi. "Rise," Su Nanchu commanded, then, feigning nonchalance, asked, "What is His Majesty currently occupied with?" As she walked further into the room, Zhu Ying followed closely behind, maintaining a respectful distance. According to protocol, after the completion of the sacrificial ceremony, the officials accompany His Majesty to the hunting grounds for inspection, followed by 3 days of military review, after which the hunting competition truly commences, allowing the officials to compete. Today marks merely the second day following the sacrificial ceremony. His Majesty should still be with General Shangwan, General Meng, and other ministers at the military encampment, awaiting the grand contest. Su Nanchu halted her steps and turned back. "It is now noon. Does His Majesty not partake in a meal?" Zhu Ying paused, raising her gaze to meet Su Nanchu's cold, indifferent eyes, and immediately knelt. "Your Highness, forgive me. It was my folly to speak out of turn. I heard from General Pei that you are a maid elevated to this position, and I mistakenly assumed you were unaware of such matters." Su Nanchu lowered her gaze, her expression unchanged. "I have no interest in hunting. My only inquiry pertains to His Majesty." Zhu Ying quickly bowed her head. "I'm misunderstood, Your Highness. His Majesty is currently dining with the ministers. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my indiscretion." Su Nanchu paused, observing that the other party appeared to harbor no ulterior motives, and extended a hand to assist them in rising. "There is no need for such apprehension. I merely inquired casually. Like you, I was once a palace maid, albeit favored by the Emperor's grace." The individual stood and bowed slightly, replying, "Your Highness, you flatter me. Since the Emperor has conferred a title upon you, it is evident that you possess unique qualities. How could I possibly compare?" Su Nanchu turned and continued into the room, her gaze dimming slightly. Reflecting on her earlier actions, she found them somewhat amusing. Wasn't this precisely how Shen Jingzhi had treated her at first, wielding both kindness and intimidation? To her astonishment, she had inadvertently become the very person she despised. Indeed, one cannot empathize with even their former self. Later, through Zhu Ying's words, Su Nanchu learned the reason behind Shen Jingzhi's bestowal of the title of concubine upon her. Whether intentional or not, Shen Jingzhi's actions were noteworthy. The previous day, when Meng Dejan had suggested exchanging the top-ranking maid for one to serve him, Shen Jingzhi had promptly dismissed the idea, sending the maid over instead. He even instructed that this maid, who had always served diligently, must be treated well, warning that any mistreatment would not be tolerated. Zhu Ying mentioned that the maid sent was skilled and had trained alongside her, all under Shen Jingzhi's guidance. Unable to suppress a smile, Su Nanchu thought of Meng Dejan's predicament. An attempt to outsmart had backfired spectacularly. Shen Jingzhi had spoken, the officials bore witness, and he himself had sought a marriage, all in the name of a legitimate wife. Should he wish to orchestrate an untimely demise for someone close, he would have to consider whether the courtiers and the emperor would believe such a tale. To spare the life of someone adept in martial arts, a member of the emperor's retinue, would be a risk. As for bestowing her with a title, it effectively dashed Meng Dejan's aspirations. If he claimed the wrong person had been sent, it would be futile. There were only 2 maids in Shen Jingzhi's inner circle, and she had been personally accepted into the harem. The choices were limited, and, in the end, it would likely lead to the selection of a traitor, rendering his efforts pointless. Thus, Meng Dejan found himself with 2 options: to eliminate the maid and sever ties with Shen Jingzhi, or to accept the situation, keeping the maid close while constantly fearing betrayal. Shen Jingzhi's cunning was evident, as he had placed Meng Dejan in a precarious position. Su Nanchu chakol in delight, indulging in more dried fruits, their sweet and sour flavors delightful. Life was not passing too slowly. Although this was Shen Jingzhi's chambers, he seldom returned. Particularly after the hunting season commenced, he became increasingly elusive, his presence barely discernible. Chapter 79. What is the point of palace intrigue with such an emperor? On this particular afternoon, a heavy scent of blood wafted through the air, nauseatingly pungent. It was autumn, and situated at the foot of the mountains. The swirling winds carried this odor throughout the entire palace. Candle Shadow, fanning the air with a handkerchief, remarked to Su Nanchu, "What an unpleasant smell. Your Highness has been using medicine these past few days. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat indoors." The imperial physician had delivered the medicine without consideration for Candle Shadow. Yet he had not disclosed its nature. Su Nanchu remained motionless, leaning against a bamboo chair, chewing on dried fruit to suppress her nausea. The stench is just as strong inside. A single window cannot contain it. It is not as well sealed as the modern windows. Still, it was somewhat better than being outside. Noticing that the tea had run out, Candle Shadow promptly replenished it. Her attentiveness surpassed that of her service to Shen Jingzhi. The more she inhaled the scent, the more alert she felt. Su Nanchu took a sip from her cup, her expression inscrutable, yet her words were laden with meaning. "Awake, awake! What a society this is! Awake, awake! Human life is so utterly devalued." Candle Shadow discerned the underlying message and fell silent, hesitant to speak. In the past few days of serving her, she had sensed something inexplicable. Though they had both once been mere palace maids of lowly status, she perceived a certain air of authority surrounding Su Nanchu, a calmness that was simultaneously intimidating. The turmoil subsided, and by evening, the surroundings gradually regained their vitality. The palace buzzed with activity once more. Shen Jingzhi had returned, seemingly engaged in discussions in the study. Li Daijin, carrying a tray of tea, spotted Su Nanchu and directly handed it to her, instructing her to take it inside. Su Nanchu frowned. "Master, I am now a consort. Must I still perform menial tasks?" Li Daijin was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such ingratitude before. Even as a consort, you must still serve the emperor. However, given her changed status, he refrained from reprimanding her and replied with a smile, "Your Highness, consider this. You are the only consort accompanying His Majesty in this hall. Moreover, dinner is approaching. If you deliver the tea, perhaps the emperor will allow you to dine with him." Her interest piqued. Su Nanchu hesitated for a brief moment before setting aside her reservations and swiftly carrying the tea inside. Even though she was with child, the meal she shared with Shen Jingzhi could not be compared. She thought to herself that any additional food would be beneficial. Upon seeing Su Nanchu enter, Shen Jingzhi's gaze flickered momentarily. The tea was placed beside him as Su Nanchu found a position to stand. In the center of the chamber stood another figure, presumably a military officer, judging by his stature and attire. Shen Jingzhi glanced at Su Nanchu before refocusing on the visitor. "Is there anything else?" he inquired. Rewards have been given, titles conferred, yet the man remained standing there. Sun Wu, hesitating, noticed Shen Jingzhi's expression growing cold, and with a resolute determination, he knelt down and solemnly declared, "Your Majesty, I do not seek nobility or wealth." Upon hearing this, not only did Shen Jingzhi narrow his eyes, but Su Nanchu also turned her gaze in surprise. Sun Wu clasped his fists and continued, "When my late father passed away, he left but one wish, for the esteemed subjects to care for his only sister." Upon hearing this, the other party bowed deeply, speaking earnestly with a resonant voice. "I am well aware of my sister's temperament. She finds it difficult to survive within the palace. I am willing to exchange my military achievements for her release from the palace, granting her a chance at life. I humbly beseech the emperor for your grace." Thus, it was decided that someone would be rescued from the inner palace, a task assigned to Shen Jingzhi. Su Nanchu, watching, could only click her tongue in envy, marveling at the fortune of the brother whose sister was so blessed. However, her curiosity was short-lived. As Sun Wu concluded, Shen Jingzhi paused for a moment before calling out to the door, "Lida." The elderly eunuch entered, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, you summoned me? Convey my decree." Shen Jingzhi articulated, "It is granted to the Sun family that during the hunting expedition, an unfortunate accident led to a fall from a cliff, resulting in death. Li De, quick-witted, immediately grasped the emperor's intent and promptly replied, "Yes, your majesty." Sun Wu, kneeling on the ground, expressed his gratitude. "I thank the emperor. Your kindness will be forever etched in my heart." Once Li De exited, Su Nanchu interjected, "Indeed, having a brother is advantageous." Sun Wu's agreement was none other than the one who had provided Shen Jingzhi with medicinal supplements. The figure standing below, just moments ago, must have been her brother, the general of chariots and cavalry. It was no wonder that Shen Jingzhi, the cunning fox, had spared Sun Wu's life. It was now put to good use. Shen Jingzhi cast a fleeting glance at her and beckoned. "How is the fetus? What did the imperial physician say?" Su Nanchu approached as Shen Jingzhi wrapped his arm around her waist, gently caressing her abdomen. The physician reported improvement compared to the previous days. The pulse has stabilized. "Have you been taking the calming medicine?" Shen Jingzhi inquired further. Su Nanchu lowered her gaze. "Yes, I have. After a few more days of rest, I should return to the palace." Shen Jingzhi released her and glanced at the pile of memorials on the table. During the royal hunting season, the submission of memorials did not cease, and they were delivered by designated personnel. However, from the looks of the table, it seemed as though Shen Jingzhi had scarcely glanced at them. Su Nanchu remained silent, although Shen Jingzhi currently bore no hostility. The lingering scent of blood from the afternoon still hung in the air, rendering her cautious. "Which palace have you chosen? Speak to me." Shen Jingzhi tossed a booklet toward her. Since she had been conferred the title of concubine, it was only natural that she could no longer remain in Chengxin Palace. Su Nanchu extended her hand to open it, revealing a hand-drawn map of the entire palace, marked with relative clarity. However, after surveying the map, she lifted her head and remarked, "These palaces, they're all occupied, are they not? With over 40 concubines in the rear palace. There are only 28 palaces in total. There seems to be no place for me." Shen Jingzhi's gaze was distant. He merely glanced in her direction and replied, "There are many concubines in the rear palace, yet few main positions. I do not wish to share residence with them. Choose one, and I shall have them relocated." He preferred not to seek out Su Nanchu daily, having to pass by a multitude of obtrusive sights. Su Nanchu shook her head. "Your Majesty, are you not inviting animosity upon me? I have yet to arrive, and already there would be an uproar. How many eyes would turn upon me? Then let us proceed to Yonghe Palace, where the favored one, Shi Guiran, shall be elevated to Shi Fei and relocated to Zhaohua Palace." Zhaohua Palace, Meng Shuiying's residence? Although Su Nanchu had an inkling, she still feigned ignorance and inquired, "Isn't that the palace of Empress Meng? Where has she gone?" "To the cold palace." Shen Jingzhi replied succinctly. It seems Meng Dezhong has indeed fallen from grace." Upon receiving confirmation from Shen Jingzhi, Su Nanchu felt a sense of relief. The Yonghe Palace was quite spacious, yet it was not in close proximity to the Chengxin Palace. Although, by rank, the noble consort, she was relegated to a side hall. In reality, she was the sole occupant of Yonghe Palace. Aside from her lower status, there was little distinction from the main seat. Thus, the relocation of the palace was not a considerable inconvenience. However, Su Nanchu harbored a premonition that this noble consort, she was no ordinary figure. Having remained in a noble position, it was possible that Shen Jingzhi had yet to consider presenting her to the forefront amidst the tumult. With high-ranking consorts now under house arrest and some sent to the cold palace, it appeared she would be next in line. Alas, the emperor's heart was inscrutable. In the face of such a ruler, engaging in palace intrigues seemed futile. Winning the favor of this ancestor was paramount. The two said little more, and Shen Jingzhi casually perused a few memorials before instructing for the meal to be served. Naturally, Su Nanchu joined in for a hearty feast. Chapter 80. What rule would be violated by not going back? The procession returning to the palace was even more grandiose than before, exuding a formidable and majestic aura. This time, Su Nanchu was accompanied by Shen Jingzhi, no longer required to walk behind. They leisurely traveled for 3 days, and upon entering the palace gates, Su Nanchu lifted the curtain, gazing at the familiar palace walls, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The resplendent cage had welcomed her back. The officials were already standing at the entrance of the Golden Throne Hall to pay their respects, and Su Nanchu followed Lida back to the Chengqian palace. Your Highness, please take a moment to rest. I shall go to convey an edict. The Yonghe Palace is being cleaned, and the court of imperial entertainments will soon send your maidservants and eunuchs over. Shen Jingzhi's return to the palace had indeed stirred considerable unrest in the harem. Meng Shuang had been sent to the cold palace, and Sun Daing had passed away at Xiangshan. Additionally, several low-ranking concubines had been granted the order to commit suicide, likely due to their family's collusion with Meng Dezhang. Since Su Nanchu emerged from the miscellaneous servant quarters, the number of consorts in Shen Jingzhi's harem had dwindled from 48 to 34 in less than 4 months, claiming 14 lives. In the imperial palace, human life is deemed of little value. No, it was 35. She, unfortunately, had become Shen Jingzhi's 35th concubine. As she prepared to follow the arrangements to Yonghe Palace, Shen Jingzhi returned and happened to encounter her. He took her aside and asked, "Do you remember what I told you?" Su Nanchu, her abdomen already showing a slight protrusion. After spending more than half a month at Xiangshan and traveling, a month had swiftly passed. Shen Jingzhi strode toward the study, with Su Nanchu, clad in palace attire, trailing behind. He was dressed in black, adorned with golden dragon embroidery, while she wore a pink skirt, crowned with pearls and jade, exuding a tranquil elegance. Upon entering the harem, she was reminded to remain compliant and humble, always mindful of the palace rules. Shen Jingzhi turned back, his expression indifferent. It is not merely these. Su Nanchu quickly recalled other points and replied, after entering the palace, one must exercise utmost caution and cannot be as carefree as while residing in Chengqian Palace. Shen Jingzhi halted his steps, regarding her, now adorned in palace garb. Her beauty accentuated, transformed entirely into his nominal consort. He gazed at her for a long while. Su Nanchu was not unattractive, even in her previous attire. Her exceptional features were evident. Now, clad in splendid garments, she exuded a certain regality. However, perhaps due to her youth and inexperience, her cleverness was tinged with a hint of innocence. Remember this, Shen Jingzhi reiterated. I shall not allow anyone besides Lida to convey edicts to you. All flora and fauna within Yonghe Palace are not to be touched without my command. Aside from those I grant you, no maidservants or eunuchs may enter your inner chambers to serve you. The imperial physician will personally deliver your medicine. Anything from others shall be discarded. I have arranged for a teaching matron. She will instruct you in the palace's rules and etiquette. Should you act recklessly again or err in the regulations at this point, a chill flickered in Shen Jingzhi's gaze. You shall face the consequences as dictated by palace rules, and there will be no need to come and plead with me. After attentively listening, Su Nanchu bowed gracefully, replying, This humble servant shall remember. With that, Shen Jingzhi withdrew his gaze, restoring his usual indifferent demeanor, and strode purposefully into the main hall. Su Nanchu slowly straightened, her eyes cast downward, lost in thought. She recalled having seen a forum where someone posed the question, do ancient emperors know about the intrigues and rivalries within their harem? A response followed. That depends on how the emperor ascended to the throne. If he seized his position, would he be oblivious to the intentions of those within his harem? Why do some believe that the machinations of the harem could rival the ultimate victor in the fierce struggle for succession? Shen Jingzhi was indeed that usurping emperor. Thus, his tactics in courtly strife were unlikely to be inferior to the petty squabbles of those within the palace. He merely chose not to intervene. For as long as the foundations of the state remained unshaken and the realm unscathed, why concern oneself with the trivial skirmishes of mere ants? Accompagnant Su Nanchu arrived at Yonghe Palace, where palace maids and eunuchs awaited at the entrance, immediately kneeling in unison. This servant greets Lady Zhang. May your esteemed presence be ever tranquil. As people moved about, carrying items in and out, everything underwent a thorough cleansing. Lida flicked his duster, sharply admonishing the assembled servants, then turned to Su Nanchu, saying, Your Highness, this main hall has been uninhabited for quite some time, so there may be some discrepancies in the arrangements. Should you require anything in the future, simply inform the servants. The Ministry of Internal Affairs will not dare to neglect you. Su Nanchu acknowledged with a nod and stepped inside the palace, the flickering candlelight trailing behind her. Shen Jingzhi had stated that anyone not sent by him was not permitted entry into the inner hall. Thus, Su Nanchu did not bother with any formalities. The only ones permitted to remain were a candlelight, a certain Granny Kai, and two younger maidservants named Kai Feng and Kai Dai. The room was arranged in a clean and elegant manner, embodying a simplistic aesthetic, devoid of extravagance or unnecessary adornments. Your Highness, the Emperor specifically instructed this servant to ensure you learn the rules. I apologize for the burden of this task over the next few days. Su Nanchu silent, her gaze vacantly fixed on an unknown point. Noticing her distraction, Granny Kai inquired, "What captures your attention, Your Highness?" Su Nanchu withdrew her gaze and pursed her lips, murmuring, "I was merely observing the palace walls." Previously, her sole concern was to appease Shen Jingzhi. As long as he did not harm her, she was safe. Now, she had to be wary of the entire harem. Though the plague that was Shen Jingzhi was no longer present, it seemed that dangers had multiplied. What exactly were the rules she needed to learn? Coming back to her senses, Su Nanchu asked. Granny Kai promptly replied, "It is nothing too complex, merely etiquette, palace regulations, and systems. For instance, today you hold the rank of a concubine, residing in the main palace, with the titles of Gurun, Marin, and Daring beneath you. And at the bottom is Baolin. Above you are the newly conferred Shi Fei, who currently oversees the 6 palaces, as well as the imprisoned Ming Fei." In this light, it appeared that her position was indeed quite elevated, with few above her. "That is only natural," came the understanding response. Madame remarked, "The new emperor has ascended the throne for less than a year, and within the palace, there are naturally not many esteemed ladies with long-standing qualifications. As for the rest, it is of little consequence. Currently, Lady Su presides over the 6 palaces, and according to protocol, upon your elevation, you are to pay your respects to Lady Su the day after your promotion. However, since you were not present in the palace at that time, this matter was set aside. Now that you have returned, it is imperative to find an opportunity to fulfill this obligation." Su Nanchu responded, "What one fears often comes to pass. I must bow to that insufferable Su Huanyun. What if I choose not to go? Would I violate palace regulations?" Su Nanchu asked somewhat perplexedly. Madame Kai, assuming she was eager to learn, earnestly explained, "In the inner palace, without a queen, Lady Su's position as the acting head of the harem makes her akin to the current matriarch of the palace. Should you show any disrespect towards Lady Su, the consequences could range from a reduction in your stipend to house arrest, culminating in a green headboard punishment. Is that not entirely advantageous?" Su Nanchu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Setting aside the reduction in stipend, I have not seen a single coin during my time as a maid. As for house arrest, it is rather preferable. After all, Ming Fei was safe during her confinement due to her pregnancy, which served as a form of protection. And the green headboard punishment means I am exempt from the emperor's bedchamber duties, which I am not permitted to attend anyway." Madame Kai's expression stiffened, and after a prolonged silence, she struggled to find her voice. Had she not conveyed the message correctly? Where was the advantage in this? At that moment, Zhu Ying hurriedly interjected, "Your Highness, while the reduction in stipend and house arrest may not seem severe in the palace, if one is confined, the kitchen will undoubtedly receive the news, and those tasked with serving will no longer exhibit their previous diligence. Over the past few days, I have observed that Her Highness appears quite indifferent towards the duty of attending to the emperor. Before him, she is obedient and cheerful, yet once beyond the palace gates, her demeanor shifts to one of utmost seriousness. The only time she seems to show any enthusiasm is during meals. And I even suspect that if the privilege of dining with the emperor did not promise better fare, she would lack any interest in approaching him altogether." Chapter 81. Does the emperor truly teach the rules? Su Nanchu sighed helplessly and shook her head, pondering when they would go. The downgrade in meals was trivial. Her real concern was that Su Huanyun might not adhere to palace regulations in administering punishment. Another bout of court discipline would be disastrous. Seeing Su Nanchu's attitude soften, Granny Kai quickly suggested, "Since the day is drawing to a close, why not have the Empress learn the rules today and go tomorrow? Such matters are best addressed promptly." as it is essential for the high-ranking consorts to recognize the respect afforded to them. Su Nanchu remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Granny Kai, pleased, began to demonstrate. Your Highness, your status has changed. The etiquette you learned before is no longer applicable. Let's first practice the great bow of respect. The etiquette for consorts differs from that of palace maids. When a consort kneels, she must not do so directly on the ground but maintain poise. As she spoke, Granny Kai stood upright and performed the bow, saying, first, clasp your hands at your chest, then kneel on your left leg with your right leg following. Once down, let your skirts fall gracefully. This is the first step in the etiquette. If you are to receive instruction after hearing the emperor or a high-ranking consort's admonishment, you must overlap your hands and bow, touching your forehead to the back of your hands, and remain bowed until given permission to rise. This was the great bow of respect, which Su Nanchu would need to perform the next day. Su Nanchu observed attentively, though her enthusiasm waned as she replied, understood. Wasn't this the very method practiced by Shen Jingzhi? Granny Kai continued. In ordinary circumstances, should you encounter a consort of higher rank, you must lower your body, overlap your hands, and perform a kneeling salute. If you meet someone of equal standing, a modest greeting will suffice, with a slight bow of the body. Su Nanchu know it? Understood. Granny Kai, sensing some awkwardness, cautiously asked, did you comprehend what I just explained, Your Highness? Sitting at the table, Su Nanchu moved her hand from her chin and replied, I understand. Seeing Su Nanchu so compliant, Granny Kai's expression softened a bit, and she carefully inquired then, may I request you to perform a greeting for me, so I can ensure you do not falter tomorrow? The emperor had issued a stern command. Since she had been tasked with instructing etiquette, any missteps by the esteemed consort Zhang would ultimately reflect upon her. Su Nanchu did not wish to make it difficult for her. She supported herself against the table and stood up, with Zhu Ying promptly assisting her. Moving to a spacious area, she knelt, as demonstrated earlier. Granny Kai immediately noticed the mistakes, frowning as she approached to guide her. Your Highness, your skirt is lifted too high. The hem should not reveal your ankles. Your upper body is not straight enough. When kneeling, it must be steady without swaying. Furthermore, you cannot tug at your clothing forcefully. You must raise it gently, and your movements should be deliberate. When kneeling, you must speak respectfully. For instance, when you address the emperor, you should begin speaking I, the humble consort. Pay my respects to the emperor before lifting your skirt, and conclude the respectful address as you finish kneeling. Ensure your words and actions are in harmony. Granny Kai continued her instructions with fervor, nearly implying that Su Nanchu's bow resembled a complete disaster. Su Nanchu's face was furrowed in distress. She had only begun her training recently, and now, after so many years, how could she possibly learn everything all at once? Seeing her troubled expression, Granny Kai hurriedly approached to offer her encouragement. Your Highness, do not be disheartened. You are exceptionally intelligent. With practice, you will surely excel. She had not even mastered the etiquette of a maidservant, whereupon meeting others she would simply kneel. Now, she was being asked to learn the ways of the consorts. Life seemed increasingly burdensome. However, having just received a warning from Shen Jingzhi, she dared not be too rebellious and resigned herself to follow along with the lessons. After several intermittent attempts, she was reassured. Indeed, Your Highness, you performed admirably this time. I told you, you are remarkably clever. Just remember to keep your posture steady and kneel slowly to convey your grace. Unable to restrain herself, Su Nanchu retorted, isn't dignity the prerogative of the empress? What need have I, a mere concubine, for such decorum? Granny Kai, startled, broke into a sweat. Your Highness, please be cautious with your words. A royal concubine cannot be compared to an ordinary one. You hold a position of significance within the palace, and your dignity is a reflection of your status. Another round of training ensued, when suddenly a commotion was heard at the entrance. Before Su Nanchu could rise, a pair of bright yellow boots strode into the room. Servants pay their respects to His Majesty. Granny Kai and the candle shadows quickly followed suit. Shen Jingzhi entered with remarkable speed, having arrived just as the noise was heard. Su Nanchu scrambled to her feet and approached, performing the newly learned greeting. This humble concubine pays her respects to Your Majesty. Shen Jingzhi merely glanced at her. instantly discerning that Granny Kai had exerted considerable effort. He made his way to the couch and seated himself, then said, "Everyone rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty," came the chorus of voices, accompanied by the rustle of garments. "What are you doing? Learning the rules?" Shen Jingzhi beckoned to Su Nanchu. She approached, only to find herself enveloped in his embrace. Granny Kai quickly stepped forward, responding, "In answer to Your Majesty, tomorrow the lady needs to participate in the conferral ceremony. I am merely helping her familiarize herself with the procedures." Shen Jingzhi's gaze fell upon Su Nanchu's midsection as he reached out to touch it. A conferral ceremony? Without an empress? To whom will this ceremony be conducted? Granny Kai faltered momentarily. "Your Majesty, according to custom, Consort Su is the highest ranking among the harem and assists in managing the 6 palaces. She is indeed worthy of this ceremony." "There's no need," Shen Jingzhi replied, his tone casual yet authoritative. Granny Kai hesitated, her words caught in her throat, ultimately swallowing her concerns. What was the purpose of teaching her etiquette, if this was the case? It was mealtime, and Shen Jingzhi's visit was fortuitous. According to protocol, the dining arrangements were made wherever the emperor was present. As the meal commenced, everyone else withdrew from the room. Granny Kai, still puzzled, seized the opportunity to approach Li De. "Masterly, what does His Majesty mean by this?" Li De, standing watch with narrowed eyes, opened them wide at the inquiry. "What do you mean?" Granny Kai voiced her concerns. "His Majesty instructed me to teach Consort Zhang the rules, yet something feels amiss." Peering inside, Li De saw nothing out of the ordinary. "What seems amiss?" Kai Mama continued to express her doubts, saying, "I initially believed the emperor summoned me to guide the empress on the intricacies of the conferral ceremony, fearing she might err. However, after merely teaching for a morning, the emperor arrived and abruptly dismissed the ceremony for noble consort Zhang." Li De's eyes widened momentarily in surprise. "Are you telling me you spent the entire morning instructing noble consort Zhang in etiquette?" "Indeed," Kai Mama nodded. "Is there an issue with that?" "Isn't that precisely why I was summoned?" Li De's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow. "How did noble consort Zhang fare in her studies?" Kai Mama's countenance soured as she lowered her gaze. "To speak candidly, the empress has never been educated in etiquette since childhood. It is quite a challenge for her to learn now. After a whole morning, she can barely manage the basics. Moreover, her temperament is rather unruly, making her a difficult individual to serve. She had a keen sense of judgment, and, although noble consort Zhang had not displayed any temper, obediently complying with every instruction, her inherent defiance was unmistakable." Li De's expression darkened further as he pulled the matron aside a few steps, admonishing her in a hushed tone. "Are you foolish? The emperor instructed you to teach her the rules, and you genuinely believe that was all there was to it?" Chapter 82. A serious turn of events. It was audacious to have Lady Zhang practice etiquette for an entire morning. Did one not notice how this little sovereign acted without restraint before the emperor? Such a temperament was precisely what the emperor favored, and if one were to tire her, they would surely face the emperor's wrath. Moreover, she was with child, which made it all the more outrageous to subject her to such rigorous training. The fact that the emperor had refrained from executing her was already a significant concession. Madame Kai's expression darkened as the truth dawned upon her. She had wondered how Lady Zhang, despite her long service at the emperor's side, exhibited no semblance of decorum and lacked even the most fundamental understanding of etiquette that the palace maids possessed. The emperor had specifically sent a servant to assist her, yet no guidance was required. Li De, irate, clenched his teeth. Is she not an elder of the palace? Can she not discern these matters? This lady is new to the inner court and is woefully ignorant of its intricacies. You must be vigilant. Ensure she does not err gravely in etiquette. Above all, do not let her become fatigued. If anything were to happen to that child, her family would bear the consequences. Madame Kai, suddenly enlightened and drenched in cold sweat, promptly expressed her gratitude. I thank you, my lord, for your guidance. I shall remember your words. Li De grunted in acknowledgement and returned to his post at the door. Inside the chamber, Shen Jingzhi remained seated at the head of the table, with Su Nanchu beside him. After a morning of practice, coupled with her pregnancy, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her waist, despite the minimal exertion. Observing Shen Jingzhi's enjoyment of his meal, she seized the opportunity to tug at him, sweetly imploring, "Your Majesty, must I continue with the formalities? Might I forego the etiquette lessons for now?" Shen Jingzhi set down his chopsticks and elegantly wiped his hands, replying, "That is permissible." Before Su Nanchu could express her delight, she heard his indifferent follow-up, "Failure to observe protocol before the court warrants 20 strokes." Su Nanchu's expression darkened instantly as she pushed Shen Jingzhi away. "No, I am with your child. You cannot be so unreasonable. After all the effort to protect this little one, I cannot let these trivial rules jeopardize it. You cannot fathom how tedious these regulations are. Even my speaking speed is scrutinized. I am made to kneel repeatedly, and if I dare to counter a single point, I am chastised. I am your consort, after all. Must I endure such indignities?" A smile played at the corners of Shen Jingzhi's lips, unperturbed by her outburst, his attention lingering on a particular phrase. "She chastised you?" Su Nanchu fell silent, sensing the shift in atmosphere, and quickly amended her words. "Not exactly. She merely insists I learn the rules." She deftly changed the subject, continuing her plea. "I am truly exhausted. Feel, my child is moving, kicking me so painfully." Shen Jingzhi allowed her to take his hand and place it on her abdomen. At just over 3 months along, there was little to discern, and he recognized her exaggeration without irritation. He lowered his indifferent gaze. "Lita has already been informed. The lessons in etiquette shall continue. However, the formalities may pause until after the delivery." Instantly, Su Nanchu's face brightened. Etiquette was trivial. She could merely listen, as she knew she would not retain much. Avoiding the strain of practice was a relief. In a moment of excitement, she eagerly placed a piece of meat before Shen Jingzhi, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, please enjoy the meat." Shen Jingzhi merely observed her, unmoved. Su Nanchu, disregarding his indifference, cheerfully indulged herself in the meal, devouring it with great enthusiasm. It seemed as though Shen Jingzhi had merely come to share a meal with her. Prepare to depart once finished. Following the customary etiquette, Su Nanchu bid him farewell. Then, she witnessed his figure halt before Granny Kai. A single glance from him caused the old woman to tremble, her legs giving way as she knelt on the ground, quaking uncontrollably. Without uttering a word, the man turned and strode away. Such an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Su Nanchu found herself at a loss for any fitting adjectives. Soon, Granny Kai indeed became docile, abandoning the lessons in etiquette, her tone soft and gentle in conversation. Indeed, power reigned supreme. Despite a few minor disturbances, the atmosphere in Yonghe Palace remained relatively tranquil. The greatest agitation, however, was felt in Yunxi Palace, where Su Huanyun, infuriated, slammed her hands on the table. After expending so much effort in her scheming, the result was that the rivals still managed to enter the inner palace. "Have you sent word to father?" She fumed. This vixen, one wonders what kind of enchantment she has cast upon the emperor. Su Huanyun clenched the edges of the table. A palace maid, previously guilty of illicit conduct, had somehow ascended to the rank of imperial consort, second only to her own position. It should be noted that the emperor's harem had very few high-ranking positions. Many daughters of high-ranking officials merely held the titles of noble ladies or beauties. Why should a mere maid be granted such privilege? "Your Highness, please temper your anger. This matter requires careful deliberation. She is merely a palace maid. The emperor's infatuation is likely fleeting. Our greatest threat now is consort Shi," a confidant advised gently. "It is not your fault. You informed the emperor about the hunt, which was indeed an opportunity for you to gain power. Now, those who accompanied him have all risen in rank, and even that wretched Lin Luoshui is now on equal footing with you." Su Huanyun almost spat the words through gritted teeth. That foolish Meng Shuang was one thing, but Lin Luoshui was no simpleton. If she gained power, where would that leave Su Huanyun? Everyone was climbing over her head. Those wretched women. "Your Highness, the last time we sent word was already quite risky. The palace is now under even stricter scrutiny. Perhaps we should exercise restraint," the confidant urged with a heavy heart. "Has there been any news from Mingfei Palace?" The confidant's expression soured as she hesitated. "The defenses around Mingfei are tightening. Last time, We managed to bury the items, and according to the timeline, there should have been some movement by now. However, for some reason, Su Huanyun's fury intensified. Fools. What good are you to keep around? The dynamics of the harem were shifting rapidly, slipping further from her control. If she did not take action soon, she feared that even the emperor might forget her existence. That evening, Shen Jingzhi summoned her. It was a formal summons, the kind that required documentation by the attending eunuch, as it was Su Nanchu's ostensible first night of service. Those attending brought along 2 books akin to Jinping Mei. Experienced matrons arrived to impart knowledge on the subject. Su Nanchu listened, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, before being attended to for a bath and changing of clothes, enveloped in a thin veil. Your Highness, I am aware that you were bestowed this title by His Majesty during his time at Shanshan. Thus you must surely anticipate what is to transpire shortly. While I hold no concern for affairs beyond these palace walls, I implore you to adhere strictly to the regulations within this imperial residence. Su Nanchu pressed her lips together, listening with an impassive expression. As for the reason behind her demeanor, one might consider consulting the encyclopedic entries on the protocols of royal consorts. Truly, the essence of the matter remains unchanged despite the numerous variations. Being an emperor is no simple task. One must engage in such affairs while constantly subjected to watchful eyes. The moments of waiting are excruciating as the palace maids and eunuchs navigate the corridors with trepidation, their heads bowed as they scurry about. At the hour of high, Shen Jingzhi's sedan chair arrived. The entire Yonghe palace was adorned with lanterns, ablaze with light. Your servant pays her respects to His Majesty. May you enjoy good health. A multitude of palace maids and eunuchs knelt in unison, with Su Nanchu positioned at the forefront. After being assisted to her feet, she followed the man into the sleeping quarters. After exchanging a few polite compliments, Shen Jingzhi dismissed everyone present. The palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly withdrew, their laughter more exuberant than that of those who were to serve in the royal bedchamber. Chapter 83. The Subtle Hints of Shen Jingzhi. Your Majesty, I am feeling somewhat uneasy. Su Nanchu expressed her apprehension, noting the grand display outside, wondering if she was truly to attend to the emperor's desires. Moreover, she sensed the presence of a eunuch responsible for record-keeping just outside the door. Shen Jingzhi turned his head slightly and called out, "Lida." Soon after, a croaky voice responded, "Record-keeping." Su Nanchu, taken aback, thought to herself, "Is this truly permissible?" "Rest," he instructed gently. She hesitated. Shen Jingzhi guided her to the bed, saying, "I shall take my bath." Today, Shen Jingzhi seemed possessed by an otherworldly spirit, allowing her to sleep first. She recalled the last time she had jested with him, only to find herself cast into the secluded courtyard. Now, how could she dare to sleep before him? Peering at him as he exited, she then burrowed into the blankets. Moments later, Shen Jingzhi Ramarja. Su Nanchu peeked out, eyes wide in anticipation of his return. Did the matron not instruct you on the proper decorum? She thought, blinking. After all, was there not to be any intimate attendance? What decorum was there to speak of? He abruptly yanked her blankets aside. "Ah!" Su Nanchu gasped, unable to suppress her surprise. "What are you doing?" She was clad only in a thin undergarment. "Where shall I sleep?" he queried, as she instinctively wrapped the blankets around herself. Indeed, she mused, realizing she had grown accustomed to sleeping alone, forgetting there was another present. Just as she was about to share some covers with him, a series of coughs resonated from outside the door. Casting a glance in that direction, Su Nanchu dismissed it, lifting her blankets. "Come in." The coughing continued, more pronounced this time. With a frown, Su Nanchu exclaimed, "What are you coughing about? Is there phlegm stuck in your throat?" How brazen they were to eavesdrop on their private affairs, making no effort to conceal their presence. Her outburst elicited a chuckle from Shen Jingzhi, a sound markedly different from his usual smirking facade. It was genuine mirth. Shen Jingzhi possessed an appealing countenance, and when he smiled, it was as refreshing as a spring breeze, far more endearing than his usual stern demeanor. In an instant, Su Nanchu found herself entranced. Did he truly smile from the heart? Typically, his laughter bore the weight of scheming or mockery. "What brings you such joy?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. Shen Jingzhi, still smiling, remained silent, settling himself at the edge of the bed, awaiting the conclusion of the record-keeping. Her intrigue deepened. Could their coughing serve a different purpose? Shen Jingzhi continued to refrain from speaking, while Su Nanchu turned her head, pondering the enigma. Perhaps her contemplative demeanor was too tempting. He glanced at her and asked, "Do you truly wish to know?" Su Nanchu lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Shen Jingzhi, his expression tinged with amusement, replied, "Did the matron not inform you?" More confused than ever, Su Nanchu recalled the lengthy discourse the matron had shared. Which part could she possibly remember? According to custom, concubines are not permitted to make a sound during the emperor's attendance. Shen Jingzhi's eyes sparkled with amusement. Did she not say anything? Su Nanchu, flustered, thought. How could he know if she did or did not? Surely, she must have mentioned it. She had not attended to him yet. Suddenly recalling her earlier response to the coughs outside, where she had uttered something akin to, "Come in," Su Nanchu's face flushed crimson. Is it possible that he still believes that Shen Jingzhi can intervene in the record-keeping? If that were the case, they would not need to act at all. How can this be counted? Then why is it that when you speak, they cannot hear? Shen Jingzhi naturally glanced over. I did not raise my voice. Su Nanchu replied. If he had said it earlier, she would have remarked on how gentle he was today. He is no longer shouting, speaking softly instead. Is this what you call righteousness, Your Majesty? He knows it himself, but does not tell her. Shen Jingzhi chuckled softly. If you do not learn the rules, it is unreasonable to blame me. Su Nanchu, feeling indignant, lowered her voice. Then I thought, Your Majesty, you were wise and formidable enough to directly intimidate those record-keeping eunuchs. The record-keeping is a tradition passed down from our ancestors. With my surname being Shen, the family precepts must be upheld. Shen Jingzhi appeared far more at ease, devoid of any malice. I will at most let them keep their distance. Su Nanchu knelt on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, blinking innocently. What if I really cannot hold back? Is that something we can decide for ourselves? Shen Jingzhi's gaze turned distant once again, as if the pure smile from earlier had merely been an illusion. Do not always think of circumventing the rules. Without rules, there can be no order. If I make an exception for you, many others will follow suit. What, then, is the significance of the palace regulations? Su Nanchu lowered her head, pouting, while Shen Jingzhi continued. You must learn to navigate the loopholes in palace regulations. Every law allows for some breathing room. You must maintain the appearance of order without breaking the established hierarchy. Whatever you do, I shall turn a blind eye. Su Nanchu was uncertain whether she comprehended his words, remaining silent beside Shen Jingzhi for a long while. He extinguished the candle, and the record-keeping outside came to an end. According to the rules, she should sleep outside, responsible for trimming the candles and avoiding any movements that would require crossing over him in the middle of the night. However, she was pregnant, and Shen Jingzhi did not press the matter too much, opting instead to sleep outside himself. Shen Jingzhi lay very straight, as if his body were a corpse on a board. Su Nanchu, lying beside him, placed her hands demurely on her abdomen, her thoughts heavy. Shen Jingzhi, oh Shen Jingzhi, what kind of person are you? You forbid her from transgressing the rules, yet teach her to exploit their loopholes, which implies a kind of immunity. He tolerates her maneuvering beneath him as long as she can withdraw unscathed. After pondering for a long time, no answer emerged. Su Nanchu turned over and climbed onto the man. Shen Jingzhi's sharp, restrained voice immediately rang out. Su Nanchu. Su Nanchu giggled a couple of times, disregarding the risk, and continued, Your Majesty, this does not constitute a breach of palace decorum, does it? If you do not speak of it, I shall not, and no one will ever know. What kind of propriety is this? Shen Jingzhi scolded, yet he did not stop her actions. Realizing she had not misinterpreted his intent, Su Nanchu became even bolder. Propriety is meant to restrain sovereign and subjects, but a concubine is not included. Su Nanchu rested her head against his chest, using it as a pillow. To you, Your Majesty, a concubine is merely one among many wives, yet to a concubine, there will only ever be one husband in this lifetime, the emperor. Shen Jing's heart paused for a moment, and Su Nanchu heard it clearly. The air fell into silence. The moon hung high in the sky, and the sound of leaves gently falling outside carried a hint of desolation in the night. Chapter 84. With such ambition, you dare to treat me as a husband. The quilt only covered the man's chest, and Su Nanchu's calm breaths emitted waves of warmth through her thin nightgown. She nestled closer into the man's embrace, yet he remained still. It was not until the sound of the wind rustled outside and the night deepened that the man spoke. With such ambition, you dare to treat me as a husband. His tone was faint, leaving it impossible to discern his emotions. Su Nanchu let out a soft hum, choosing silence as she burrowed further into his arms. After a brief pause, the man wrapped his arm around her figure. Morning dawned. Before the light broke, Li Da attended to Shen Jingzhi's changing attire. Through the bed curtains, Su Nanchu heard the commotion and opened her eyes. Remembering the rules imparted by the matron, she quietly closed them again. It was only when the sounds subsided and the servant's respectful announcement of the emperor's presence echoed in that she feigned waking up and summoned Zhu Ying to her side. Your Highness, you are awake, Zhu Ying said, lifting the bed curtains and beckoning the attendants to enter and assist with her morning routine. With a radiant smile, she knelt down to help Su Nanchu with her shoes. However, feeling a sense of discomfort, Su Nanchu decided to do it herself. Matron Kai followed in, her demeanor humble as she smiled and inquired, Did your Highness fare well last night? Su Nanchu responded with a soft as she began to be assisted in dressing. Previously unnoticed, she now realized that her abdomen appeared notably more pronounced. Wait, Matron Kai gently interrupted Zhu Ying, who was still assisting with her clothing, and approached Su Nanchu to inspect her waist. After measuring with her fingers, she remarked, Your Highness, it seems your waist has grown a bit sturdier. In a palace filled with countless beauties, although your Highness is currently favored, it is essential to maintain your physique, as our nation has long revered a slender waist as beauty. Su Nanchu glanced down. While she indeed had gained some weight since her pregnancy, it hardly constituted as sturdy. No worries, I've just overindulged a bit these past few days. Since Shen Jingzhi had requested to document her condition last night, it implied he did not wish for the harem to know of her pregnancy. There was no necessity for her to speak further on the matter. She sincerely remarked, I shall eat less in the coming days. Matron Kai, sensing the situation, refrained from further comment, while Zhu Ying continued to assist Su Nanchu with her attire, as Kai Feng and Kai Dai aided in her grooming. Typically, the ladies would strive to cultivate a delicate waist to win the emperor's favor. Yet this particular lady displayed an air of indifference towards such matters. Matron Kai suddenly recalled something and inquired, Did His Majesty mention last night that your Highness had labored hard and should be excused from the courtesies of the 6 palaces? Su Nanchu lifted Hergaze, confusion in her eyes. No, he said nothing of the sort. He merely focused on sleeping. Just as Matron Kai was about to elaborate on the topic, Lida's voice echoed from outside. Ah, your Highness, you have finally awakened. Lida stepped forward to bow, gesturing for the attendants behind him to bring forth medicine. This is the medicine the Emperor instructed me to deliver to you. It is now at the perfect temperature. Would you like to drink it while it is warm? Matron Kai, fully aware of the nature of the medicine, hurried to accept it, bowing slightly. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Lord Li. I shall attend to her. Having said that, she brought the medicine before Su Nanchu, who, without uttering a hint of suggestion, took it up and drank in one go. Kai Mama stood frozen. Gazing at the empty bowl, she returned to her hands, momentarily bewildered. This lady was indeed extraordinary. Subsequently, she offered the bowl back to Li Da, saying, Master Li, the lady has finished drinking, and she expresses her gratitude for His Majesty's grace. There is one more matter, Kai Mama continued. Does the lady wish to pay her respects to concubine Su now? It is customary for all concubines to visit the Empress or the high-ranking concubines overseeing the 6 palaces after their nighttime service. Lida waved his whisk. The lady sustained injuries while rescuing His Majesty during the hunting expedition at Xiangshan. His Majesty has commanded her to rest and recuperate for 2 months. Kai Mama suddenly comprehended. So that is the case. I understand now. Please take care, Master. After bowing and seeing Lida off, Kai Mama hurried back to Su Nanchu's side and recalled the earlier medicine, advising, Your Highness, you are still young. His Majesty is concerned for your health, and it is only natural that he does not wish for you to conceive at this time. There will be ample opportunities for favor in the future. You need not rush for a chance to bear a young prince. Kai Mama's voice lingered in her ears, filled with genuine concern for her well-being. Su Nanchu listened, responding with a gentle demeanor, saying little more. Shortly after Lida left, the imperial physician arrived. Su Nanchu dismissed everyone from the room and extended her wrist for examination. After taking her pulse, the physician bowed. "Congratulations, Your Highness, your condition has stabilized, and the young prince is indeed safe." The physician wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have safeguarded this child. Su Nanchu smiled, pleasantly surprised at the outcome. "I appreciate your efforts, esteemed physician." The physician, feeling overwhelmed, replied, "Your Highness, you humble this old servant. Your bravery and decisiveness during the expedition at Donglin Mountain, rescuing His Majesty from peril, are truly beyond our reach. Should I fail to protect the heir for Your Highness, I would have no face to meet His Majesty." Su Nanchu lowered her gaze, gently supporting her belly and smiling softly. "It is merely my duty. However, it seems that His Majesty does not wish to publicize my pregnancy." The physician immediately reassured her. "Rest assured, Your Highness. His Majesty has already instructed Master Li to inform me that you were injured while saving him during the hunt, which is why I have been treating you. It appears His Majesty has arranged everything meticulously. No wonder those who earn the Emperor's favor command the world. However, there is one more thing." The physician hesitated before speaking again. Su Nanchu lifted her gaze to him. The physician bowed and continued. "Although your pulse indicates stability, you are still in the early stages of pregnancy. It is wise to refrain from intimate relations for now. One must not." The physician's words trailed off. Su Nanchu understood and raised him gently. "I am aware, and I will be cautious." "Then I shall take my leave," the physician replied, bowing as he exited. Su Nanchu's newfound favor stirred considerable commotion among the 6 palaces. However, upon hearing that the emperor had likewise bestowed medicinal soup afterwards, the waves of gossip subsided significantly. Was it true that Zhuang